Preface to the second edition. When I began this research project some 27 years ago, I thought, perhaps naively, that by collecting hard original evidence, analyzing it, and publishing it, I would answer the question of whether or not the attack on the USS Liberty was a premeditated act by Israel against a U.S. warship, or a tragic case of mistaken identity and friendly fire. Sadly, I have learned over the years that there are many persons and entities who, pursuing their own agendas, are not even remotely interested in facts or truth, and are concerned only with using this sad story as a means to attack and try to undermine the outstanding special relationship between the United States and Israel. When the first edition of the Liberty incident was published in 2002, there remained unanswered questions about audio tapes intercepted by the National Security Agency that were alleged by some to contain absolute proof that the Israeli attack had been premeditated. My subsequent Freedom of Information Act lawsuit against the National Security Agency resulted in the release of those tapes. They are now available on the NSA website, and one may listen to the tapes in the original Hebrew or review their preliminary and final translations. The NSA tapes and the Israel Air Force tapes may be compared in Appendix 2 of this book, although the tapes clearly establish that the Israeli armed forces believed they were attacking a hostile ship. Anti-Israel sources now insist that the NSA tapes are fraudulent and are part of a conspiracy between the National Security Agency and this author to deceive the American public. In 2004, less than a year after I obtained the release of the above tapes, the U.S. Department of State held in Washington, D.C., a conference in connection with the release of Foreign Relations, 1964-1968, Volume 6, Arab-Israeli Crisis and War, 1967. I was invited to deliver a lecture at that conference, which was moderated by Dr. Mark Susser, the historian of the Department of State, Dr. David Robarge of the Central Intelligence Agency History Staff, Dr. David Hatch, a historian for the National Security Agency, Dr. Michael Oren, then a scholar at Shalem Institute in Jerusalem, and now Israel's ambassador to the United States, author James Bamford, and Dr. Charles Smith of the University of Arizona, as commentator, were on the panel with me. As indicated below in Chapter 18, the U.S. State Department, in its summary of the USS Liberty incident, unequivocally concluded that the attack was a tragic mistake. Since then, it has been claimed that the State Department is a co-conspirator with the National Security Agency and this author. Thereafter, in October 2009, I was invited to appear on a panel at the National Security Agency and present a paper on the Liberty incident. My paper urged the National Security Agency to make an affirmative statement that the attack was a case of mistaken identity, but the National Security Agency, for reasons that remain known only to it, continues to decline to state publicly a position on the issue. This is rather strange in view of the NSA's own conclusions in its 1981 document, Attack on a SIGINT Collector, the USS Liberty, that the knowledge that the tragedy resulted not only from Israeli miscalculation but also from faulty U.S. communications practices was even more difficult to accept. And while these reports revealed some confusion on the part of the pilots concerning the nationality of the ship, they tended to rule out any thesis that the Israeli Navy and Air Force deliberately attacked a ship they knew to be American. Furthermore, the historian for the National Security Agency, Dr. Thomas R. Johnson, in his history of the agency, clearly states that the attack was a tragic mistake. I have been unable to find or obtain any internal NSA documents suggesting that the attack was a premeditated one against an American warship. The strongest negative statement on the issue within the NSA was made by Louis W. Tordello, who served as deputy director from 1956 to 1974. On July 5, 1967, in an interim decision, Judge Yeshayahu Yerushalmi, a judge on the Military Court of Appeals, in his capacity as examining judge under Section 283 of the Israel Military Justice Law of 1955, ruled, "It appears to me, prima facie, that offenses of negligence may have been committed." The hearing was adjourned and reconvened, and it concluded on July 21, 1967, after testimony of 34 witnesses and receipt and evidence of 14 documents. A final decision was rendered on July 21, 1967. Page 41 of the 1981 NSA report states, when NSA's deputy director read the decision of the Israeli Defense Forces preliminary inquiry, he summed up his personal feelings on the subject by calling it a nice whitewash. He was displeased with the Israel examining judge's ruling. I hold that there is no sufficient amount of prima facie evidence justifying committing anyone for trial. However, Tordello never provided any evidence in contradiction of the tragic mistake theory. In 2002, after the publication of the first edition of this book, the Israel Air Force conducted a study of the incident. It did not contain anything not previously released except an annotation that the Israeli Air Force and Navy had coordinated meetings to establish procedures to prevent similar tragic mistakes from occurring again. It seems quite clear to this author that the shadow of the Liberty incident continues to haunt the Israel Navy. On January 3, 2002, Israeli naval commandos in the Red Sea captured an old ship named the Kareen A that was being operated by the Palestinian Authority and attempting to transport 50 tons of weapons manufactured in Iran and Russia to the Gaza Strip. It is significant that the go-ahead for the actual seizure of the ship was not approved until the Israel Defense Force Chief of Staff, Lieutenant General Shaul Mofaz, personally flew over the ship, observed it, and confirmed that it was the target ship. Likewise, on March 15, 2011, when the Israeli Navy captured the Victoria, another ship attempting to smuggle Iranian-supplied arms to Gaza. The actual seizure of the ship was not approved until its identity had been confirmed. confirmed by the very highest authority in the Israeli military, and the Prime Minister had approved the operation. This second edition is based on all of the evidence that has now been declassified, including what the National Security Agency describes as its remaining papers on the Liberty incident, finally declassified on June 6, 2007. The NSA issued a press release on June 6, 2007 that stated, NSA CSS releases documents relating to the June 1967 attack on the USS Liberty, in recognition of the 40th anniversary of the attack on the U.S. Navy ship USS Liberty, the National Security Agency Central Security Service, has finalized the review of all remaining material relative to the attack and published this material on NSA website at www.nsa.gov. This additional release adds to the collection of documents, audio recordings, and transcripts previously posted to the site on July 2, 2005. All of the facts are now available for review. A quarter of a century of intensive research in Israel and the United States, including in all relevant archives and interviews with all then living individuals directly involved in the incident, has made the factual and documentary record clear. Nevertheless, the official records, facts, and truth are of no interest or concern to persons and organizations motivated by hidden agendas, who wish to keep alive conspiracy theories or who are trying to feed sensations. This author attests that the conclusions of this book are the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. April 2013, A. J. Crystal, Acknowledgements. What originally began as a short walk turned into a 27-year odyssey. Along the way, I met many people in the United States, Israel, England, and Egypt who have been of invaluable help in the research and preparation of this manuscript. Not only did they contribute to my research, but most also became my friends. My sincere thanks go out to all of them. In the United States, Kurt Sivin, MD, Regina Greenwell, CDR, Richard Holzknecht, ADM Jonathan T. Howe, ADM, Jerome L. Johnson, CDR Tom Krupp, Ivy Lapidus, John Long, Robert S. McNamara, Ambassador Richard B. Parker, Ambassador Dwight Porter, Dean Rusk, Carl F. Salans, Captain Frank Snyder, Rear ADM, Paul E. Tobin Jr., Wright Walden. In Israel, Rear ADM, Ami Ayalon, Major General. Avihu Ben Nun, Rear ADM. Abraham Ashur, Lieutenant Colonel Michael Block, Moshe Fogel, Captain Ari Gavish, Gila Gerson, Hirsch Goodman, Lieutenant Colonel Matti Greenberg, Eitan Haber, Uri Moretz, General Uzi Narkis, Pinchas Pinchasi, David Rubinger, Mayor Shamgar, Kamo, Chaim Sheikht, Rear ADM Paul Schulman, Ambassador Michael Shiloh, Colonel Joel Singer, Rear ADM Baini Telem, Judge Yeshayahu Yerushalmi, Aharon, Yifrak, Dan Patter, Mark Regev. In Egypt, Major General Aziz M. H. Abdin, Major General Ahmed M. Halim, Ambassador. Mahmoud Qasim, in England. Rex Bloomstein, Mary Horworth, Adrian Pennick, USS Liberty crew members Captain William L. McGonigal, CDR. Maurice H. Bennett, Lieutenant George Golden, Communications Technician First Class Joe Lentini, Signalman Second Class. Russell O. David, Seaman Stephen J. Richard. Our special thanks ADM Isaac C. Kidd Jr., USN, Vice ADM Donald Diengen, USN. Captain Ernest C. Castle, USN. John Haddon, Norman Polmar, Christina Davidson, Michael Weeks, Joanne Rosoff, Rick Russell, Dr. Haim Sheikht, Dr. Vendolka Kubalkova, Mitchell DeBach, Maxine Schwartz, Yitzhak Rabin, Ambassador Ephraim Evron, Brig, General Oded Erez, Rear ADM, Michael Ram, Rear ADM, David Ben Bashat, Vice ADM, Eli Maram, Rear ADM, Shlomo Arel, Rear ADM, Yecheskel Mashida Moore, Captain Yaakov Nitzan, Colonel Danny Shapira, Colonel Ronan Gisson, Lieutenant Colonel Danny Grossman, Juval Aviv, Major General Iftach Spector, Royal Flight Leader, Michael Scholdinger, Arthur Hertz, David Horan, Karen Horan, Cheryl Kaplan, Barbara Cargill, Jennifer Rolfe, Lisa Walsh, Greg Coldies, William Cassidy, Glenn Lapidus, Olga Kusel, Louise Bauer, Jill Bauer, Stephen M. Crystal, and David Crystal. A very special acknowledgement to my beloved wife, Ellie. Without her patience, understanding, and help, this book could not have been completed. Chapter 1. Roll in on target. K, target, as he rolled his Mirage I-5 ICJ to a heading of 100 degree. 1, the plane rolled out of the turn with its nose pointing to the tiny gray ship on the surface of the Mediterranean Sea almost 10,000 feet below. His right thumb pushed forward on the electric trim tab, easing the nose down into a dive and positioning the ship in the center of the ring of the gun sight projected on his windscreen. With only the smallest of smooth corrections, he flew the crosshairs on the sight to line up on the bridge of the ship. In the dive, the plane accelerated to nearly 600 miles per hour, and he reduced the throttle ever so slightly to prevent the plane from buffeting against the edge of the sonic barrier. Under the circumstances, there was no need to go supersonic. He was descending toward the target, closing at the rate of a half mile every 3 seconds. Automatically, his left hand let go of the throttle and flipped on the master armament switch. His hand then moved to the gun selector switch located next to it. His right hand continued to steady the stick while his feet lightly stabilized the rudder, continuing to hold. The crosshairs on the target. Without conscious thought, the index finger on his right hand slipped under the trigger safety guard, pushed it up, and found the trigger. As he approached to within 1 mile of the ship, which was about 6 seconds from the target, he slightly increased the pressure on the trigger to actuate the gun. Camera, his eyes quickly searched for any sign of anti-aircraft fire coming from the ship. He saw none. The structure of the attack was perfect. The target ship was steering westerly into the sun, which was at his back. His wingman was a short distance behind him in an identical pattern. The moment was now. His 2 DEFA-5 52 30mm guns began firing a steady burst of over 19 rounds per second from each barrel. 3 he had never fired at a ship before, but something out of his past, the memory of his father being lost at sea on a ship, gave him an eerie sensation. He was transfixed in awe and horror as he thought he saw the incredible damage being caused by his gunfire. Attack doctrine dictates releasing or firing your weapon and pulling up at once to avoid being struck by your own exploding or ricocheting ordnance, or fixating on the target and flying into it while counting your hits. The margin for error was only 3 seconds, during which the Mirage would travel almost half a mile. He heard his wingman shout over the radio, "Look out for the masts!" He abruptly applied back pressure on the stick, pulling heavy G-forces as he hurtled skyward and began a steep left turn to reposition his aircraft for a second run. As he passed a beam of the ship, he noticed a huge fire and a great pall of black smoke spewing straight up from the ship. His target was the United States ship Liberty. Commencing at 1358 local time on June 8, 1967, the Liberty, a U.S. intelligence gathering ship, was attacked by Israeli air and later by naval forces while steaming the Mediterranean in international waters some 12 to 14 miles off the coast of the Sinai Peninsula in the vicinity of the town of El Arish. Prior to the start of the Third Arab-Israeli War in June 1967, known in the West as the Six-Day War, the Sinai had been controlled by the United Arab Republic. By the fourth day of the war, Israeli armor had swept through the Sinai, and Israeli tanks were on the banks of the Suez Canal. At the time of the attack, Israel controlled El Arish and the military airfield located just south of the town. The attack had concluded by 1440. This event has been the subject of at least 10 official investigations by the U.S. government and 3 official investigations by the Israeli government, and it has been the subject of 5 television productions. It is mentioned in more than 100 books, several of which have been devoted entirely to the event, while others have dedicated chapters to it. Many more make mention of it. More than 30 years later, the incident still finds its way into numerous magazine stories, newspaper articles, and letters to the editor. Dozens of theories speculate on what exactly happened that day. Both the United States and Israel classified much of the data concerning the incident for more than 10 years, which only fueled the fires of the intrigue, conspiracy, and cover-up theories. However, significant portions of most of the official investigations have now been declassified or are readily obtainable. To evaluate and understand what happened on that day in June 1967, it is necessary to understand the state of world affairs at that time. The USS Liberty operated during the height of the Cold War. The Soviet Union had been publicly humiliated 5 years earlier during the Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962, when it had backed down in the face of superior U.S. nuclear and naval power. This embarrassment prompted Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev to accelerate the construction of a blue water navy, a fleet of major warships that could project Soviet power on the high seas. Soviet and U.S. warships began confronting each other on the high seas, particularly in the Mediterranean. Typically, the Soviets would trail U.S. ships and intentionally interfere with their operations, in part to test American response. A Soviet ship, such as a destroyer, would steer a collision course with a U.S. destroyer. The two captains would wait as long as they dared to see who chickened out and changed course first to avoid collision. Incidents occurred where neither side gave way and ships bumped, inflicting and suffering varying degrees of damage. Significantly, the Soviets were not always the initiators of these dangerous games. Eventually, the progressive escalation of such incidents led to the Incidents at Sea agreement signed by the U.S. Navy and the Soviet Navy on May 25, 1972.5. In June 1967, however, the incidents at sea still occurred with regularity.
For instance, the morning of June 7th, 1967, one day prior to the Liberty attack, began with one such incident.
Vice ADM William I. Martin, the commander of the U.S. Sixth Fleet in the Mediterranean, operating about 500 miles from the Sinai War Zone, sent the following message to the Soviet-guided missile frigate DLG-383, which was shadowing the U.S. task group centered on the aircraft carrier. America, your actions for the past 5 days have interfered with our operations. By positioning your ship in the midst of our formation and shadowing our every move, you are denying us the freedom of maneuver on the high seas that has been traditionally recognized by seafaring nations for centuries. In a few minutes, the task force will commence maneuvering at high speeds and various courses. Your present position will be dangerous to your ship, as well as the ships of this force. I request you clear our formation without delay and discontinue your interference and unsafe practices. Martin sent the message both by flashing light and voice radio in English and Russian. The Soviets did not acknowledge receipt of the message. One of the lessons of the Cuban Missile Crisis brought about the setting up by the United States and the Soviet Union of a teletype hotline between Washington and Moscow, under a memorandum of understanding signed on June 20th, 1963. Both parties realized that they had come closer than either had intended to a nuclear exchange. The hotline provided direct and nearly immediate, or real-time, communication, with the hope that a communication failure would not cause nuclear war. After its installation, however, the hotline was not used except for the formal exchange of New Year's greetings each year. This non-usage changed dramatically following the start of the 1967 Six-Day War. In June 1967, thousands of miles east of and away from the Sinai, a major armed conflict raged in Vietnam. By June 1967, some 400,000 American troops were already deployed in South Vietnam, and their number, as well as the number of casualties, increased almost daily. The situation in Vietnam, badly managed and poorly understood, was beginning to generate significant public discontent within the United States. In simplistic terms, the United States backed the anti-communist forces in South Vietnam, while the Soviets backed the communists in North Vietnam, all part of a more comprehensive Southeast Asian, or indeed, global competition. A serious potential existed that a specific confrontation would escalate from a Cold War to a shooting war between us and Soviet forces. In fact, on June 2nd, 1967, U.S. Air Force fighter bombers accidentally attacked the Turkestan, a Soviet merchant ship in Kam Peel Harbor in North Vietnam, according to Phil G. Goulding, then Assistant Secretary of Defense. For public affairs, the pilots of the attacking planes reported the whole story to their commander when they returned to their base in Thailand. They claimed that while strafing a battery of anti-aircraft guns, another battery began firing at them. In an effort to save themselves and each other, they had opened fire with everything they had to suppress the anti-aircraft fire long enough to get away. The tactic had worked, but the Turkestan was accidentally in the way. A Soviet crew member was killed and several others were wounded. The U.S. pilot's commander, a colonel who had been on many missions with his pilots and whose life had been saved twice by one of the pilots involved, stuck by his men, destroyed the gun camera film and covered up the incident. With no verifiable report of the attack, the U.S. government formally denied the Soviet charge that American planes had strafed a Soviet ship. When the facts ultimately became known to the U.S. Department of Defense, the U.S. government, substantially embarrassed, retracted its denial of the attack but claimed that the attack had been an accident. Pravda quoted the master of the Soviet freighter Turkestan, Captain Viktor Sokolov, as saying, "We were bearing all the markings of the Soviet government. A Soviet flag was flying from the stern mast. The stack was painted with a red stripe and a hammer and sickle. The Turkestan was about 400 meters from shore. The visibility was excellent. There is no possibility of talking about an accidental attack. The American pilots aimed their guns at the central superstructure where the crewmen live and work." In Leningrad, now St. Petersburg, a mob spat on American diplomat John Guthrie and his wife, and demonstrators marched outside an American exhibit there. Public meetings throughout the Soviet Union denounced the pirate actions of the U.S. military. TASS, the official Soviet news agency, charged a U.S. cover-up of this provocation against the Soviet Union. 11. The Turkestan and the Liberty incidents occurred only days apart during a sequence of very sensitive international events. Among them, the outbreak of the Six-Day War and the first detonation of a hydrogen bomb by China on June 17, 1967. The Turkestan incident caused great concern at the U.S. State Department because Soviet Premier Alexei Kosygin was about to arrive in the United States as the head of a delegation to speak at the United Nations General Assembly session on the Middle East. The U.S. government feared that Kosygin would attack the United States before the United Nations, resulting in a further deterioration of relations at a time when the United States hoped for a summit between Kosygin and President Lyndon Johnson to discuss nuclear de-escalation. Focusing on the Cold War, the war on poverty, and the Vietnam War, President Johnson anxiously hoped to avoid a conflagration in the highly sensitive Middle Eastern region, where U.S.-Soviet competition was at a high. Nevertheless, a rapidly deteriorating Middle Eastern situation became a shooting war on June 5, 1967. Early that morning, Israel sent off its entire Air Force in a surprise strike. The Israel Air Force completely destroyed the Egyptian Air Force in less than 80 minutes. By day's end, Israel's 200 or so first-line combat aircraft had effectively eliminated the Egyptian, Syrian, and Jordanian Air Forces. Flying their strikes, returning to base, rearming, and taking off to strike again with an on-ground turnaround time of 6 to 8 minutes, Israeli aircraft achieved almost 1,000 strikes on the first day. The Arab Air Forces, in many instances, could not turn an aircraft around on the same day. 15 for this reason. Many Arab military leaders charged that the United States and Britain supplied attacking aircraft to the Israel Air Force. They were very vocal with their charges, even after they became aware that the United States and Britain had not been involved. In fact, the Israelis substantially embarrassed President Nasser and King Hussein by recording them fabricating a false press release on the subject. In addition to an understanding of the international political military climate as it existed in 1967, some knowledge of the structure of the Israel Defense Forces, especially the relationship between its Navy and the Air Force, is required in order to properly evaluate the Liberty incident. The IDF came into being officially with the establishment of the State of Israel on May 14, 1948. The Air Force initially looked to Great Britain for inspiration, and one of its important commanders, General Ezer Weizmann, had started as a British Royal Air Force trained pilot. 18, Israel's first Prime Minister, David Ben-Gurion, came to the United States and recruited an American U.S. Naval Academy graduate, Lieutenant CDR, Paul Schulman, as the first Chief of the Israel Navy. From the Arab-Israeli War of 1948-49, known in Israel as the War of Independence, the Israel Air Force had taken control of the air and kept it. By 1967, Israel's military buildup emphasized the Air Force on the basis of lessons from the 1956 war in the Sinai. The Israel Navy did not have any impressive accomplishments in the 1948-49 war. The only reported naval air action during that war involved 2 Israeli pilots in a Beechcraft Bonanza aircraft who attacked an Egyptian ship. The attack failed, and the plane crashed during the attack, killing both flyers. The Egyptian ship remained unharmed. During the 1956 Suez campaign, on October 31, the Egyptian destroyer Ibrahim al-Awwal shelled the port city of Haifa. 19 to the Egyptian surprise, the French destroyer Kersaint, which happened to be in the Haifa harbor at the time, returned fire. 20, the Ibrahim al-Awwal withdrew. Shortly thereafter, 2 Israel Air Force Aragon jet aircraft strafed the Egyptian destroyer. She was then confronted by an Israel destroyer flotilla consisting of 2 old British-built Z-class destroyers, the Eilat and the Jaffa. The Israel destroyers signaled by flashing light the code AA, which in International Maritime Code means, "What ship?" or "Identify yourself." Lieutenant Moshe Oren, gunnery officer on the destroyer Jaffa, observed the Egyptian ship signal back AA. Thereupon, the Israeli destroyers opened fire on the Egyptian ship and disabled it. The damaged ship was then boarded and captured. After extensive repairs, she became the third destroyer in the Israel Navy, renamed the Haifa. Moshe Oren's personal and the Israelis' general experience with the Egyptian destroyer and its signaling, A, in 1956, would prove fatal 11 years later with the Liberty. For years, the Israel Air Force and the Israel Navy disagreed over the capture of the Ibrahim al-Awwal. The Air Force claimed that the Irgun fighter's strafing attack had precipitated the surrender of the ship, while the Navy claimed that naval gunfire had disabled the destroyer's rudder and made its capture possible. 24. By 1967, the Israel Air Force was known as an elite, highly sophisticated, and advanced force in the forefront of Israel's defense lines, while the Israel Navy was, in the words of its then commander, Rear ADM Shlomo Orel, at its lowest, ebb. When the war broke out, the Israel Air Force had 76 state-of-the-art Mirage ICJ aircraft, plus Super Mystère B 2 seconds and Mystère IVs, as well as a cadre of well-trained pilots. The Israel Navy, on the other hand, possessed only 3 obsolete destroyers, 9 motor torpedo boats, some obsolete submarines, and some miscellaneous small craft. 26. The Navy was poised for a great leap forward into modern naval warfare, but that leap would be taken only in 1968 with the acquisition of modern missile boats. High-strung competition between various arms of the military is not a phenomenon peculiar to Israel. The tension between Israel's Navy and air force in 1967 is evident from some of the conversation between Royal Flight Leader and Air Control during the air attack on the Liberty. At 14:09, about 11 minutes into the air attack, and about 3 minutes before the Chief Air Controller ordered Royal Flight to leave her, Royal Flight Leader says to Air Control, "If you had a 2-plane formation with bombs, in 10 minutes before the Navy arrives, it will be a mitzvah. Otherwise, the Navy is on its way here." Evidently, Royal Flight Leader wanted the attack completed by the Air Force, suggesting prompt assignment of properly armed aircraft to the mission to allow its effective completion before the Navy's arrival. A few minutes later, the Navy's motor torpedo boats arrived. The same Moshe Oren who participated in the capture of the Ibrahim al-Awwal commanded MTB Division 914. Aharon Yafrach, a 20-year-old Combat Information Center officer on the division commander's MTB, probably best expressed the feelings of the Israeli MTB sailors. On the first night of the 1967 war, the Israel Navy inserted 6 naval commando teams into various Arab ports. The team sent into Latakia, Syria, was unable to complete its mission, as was the situation with all the other teams. The Navy became concerned about their safety and sent MTB Division 914 to help extract them. They were withdrawn, but in the milling around, one MTB collided with another, making a hole in its bow about the size of a dinner plate. The boat was taken back to Ashdod, where, in a short time, the hole was repaired as good as new. It was now the 4th day of the war. The Air Force had destroyed all the Arab air forces and controlled the skies. The armor had conquered the Sinai and were dipping their feet in the Suez Canal. The paratroopers had captured the entire West Bank, East Jerusalem, and Israeli troops were praying at the Western Wall. And the Navy, we had made a hole in one of our own boats. We were anxious to get into the action. Abraham Rabinovich, author of Boats of Cherbourg, confirmed Yafrach's analysis. Frustrated at the Navy's inactivity while the Army was overrunning Sinai and the West Bank and the Air Force was scoring its spectacular victories, the Navy command had been hoping to find an enemy ship that would enable it to get in on the war. 30. Thus, the scene for tragedy was set. The Liberty, following orders issued on June 1st, 1967, sailed toward an active war zone without knowledge that on June 7th, the U.S. National Security Agency, through the Joint Chiefs of Staff, had ordered her withdrawn from harm's way. 32. What followed was the worst disaster in 50 years of U.S.-Israeli relations. Chapter 2. The 2-month crisis. The spring of 1967 was a period of escalating crisis in the Middle East. For months, there had been unrest along the Syrian-Israeli border, with at least 14 terrorist incursions over that border from Syria into Israel. Retaliation and counter-retaliation escalated from rifle fire to tank and artillery duels. Israel made some strong statements about further retaliations against Syria, which added to the concern. April 7th. Attack on the Liberty minus 62 days, as had been done previously in the dispute between Israel and Syria over the right of Israel to farm in the demilitarized zones of the Syrian-Israeli border. An Israeli farmer drove a tractor into the zone. The Syrians responded with shell fire, which the IDF returned, first with ground fire and then by Air Force strikes against Syrian gun positions. Shortly thereafter, Syrian MiGs were spotted heading toward the demilitarized zone. The Israel Air Force countered, and by the end of the afternoon, in 2 separate aerial battles, 6 MiG fighters were shot down. Several MiGs went down close to Damascus, to the humiliation of the Syrians. No Israeli aircraft were lost. May 2nd, attack minus 36 days, the USS Liberty departed her home port of Norfolk, Virginia for a scheduled 4-month African deployment. May 13th, attack minus 26 days. The Soviets told the Syrian government that Israel was concentrating 10 or 11 brigades along its border in preparation of an attack. 4, in fact, there were only about 125 Israeli troops in the area. The Soviets also gave this false information to the Egyptians. The Israelis invited the Soviets, through their military attaché in Tel Aviv, to visit the Israeli-Syrian border area and check the situation for themselves. All such invitations were declined. Even today, some scholars wonder if the Soviets really believed the story of the Israeli military buildup, or if they knew it was false. Why the Soviets passed this disinformation remains a mystery. The Egyptian Chief of Staff, General Mohammed Fauzi, did not believe it. U.S. officials told the Egyptians that the report was untrue, and there were numerous means of independent verification, but the Egyptians seemed uninterested in verification. This might prove what some historians have suggested, that Egyptian leader Gamal Abdel Nasser himself did not believe the report, and that he was playing a game of brinkmanship. The unfortunate result for Egypt and the region of his misjudging the location of the brink was that he stumbled over it and into an unexpected and unwanted war. In May 1967, President Nasser had a plateful of his own problems. In addition to major domestic troubles, his best troops were engaged in a protracted civil war in faraway Yemen. Egyptian tanks were stationed in Baghdad to control the local population while the Iraqi military was in the field fighting the Kurds. As part of a war of words and subversion between progressive or revolutionary Arab countries led by Egypt and conservative or monarchical Arab countries, Jordan and Saudi Arabia attacked President Nasser every day in the Arab media, claiming that he was soft on fighting Israel and only contributed rhetoric to the struggle. Regardless of who knew what and who believed what, the government of Egypt took the official position that there was a concentration of Israeli troops on or near the Syrian border and that Egypt was going to demonstrate its leadership of the Arab world and come to the rescue of its Syrian sister country. May 14th, attack minus 25 days, Egyptian Field Marshal Abd al-Hakim Amr ordered Egyptian troops into the Sinai and put the Egyptian armed forces on full alert. Egyptian troops moved ostentatiously through Cairo on May 14th on their way toward the Sinai, and at least one armored division crossed the Suez Canal on the 15th. On May 14th, Under Secretary of the United Nations Ralph Bunche met with Israel's UN representative Gideon Raphael, who stated that he wished to emphasize that there had been no concentration of Israeli troops on the Syrian border. He added that there was no reason for anyone to be concerned about military action by Israel as long as the other side took none. May 16th, attack minus 23 days, Egyptian General Mohammed Fauzi sent a letter to Indian Major General Riki, the commander of the UN Emergency Force, and asked for the removal of the UN force that had been deployed in the Gaza Strip following the Sinai campaign. The letter was passed to U Thant, Secretary General of the United Nations, who asked for clarification. May 17th, attack minus 22 days, Egyptian forces reached El Saba and El Amr, the UNEF posts near the Sinai-Israel border. U Thant informed the Egyptian representative to the United Nations, Mohammed Awad al-Koni, in writing, that there were no recent indications of Israeli troop movements or concentrations that should give Egypt cause for concern. May 18th, attack minus 21 days at noon, Egypt advised the Secretary General of the United Nations that it had decided to terminate the presence of United Nations emergency force from the territory of the UAR and the Gaza Strip. May 19th, attack minus 20 days, Israel's foreign minister, Abba Eban, informed the Soviet ambassador that there will be no war if the Egyptians do not attack and do not interfere with Israel's right of navigation. 12 U Thant cabled Cairo that UNEF would be withdrawn. Israel was advised of the withdrawal order and began a large-scale mobilization of its massive reserve forces. On the same day, the UNEF contingent of Yugoslav troops withdrew from Sharm el-Sheikh, and Egyptian forces began to move in. May 20th, attack minus 19 days, the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff issued orders restricting the movements of the U.S. Sixth Fleet in the Mediterranean, positioning the fleet more than 300 miles from the potential combat zone. The Syrian Defense Minister Hafez Assad spoke of a disciplinary blow to Israel. May 21st, attack minus 18 days in the morning, President Nasser addressed Egyptian Air Force officers at the Bir Gafgafa Air Base in the Sinai. He told them he was closing the Strait of Tiran in the Gulf of Aqaba. Al-Arham carried this story on page 1 of its May 22 edition. A key element of the 1957 agreement for Israel's withdrawal from the Sinai, brokered by the U.S. government and the Secretary General of the United Nations, secured Israel's freedom of navigation to and from its only southern port, Eilat. Little was put in writing. There was a private, written memorandum between UN Secretary General Dag Hammarskjöld and President Nasser that memorialized some of the agreements and understandings, but it did not include all the agreements. 16, sensitive to its ability to trade by sea with African and Southeast and Far East Asian countries without having to circumnavigate the whole African continent. Israel stood firm during the negotiations on the Strait of Tiran issue, and it was made clear to President Nasser that Israel considered a future closing of the strait as a casus belli. Abba Eban had made public reference to that only 2 days before Nasser closed the strait. On the same day, Richard Nolte, the U.S. ambassador-designate to Egypt, who had replaced Ambassador Lucius Battle but had not yet presented his credentials in Cairo, received a telegram drafted by Eugene Rostow, Under Secretary of State for Near East Affairs, relaying a message from President Lyndon Johnson to President Nasser. In view of Nasser's speech at Bir Gafgafa, Ambassador Nolte suggested delaying the delivery of the message. He was told to deliver it at once, and he delivered it that morning. Johnson's message was most conciliatory and suggested that Vice President Hubert Humphrey would be sent to the Middle East to talk to Arab and Israeli leaders after the tension subsided. President Johnson and Secretary of State Dean Rusk were still optimistic that the crisis could be resolved by diplomacy. U.S. intelligence analysis indicated that Egypt was not ready for a war, and Israel had offered assurances that there would be no war if its navigation rights were not disturbed. On this same day, the Soviet government gave notice required under the Montreux Convention that 10 warships would transit from the Black Sea through the Bosporus and the Dardanelles into the Mediterranean. May 23. Attack minus 16 days, the U.S. National Security Agency requested the Joint Chiefs of Staff to move the Liberty to a position off. Ports said, Egypt. 18. It was standard operating procedure for NSA-controlled intelligence, gathering ships like the Liberty to sail off the coasts of various nations, listening to and recording various types of signal emissions and charting the locations of their sources. They also listened for anything else that might be of political or military value in the Cold War, such as recording commercial radio broadcasts that would be passed to the Foreign Broadcast Information Service. Frank Raven, a civilian employee of NSA, protested sending the Liberty into an area where war might break out at any time. He was overruled, and the Liberty was given her fateful orders. May 24. Attack minus 15 days at 0530Z, the Liberty departed Abidjan on the Ivory Coast on orders to traverse at her best speed the 3,000 nautical miles to Rota, Spain, just outside the entrance to the Mediterranean through the Strait of Gibraltar. The Cairo newspapers reported that Egypt had mined the Strait of Tiran. May 25. Attack minus 14 days, U.S. diplomatic dependents began leaving Israel and Egypt. Egyptian Minister of War Shams Badran flew to Moscow and conferred with Premier Alexei Kosygin, Foreign Minister Andrei Gromyko, and the newly appointed Minister of Defense, Marshal Andrei Grechko. There is no record. That party secretary Leonid Brezhnev was consulted. The Soviets sent a mixed message of caution and support to Nasser. May 26. Attack minus 13 days, Egypt assailed the United States as the #1 protector of Israel. Foreign Minister Abba Eban of Israel arrived in Washington after visiting President Charles de Gaulle in Paris and Prime Minister Harold Wilson in London. He was not publicly invited to the White House, but was brought in through a side door in the evening and taken to President Johnson's living quarters. He met there with the President, Secretary of Defense Robert S. McNamara, and Undersecretary of State for Political Affairs Eugene V. Rostow, the third-ranking man in the State Department. 22. Johnson was seeking more time and looking for means to solve the crisis without Israel responding militarily. Eban was looking to impress upon the United States the seriousness of the crisis and to judge what diplomatic support there would be should Israel end up taking military action. When the meeting ended, Johnson, McNamara, and Rostow all walked Eban to the elevator. After Eban got in the elevator and the elevator door closed, Rostow said to Johnson, "Do you think they'll go?" Johnson said, "They'll go." Johnson said minus 12 days while the Israeli cabinet was meeting, Abba Eban arrived at Lod Airport from Washington and rushed to Jerusalem to report on his meetings with de Gaulle, Wilson, and Johnson. There was much discussion about attacking at once. 24. The cabinet met past midnight and again the next day. It was decided to allow up to 2 or 3 more weeks for the United States to find a solution. On the same day, Vice ADM William I. Martin, commander of the U.S. Sixth Fleet, was instructed by ADM John S. McCain, Jr., Commander-in-Chief, U.S. Naval Forces, Europe, not to operate. Aircraft within 100 nautical miles of the coast of Egypt. May 28, attack minus 11 days, Syria and Iraq signed a military agreement for cooperation of their armies against Israel. May 29, attack minus 10 days. President Nasser told the Egyptian National Assembly, "We are now ready to confront Israel." And in a press conference that same day, he said he was ready to restore the situation to what it had been before 1948, before the creation of Israel. May 30th, attack minus 9 days in a move that Western governments did not expect. King Hussein ibn Talal of Jordan flew to Cairo and signed a military pact with Egypt that placed the Jordanian armed forces under Egyptian command. Israeli officials felt the ring around them was closed. Egypt to the south, Syria and Iraq to the north, and now Jordan to the east. June, attack minus 7 days, the Liberty arrived at the U.S. naval base at Rota, Spain. Additional linguists trained in Arabic and Russian reported on board. There were no Hebrew linguists assigned to the ship. The Israeli cabinet met and formed a national unity government. Moshe Dayan was appointed Minister of Defense, a portfolio that previously had been held by Prime Minister Levi Eshkol. Minister without portfolio positions were given to Menachem Begin of the Herut Party and Joseph Sapir of the Liberal Party. Retired U.S. Ambassador Charles Yost arrived in Egypt. Ambassador. Yost had been a colleague of Egyptian Foreign Minister Mahmoud Riyad when the latter served as ambassador at both the United Nations and Damascus. The Yost mission was to obtain some access to President Nasser through Foreign Minister Riyad. President Nasser had scheduled a June 5, 1967 date for Ambassador-designate Nolte to present his credentials. In the interim, the United States did not have an accredited ambassador in Cairo. Nasser also would not receive or speak to a deputy chief of mission. So the United States was out of direct contact with the person calling the shots in Egypt. There was an Egyptian ambassador in the United States, but he did not seem to enjoy access to President Nasser. June 2nd, attack minus 6 days. Ambassador Yost urgently contacted Egyptian Foreign Minister Mahmoud Riyad and told him that the U.S. government was ready to receive Vice President Zakaria Muhyiddin of Egypt in Washington. Riyad telephoned Nasser, and a June 7 meeting was set. The Liberty departed Rota for the eastern Mediterranean, bound for Point Alpha, a designated point for the start of a patrol pattern located at 31 to 27.2. North and 34 to 000 east, about 13 nautical miles off the coast of Egyptian-controlled Sinai, and about 38 nautical miles from the coast of Israel, 31. On that day in North Vietnam, U.S. Air Force F-105D fighter bombers accidentally attacked the Soviet merchant ship Turkestan in Camphia Harbor. June 3rd, attack minus 5 days. Prime Minister Eshkol and his advisors heard from General Mir Amit, the head of Mossad, the Israeli Foreign Intelligence Agency. He had just returned to Israel from Washington and reported that U.S. efforts to open the Strait of Tiran were not making any progress, and that the U.S. government apparently was resigned to Israeli military action against Egypt. Eshkol and his advisors decided to put the issue before the full cabinet on the following day. June 4th, attack minus 4 days, Iraq signed a pact in Cairo placing Iraqi troops under Egyptian command. The Israeli cabinet met and voted to go to war. June 5th, attack minus 3 days, in the early morning hours, the Israel Air Force launched nearly all of its combat aircraft, 32. At 0745, Israeli aircraft simultaneously struck all Egyptian air bases, catching almost the entire Egyptian Air Force on the ground. In particular, the Israelis were concerned about concentrations of Soviet-built Tu-16 Badger bombers, which had the capability of bombing population centers in Israel. The bombers were totally wiped out. Shortly after the start of the war, at 1240 local time, the first hotline message was sent from Premier Kosygin to President Johnson asking that the United States cooperate with the Soviet Union in halting the conflict. The UN Security Council assembled in New York. The Israelis also sent a back-channel message to King Hussein of Jordan, requesting him to stay out of the war. 33. Hussein disregarded the message. The Jordanians attacked Israel on the Central Front, and the Israelis reacted accordingly. An Israeli destroyer and several motor torpedo boats engaged Egyptian OSA missile boats off Port Said. The OSA missile boats retreated to Port Said. No missiles were launched. The commanding officer of one of the Israeli motor torpedo boats was quite distressed that the destroyer commander allowed them to disengage and withdraw. June 6, attack minus 2 days, the Israelis destroyed more than 150 Egyptian tanks in the Sinai and captured the west bank of the Jordan River and East Jerusalem from Jordan. President Nasser of Egypt and King Hussein of Jordan announced that the United States and Great Britain had sent aircraft that had attacked Egypt. President Nasser broke diplomatic relations with the United States and closed the Suez Canal. The UN Security Council in New York voted unanimously for a ceasefire. The only warring country to accept this resolution was Jordan. Israel, Syria, Egypt, and Iraq ignored this call and persisted in the fighting. 6 Israeli underwater demolition team swimmers were captured in the port of Alexandria. Syrian troops attacked and shelled a number of northern Israel border settlements. June 7th, attack minus 1 day at 1 minute after midnight Greenwich Mean Time, the Liberty chopped. That is, the operational control of the ship was transferred from Admiral McCain, Commander-in-Chief, U.S. Naval Forces, Europe, to Vice Admiral Martin, Commander of the 6th Fleet. 38. This was accomplished by normal message procedure. Orders for ships in the 6th Fleet normally came from the commander of the 6th Fleet, not from the very top of the chain of command of the U.S. military. But the Liberty was not a normal warship, and though chopped to the 6th Fleet, she was operating independently on orders from the Joint Chiefs of Staff. This transfer merely added one more layer to her chain-of-command structure. The U.S. naval communication system is structured so that an order to a warship travels down through the chain of command. The purpose of this system is to keep everyone informed. When the initial message is sent, the ultimate recipient of the message is usually sent a copy of the message as an information addressee. Thus, the ship being ordered is usually expecting the message containing the order from the senior commander before it is actually received through the chain of command. From June 7 forward, orders for the Liberty from the Joint Chiefs of Staff in Washington had to be sent first to the headquarters of General Lyman D. Lemnitzer in Stuttgart, Germany, whence they were transmitted to the headquarters of Admiral McCain in London. From there, they were transmitted to Admiral Martin on board the cruiser Little Rock, flagship of Com-6 whence they were transmitted to the Liberty. On this same day, as mentioned previously, Admiral Martin warned a Soviet warship shadowing his ships to stay out of the vicinity of 6th Fleet operations. During the mid-afternoon in New York, the UN Security Council again voted unanimously for a ceasefire to take effect at 1600 Washington time, which was 2200 Sinai time. Egypt rejected this resolution. At 1830 Washington time, 2230 London time, and already 0030 on June 8 off the coast of the Sinai, the Joint Chiefs of Staff began sending a number of orders directing the Liberty to remain clear of the combat zone. The Liberty was still about 120 nautical miles away from the Sinai coast when the first standoff message was sent. A total of 5 standoff messages were sent from or through various commands, but as a result of mistakes, faulty protocols, and other problems with the U.S. military worldwide communication system, the flurry of messages that directed the Liberty to stand off were not received by the Liberty prior to the attack. June 8, 3:10 Sinai time, attack minus 10 hours, 40 minutes. The second message directing the Liberty to stand off 100 miles was generated by the Joint Chiefs of Staff and transmitted top secret immediate. At this time, the Liberty was just slightly inside the 100-mile limit. Plotting map, the projected track of the Liberty note. This chart is not constructed with the precision of current navigation standards. The data used are from the Liberty deck logs. This map fairly demonstrates Liberty's approach to Point Alpha. Mediterranean Sea map, the U.S. 6th Fleet, and British warship deployment note. There were numerous Russian and Egyptian ships in the area whose routes and positions were not known. Though the Syrians had some ships in the area, it is believed that they did not leave port. Deployment of the Israeli vessels is not shown. June 8, 5:56, attack minus 8 hours at about 0558 Sinai time. An Israeli Air Force reconnaissance aircraft with a naval observer on board spotted the Liberty at a position about 70 miles west of Gaza. Ernst John D. Scott, USNR, testified about the aircraft. A, yes, sir. On the morning of the 8th, I had the 4 to 8 officer of the deck watch on the bridge. It was a routine watch. The only thing out of the ordinary was we had one reconnaissance plane that flew by us and made a few circles off our port beam. He circled around about 3 or 4 times, then took off. Q. About what time? A. About 0515, I was not able to identify the aircraft. We looked at it with binoculars. Due to the distance, we could not see any markings or insignia of any sort on it. President, that was local time, Mr. Scott. A. Yes, sir. The plane circled around several times, then took off in a true direction towards Tel Aviv. About 30 minutes later, I got a call from coordination, sir, and Chief C.T. Smith was on the phone, wanted to know if I had an air contact that was fairly close in the last half hour. I told him I did, and he wanted to know which direction it went after it left the vicinity of the ship. I told him, Tel Aviv. He said, fine, that's all I want to know. I did manage to take 4 pictures of the aircraft with the camera on the bridge. Upon landing, the Israeli Naval Observer reported the ship sighting to Lieutenant CDR, Uri Meretz, the Israel Naval Intelligence Liaison Officer assigned to. Debriefed the returning air crews at Lod Airport. From its beginning, the Israel Navy has not had any organic naval aviation and has always depended on the Air Force to provide it with aircraft. During the 1967 war, the Israel Air Force provided 2 naval reconnaissance flights a day, one at first light and one at sunset. 45. On June 8th, the early morning flight, a Nord 2501, flew south to near Port Said, and then flew an arc to the north to near the coast of Syria. The Liberty was observed and identified by her bow marks. The naval observer on board the flight apparently also saw a freighter hull and identified it as a U.S. Navy supply-type ship. How he concluded that the ship was a U.S. vessel at this early. Morning point in time is not known. The flight engineer on the aircraft told MCV it was a gray color and no cannons on it and not too big, not too small, like a cargo ship. There was no flag on that ship. That's something I'm sure about. What we could see was the letters that was written on that ship, and we gave this letters to the ground control. The flight engineer said the plane got down to 3,000 to 5,000 feet in height and about a half mile close to the ship. This essentially corroborates the testimony of Ensign Scott. In fact, when the Nord landed at about 0700 upon the completion of its patrol, the naval observer described the ship and its bow letters and number, GTR-5, to Lieutenant CDR, Uri Meretz, who looked in Jane's fighting ships, and specifically identified the ship as the USS Liberty. 48, he passed the information by telephone to the Naval Intelligence Headquarters at Stella. Maris in Haifa, 49. Uri Meretz commented that the Liberty was similar in appearance to the Egyptian ship El Qasr and cautioned Naval Intelligence in Haifa not to mix up the two ships. Approximately an hour later, at about 0800, his 24-hour watch over, Meretz went off duty and was relieved by Lieutenant CDR, Moshe Tabak, the Naval Liaison Officer to Air Force Headquarters in the Kiryat. The Kiryat, the equivalent of the Pentagon, is the Tel Aviv neighborhood where the Ministry of Defense and IDF General Headquarters are located. Lieutenant CDR Pinchasi also reported the presence of the U.S. ship to the Naval Command Center, and as a result of these reports, the Liberty was marked by a wedge on the Navy's plotting table and designated a skunk, or unknown. Admiral Errol observed the wedge and inquired about it. He ordered a change from skunk to neutral. June 8, 6:40, attack minus 7 hours, 18 minutes. The Liberty's copy of the 100 nautical mile second standoff message arrived at the U.S. Naval Communications Station in the Philippines as a result of misdirection and was rerouted. June 8, 6:55, attack minus 7 hours, 3 minutes. Commander-in-Chief, Naval Forces Europe, sent a wire note to Commander 6th Fleet directing the withdrawal of the Liberty to no closer than 100 nautical miles from the combat zone. June 8th, 8:25, attack minus 5 hours, 33 minutes. Commander-in-Chief, European Command, sent 4th standoff message to Commander-in-Chief, Naval Forces Europe. June 8th, 8:49, attack minus 5 hours, 9 minutes. The Liberty arrived at Point Alpha and began patrol. June 8th, 1100, attack minus 2 hours, 58 minutes, just before 1100 Sinai time. The Liberty wedge was ordered removed from the Israel Navy plotting table. In the words of the command duty officer, Avraham Luntz, I got on duty in the morning about 8 o'clock. The situation was very calm. I had some old information. One of them was about an AGI intelligence gathering ship, American type, in the southern part of the arena. The information was quite old. It was dated 6 hours this morning. Around 11 o'clock, checking the situation and knowing that no ship would stay on its place, and 5 hours old information would be quite old, we took off without knowing where it went. Commentary, it was standard procedure to remove out-of-date information from the Battle Control Board. From that moment on, the existence of the Liberty was no longer marked on the plotting table at the Israel Naval Command Center. June 8th, 11:17, attack minus 2 hours, 41 minutes, the Commander 6th Fleet sent the 5th standoff message to the Liberty, ordering her to stand off 100 nautical miles from the combat zone. The 5th standoff message to the Liberty was transmitted from the 6th Fleet flagship, Little Rock, to Naval Communication Station, Morocco. NCS Morocco sent it to the Army Defense Major Relay Communication Station in San Pablo, Spain. DCS Spain sent it to Army Defense Communication Station, Asmara. DCS Asmara sent it to Naval Communication Station, Greece. NCS Greece was apparently aware that the Liberty was not monitoring NCS Greece and sent the message back to DCS Asmara, which then passed the message to Naval Communication Station Asmara, where it was placed on fleet broadcast at Z, approximately 2.5 hours after the attack. Chapter 3. Why was the Liberty in harm's way? On May 15, 1967, large numbers of Egyptian troops started crossing the Suez Canal and taking up positions in the Sinai Peninsula. Under the U.S. brokered agreement concluding the British, French, and Israeli Suez campaign, the Sinai-Israel border was being monitored by the UN Emergency Force as a confidence-building force on the Egyptian side of the Israel-Egypt border. One, there was continuous consultation between Israel and the United States on the crisis. The U.S. Embassy in Tel Aviv was in daily communication with the Israel Foreign Ministry and was aware of the Israeli side of the situation. 3, in Cairo, Ambassador Richard Nolte had arrived at the U.S. Embassy but had not yet presented his credentials. Therefore, the United States had no direct line of communication with President Nasser. It is useful to consider the intelligence situation in Washington in late May and early June 1967. There was wide-open exchange of information between Israel and the United States. 5, President Johnson was being advised daily about the situation by Israel, and corroboration was available through the U.S. Embassy in Tel Aviv, as well as through the CIA. But President Johnson did not know the details of the situation on the ground in Syria and in Egypt. The Egyptians had publicly announced the imminent withdrawal of UNEF and the entry of Egyptian forces into the Sinai. The U.S. intelligence community had little or no real-time access to events in the Sinai. Some photography was available from the U.S., Corona satellite, but it was imagery only and not real-time. Therefore, the United States had no way of verifying Egyptian activity in the Sinai. 6. Consequently, President Johnson did not know in real time what or how many Arab forces were being introduced into the Sinai in the area from which the UN forces had been withdrawn. The Liberty had the U.S. Navy hull designation AGTR-5, AG indicated a miscellaneous auxiliary, and TR stood for technical research, the ship's cover. The 5 indicated that she was the 5th AGTR. As was done on many auxiliary ship types, the A was not included in the hallmarks. The Navy considered it obvious and simply painted GTR-5 on her hull. The most visible technical features of the ship were her 45 antennas. She was armed with 4 machine guns, located in 2 forward gun tubs and 2 amidships tubs. Several rifles and pistols were also on board. The Liberty was fitted with a technical research ship special communication system. TRESCOM could bounce a 10,000-watt microwave signal off the moon to an antenna at Cheltenham, Maryland, from where it was sent to National Security Agency headquarters at Fort Meade, Maryland. The system could work only in the very limited periods when the moon was visible to both the ship and the receiving antenna. At NSA, this limitation on its usage made it unreliable for real-time capability. It rarely worked at all, and the system was ultimately junked when more capable satellites became operational shortly after the Liberty incident. The Liberty sailors liked to call themselves spooks and to refer to the Liberty as a spook ship. In fact, the Liberty was a warship and met the standard of a warship under international law as well as the criteria established by the U.S. Navy. She was painted gray, the same shade as all U.S. Navy warships. She was armed, albeit inadequately. She was commanded by a naval officer and registered as a warship of the United States. As long as she plied the high seas and did not enter the territorial waters of a neutral or belligerent nation, she had every right under international law to innocent passage, or, as the French translate it, inoffensive passage, including the right to listen to every communication she could intercept. While the high seas are open to all, however, entry into a combat zone is not without risk, and any vessel that sails into a combat zone places herself in harm's way. 10 under U.S. naval doctrine, a neutral ship may be destroyed if she is aiding the enemy. This would include passing radio intercepts to the enemy. The primary job of the Liberty was gathering signals intelligence from the electromagnetic spectrum, an activity unequivocally permitted under international law. Nevertheless, there was a policy of shrouding the Liberty and her sister ships in secrecy, because the United States had made a technological breakthrough that permitted electronic eavesdropping to an extent never before imagined possible. Since the Liberty's specific capabilities were not known outside the U.S. intelligence community, little was done by countries whose coast she traversed to interfere with her passage or to prevent her from listening to and intercepting communications and radar transmissions. 12. The Liberty also listened to and recorded routine commercial and government radio broadcasts. Most of the Liberty's mass of electronic gear permitted eavesdropping on a varied spectrum of electronic transmissions, such as low, medium, high, very high, and ultra-high frequency radio transmissions, and also gave her the ability to intercept telephone line and microwave transmissions. This technology was the state of the art in 1967, and this capability was unknown to most of the world. Despite the U.S. technological eavesdropping advances, however, the Liberty's radio capability in the very high-frequency, ultra-high-frequency spectrum did not permit her to monitor Israeli VHF, UHF message traffic. VHF and UHF radio waves travel in straight lines. 13 high, medium, and low-frequency radio waves bend with the curvature of the Earth. In contrast, very high and ultra-high-frequency waves can be heard only out to the horizon, a distance of 19 statute miles, or 16.5 nautical miles under normal conditions. At that point, they continue straight out into space. Such communications can be heard and intercepted only by a listener within the line of sight of the transmitter. As soon as the listener goes over the horizon, the VHF and UHF radio waves can no longer be heard or intercepted. Liberty's operational area was adjacent to the withdrawal route of the UN emergency force along the Sinai coastal road through El Arish to Port Said, the coast of Israel, as well as the nearest point of Israel within Liberty's listening range, across the Gaza Strip, was over the horizon from the deck of the Liberty. Therefore, Liberty's mission could not have been to intercept Israeli VHF, UHF message traffic. According to James Ennis, who served as an officer on the Liberty, Lieutenant David Lewis, the head of the NSA Cryptologic Detachment, advised the Liberty's commanding officer, CDR, William McGonigal, on the eve of Liberty's arrival at its assigned operating area, that withdrawal over the horizon would degrade the ship's mission by 80%. 15, the Liberty had been given her orders for patrol along the coastal road only a few days after UNF had been ordered to pull out and Egyptian forces began to move into the desert. It may be logically concluded that the original mission of the Liberty was to monitor Egyptian communications in the Sinai. The Liberty could have listened to and recorded lower frequency broadcasts from Israel. But because she did not have any Hebrew linguists on board, she could not provide real-time information on those intercepts, and very few, if any, military transmissions were on other than VHF, UHF. Situation map. The projected track of the Liberty on the day of the attack, and her VHF, UHF listening range note, FM Comdesron 12 to Rook KAQ, Sinkis Naver. Secret for Admiral McMahon from Kidd, deliver at breakfast. 1. Ref Telecon, your 141,740Z, not RCV, des of 1,423,552, however requested 8 June chronology follows. A. Approaching land from the west during the early morning hours of 8 June, projected operations of Liberty for the morning and afternoon of the day was to proceed to a point 13 nautical miles from the coast of UAR at 31 to 27.2, N34 to 000E, thence to 31 to 22.3, 33 to 42E, thence to 31 to 31N, 33 to 000E, retracing this track until new orders received. Ship would operate north of this track line at all times. If fixes could not be accurately obtained as Point Charlie was approached, it was intended to head due north until the 100-fathom curve was crossed, and the track moved to the north to more or less move back and forth on the general average of the 100-fathom curve. CDR Burchard Fawcett, at the National Security Agency, was in charge of scheduling technical research ships. In late May 1967, he was instructed by his superiors in the Joint Reconnaissance Center of the Joint Chiefs of Staff to move a ship to the eastern Mediterranean Sea. Francis A. Raven, a civilian at NSA-16, argued that it was unwise to send the Liberty to the eastern Mediterranean. He's reported to have said, "If war breaks out, she'll be alone and vulnerable. Either side might start shooting at her." Such concerns were ignored by Raven's military superiors at NSA. A message was sent to the Liberty at Abidjan, Ivory Coast, on May 24, 1967.
Make immediate preparations to get underway.
When ready for sea, as soon as possible, depart Port Abidjan and proceed best possible speed to Rota, Spain, to load technical support material personnel. When ready for sea, proceed to operating area off Port Said. Specific areas will follow. The operating area designated in this first message as off Port Said should be noted. For later, the operating area of the Liberty was moved about 100 miles farther east to coordinates off the Sinai near Rafah. At this easternmost point, the Liberty was about 36 nautical miles from the coast of Israel. Admiral Martin's concern about the unpredictability of UAR actions following the outbreak of hostilities resulted in a message from the 6th Fleet to the Liberty on June 6, 1967. The safety of the Liberty was an obvious concern. In view of Arab-Israeli situation and unpredictability of UAR actions, maintain a high state of vigilance against attack or threat of attack. Report by flash precedence any threatening or suspicious actions directed against you or any diversion from schedule necessitated by external threat. 19. For reasons that remain unknown, the Liberty did not receive this message, owing to multiple human errors not only at the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff level, but also at headquarters of the Commander-in-Chief, U.S. Naval Forces Europe, and Commander 6th Fleet, and various communication stations in the Mediterranean. The messages meant to direct the Liberty to remain at least 100 nautical miles off the coasts of Egypt and Israel either never reached her or were broadcast and received well after the attack. At the time, a serious flaw existed in U.S. military communications with regard to passing messages from the highest level of command, like the JCS, to an operating unit, like the Liberty. Such as message was always sent via the chain of command, JCS to Ossensur de Sinkosnever to Com60 to the Liberty. The higher level commands were equipped to receive and decode top secret messages automatically. Lower level, seagoing units like the Liberty were not so equipped. The normal procedure was to list commands and units with an interest as information addressees on messages to alert the ultimate recipient that a message was on its way. Thus, a JCS confidential message with the Liberty as an information addressee would have been expected to be received by the ship at almost the same time it reached the initial action addressee, in this case, Ossensur. However, the JCS message 0 AV-110Z June 67, which directed Liberty to remain at least 100 miles from the coast, was classified at too high a level for the Liberty to receive it via the online encryption method. Thus, before the attack, when possibly there was still time for her to turn away and sail farther out to sea, when the Liberty received a U.S. Ensure message to take for action, a forthcoming JCS message. She had not received her information copy, either because it was misdirected, or, even if there was no misrouting, because of its elevated security classification. The standoff order itself arrived through the chain of command well after the incident, the exact time that Admiral McCain's headquarters in London could have received the U.S. Ensure message, intended to keep the Liberty away from the combat area and directing the Admiral to take for action. The orders that would have sent the Liberty out of harm's way is not precisely known. But it was after 1117 Sinai time. CDR Maurice Bennett had the following comment on this issue. The bungling of communications by the U.S. was a major contributing factor. Immediately prior to the attack, the XO LCDR Lewis, the research officer, and I were in research communication spaces, puzzling over a flash precedence message from 6th Fleet, telling us to take JCS MSG for action. We commented that we all presumed that we would get the JCS MSG momentarily. When the first wave hit, we finally got the JCS message a day or two after the attack. Confirming Commander Bennett's conclusion, the House Armed Services Investigating Subcommittee stated in its report, a garbled version of this message was placed on Fleet broadcast at Z, June 8th, and there was some question whether it had been received by USS Liberty, but as Rear ADM Fitzpatrick testified, it is a moot point whether the ship received it or not for two reasons. If it did receive it, it was probably useless to them, and number two, even if they had received it, it wouldn't have made any sense to them, because all it said was to take some other JCS message for action. Some higher commander, and they wouldn't have known what the other message was, because, as we know, that other message from the Joint Chiefs of Staff, which they had the information copy on, didn't get to them. Another contributing factor was that the communication system in the Mediterranean was simply overwhelmed by the volume of messages generated in direct response to the Arab-Israeli war. 23. The question has often been asked, was there a direct back-channel circuit by which NSA could communicate directly with the crypto compartment on board the ship? This author has not discovered any such back-channel and does not believe it existed, with the possible exception of the TRESS SCOM system, which, as noted, rarely worked and was dependent on the position of the moon. 24. If sending a message from NSA over regular channels addressed only to the Liberty is considered back-channel communication, then, if it existed and was used, one would wonder why the crypto compartment receiving a standoff message would not have passed it to the commanding officer of the ship. No Liberty crew member has ever claimed such a back-channel link existed. It should be remembered that U.S. intelligence ships like the Liberty were not first-line naval combatants, but rather platforms for gathering routine FBI's material and tediously collecting huge amounts of data on radar and voice transmissions for further analysis later. There was no perceived need for real-time or back-channel communication. If such a back-channel existed, there is no evidence that it was used in any way related to the Liberty incident. The U.S. government has never released a formal statement accurately describing the overall mission and assigned tasks of the Liberty in the Eastern Mediterranean on June 8, 1967. Phil G. Goulding, the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Public Affairs, wanted to take the public affairs initiative, leveling with our people from the beginning. Goulding proposed saying this ship collects intelligence. Numerous arguments were made in opposition. There was concern that if it was disclosed that the Liberty was gathering intelligence, other intelligence-gathering ships would not be welcome in ports where us. Research ships had been quite welcome. Another argument was that Middle East countries might be offended by the United States sending a ship to eavesdrop on them. Secretary of Defense McNamara listened to all the arguments, and though he personally favored Goulding's suggestion, he ultimately yielded to the security and diplomatic arguments and authorized reference to the Liberty only as a U.S. Navy technical research ship. 7. The official statement on technical research ships was, the mission of the ship is to conduct technical research operations in support of us. Navy electronic research projects, which include electromagnetic propagation studies and advanced communication systems. The press release further stated that the Liberty arrived at her position this morning to assure communications between the U.S. government, posts in the Middle East, and to assist in relaying information concerning the evacuation of American dependents and other American citizens from the countries of the Middle East. 29. Egypt had broken diplomatic relations with the United States following the Israeli air attacks of June 5, 1967. Evacuation of U.S. diplomats from Cairo and Tel Aviv started on May 25, 1967, and was completed long before the Liberty arrived at Point Alpha. It may be argued that because there were still American citizens in the region, the cover story was valid, but other than the press release, there is no evidence of any sort to support the claim that the Liberty was there to relay information concerning evacuation of American dependents and other American citizens. There are apparently two valid primary reasons, and possibly a third, self-serving reason, that may explain the failure of the United States to candidly disclose, even after the incident, all of the facts regarding the decision to send the Liberty to the coast of the Sinai in late May and early June 1967, and regarding her mission there. The primary reasons reflect both security and political concerns. The self-serving reason is the normal reflex, tendency of any bureaucracy to prevent the full exposure of its internal failures. The security reason is quite valid. The United States had moved far, ahead of the rest of the world in the development of listening and message interception capabilities, a fact virtually unknown to almost everyone else. The United States thus had a tremendous intelligence edge, and it wanted to keep it as long as possible. For this reason, no doubt, the National Security Agency document, United States, Attack on a SIGINT Collector, the USS, Liberty CCO, written by William D. Gerhard and Henry W. Millington and published in 1981, was originally classified top secret with a declassification review date of April 2011. Although a great deal of information about the Liberty has been disclosed since June 1967, some of the intercept technology of 1967 probably still requires security classification. There was then a certain legitimate amount of holding back for security reasons, which still may cover some technical data relating to the capabilities of the equipment on board the Liberty. If some technical data of this nature remains hidden behind the veil of secrecy, it is doubtful that it goes to the issues explored in this book. The political reason for lack of candor is more complex. Since the beginning of the 20th century, the United States has had a many-faceted foreign policy in the Near East, often complicated by contradictory forces and needs. The United States has substantial business interests in the Middle East related to oil. During the Cold War, it also desired to be even-handed in the region while maintaining and continually expanding its influence, wishing to contain Soviet influence in the Arab world and to prevent the establishment of Soviet hegemony in the Middle East. At the same time, the United States wished to maintain a special relationship with the state of Israel. The many hats worn by the United States made it difficult to chart a course of action. Not unlike Great Britain, the United States has many times found itself on both sides of the Arab-Israeli conflict. The third, self-serving reason not to be candid was that it was an attempt to prevent disclosure of one's own errors. Such action is not uncommon. The foreword to the NSA document on the history of the Liberty incident states, the knowledge that the tragedy resulted not only from Israeli miscalculation, but also from faulty U.S. communications practice was even more difficult to accept. The presence of the eavesdropping Liberty off the coast of Sinai in the middle of the 1967 war was potentially a source of embarrassment to the United States. Moreover, it was by an innocent series of errors that Liberty entered the war area, without the intent or real-time knowledge of upper-level U.S. policymakers. She was there as a result of communication failure that misdirected her orders to remain well clear of the war zone. Thus, the less-than-candid press releases by the U.S. Department of Defense were an effort to explain away an unwelcome but undeniable fact. Like most efforts of this kind, it was not successful. As to this day, the false press report is widely recognized as just that. But was there a cover-up of any aspect at all of the event? The dictionary meaning of the word cover-up is an effort or strategy intended to conceal something as a crime or scandal. Deputy Secretary of Defense Cyrus Vance, the number 2 person in the Department of Defense at the time, says, in a letter to this author dated March 24, 1994, as to the allegation there was a cover-up and I was in charge of the cover-up, it is simply untrue. Goulding, however, says there was a cover-up. In view of the false public statement of the United States about Liberty's mission, it is difficult to disagree with Goulding's assessment. The United States never truthfully stated the precise mission of the Liberty. It made up a false press release and let the false press release stand as our cover story for the event. Obviously, Secretary McNamara and Deputy Secretary Vance saw this as an appropriate effort to protect security in diplomatic relations, while Goulding, a newspaperman by profession, saw it as violating the public's right to know. Whether one prefers the Goulding description of cover-up or the Vance conclusion of no cover-up is related not to the issue of whether there was a cover-up about the attack, but rather to the reason the NSA initially sent the Liberty on a mission to the Eastern Mediterranean. There was no effort to cover up mistakes made by either the United States or Israel. The Navy, the Department of Defense, and Congress had an intense interest in discovering all the facts, and U.S. failures in particular, to prevent such a tragedy from occurring again. Even if there had been an effort to cover up the errors that were made, it would not have succeeded, in view of the multiple investigations and the very large number of personnel involved. It is important to understand that the false statement, or cover-up, regarding the mission of the Liberty was made not to conceal the failure or wrongdoing of any individual or to hide any errors and mistakes relating to the attack, but rather to protect the perceived national interest of the United States in the area of security and diplomatic relations. Secretary of State Dean Rusk agreed with Vance in his interview with Thames TV. Interviewer, they say, Mr. Rusk, that there's been a cover-up for 20 years on behalf of successive American administrations to examine and explore the affair. Rusk, oh, I don't think so. I think it's simply that the feeling that when something like this has happened, you have to continue to work toward constructive ends. You don't allow an incident of this sort to poison the entire relationship. While there is obviously substantial dispute about a cover-up, it is clear that the dispute rages over the reason the Liberty was sent on her mission, and not about the mistakes by the United States that put her in harm's way, and the mistakes by Israel that resulted in the attack. Chapter 4. The Liberty Targeted. The Liberty reached Point Alpha on June 8, 1967, and began her patrol, steaming to the west with her bow pointed in the general direction of, Port said, Egypt. One, the Liberty's commanding officer, CDR William L. McGonigal, knew she was in a potentially dangerous position. It has been written that he contemplated sailing away from the coast, but because he was not in the loop, that is, he did not know the reason for the Liberty's mission, he apparently was persuaded by the advice of Lieutenant CDR David E. Lewis, the head of the cryptologic detachment, to remain in harm's way. There was the Liberty, in eye view of the war, painted haze gray, armed with machine guns, in an area where, unbeknownst to her, the previous day the U.S. Defense Attaché at the U.S. Embassy in Tel Aviv had advised Washington by message that Israeli forces had reported being shelled from the sea. On that same morning of June 8th, the Israelis held the ground at El Arish and also controlled the air above. Explosions were occurring at El Arish. Ennis reports, at 11:30, the ship arrived at Point Bravo. Coastal plotting remained difficult. Suddenly, a large explosion rocked the town of El Arish. I located Captain McGonigal in the wardroom to tell him of the fire and smoke ashore. At noon, thick black smoke extended for miles along the beach. Commander McGonigal testified at the U.S. Navy Court of Inquiry. At the commencement of the drill, it was possible to see a large billowing cloud of black smoke rising from approximately 15 to 20 miles to the west of El Arish on the beach. The exact identity of the cause and location of this explosion is not positively known, although it was believed to be near the beach area. This was noted about 1,300. At about 13:30, a smaller cloud of black smoke was noted to the west of El Arish, estimated 5 to 6 miles, and also along the coastline. So that they would be impressed, I pointed out to the crew at the time that the column of black smoke on the beach should be sufficient evidence that the ship was in a potentially dangerous location. When these explosions occurred, the Israeli troops at El Arish wrongly concluded that, as reported the day before, they were being shelled from the sea. In fact, either Egyptian sappers caught behind Israeli lines were detonating Egyptian ammunition dumps, or the explosions were part of IDF cleaning up operations. With hindsight, it is clear that there was no shelling from the sea, and that one or both of the above activities caused the explosions and the resulting columns of smoke along the coast near El Arish. But the Israeli forces on the scene at El Arish did not know that at the time. Perhaps, if the Liberty had not been in sight, about 14 miles off the coast, the Israeli army units might not have come to the conclusion that they were being shelled from the sea. 5, of course, the Liberty did not have guns that could reach the beach from 14 miles, but a ship's details were not discernible at that distance, especially to soldiers. Consequently, the troops stationed at El Arish advised the High Command headquarters at the Kiryat in Tel Aviv that they were being shelled from the sea. The people at the Kiryat, following normal IDF procedures, determined this to be a naval matter. A call was placed to Navy headquarters in Haifa at Stella Maris, and the Navy was told to investigate. Following the 1956 Suez campaign, the Israel Air Force recognized the need to move its headquarters from Ramlah, about 12 miles southeast of Tel Aviv, to the Kiryat in the center of Tel Aviv, where it was installed next to the headquarters of the IDF Chief of Staff. The Israel Navy headquarters remained in Haifa, more than 60 miles away, linked to the Kiryat by closed telephone. The war log at the Navy headquarters in Stella Maris indicates a call from the Kiryat was received and that the Navy first ordered 2 destroyers to head toward El Arish. That order was canceled and a new order directed. Motor Torpedo Boat Division 914-7, which had departed the port of Ashdod at 1,120 and was still in the vicinity of Ashdod to proceed toward El Arish. At this point, the MTB Division was not told of the reason for the order. It was only told turn to El Arish for patrol. 8. MTB Division 914 consisted of 3 diesel-powered motor torpedo boat Boats named after birds of prey, 203, named the Aya, 204, named the Daya, and 206, named the Thames, all under the command of Lieutenant CDR, Moshe Oren. The boats were built in France and were powered by 2 Napier Deltic diesel engines and capable of 42 knots, according to Jane's fighting ships. They carried a normal crew of 15 and were armed with one 40mm cannon facing aft, one 20mm cannon on the bow, and 2 machine guns, one on each side. They carried 2 German aerial 19-inch torpedoes mounted on launchers or throwers, which were often referred to as torpedo tubes. They were not torpedo tubes in the classic sense, but rather throwing devices that pushed torpedoes over the side and away from the boat. The boats were equipped with Old US, World War II surplus Kelvin Hughes radar, but only one boat had true motion radar. They also had UHF radios that had been installed about a week earlier. Only boat 206 feet's UHF radio was operable. Division 914 steered toward El Arish, a distance of about 50 miles, at top speed of about 36 to 38 knots. 9 at 13:30, Division Commander Oren was advised that El Arish is being shelled from the sea. At 13:41, a target was detected at the extreme radar limit of motor torpedo boat 204, which the Israeli radarman called about 22 nautical miles. 11 using the map from the 1982 IDF history report on the Liberty incident, and the times indicated in that report on page 18. It can be calculated that took the MTBs about 44 minutes to close the distance of about 22 miles from their position to a position about 2 miles from the Liberty, with the MTBs moving at 36 to 38 knots toward the Liberty, and with the ship moving away from the MTBs at her patrol speed of about 5 knots. The relative motion between the two was 31 to 33 knots. It would therefore take about 41 to 44 minutes to traverse 20 or 21 nautical miles. The figures are not precise and suggest that the speeds may have been a knot or two different than reported by the MTBs or by the Liberty, or that the times may have been off a minute or two, or a combination of all of the above. The Israeli radarman on the MTB Division Commander's boat, 204, a young enlisted man called Guli, 12 accurately reported to his Combat Information Center officer that the target was steering west. This information, together with a range, was used by the CIC officer to calculate the speed of the target as 30 knots. This was inaccurate. How could such a mistake have been made? The radar operator watched a round radar screen shaped much like a large dinner plate. The center of the screen represents the position of the boat. A line from the center of the screen to the top indicates the direction the MTB was traveling. The radar beams emitted by the radar and returned or reflected by the target causes a blip-like image to appear on the radar screen. A sweep swings 360 degrees, indicating the rotation of the radar antenna. Each time the sweep finds the target, it is illuminated on the screen. The screen momentarily retains the illuminated image. The image, or target, thus appears to move on the screen. If the radar is stationary and the target is moving, the calculation is easier. If both radar and target are moving, the calculation is more complex. When the target is moving away from the radar and the radar is moving toward the target, as was the case of the Liberty and the MTBs, the speeds of both are factors in the equation. The round radar screen is about 18 inches in diameter. Thus, from the screen center, which represents the MTB, where the radar is located, looking forward, the screen is about 9 inches from center to top. If the center to the extreme range is 24 miles, then a mile is represented by 3/8 of an inch. 13. The Liberty speed of 5 knots is a mile and a half per minute, or a deflection of 1/32 of an inch per minute on the screen. During a 1-minute period, on the radar scope, the MTB moved a little less than 9/32 of an inch toward the target. At the same time, if the target was moving at 30 knots, the target moved away from the MTB on the radar scope 6/32 of an inch. If the target was moving at 5 knots, it would move away 1/32 of an inch. Dealing with such tiny measurements in a small dim room with only minutes to make calculations, and while en route to a 20-year-old naval officer's first combat engagement, is a recipe for error. Modern radars have cursors that can be placed on a target, and the distance course and speed of the target instantly appear in digital format. This was not the case in 1967. There was a cursor that could be projected from the center of the screen to the target to provide range information. The operator on MTB 204 viewed the scope and, upon measuring the distance to the target, orally passed that data to the CIC officer, Enz Aharon Yefrash. The CIC officer had a dead reckoning tracer, which was an illuminated map board or plot of the area. Beneath the plot was an illuminated dot, surrounded by the 360 degrees of the compass, which is called in Hebrew Shoshanat Haroshot, which translates as rows of winds. In English, it is usually referred to as a compass rose. The position of the illuminated dot at the center of the rows of winds beneath the map of the area was stabilized by a gyroscope. It was run by an electric motor, and the position was calibrated and set before leaving harbor. The accumulated error in the position usually did not vary more than 1 nautical mile per hour. It was customary to reset the rows of winds when a fix was obtained. The speed calculations were made not on the radar scope by the radar operator, but by the CIC officer on the plotting table, or DRT. The plotting table was described to this author by Aharon Yifrak, the CIC officer on boat 204. He said the plotting table was about 3 feet by 3 feet and was located in the CIC compartment, which was about 2 meters by 3 meters. The compartment was big enough for either the CIC officer or the radar operator to sleep on the deck while the other stood watch. The CIC compartment was below the main deck, and the ladder to the main deck came out just behind the bridge, which was a few additional steps higher. Yifrak communicated with the bridge via an intercommunication system that consisted of a large rubber microphone with a speaker on the bridge. The intercom was a single system, not a duplexer. The user could either talk or listen, but not both. Communication between the MTB and Stella Maris was possible from the bridge or from the CIC compartment by VHF radio, if the MTB was north of Tel Aviv. In the El Arish area, well south of Tel Aviv, communication with Stella Maris was only possible by single sideband, but there was no SSB unit on the bridge. Yifrach believes the SSB radio was made by Collins and was called a T618 or 618T.
Communication between the MTBS was by a designated VHF radio frequency. The radio was on the bridge and not in the CIC.
Ensign Yifrach confirmed that new UHF radios for communication with aircraft had been installed on the MTBs just before, or at the very beginning of, the 1967 war. These radios were on the bridge. They were new and very complicated to use. On the command boat, only Yifrach knew how to operate the Airlink radio, and he was not near it. For that reason, the one other MTB that was able to use the UHF Airlink radio talked to the Cursa flight and relayed the messages to Division CDR. Moshe Oren via Surface Communication VHF radio. The communication systems left a great deal to be desired. The initial position of the target was marked on MTB 204's plotting table. The calculations are not simple. The initial calculation of the distance from the MTB to the target was made by a 19-year-old enlisted radar operator in a dimly lighted radar compartment. In an MTB skipping across the water at 36 to 38 knots, rushing to his first combat. The 20-year-old CIC officer made a mark on the plotting table with a pencil to indicate the position of the target. Then, in a minute or two, he got a second target position and marked it on the plot. Next, he measured the distance of the movement with a straight-edge ruler. If he used a 1-minute measurement, he multiplied the distance the target moved by 60 to calculate the speed in distance per hour. If he used a 2-minute measurement, he multiplied by 30, and if he used a 3-minute measurement, he multiplied by 20. Yifrach, the CIC officer, believes the initial radar position was in error. He initially calculated the target speed as 30 knots. Upon request for verification, he recalculated 28 knots. In the first UHF radio communication from Cursa flight received by MTB 206 and relayed to MTB 204, the lead MTB with Commander Oren on board. The pilot stated that the ship had a single funnel with a mast forward and a mast aft. This information was passed from the bridge of the MTB where it was received to Yifrach and CIC with the comment that the target was a Z-class destroyer. In retrospect, accepting this report was another error, because although the Egyptian Z-class destroyers had a single funnel and mast fore and aft, the two Egyptian Z-class destroyers were in the Red Sea and could not have come back into the Mediterranean because the Suez Canal was now closed as a result of the war. However, the report seemed logical to Yifrach in view of the report that El Arish was being shelled from the sea. The only Egyptian warships capable of the shelling from a distance of 14 miles would have been destroyers or Soviet-built OSA or Komar missile boats. 15, but this target was reported as a destroyer, and its computed speed was 30 knots. For the target to have been shelling from the sea as reported, it must have been a destroyer, and a destroyer can steam at 30 knots. Some authors reject the explanation that the radar painted or showed a reflected target at 22 miles, and that the Israel Navy miscalculated the actual speed of the Liberty. The error in calculating the speed is explained above. There are a number of possible explanations of the reported radar distance. A review of the electronics literature discloses a phenomenon called channeling or refraction. On dry, clear summer days, radar beams sometimes bounce or curve and are able to reach targets even beyond the normal line of sight range. June 8, 1967, was a dry, clear summer day. Thus, the channeling or refraction theory is most likely and is supported by the fact that as the Davis approached the Liberty, the latter appeared on the Davis's radar over the horizon at 85 nautical miles. A message from CTG 60.5 to Con6 Felty and CTF 60 90,000 from CTG tentative identification Liberty lat 32 to 35 N long 31 to 05 E 85 miles ahead of me. Estimated time of arrival 0430 Z. It is interesting to note that Davis personnel were able to accurately estimate the rendezvous time with the Liberty approximately 4.5 hours in advance. If channeling were not involved, the distance beyond the horizon is not significant and can be accounted for by the projection of both the radar antenna of the MTB above the surface of the sea, about 18 feet, and the projection of the superstructure of the Liberty above the sea surface. It is also possible that the MTBs and the Liberty were 2 or 3 miles closer together than the reported radar range calculation. The reported speed of the Liberty as 30 knots had 2 important implications. First, under Israeli naval doctrine, a radar target moving faster than 20 knots was presumed to be a warship. U.S. naval doctrine at that time made essentially the same assumption. The U.S. doctrine in 1967 was that speed of a vessel of 25 knots or more observed on radar identified the vessel as a warship. Since the Ibrahim al-Awal incident in 1956, there had been an ongoing dispute, still very much alive, between the Israel Air Force and the Israel Navy over which service was entitled to credit for the capture of the Egyptian destroyer. As a result of Air Force-Navy rivalry, Air Force controllers at ground radar control sites would not let naval liaison officers serving with them talk on the air defense net. Many persons intimately familiar with the Navy-Air Force rivalry believe that if the Israel Navy had believed it could reach and overtake the target, it is inconceivable that it would have called for help from the Air Force. Other experts point out that the information available to the motor torpedo boat crews, that is, that the target was running at 28 or 30 knots and, therefore must be, a destroyer, indicates that a call for air support would have been both appropriate and prudent. It is the opinion of this author that the Navy would not have called for Air Force assistance if the Navy believed it had the remotest chance of overtaking the target, even if it was certain that the target was a destroyer. In any event, the Navy did call for air support. The MTB division. Commander determined that the target had its bow pointed toward Port Said, which lay about 60 nautical miles from the Liberty's 1300s position. 18 Liberty's undisputed heading was 283 degree. If the Liberty continued at 28 knots, as the Israeli Naval Force thought, and the MTBS chased at 36, they could not close the 22-mile gap before the target. Entered the safe haven of Port Said. The MTB message to Naval Headquarters at Stella Maris was recorded as, Division 914 is reporting that targets are sailing west at 30 knots. An order was made to double-check speed. He cannot chase them, suggests dispatch aircraft. At Stella Maris, Rear ADM Shlomo Arel, the chief of the Navy of Israel, had been in direct operational command of Israeli naval forces from the early morning hours of June 8th. After the 0600 reconnaissance flight had sighted the Liberty at her early morning position, Arel had a neutral wedge placed on the plotting table. At 1100s, the second-in-command of the Navy, Captain Issi Rehav, assumed tactical command when Arel left Stella Maris on Mount Carmel to go down to the port of Haifa. Shortly before Rehav took tactical command, the command duty officer, CDR Avraham Rami Lunz, directed removal from the plotting board of the wedge marking the ship. Not only did Lunz order removal of the wedge, but also he did not inform Captain Rehav of his action when Rehav took command. Why did Commander Lunz fail to advise Rehav? His explanation was that ships do not stand still. He was of the opinion that the ship had moved at least 75 miles from the point where it was previously sighted steering south at 15 knots. The Liberty deck log shows her speed at 0600 that morning as 15 knots. It also reflects that the Liberty changed course at 0555, made a right turn toward the coast of Egypt, and steered 190 degree for about 10 minutes, before turning left to 060 degree, and correcting back on her track of 130 degree, which was her original course to Point Alpha. The Liberty. Maneuvers began at the time that the Israeli morning naval reconnaissance plane was near the ship. The maneuvers may have been undertaken to deceive the aircraft into thinking that the ship under observation was heading for Port Said. 5 hours on 190 degree at 15 knots would have put the Liberty in the vicinity of Port Said at about 1,100. It is not known if Commander Lunz considered that possibility when he ordered the wedge removed. As a result of removing the wedge and failing to tell Captain Rehav about it, Lunz was named a party in the judicial inquiry by the Israeli examining judge, who later investigated the incident. The MTBs had requested an air attack on what they initially believed from their radar to be an Egyptian destroyer running from them toward port. Said, the call went by telephone from Navy headquarters in Stella Maris to Lieutenant Commander Pinchasi, the naval liaison officer at Air Force headquarters in the Kiryat in Tel Aviv. Though Pinchasi had also been aware of the Liberty's 0600 position, he did not associate this information with the MTBS's report of an Egyptian destroyer shelling El Arish from the sea. Pinchasi's location was in a small room on the first floor of the Command and Control Center in the pit, or High Command Post of the IDF Command and Control Center in the Kiryat. The pit was somewhat akin to the U.S. National Military Command Center in the Pentagon. In the pit, or war room, area is a series of underground bunkers. In 1967, the Minister of Defense had a very small room off the Army spaces, the Army Command Post, had separate rooms for each Army command or theater and for various functions. One very important room was the incoming communications room. All incoming messages were received there and distributed to the room or rooms to which they were related. The Army bunker was not like the Navy or the Air Force Command Post in Stella Maris or the pit, as it had no real-time plot of the entire ground situation. The Air Force Command Center was near, but not directly accessible to, the High Command or Army bunker. The Israel Air Force Command Center was 2 stories in height from floor to ceiling. A large tabletop map displayed the entire country of Israel and portions of surrounding countries. Facing the map on the second floor level was a raised platform where the Air Force Commander-in-Chief, Major General Mordecai Mati Hod, sat. To his left, behind a glass partition, sat the Chief of Air Force Intelligence, Lieutenant Colonel Yeshayahu Shaike Barkett. To the right of Hod sat Colonel Rafael Rafi Harlev, the Deputy Air Force Commander, and to Harlev's right sat the Chief Air Controller. The second floor platform had some depth, and behind the 4 front row seats sat or stood various members of staff, such as the Deputy Chief Air Controller, who sat behind his chief. On the opposite wall, data was posted for quick reference. Airmen worked on the first floor around the table, placing and moving wedges in a manner similar to the scenes of Royal Air Force war rooms in World War II movies. Below this second floor platform was a series of additional rooms on the first floor housing other staff, such as the Air Defense Controller and the Naval Liaison Officer to the Air Force. The staff members in the rooms on the first floor were linked by telephone to the level above them, and the Naval Liaison Officer communicated with the Navy Command Post by closed telephone line. It was necessary to initiate a call and wait for the telephone to be answered. This was much less efficient than an open line system, where the telephone was never hung up, but a person constantly listened at each end. A stairway went from the first floor to the second floor, where General Hod was seated. Lieutenant Commander Pinchasi made his request for an air attack by telephone to General Hod on the second floor above him. The request was denied. To understand the situation in the Kiryat and the attitude of General Hod, it is necessary to be aware of an event that had taken place on the night of June 7th, 1967. Israel Defense Force coastal radar had reported 3 large ship targets steaming north along the coast. The Air Force and the Navy were alerted, the latter dispatching its 3 destroyers, the Eilat, the Jaffa, and the Haifa, to meet the ships, which were presumed to be Egyptian destroyers. The Air Force launched several flights of Mirage fighter bombers. Broken clouds moved across the night sky. The Air Force pilots reported to General Hod that through the breaks in the clouds they could see 3 wakes of ships moving at high speed. They asked for a permission from General Hod to attack. Hod was on the telephone with Rear Admiral Arel, who was at the Navy Command Center at Stella Maris in Haifa, and told Arel that his pilots had the enemy ships in sight and he wished to authorize the pilots to attack. Because this was a naval matter, protocol gave the Navy the last word, and Arel said no. Hod argued that his planes had limited fuel, and that if they could not attack at once, he would pull them off. Arel insisted on illumination. Reluctantly, Hod ordered a plane to dive below the clouds and drop a flare. A moment later, the flare illuminated the Eilat, the Jaffa, and the Haifa. There were no Egyptian ships, the radar. Blips had been false images or ghosts. The climate remained cool between the Navy and the Air Force as an aftermath of what Hod believed to be the wasting of his limited air assets the night before. Lieutenant Commander Pinchasi reported his lack of success in securing air support to Stella Maris and was told to be more forceful. He got up from his desk and went upstairs to the second-floor platform to confront General Hod directly, much to Hod's annoyance. Hod did not wish to commit his limited air assets to another wild goose chase for the Navy. "Do you have a target?" Hod asked. Pinchasi answered, "Yes." 23. General Hod passed the order for air support to Colonel Shmuel Kislev, his chief air controller, seated 2 chairs to Hod's right. Kislev's deputy, noting, "That Menorah Flight, 24 consisting of 4 Mirage ICJs armed with conventional bombs, was outbound to the south. Ask Kislev if he should divert Menorah Flight to this target." Kislev replied, "No, Menorah was en route to strike surface-to-air missile sites along the Suez Canal, and Colonel Kislev deemed that mission more important than running an errand for the Navy." Ironically, Kislev's decision not to divert Menorah Flight proved to be to the Liberty's benefit, because Menorah Flight was armed with conventional iron bombs. Had they attacked the Liberty, it is very likely that they would have sunk her in minutes. Kislev next looked over his airborne assets and noticed Kursa Flight 2 Mirage ICJ aircraft, armed with 30mm guns and air-to-air missiles, on combat air patrol over the Suez Canal and near the end of its time on station. Kursa's return route would take it over Point Boaz, 25, just a few miles from El Arish and the Liberty. Kislev thus directed Kursa Flight to proceed toward El Arish and ordered the flight leader to bang or attack the target if it is a warship, warning the flight leader, "But be careful, we have MTBs in the area." He also gave Kursa a UHF frequency on which to communicate with the torpedo. Boats in the code name of MTB Division 914, which was Pagoda, which Kursa Flight departed the Suez Canal and flew toward El Arish. Upon arrival near El Arish, the Kursa flight pilots saw a ship steering west and then observed other boats to the north. At first, they thought there were only 2 other smaller boats, but then they observed 3. Although Kursa had authority to attack a warship in the vicinity of El Arish, Kursa attempted to establish direct radio communication with the Israeli naval boats. 27 air-to-ship communication, however, was not easy. The Israel Navy had installed UHF radios with aviation frequencies in all 3 MTBs shortly before the war began. But only MTB 206 was able to operate the equipment properly and communicate with Kursa. MTB then passed the communications to Lieutenant Commander Oren, the division commander, in MTB. The Kursa leader orbited the Liberty looking for the Blue Max, which was the identifying mark the Israelis placed on their hardware to help identify them as friendly. He did not see a flag on the ship. Kursa flight leader had carefully sorted out the non-Israeli warship from the Israeli torpedo boats. Now he contacted air control for specific permission to attack. It was granted at 1,355, subject to verification that it is a warship. At 1357, the Kursa flight leader, as well as his wingman, rolled into shallow dives from west to east with the sun at their backs. His right index finger found the trigger of his 30mm guns, and the air attack began. Traveling at 600 knots, the attacking plane closed on a slow-moving surface target at the rate of 10 miles per minute, or a mile each 6 seconds. Less than 3 seconds were available for firing, followed by a pull-up and turn back for another firing run. It is extremely dangerous to remain in the attack run too long because of the rapid closure rate with the target. The phenomenon is called target fixation. It is a fascination with the run that compels the pilot to continue the run rather than pull up a safe distance from the target. Because very little time remains after firing ceases until the aircraft will fly into or strike a surface target, fighter and attack pilots are told repeatedly to fire and pull up. Most pilots, including this author, will confess that they have in fact delayed pull-up to observe their hits. The Kursa flight leader and his wingman did so that day. As the stream of 30mm rounds struck the Liberty, they tore into the unarmored superstructure and deck, slaying men and destroying equipment with equal ferocity. They also struck the Liberty's motor whaleboat stored amidships on the starboard side just after the bridge, puncturing and setting on fire 2 55-gallon drums of gasoline stored on the port side on the 01 level. Chaos and horror reigned on the bridge. Shattered glass, mutilated bodies, and blood were everywhere. Amid it all, Commander McGonigal remained calm and continued to command his ship. He even got the ship's camera out of the safe and took pictures of the second wave of attacking aircraft. 32. The initial attack so disrupted the Liberty's radio transmission capability that she was unable to transmit on her standard encrypted transmitters. The ship's Radio Shack began transmitting on the Sinkus-Navur High Command unsecure high-frequency voice circuit, initially without success. Someone had accidentally moved the frequency dial 1 kilocycle. This was quickly discovered and corrected by Radioman Chief Wayne L. Smith, and the transmitters worked at once. This transmission problem, along with other problems such as destroyed connections, is the source of the myth that the Liberty's radio transmitters were jammed. Compare the testimony of Radioman Chief Smith in the U.S. Navy Court of Inquiry transcript. Word was passed on the 1 megacoulomb to pass over HICOM that we were being attacked to any station. I immediately picked up the ICOM transmitter, which was on UIC-32 auxiliary radio. We started to transmit with it. No station heard us, and 5 minutes or so later, the transmitter was reported to have blown out. I immediately switched to a Work 2 transmitter in the transmitter room, and we couldn't get out on that either, so in between attacks by this time, I went down to the transmitter room and I found or discovered that somebody had accidentally knocked the frequency dial 1 KC off. I corrected this and ran back to the Radio Shack, and we got hold of station schematic on which we passed the attack message. The initial report of the attack to reach the 6th Fleet was received and understood by the aircraft carrier Saratoga, call sign schematic, at 1200. Immediately after the air attack began, the Liberty began transmitting, any station from Rockstar, over. Any station from Rockstar, we are under attack, over. The logs reflect a response 2 minutes later from the aircraft carrier Saratoga. Rockstar from schematic, you are garbled. Say again, over. The log entry notes 4 minutes later. Switching X-miters, but no luck. The log entry reporting the transmission of the message about the torpedo strike was entered as 1218 Z, 1418 Sinai, which makes clear that time entries in the radio logs are a number of minutes earlier than the actual events occurred. The log entry reads, schematic from Rockstar, be advised we have been hit by torpedo listing about 9 DEG request. Made assist, over. Pinchasi provided much of the data for this chapter during an interview by this author on January 12, 1990, in his office at Technion University in Haifa, where Pinchasi was on the development staff. Pinchasi was most gracious with his time and allowed the interview to be taped. After several hours, the interview ended. The tape recorder was turned off, and this author was putting his pad and pencils in his briefcase when Pinchasi leaned forward and said words that made this author's hair on the back of his neck stand up and sent a chill down his spine. Pinchasi said, now I am going to tell you something as one naval officer to another, which I have never told to anyone else before. I am going to tell you what really happened out there that day, and you may do with it what you wish. At that stage of the research, this author was still looking for a possible smoking gun, that is, for evidence that the attacks were not caused by mistakes, but rather that they were intentional attacks on a U.S. warship. And here it was. A confession about to be made by a senior Israeli naval officer who was at the Kiryat at the time of the attacks. The tension was enormous. Pinchasi continued, what caused this terrible tragedy was the intense competition between the Navy and the Air Force. The tension disappeared. This author thanked Pinchasi for the information, but explained to him that this was not a new theory, and told him that, in addition to other sources, the theory could be found in the Rabinovich book, The Boats of Cherbourg, Chapter 5, The Air and Sea Attacks. The first rounds fired by Kursa flight leader struck the Liberty at about 1358. There is some debate on whether rockets or missiles were fired by the aircraft. It was the recollection of the Kursa flight leader on June 10, 1992, 25 years and 2 days after the event, that his Mirage carried a couple of air-to-air missiles. One, the Kursa flight leader, and Kursa wingman. Each made 3 strafing runs and exhausted their ammunition by about 1,404. Kursa flight then left the target area for home. As Kursa flight leader steered slightly east of north to return to Hatzor Air Base, he was haunted by the attack he had just made. It was the first time. He had attacked a ship. It stirred memories of his boyhood. His father had been a poet and a sailor. In 1941, during World War II, he had left on a boat with 22 other members of the Paliyam, a British-led Jewish naval commando group, on a mission to Vichy-controlled Tripoli, Lebanon. None of the commandos was heard from again. It had been a difficult experience for the small boy to grow up on a kibbutz with his widowed mother, but grow he did. He became a poet, like his father, and a fighter pilot in the Israel Air Force. Colonel Shmuel Kislev, the chief air controller, sitting in the pit at the Israel Air Force Command Center in Tel Aviv, 2 chairs to the right of General Mordecai Hod, had located another flight on its way to interdict Egyptian troops and armor in the Sinai. This flight, call sign Royal, consisted of 2 Super Myster B-2 jets, armed with the same 30mm guns fitted in the Mirages. Each of these planes also carried 2 canisters of napalm, in addition to 2 216-gallon drop tanks. Kislev vectored Royal flight toward El Arish, and following a momentary delay, authorized Royal flight to attack. The Royal aircraft made their initial runs from stem to bow, dropping their napalm as they passed over the hapless ship. At least 3 canisters missed. Captain R.L. Arthur, Fleet Material Officer, Service Force, Com 6 Felt, later sent a message from Com 6 Felt to Comserv for 6 Felt, stating in part, 1E, flash fire, STBD wing of bridge, no major damage. The 2 Royal Flight Super Misters pulled up in left turns to the west and then made 270-degree turns to come back across the ship broadside from west to east with the sun at their backs. The Liberty had turned from west to north, putting the sun to her port side and the ship's own shadow on the starboard side. As Royal Flight Leader crossed the ship, firing at her in an effort to hit the boilers, he observed on her bow what appeared to be a letter and some numbers on the up-sun side of the hull. Back at Air Force headquarters in the Kiryat, Chief Air Controller Kislev, ever the professional, kept asking Royal Flight Leader, is there any Nun Mem? Nun Mem is a Hebrew acronym comprising the letters Nun, which translates as N and Mem, or M. It stands for Neged Matasim, which translates as anti or against aircraft, and is used by the Israel Defense Forces the same way the U.S. forces use AA to denote anti-aircraft or AAA for anti-aircraft artillery, although the official U.S. Department of Defense press release stated that the Liberty fired her machine guns against the aircraft. 7. There is no such report in the Liberty's log. There is some testimony in the U.S. Navy Court of Inquiry record that the ship's guns were fired at the aircraft. Whether or not this took place, neither Kursa Flight nor Royal Flight reported any anti-aircraft fire. Thus, 8 or 9 minutes into the air attack, both Kislev and Royal Flight Leader became concerned. As Royal Flight Leader passed over the ship observing the bow marks, he radioed to air control, "This ship is Mark 30 Botswana I'm going down for another look." At 1,411, Royal Flight Leader reported, "Pay attention, this ship's marking is Charlie Tango Romeo 5. While the flight leader repeated this CTR-5 identification twice, he was in error because actually the first letter on the Liberty's bow was G, not C. At almost 600 miles per hour, this is an understandable mistake. It was also grave news. First, both Royal Flight Leader and Kislev knew that Arab ships were marked in Arabic script, not with Roman letters, and that therefore the ship was not Arab. 20 years later on Thames TV, Kislev said that when he heard the identification, he threw down his headset and swore. It was then that he believed the ship was American. Shmuel Kislev does not explain why at that point he thought the ship was American. In the Thames TV production, Kislev first justifies the attack. One has to try to put yourself in the shoes of the pilot. What is he told now? He's told now he's not told to look for an American ship. He's not told to look for a French ship. He's told that there is an enemy warship that is running to the west, that the Navy is chasing it, that it has shelled our positions, and now all he is told to do, please find it. And on top of that, he is told just to make sure that it's that ship we're talking about. It's not something else. That's all you have to do. More than that, I would say, we are telling him that there are no other military ships in the vicinity, so if you will be sure that it is a military ship, you can hit it. He added, at that time, I was sure it was an American ship, and I was sure that we had that mistake. Persons who were present have told me that Kislev's words were, "Damn it, the Navy has F. At us again." A minute after Royal Flight Leader's transmission at 1412, Kislev gave Royal Flight the terse order, "Leave her," and Royal Flight turned toward home to the Hatzor Air Base. Different IDF personnel in Israel had learned or concluded at different times that the vessel that had been targeted was a U.S. ship. Lieutenant CDR Uri Moretz, the naval intelligence officer at Tel Aviv, decided the Liberty was a U.S. ship shortly after sunrise on the morning of June 8. But Meretz went off duty at 0800. He had passed the information to Navy intelligence, and the information was in a room down the hall from the Navy command and control room at Stella Maris on Haifa's Mount Carmel. Rear ADM Shlomo Errol knew from a report from Lieutenant Commander Pinchasi, the naval liaison officer at the Air Force Control Center, that a U.S. Navy supply-type ship was north of Port Said near dawn, but Errol had left the command center and gone down Mount Carmel to the port of Haifa. The Navy command duty officer, CDR Abraham Rami Luntz, was aware that a U.S. ship had been near Port Said about dawn, but he did not associate that ship with the warship reported shelling Israeli troops near El Arish. Since the Israelis considered the United States a friendly country, and it was not reasonable for Luntz to have concluded that the ship reported to be shelling the troops was American. Obviously, it could only be Egyptian. As indicated previously, Kislev remembers that at 1412, he concluded that the target of Kursa and Royal Flights was American. It is clear, however, from the recordings that during the remainder of that afternoon, as the tragedy was unfolding and he was listening to the radio traffic on his headset, he changed his mind several times, still thinking that the ship might be Egyptian. Air attack Kursa, 2 Mirage Typha IC, aircraft attack from bow to stern at about 1,358 hours. The Liberty was steering 283 degrees, or west. The sun's position was at an elevation of 58 degree 50 feet, azimuth of 82 degree 20. 2 Mirage IC aircraft made 3 passes each. Air attack Royal, 2 Dassault Super Mystère aircraft attack from bow to stern. At about 1406, the Royal Flight approached from the stern to the bow and then made a left turn then. Attack broadside west to east. Aircraft came from out of the sun on the second and third passes. Others in the Kyria who heard the report marked CTR-5 and who were aware that there were half a dozen Soviet intelligence gathering ships in the area, all of whose identification marks began with the letter C, were shocked and horrified that the target might be a Soviet ship. Some Soviet intelligence collection ships were designated Sudno Sviazi, or communications vessel. On their bow, they had pennant numbers preceded by the letters SSV. In the Cyrillic alphabet used in Russian, they resemble the Roman letters CCV. Hence the confusion over the C, the mistaken G in the Liberty's GTR-5 bow markings. The Liberty's commanding officer testified at the U.S. Navy Court of Inquiry that her flag was shot away in the first strafing run. The Liberty had a motor whaleboat stored amidships on the starboard side just after the bridge. On the port side, 2 55-gallon drums of gasoline were stored on the 01 level. The initial strafing ignited the gasoline drums, causing a large fire, as well as igniting the fuel contained in the motor whaleboat. And it is most likely that the resulting flames burned through the halyard, holding the 5 by 8 foot national ensign. The main halyard was a line attached to a pulley on the main mast below the yardarm and below the radar dish in the vicinity of the Liberty's bridge. It is the customary location for hoisting a ship's colors. In any event, there is no disagreement that the flag was gone early in the air attack. However, there is substantial disagreement on whether or not the 5 by 8 foot American flag was extended, and therefore visible to the attacking airplanes at the very start of the attack. The Israelis involved were mistaken regarding the perception that she flew no flag. Before the air attack began, the ensign was there. Whether it was sufficiently extended to be observable, or whether the Israeli pilots were close enough to see a flag of this size, is the question. See Chapter 7 for A, detailed discussion of this issue. At 1412, the air attack was over. At Tel Nof Air Base, a flight of 2. Mystère IV aircraft, Nixon Flight 9, armed with conventional bombs, was on takeoff roll. The flight's target was that ship off El Arish. Time to the target at subsonic speed would have been 12 to 14 minutes. 10, thus Nixon Flight probably would have beaten the Navy MTBs to the scene. However, shortly after ordering Royal Flight to leave her, Colonel Kislev diverted Nixon flight to a target in the north. Consequently, this second flight, which could well have quickly and efficiently sunk the Liberty with its iron bombs, did not attack the ship. Motor Torpedo Boat Division 914 continued to approach the Liberty from the northeast on a southwesterly heading. Its personnel observed the air attack and watched the aircraft depart. Before them was a ship spewing a huge cloud of black smoke and steaming west. This, they thought, meant that it was running toward Port Said. The MTBs were somewhat down sun, approaching the starboard side of the ship. According to the testimony of Commander McGonigal, Liberty's bow was pointed 283 degrees. In June, the sun is at about 24 degrees north, so it would have been slightly off the port bow of Liberty, and her starboard side would have been a shadow, facing the approaching MTBs. Following the loss of the steaming flag, a larger flag had been hoisted on the port halyard, which was on the other side of the ship. From the approaching Israeli MTBs, the MTBS stopped at a distance of about a mile from the Liberty. They began signaling with a flashing Aldous lamp. While there has been no dispute that the MTBS stopped and began signaling, there were clearly misperceptions on both sides about what was signaled. The MTBs were sending AA, which in International Maritime Code means identify yourself, or what ship? USS Liberty underway. View from starboard bow. At 600 miles per hour and almost a half mile farther away, clearly GTR could be mistaken for CTR. Photography Laboratory, U.S. Naval Air Station, Norfolk, Virginia, 11 to 1, minus 66. Perhaps because of the huge pall of smoke, the crew on the Liberty was not able to understand the message from the MTBS. At the U.S. Navy Court of Inquiry held in June, there was no testimony about anyone signaling back from the Liberty. On June 13, 1967, Sincus Navarre requested the commander of Destroyer Squadron 12, please ask Liberty, did Liberty at any time use any signals such as blinker light, flag hoist, etc., to identify herself to Israeli attackers? 12, the Liberty, responded, did not attempt to signal planes with flashing light or any other method at any time. While the question asked the Liberty if she signaled the Israeli attackers, the answer limits itself only to the attacking planes and fails to refer explicitly to the MTBS. In a secret message dated June 19, 1967, Seknov asked Sincus Navarre specifically, did Liberty attempt to answer signals from patrol boats prior to attack? The Liberty responded, yes. Patrol boat signals were partially obliterated by flames and smoke from burning whaleboat abaft starboard wing of bridge. Patrol boat. Signals could not be understood by Liberty, who attempted to establish communications by Aldous lamp. Other signal lights had been shot away. The message the Liberty transmitted on July 6 to the Chief of Naval Operations stated that Aldous lamp not utilized until after the torpedo attack. This was apparently a handheld Aldous lamp, because the starboard 24-inch Aldous lamp had been destroyed in the air attack. Commander McGonigal testified at the Court of Inquiry that the center boat of the formation was signaling to us. It was not possible to read the signals because of the intermittent blocking of view by smoke and flames. While the Liberty testimonies indicate no signaling in response to the MTB signals, the MTBs thought they saw a response of, A U.S. Embassy officer in Tel Aviv spoke with an Israeli MTB officer and reported, the source officer said he was comm officer on his MTB and worked the signal light himself. He sent the international request for identification to Liberty. And Liberty responded with a. Whether the Israeli officer saw flashes of light or just imagined he saw a return signal of will never be known. Perception at that moment was more important than reality, whatever that reality was. As the MTBs were signaling with their lights and trying to communicate with the smoking ship, the Liberty opened machine gun fire on the MTBs. This fact is beyond dispute and was clearly reported in the testimony of Commander McGonigal before the Court of Inquiry on June 13, 1967, and in a videotaped press conference given by McGonigal on board the Liberty on July 29, 1967, the day Liberty arrived at her home port in the United States. McGonigal said, I had previously directed a man from the bridge to proceed to the forward starboard gun mount and take the torpedo boats under fire in an attempt to defend ourselves. When I saw what appeared to be the Israeli flag, I yelled to the forecastle because I had no phone communications with the men, and I yelled to him to tell him to hold fire, but before he was able to understand what I was trying to tell him, he opened fire on the boats as I had directed. 9. There is some disagreement about the number of Liberty's guns that fired, and whether one gun fired as a result of flames detonating its ammunition, or was fired by a gunner. At least one MTB commander has told this author that he was not certain that the MTBS knew they had been fired upon. However, as early as the IDF report by Colonel Ramron dated June 16, 1967, the Israelis mentioned gunfire emanating from the Liberty and directed at the MTBS. And Commander McGonigal was of the impression that the boats knew they were being shot at. The Ramron report quotes the Division 914 war log. At 14:35, the torpedo boats reported seeing gun flashes from the ship's direction. The 90F history report states that the latter discerned flashes of gunshot fire emanating from the ship, and the commander of T-203 saw the fire and reported hits in the vicinity of T-206. A very important factor that added to the MTBS misperception was that the Liberty opened machine gun fire on them. When the Liberty began shooting at the MTBs as they signaled, a new reality set in, rendering any light signal response or lack of response from the Liberty unimportant. Commander McGonigal testified on June 13, 1967, as far as the torpedo boats are concerned, I am sure that they felt that they were under fire from USS Liberty. It gets worse. The MTB division commander, CDR Moshe Oren, is the one who ordered the signal A sent to the smoking ship in front of him. The formal definition of signaling repeatedly A as a flashing light transmission is stated as call for unknown station or general call. The formal answering signal would be a continuous sequence of TT. A sequence of signal exchanges would then follow and would finally result in the vessels transmitting their respective identification codes to each other. In everyday use on the high seas, the formal sequence is shortened to flashing repeatedly a series of ads. The receiving vessel is expected to signal its international identification code, which for the USS Liberty was near. The originating ship would then respond with its identification code. This, of course, assumes that the receiving ship understands what is being signaled. Looking for an enemy ship, Oren was not without prior experience in this type of situation. 11 years before, he had been the gunnery officer on the destroyer Jaffa when she engaged the Egyptian destroyer Ibrahim al-Awwal. On that occasion, the Jaffa had signaled Ibrahim al-Awwal had signaled back Now, on June 8, 1967, Oren said to himself, déjà vu. You ask an Egyptian ship to identify itself, and it returns the same signal back. Each MTB carried an IDF-produced ship identification guide called the Red Book. The formal title of the guide was Identification of Arabian Navies. As Oren observed the smoking ship and thought he saw a signal of A, the MTB commanders on the other two boats each looked at their red books. They saw in the water before them an old tub of a ship covered with smoke. The ship had a superstructure and one funnel in its center, as well as one mast forward and one aft. The Egyptian Z-class destroyers also had one funnel, with two masts, but they had substantial gun mounts, which this ship did not have. The only other ship in the Red Book with that configuration was the old Egyptian transport El Qusayr. At about the same time, the boat commanders of MTBS 203 and 206 independently identified the target as the El Qusayr. Moshe Oren was certain the target was Egyptian. When he heard that the other boat commanders identified her as the El Qusayr, he said, "If the commanding officer of boat 203 says it is the El Qusayr, it is the El Qusayr." Uri Charatsur, a junior officer in training, stood next to the commanding officer of boat 206 as he compared the burning target with the picture of El Qusayr in the Red Book and was not satisfied with the identification. But what is a junior officer in training to do when his opinion differs from that of his superiors? 7. Shortly after 1417, about 5 minutes after Colonel Kislev stopped the air attack, Air Force headquarters in Tel Aviv contacted Navy headquarters in Haifa by telephone to advise that the Air Force had some question about the identification of the target ship. At about the same time, Commander Oren, the MTB division commander, was transmitting by radio to Captain Issi Rehav, the officer then in tactical command of the Navy, at the Navy Command Center in Stella Maris, Haifa, requesting Teshavuv. Teshavuv is Hebrew for 9V, which was the coded authorization to launch torpedoes. Rehav was getting some information by telephone from the Air Force in the Kiryat concerning the identification of the ship. He responded, suggesting the MTBS hold up because there was some doubt about the identification of the ship. Now Oren, with his boats under fire, informed Rehav that he had no doubt about the identification of the ship as an enemy vessel, simply because it was shooting at him. 29. It would have been difficult to deny a request for permission to attack to a commander on the scene who was taking enemy fire. Indeed, if the MTBs were engaging an Egyptian destroyer, they were in mortal danger. 4 Soviet-built Egyptian destroyers were armed with 4 5.1-inch guns each, and 2 British-built Egyptian destroyers were armed with 4 4.5-inch guns each. Whether anyone remembered that the British-built Z-class destroyers were in the Red Sea is not known, but the 4 Soviet-built Seskori-class destroyers were in the Mediterranean. A direct hit from any of those guns could easily penetrate the wooden hull of an MTB and blow the craft to smithereens. Captain Rehav had a few seconds to make his decision. If Rehav was not aware of the identification of the target as El Qusayr, and believed the target was an Egyptian destroyer, as earlier suspected and reported, then his authorization of the torpedo attack was appropriate. Yet the Naval Headquarters War Log and the report of Colonel Ramron make it clear that by 1424, Rehav had received a report that the target may be a commercial vessel or supply ship, and by 1436 the MTB division had reported that the identification as El Qusayr was definite. Nevertheless, Rehav responded, Teshavuv approved. The time was about 1430. Commander Oren in the lead torpedo boat, Boat 204, immediately began racing toward the Liberty for a torpedo attack. Doctrine and training demanding simultaneous runs from different angles from both sides of the target vessel were ignored. The other 2 boats followed as best they could, ultimately launching 5 torpedoes. The Liberty, on her part, did not execute any evasive maneuvers. Commander McGonigal testified, I elected to maintain a course of 283 at maximum speed, 30. Only 1 of the 5 torpedoes struck the Liberty. The torpedo that hit came from MTB 203. The other torpedo from Boat 203 passed ahead of the ship and was seen by some of Liberty's crew. The other 3 torpedoes, 2 from MTB 206 and 1 from MTB 204, passed astern the Liberty. When the captain of MTB 204, Gil Kirin, was asked by the other boat captains why he had launched only 1 torpedo, he replied, Moshe Oren said launch torpedo, not launch. Torpedoes, 31. A graphic of the torpedo attack was prepared based on an interview of the commanding officer of MTB 203, who told this author that the Liberty had turned to the north and the MTBs attacked on a westerly heading. Commander McGonigal testified that the Liberty maintained a heading of 283 degrees, which is 13 degrees north of west. In either situation, the MTBs would have had the sun somewhat in their eyes during the torpedo run. It is possible that the Liberty was still steering a little more north of west than her skipper remembered following the air attack, and it is also possible that the MTB commander was incorrect in his recollection. The difference in headings is not significant. Notwithstanding the precise headings of the Liberty and the MTBS, the attack was carried out essentially in the manner depicted in the graphic. MTB torpedo attack, all MTBs on the starboard side of Liberty. Attack was toward the sun at an elevation of 50 degree and azimuth 88 degree, according to rear ADM. Benjamin Biney Telem, the commander-in-chief of the Israel Navy during its most successful period of operations. The 1973 war, 32, the torpedoes on MTB-203 and MTB-204 were German-made 19-inch torpedoes, acquired as part of the Israel Navy's worldwide shopping efforts. The torpedoes on MTB-206 were 18-inch torpedoes purchased from Italy. All of the torpedoes were originally aircraft torpedoes that had been converted for use by Israel Navy surface ships. The only one of these torpedoes that ever actually hit a target was the one that hit the Liberty. According to Telem, over a period of several years prior to the attack on the Liberty, and including the 5 torpedoes launched against the Liberty, the Israel Navy had launched about 50 torpedoes, mostly in training exercises. 48 of these torpedoes missed their targets. Of the remaining 2, a few years before 1967, 1 torpedo ran hot and circled back to hit the Israeli ship that had launched it. 33, the other one hit the Liberty. Throughout the torpedo attack, the MTBs fired their machine guns as well as their 20mm and 40mm cannon in a response to the fire from the Liberty. They continued firing, as standard procedure would warrant. As they passed the Liberty, they reported a flag hanging limp and partially obscured by the smoke. Following the air attack, but prior to the torpedo boat attack, the Liberty hoisted her larger 7-by-13-foot Holiday ensign. According to an interview with Aharon Yifrak, the MTBS distinguished the red color in the flag and immediately reported to their command center that they thought the target might be Soviet. Within minutes, they passed the curved stern, which bore the name Liberty, and observed non-Arabic letters on the ship. This is different from entries in both the Israel Navy Headquarters War Log and the MTB Division 914 War Log. The MTB Division 914 log reads, 1451. Report to sea, 3. Vessel may be Russian. SAE, 3 asked on what basis? Div commander replied, based on writing on back of vessel. The IDF Navy Headquarters War Log reads, 1451 may be Russian nationality, based on writing on AFT. An order was made to dispatch a tugboat from Ashdod. MTB 203 then recovered one of the damaged life rafts that had been put over the side by the Liberty crewmen in anticipation of abandoning ship. The raft had U.S. Navy painted on it. At this point, the crew of MTB 203 concluded the ship was American. Commander McGonigal testified that, immediately after the ship was struck by the torpedo boats milled around astern of the ship at a range of 500 to 800 yards. One of the boats signaled by flashing light in English. Do you require assistance? The Liberty log reports indicate that the first offer of help from the Israeli MTBs occurred at 1503, a little less than 30 minutes after the torpedo hit the ship, according to Ensign Yifrak, the CIC officer on MTB 204, at about 1630. Sinai timed the MTBS again approached the Liberty to a distance where they could speak by megaphone and again offered help. Official U.S. reports state that the offer of help was declined. Yifrak said, they told us to go to hell. Admiral Errol arrived back at the Navy headquarters in Stella Maris after the authorization for the torpedo attack had been given, but before the report of the torpedo strike was received at the Navy Command Center. Upon being briefed on the situation, he immediately countermanded the order, and his order was transmitted by radio to the MTB division commander on board MTB 204. Commander Oren stated he did not receive the order. There is evidence that the order was received by the CIC officer on MTB. It is not possible to know for certain if the order was given or received before the torpedoes were launched or after the torpedoes were in the water. The MTBs were communicating by radio with the Navy Command Center at Stella Maris. The Air Force planes communicated by radio with the Kyria and with the MTBS by UHF radio. The Air Force communicated with the Navy by landline or conventional telephone. If the incident were not so tragic, some of the Air Force controllers' transmissions would be humorous. As is clear from the air control recordings, the Israel Air Force had just been through a roller coaster ride. It is an Egyptian ship, it is an American ship, it is a Soviet ship, it is an American ship. The Air Force air controllers were confused as to whether they were initiating rescue operations of friends or capturing Egyptian enemy prisoners. The first Israeli search and rescue Super Freelon helicopter pilot to reach the Liberty after the air attack and the torpedo strike saw no one on deck and did not see a flag. 36, he remembers that occasionally a door or hatch would open and a crewman would scurry in or out, and some waved him away. About 30 minutes after the conclusion of the attacks, at about 1512, the second Israeli helicopter pilot reported to the Air Force Command Center that he saw an American flag on the ship. James Ennis, George Golden, and many others have claimed that there exists a recording of an Israeli pilot stating he saw an American flag on the Liberty before or during the air attack. Thus far, no one has produced such a tape, the only publicly released. Recorded statement of an Israeli pilot reporting an American flag on the ship is a report of the second helicopter pilot made at least 44 minutes after the air and sea attacks had been terminated. The translations of the transcripts of the tapes of the Israeli air traffic controllers recorded in Hebrew at Israel Air Force Command Headquarters reveal a great deal. It is clear from the conversations between the air controllers that they were still trying to sort out the identity of the Liberty. 30 to 45 minutes after the last shot was fired, see excerpts of the translations of the transcriptions of the Israel Air Force tapes in Appendix 2. Although the air attack lasted 12 to 14 minutes and the sea attack was over by approximately 1,440, many of the Liberty crew members remained terrified, fearful of further attacks, until after the sun went down, approximately 4 hours after the attacks were over. Meanwhile, over 500 miles to the west, the 6th Fleet was responding to the information that a U.S. ship was under attack. Near geographic coordinates 31 to 23N, 33 to 25E. Admiral Martin, the 6th Fleet commander, ordered F-4 Billions Phantom jet fighters and 1 Sky Raiders launched to defend the Liberty. The naval messages transmitted, including the situation report sent by Admiral Martin to Admiral McCain, Commander-in-Chief, Naval Forces Europe, indicate that the aircraft were launched at about 1,600 Sinai time from the carriers America and Saratoga, and were recalled by Martin following receipt of the message from Commander Castle, the U.S. naval attaché in Tel Aviv, advising that the Israelis had attacked the ship by mistake. The records of the messages established that Martin recalled the aircraft before, or at about the time, the first word of the attack reached President Johnson in Washington. When the Israeli High Command in the Kiryat became aware with certainty that the target was a U.S. Navy ship, Lieutenant Colonel Mike Block, an IDF Army intelligence officer serving as liaison with foreign military attaches, was ordered to advise the U.S. naval attaché in Tel Aviv of the situation. Block contacted CDR Ernest Castle at the U.S. Embassy by telephone and advised him of the attacks and offered to send a car to take him from the U.S. Embassy on Higher Street in Tel Aviv to the High Command headquarters at the Kiryat. Block later told this author that he has had better duty than telling his friend at the American Embassy that Israel had just attacked a U.S. ship. Castle told this author that he had never seen his usually self-confident Israeli counterparts so totally shattered, nor had he ever been offered a car before, or was he thereafter. A brief meeting took place between Block, Lieutenant Colonel Ari Shalev, and one other Israeli officer. When Commander Castle arrived, they were studying a volume of Jane's fighting ships. Castle was told that they believed they had attacked a U.S. Navy ship. Castle, who had not been aware of the incident until informed about it by Block, was angry and later recalled that it was difficult for him to remain restrained. He was then driven back to the U.S. Embassy, arriving at about 1,600 Sinai time. He reported the incident to Ambassador Walworth Barber, who had just received a similar report from the Israel Foreign Ministry. Castle prepared a flash message from the Office of the U.S. Defense Attaché to Count Sixth-Felt, Sinkas Navor, CNO, the White House, and others. The daytime group on the message was 080-1414Z, June 67, which was 1,614 Sinai time and 1,014 Washington time. The message was released about the time of its daytime group and was transmitted and received in Washington about 30 minutes later. The Castle message reached the 6th Fleet before it was received in Washington. The message stated that the Israelis reported mistakenly attacking a U.S. ship at 1400s, that rescue efforts were underway, and that they apologized. Ambassador Barber requested a helicopter from the Israel Foreign Ministry to fly Commander Castle to the site of the incident to attempt to identify the ship. The request was honored, and on his way out of the embassy door, Castle invited Lieutenant Lynn Blash, an assistant naval attaché, to accompany him. They were driven to SD Dov Airport on the north side of Tel Aviv, 39, where they were met by an Israel Air Force Sud Aviation SA-321K Super Freelon helicopter. They took off at about 1800 Sinai time and flew toward the last reported position of the ship. They arrived over the Liberty about 1840. It was twilight. There was no radio voice communication between the helicopter and the Liberty, as aircraft radios and ships' radios do not normally use the same frequencies. Commander McGonigal refused to halt the ship or to allow the helicopter to lower anyone onto the Liberty. After efforts to land or lower someone on board were rebuffed, the helicopter flew back to Ested Dov. Arriving at about 1,910.40, Castle returned to the U.S. Embassy to find Ambassador Barber waiting in the atrium just inside the front entrance. This was unusual, as it was usually an attaché who was waiting at the door for the ambassador. 41 Barber told Castle that General Getty at National Military Command Center in Washington, D.C. wanted to talk to him. Castle called Getty at about 2,300 Israel time and briefed the general on his helicopter flight to the Liberty. Chapter 6. In the Aftermath. While the air and sea attacks were taking place in the afternoon in the eastern Mediterranean, it was still the morning of June 8, 1967, in Washington, D.C. At the White House at 0949 Eastern Daylight Time, 1549 Sinai time, one President Johnson was in his bedroom with his press secretary, George Christian. He received a telephone call from Walt Whitman Rostow, his national security advisor. Rostow had been advised of a flash voice message that had been received by telephone at the National Military Command Center from the Commander-in-Chief, U.S. Forces Europe. Rostow was now informing the President of the message. The message was, Mr. President, we have a flash report from the Joint Reconnaissance Center indicating that a U.S.-linked ship, the Liberty, has been torpedoed in the Mediterranean. The ship is located 60 to 100 miles north of Egypt. Reconnaissance aircraft are out from the 6th Fleet. We have no knowledge of the submarine or surface vessel which committed this act. We shall keep you informed. President Johnson hung up the telephone, turned to George Christian, and repeated Rostow's words. He then looked Christian squarely in the eyes, became very grave, and said, George, if this attack is by the Russians, this means war. The Liberty had been attacked by aircraft at about 1,400 and torpedoed at about 1435. At the time of the attack, the aircraft carriers of the 6th Fleet were over 530 miles from the Liberty. It was a busy day for the President, who had been working since 0745, when his breakfast tray was brought to his bedroom. He had already made or received 11 telephone calls, received a hotline message, 4, and met with White House staff member Marvin Watson. Upon receiving the message about the attack on the Liberty, the President immediately ordered a meeting of his top Middle East advisors in the Situation Room in the basement of the West Wing of the White House. While the advisors were gathering, a launch of aircraft was dispatched by the 6th Fleet to protect the Liberty. It is not clear if the message that stated, reconnaissance aircraft are out from the 6th Fleet, relayed by Rostow to the President, referred to aircraft already in the air, or to the aircraft that were about to be launched. It is most likely that the reference was to the aircraft that were about to be launched, or were already in the process of being launched when the message was sent. U.S. aircraft flying from the 6th Fleet off Crete toward the Arab-Israeli war zone were a matter of urgent concern to Johnson. He and Kosygin had previously assured each other that neither the United States nor the Soviet Union intended to intervene in the Middle East war. There were many Soviet warships in the Mediterranean, including at least half a dozen intelligence-gathering vessels. And the United States knew that information about U.S. warplanes flying toward the Middle East war zone would arrive in the Kremlin in a very short time after takeoff. At 1100, Johnson approved a hotline message to Premier Kosygin, transmitted at 1117 Washington time, advising him that the planes were being sent to the scene where the Liberty had been torpedoed to investigate. The message stated, "We have just learned that USS Liberty, an auxiliary, has apparently been torpedoed by Israel forces in error," Offport said. "We wish you to know that investigation is the sole purpose of this flight of aircraft, and hope that you will take appropriate steps to see that proper parties are informed." 5. Johnson was most anxious not to provide any provocation to the Soviets. Johnson left his bedroom and arrived at the Oval Office at 1001-4 with George Christian and Deputy Press Secretary Tom Johnson. 6. They were met at the door by Special Presidential Assistant Marvin Watson and immediately left the Oval Office for the Situation Room on the floor below. 7. Johnson arrived at 11:06 to find all the President's men gathered together: Secretary of State Dean Rusk, Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara, National Security Advisor Rostov, Special Advisor McGeorge Bundy, Ambassador to the Soviet Union Llewellyn Thompson, Chair of the Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board Clark Clifford, and the number 2 man at the State Department, Nicholas Katzenbach. Until minutes before the President arrived in the Situation Room, little additional information had been received. The individuals gathered in the Situation Room were not aware of what President Johnson already knew. The atmosphere in the room was therefore extremely tense. Who was attacking a U.S. warship? Was it the Egyptians? A strong case could be made that it very well might have been the Egyptians, since they had broken diplomatic relations with the United States and accused the United States of helping Israel. Although it had lost nearly its entire force on the first day of the war, the Egyptian Air Force still had some MiGs flying, and the Egyptian Navy had naval vessels. Was the Liberty being attacked by the Soviet Union? This was McNamara's first conclusion, albeit not the conclusion of senior U.S. naval officers in the 6th Fleet. Were the Soviets entering the conflict on the side of the Arabs? Was this the beginning of World War III? How should the United States respond? Could the situation in the Mediterranean escalate into a nuclear exchange? In the Israel Air Force Command Center at the Kiryat at about 1400 Sinai time, the word was spreading that Israel Air Force jets were attacking an Egyptian ship off El Arish, as reports of fire, and smoke billowing from the ship were heard over the air-controlled radio speakers. A state of euphoria broke out, and some of the staff in the command center began cheering. Abruptly, however, at about 1410 Sinai time, the euphoria turned to horror when the leader of Royal Flight reported markings on the bow of the ship to be in lettering other than Arabic and, especially, that the initial letter was a C. No one knew that he had made an error in his sighting, but everyone in the command center knew that Arab ships were marked in Arabic script, and that therefore the ship could not be Egyptian. In addition, many were aware that the Soviets were operating at least half a dozen intelligence-gathering vessels off the coasts of Israel, Egypt, and Syria, and that the call letters of some, if not all, of the Soviet ships began with the Cyrillic letter C-10. The gloom was deepened when the MTBs passed close. To the Liberty, following the torpedo attack, an ensign Yefrak observed a large flag hanging in the smoke that appeared to him to be red. Another MTB crewman misread the writing on Liberty's stem as being in Russian. This information was reported to the Navy Command Center in Stella Maris and passed on to the Air Force Command Center by telephone. The dream war was turning into a nightmare. The immediate reaction of the officers assembled in the Air Force Command Center was that by attacking a Soviet ship, Israel had given the Soviet Union an excuse to intervene in the war on the losing Arab side. The gains of the IDF would now be annulled by the intervention of Soviet military forces. Only a short while later, at 1520, the MTBS confirmed the identity of the ship as American rather than Soviet. After much confusion, the Israelis concluded that their Navy had just torpedoed a U.S. Navy ship. According to Lieutenant Colonel Michael Block, a foreign military liaison officer to Attaches, a huge wave of relief swept over the Kiryat. Ironically, it was much better news. It remained to order Block to inform the U.S. Embassy in Tel Aviv of the mistaken attack. Commander Castle's flash message date time group 081,414Z 1614 Sinai 14 EDT was received by the White House shortly before 1100 EDT 1700 Sinai 13. The message from Castle was rushed to the Situation Room. Before the message reached the White House and made its way to the Situation Room, a tense debate was taking place. Both Secretary of State Rusk and Secretary of Defense McNamara told this author of the extreme concern of all the men in that room. Then the president told them of the Castle message. In an instant, the mood changed. It was Israel that had been the attacker. The United States was not at war. The Soviets were not involved. The issue of a nuclear exchange was not on the table. According to Rusk, a wave of relief swept through the Situation Room. With relief, McNamara called the Joint Chiefs of Staff at the Pentagon and ordered a message sent. That canceled the previous JCS use of force authorization. The aircraft had already been recalled by the 6th Fleet Commander, Vice Admiral Martin, who had received the Castle message at 10:28 Washington time, almost half an hour before it was received at the White House. 16 President. Johnson left the meeting at 11:45 and at 12:46 joined President Hastings, Kamuzu Banda, of the Republic of Malawi in the Oval Office as a prelude to a state luncheon. When Vice Admiral Martin, Commander, 6th Fleet, first received word of the attack on the Liberty on June 8, he was on the cruiser Little Rock at sea in the eastern Mediterranean near Crete. The Little Rock was steaming in formation with two U.S. aircraft carriers, the America and the Saratoga, within the defense screens provided by their destroyer squadrons. Alongside the U.S. formation was a Soviet warship to which Vice Admiral Martin had sent his demand to stop harassing the Sixth Fleet 24 hours before. Not only the Americans, but also the Soviets were now able to hear Liberty's voice transmissions and were aware of the attack on a U.S. ship taking place about 530 nautical miles away. Neither had any additional information about the attack. Each force eyed the other, and the Americans wondered if it was. Time to open fire. Stuart M. Harris, a 25-year-old lieutenant, serving at the time as the Destroyer Squadron 12 communications officer on board the destroyer Davis, remembers two heavily armed us. Navy, a one aircraft flying in a racetrack pattern over the Soviet destroyer that was steaming along with the carrier Saratoga. The Americans and the Soviets were facing each other eyeball to eyeball, with guns loaded, although there is no documentation that either force went to battle stations. 18 Harry J. Stathos, an embarked United Press International reporter, had the following message. Date time group 080 2000 and 41C June 67. Transmitted as news copy by the USS America on his behalf. Shortly after the attack occurred at about 3 p.m., Task Force 60 of the Sixth Fleet, which has been operating in the Eastern Mediterranean during the Middle East crisis, was ordered into. Condition 2. A high state of combat readiness. Suddenly, a copy of the message from Commander Castle to the White House was received at the Communications Center on the Little Rock. CDR Francis M. Frank Snyder, the Sixth Fleet Communications Officer, told this author, a wave of relief rolled over the Sixth Fleet headquarters upon learning that the attackers of the Liberty were Israeli and not Soviet or Egyptian. At the American Embassy in Cairo, the atmosphere on that day was also very tense. Following the accusations by President Nasser that U.S. military planes had assisted Israel in the attack on Egypt, the U.S. Embassy was under siege by street mobs, and newly arrived Ambassador Richard Nolte did not know whether the government of Egypt would continue to use the Egyptian army or police to protect the U.S. Embassy. Richard B. Parker was then a political counselor at the embassy and worked closely with Ambassador Nolte and the Deputy Chief of Mission, David Ness. The initial word of the attack on the Liberty off the coast of Sinai sent chills through the Cairo embassy staff, who were certain the attackers were not Egyptian and therefore initially presumed they were Soviet. When the word was received that the attackers were Israeli, according to Parker, a wave of relief swept through the U.S. Embassy in Cairo. The United States publicly disclosed that the attackers of the Liberty were Israeli on June 8, 1967, through a press release by the Public Affairs Office of the Department of Defense. 21, the disclosure willy-nilly admitted that a U.S. warship described as a U.S. Navy technical research ship was within eyeball distance from the war rather than over 100 miles away, as the United States had told the world from the United Nations too. Days before, Arthur Goldberg, the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, had told the Security Council on June 6 that the U.S. ships were hundreds of miles from the combat area. In addition, the U.S. Department of Defense had issued a news release on June 5th and another on June 6th that concluded with the statement, the Sixth Fleet carriers and their aircraft have been several, 100 miles from the scene of the fighting. The United States, anxious to avoid possible Soviet intervention in the hostilities, was urging a hands-off policy for both the United States and the Soviet Union. Most likely, Arthur Goldberg had no idea that the Liberty was en route to the Sinai coast when he made the statement. As a result of the Liberty incident, the United States now had the proverbial egg on its face. Its previous statements were demonstrated not to be true, and the United States now had a lot of explaining to do to both the Arabs and the Soviets. Word that the Liberty had sailed from Rota, Spain to the combat area, information that was included in the June 8 U.S. Department of Defense press release, generated an inquiry from the highest levels of the Spanish government, which was very much concerned that Spain might be seen as supporting U.S. efforts on behalf of Israel and against the Arabs. An article with the byline Ros Narc appeared in the June 9, 1967 edition of the Madrid newspaper El Alcazar and claimed the Liberty was based at Rota. The Spanish government was advised by the U.S. Embassy in Madrid that the Liberty had called at Rota only for refueling. The Spanish government was gratified by the reply. Nevertheless, the U.S. Embassy in Madrid advised the U.S. Secretary of State in a telegram with immediate precedence. Request DEP caution official USG spokesman observe greatest care in any references to Spain during current Emmy crises. Walker. The first political casualty of the incident in the United States was the longtime warm relationship between Eugene V. Rostow, the Assistant Secretary of State for Near Eastern Affairs, and Clark Clifford, the chair of the President's Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board. On June 9th, very few of the details of the incident were known. Investigations had just begun, and the feelings of the members of the National Security Council already were not in accord. At a National Security Council meeting on June 9, 1967, Clifford urged that the United States treat Israel the same way it would have treated the Soviet Union or Arabs if either of the latter had attacked the Liberty. Eugene Rostow was outraged at Clifford's suggestion that the United States should treat a country that is supported in the same manner that it would treat a country with which relations had been severed or a country with which it had a merely formal relationship. President Johnson immediately assigned Clifford the task of investigating the incident and reporting back to him. Clifford conducted his investigation without staff and relied primarily on the Department of Defense for his fact-finding. Over a month later, after reviewing materials provided by the Defense Department, he concluded that the attack was not an intentional attack on a ship known by the Israelis to be a U.S. ship. Clifford's report was couched in very strong language and was extremely critical of the Israeli military. The report remained secret until October 25, 1995, when both the report and the cover letter transmitting it from Clifford to W.W. Rostow were declassified. The transmittal letter from W.W. Rostow to the president remained classified until June 25, 1998. In the transmittal letter, which was declassified at the request of this author under the Freedom of Information Act, W.W. Rostow advised the President that it is based on the study of literally thousands of pages of evidence. It is difficult to understand why this letter remained classified 31 years after the event. It is also difficult to understand why Clifford took such a strong position on how to treat Israel in view of the fact that he was always considered a friend of Israel. While serving as executive assistant to President Harry Truman in 1948, Clifford had bumped heads with both Secretary of State General George Marshall and Dean Rusk, who advised Truman not to recognize the State of Israel on the declaration of its independence by David Ben-Gurion. In fact, when this author interviewed Dean Rusk in 1989 and discussed the Clifford report and the fact that Clifford had concluded that the attack on the Liberty was not an intentional attack on a U.S. ship, Rusk commented, "I would have expected him to side with the Zionists." In spite of Clifford's ultimate conclusion in his report in favor of Israel, the relationship between Eugene Rostow and Clifford remained chilly. Ironically, Secretary of State Dean Rusk's position on how to treat Israel was softer than Clifford's. Rusk was bitterly disappointed that Israel had struck preemptively on June 5th and had not waited until Egyptian Vice President Zachary Mohidin arrived in Washington on June 7th, 1967, for a meeting Rusk had scheduled. Rusk was certain he could have resolved the crisis diplomatically. On June 8, 1967, Israel's ambassador to the United States, Avraham Harman, and his deputy chief of mission, Ephraim Evron, were at the U.S. Department of State to discuss matters relating to the war. They were taken by Lucius Battle, former U.S. ambassador to Egypt, to Secretary Rusk's office. At that point, the two men had been away from Israel's embassy since morning and had not yet received the report of the Liberty incident. They were completely mystified when a very angry Rusk demanded information from them about the Liberty. Rusk's demeanor was shocking to both Harman and Evron, as Rusk had always been polite and cordial in the past. Ultimately, Rusk refused to accept the Israeli explanation and branded the attack as irresponsible. If there was extreme tension in the White House Situation Room, the 6th Fleet flagship, and IDF headquarters in Tel Aviv, the situation in Cairo was chaotic. Anti-U.S. sentiment was running strong as a result of Nasser's announcement that the United States had fought for the Israelis against Egypt. The security of the U.S. Embassy in Cairo was in doubt. Ambassador Richard Nolte cabled the State Department in Washington, "We had better get our story on torpedoing of USS Liberty out fast, and it had better be good." Nolte. The State Department was receiving other inquiries from Muslim countries and from nations sympathetic to the Arab side of the Arab-Israeli conflict. In general, the issue revolved around what the Liberty was doing in the combat zone. The war caused the Arab countries to begin breaking diplomatic relations with the United States at an alarming rate. On June, Egypt, Syria, and Algeria broke diplomatic relations with the United States. On June, Sudan, Iraq, Mauritania, and Yemen followed suit. The fact that a U.S. ship had been attacked in the war zone during the Arab-Israeli War was quite extraordinary. Dozens of reporters were, in fact, embarked on board the carrier America and were about to begin a press conference on the issue of whether the United States was actually involved in the conflict when first word of the attack on the Liberty was received by the 6th Fleet. When the Liberty arrived in Malta, numerous reporters and correspondents sought the Liberty crew. However, a little more than 3 hours after the attack, Cyrus Vance, the Undersecretary of Defense, had issued an order by telephone that all news releases on the Liberty incident would be made at the Washington level and not from ships in the fleet. After the Associated Press reported, on the day of Liberty's arrival in Valletta, that an unidentified officer on the aircraft carrier America said, "To put it bluntly, she was there to spy for us." Russia does the same thing. A message was sent to America to pipe down. Secretary McNamara issued a press release that stated in part, "Many rumors and reports about the attack have been circulating. The Department of Defense has no evidence to support some of these rumors and reports. Others appear to be based on partial evidence. Some appear to be accurate on the basis of present information here, which is incomplete. Until the court has had an opportunity to obtain the full facts, the Department of Defense will have no further comment." 32. Many vastly different stories and tales have been told by numerous crew members and others about a gag order. Former Ambassador James E. Akins wrote, "While in Malta, most of the surviving officers and men were interviewed in several groups by Rear Admiral Isaac Kidd, who ostentatiously took off the stars on his uniform in each case and said, 'Now tell me, man to man, everything that happened.' They all did. Then he equally ostentatiously put the stars back on and said, 'Now I'm talking officially, you are never, repeat, never to discuss this with anyone, not even your wives. If you do, you will be court-martialed and will end your lives in prison or worse.' 33. Some of the tales have reached the extreme. For instance, Egyptian Ambassador Mahmoud Qasim reported that the families of crewmen who were lost on the Liberty were prohibited by the U.S. government from holding memorial services for them. However, this author has not been able to locate a documented case of anyone ever being prosecuted, court-martialed, or disciplined as a result of talking about the Liberty incident. As the news about the outcome of the Israeli, Egyptian, Syrian, Jordanian war was spreading, most of the press was euphoric in its reporting of the David versus Goliath story of Israel's defeat of the Arabs in a 6-day war. The June 19, 1967 issue of Newsweek magazine included in its Periscope column a comment regarding the Liberty. This was the first ever suggestion in the world media that the attack on the Liberty had been an intentional Israeli attack on a ship that Israel knew to be American. A week later, the same Periscope column ran a story, USS Liberty Caught in Political Currents, presenting a fascinating theory. It first confirmed that sources in the State Department and the Pentagon backed Israel's story that the attack was an unfortunate accident. It then went on to say, some members of the administration decided to talk about the possibility of a calculated attack for what they considered important political reasons. The supposed fears that U.S. diplomats' maneuvering ability in the Mideast would be severely hampered unless some way was found to deflate pro-Israeli sentiment in the U.S. 36. The next week, Newsweek wrote that The Navy turned up no evidence to indicate the attack was anything but a tragic blunder. In fact, no one seemed to doubt that judgment, not even Cairo. The Israelis were for once exact when they said that the bombardment of that ship was a mistake. 8. About 7 weeks later, the following appeared in Newsweek under the headline, "The USS Liberty, Tragedy of Errors." Defense Secretary McNamara is satisfied that the strafing of the U.S. ship Liberty by pilots during the Mideast War was unintentional. He recently told a closed session of a congressional committee that there is no evidence that the individuals attacking the Liberty knew they were attacking a U.S. ship. McNamara blamed the attack on inadequate communications and an inexcusable error of professional tactics. The Israelis are yet to report on their own investigation into the attack, in which 34 U.S. seamen died. The September 4th, 1967, Newsweek reported that Israel was not going to take court-martial action against any of the pilots or seamen who fired on the USS Liberty. An Israeli court of inquiry headed by examining Judge Yeshayahu Yerushalmi concluded that the Liberty had been attacked because she greatly resembled an Egyptian supply ship, and when asked to identify herself, she had replied, "Identify yourself first." The Liberty issue quickly faded from the print media as a result of continuing unsettling news from Vietnam and the unfortunate race riots that broke out in the United States at the time. Within the U.S. administration, there was a major debate on how much the United States should disclose to the public about the event. Assistant Secretary of Defense for Public Affairs, Phil G. Goulding, suggested going public with the simple truth. The State Department objected to truthful disclosure because it feared the impact on future Arab-U.S. relations. A stronger argument against Goulding's position came from the intelligence community. The Liberty and her sister ships were described, indeed disguised, as auxiliary general technical research ships and were believed by the National Security Agency to be safe and generally welcome around the world. The NSA's argument was these ships had access to many ports as research ships where they would not be welcome if they were branded intelligence gatherers. Although Secretary of Defense McNamara allegedly leaned toward the Goulding approach, he was ultimately persuaded to go with what Goulding later described as a cover-up. On June 8th, the Department of Defense issued a press release, penned by Goulding himself, which said, us. Navy technical research ship, the USS Liberty, was attacked about 9 a.m. today, approximately 15 miles north of the Sinai Peninsula, in international waters of the Mediterranean Sea. The Liberty departed Rota, Spain, June 2nd, and arrived at her position this morning to assure communications between us. Government posts in the Middle East, and to assist in relaying information concerning the evacuation of American dependents and other American citizens from the countries of the Middle East. 3. When asked in 1991 about this press release, Dr. Harold Saunders, who in June 1967 was on the Near East desk at the National Security Council, replied, "For every covert operation, there has to be a cover story. That is our story. The cover story about the Liberty's purpose did not exactly work. It is still called a cover-up by many." In addition to this inaccurate and misleading press release, the Department of Defense issued a press release on June 28, 1967. Number 594-67. It consisted of a cover sheet, a summary of the proceedings of the U.S. Navy, court of inquiry, and an edited transcript of the testimony of the commanding officer of the Liberty before the court. The summary is inaccurate. It states facts and conclusions that do not appear anywhere in the court of inquiry proceedings, and it omits substantial significant facts and conclusions that put an entirely different spin on the release. The author of this June 28, 1967 press release remains unknown. When read against the findings and conclusions of the court of inquiry, it is at once apparent that its contents are more the imagination of the author than an accurate report of the court's findings and conclusions. The notion that intelligence-gathering ships of the Liberty class were generally safe and welcome anywhere was shattered less than a year later, on January 23, 1968, when the USS Pueblo, an auxiliary environmental research ship, or AGER, similar to the Liberty, was captured by the North Koreans off the coast of North Korea, to the further great embarrassment of the United States. 45. Certainly the use of ships like the Liberty and the Pueblo was a calculated risk. Only the NSA has the data necessary to establish whether the intelligence collected by these ships was worth the price of the Liberty and Pueblo disasters. On Friday morning, June 9, 1967, the Davis and the Massey, two U.S. 6th Fleet destroyers, rendezvoused with the Liberty. The Davis and the Massey had been with the carriers of Task Force 60 near Crete, about 500 miles northwest of the location of the Liberty, when she was attacked, after continuous steaming through the night at 30 knots. As dawn broke, the destroyers came upon the Liberty lying dead in the water. A 19-inch diameter German torpedo had blasted a hole in the hull of the Liberty large enough for a Greyhound bus to drive through. The original estimate was that the hole was 20 feet by 30 feet, but when the torpedo hole was measured, it was found to be in excess of 40 feet by 40 feet. The torpedo had struck the ship on the starboard side, just forward of amidships. It was a square hit on the NSA, or spook compartment, and caused the death of 25 persons in the compartment, some Liberty. Crewmen insist that the Israeli torpedo was aimed precisely at the NSA compartment to put it out of action. However, this assumption of precision does not explain why the other 4 Israeli torpedoes missed completely. Blast damage and bullet holes covered much of the Liberty's topside area, and she was listing 9 or 10 degrees to starboard. Her radio facilities were very limited. The first order of business was the evacuation of casualties. It was accomplished that day by helicopters from the 6th Fleet's aircraft carrier America. Most of the surviving crew and personnel were suffering from shock and exhaustion. The uninjured men, and some with minor injuries, remained on the ship and assisted with the salvage operation. Lieutenant Paul E. Tobin, the engineering officer of the Davis, came on board and supervised the damage control and engineering repairs on the Liberty. When Tobin came on board, he was assigned a stateroom. Sadly, it had belonged to Lieutenant Stephen Toth, a former classmate of Tobin's at the U.S. Naval Academy who had died on the bridge during the air attack. After 7 hours of damage control and repair under Tobin's direction, his men from the Davis and the remaining Liberty crew, working together as a salvage team, determined that the tanks and voids nearest the keel had not been damaged. They calculated that there was a sufficient margin of transverse stability to ensure adequate righting moment if heavy weather was encountered. Some of the 250,000 gallons of fuel oil remaining on board was transferred from starboard to port, and the ship was righted and stabilized. The Davis engineers, together with the engineering staff of the Liberty, then went to work on the ship's steam plant to see if the ship could sail on her own power. When this was accomplished, Admiral Martin ordered the Davis to escort the Liberty to Ceuta Bay, Crete, for temporary repairs. After they got underway, the destination was changed to Valletta, Malta, where a dry dock was available. En route, the electricians worked at repairing the ship's electrical system. This was accomplished with amazing speed, and within hours lighting and ventilation were restored. The Navy fleet tug Papago arrived, but did not have to tow the Liberty, because Tobin had been able to restore the propulsion plant. During the slow transit to Malta, most of the ship's vital systems, including the main gyro, sound-powered phone circuits, and a main fire and flushing pump, were restored to service. Once the ship was underway to Malta, a suction effect drew large amounts of debris out the ship's torpedo hole. There was intense concern about secret documents that might float out through the gaping hole in the hull, the major worry being the code keys and other cryptologic documents. All the way to Malta, precautions were taken to prevent any ship, in particular Soviet warships, from retrieving documents from the wake of the Liberty. The Papago sailed immediately astern of the Liberty and collected and sifted through whatever material could be recovered as it washed out of the flooded space. 150 miles east of Malta, the wind and sea conditions deteriorated to the point that unusual noises were heard from the damaged portion of the ship. Tobin would later recall, the bulkhead on the forward side of the flooded hold was visibly panting as hogging and sagging stresses distorted the ship's structure. The unusual noises were determined to be the sound of breaking surf and the impact of desks, chairs, and equipment being violently tossed around in the hold. 50. The ship was slowed to allow bracing and shoring. These heroic efforts were successful. Finally, after a day, the rough weather subsided, and the Liberty entered Valletta. Lieutenant Tobin was awarded the Bronze Star for meritorious achievement in bringing the Liberty safely to port. Chapter 7. Friendly Fire Kills. History is replete with cases in which military forces have made mistakes that resulted in the killing or wounding of their own people, or allied personnel, friends, or neutrals. The lessons to be learned from the tragedy of the Liberty are many and varied. Colonel Charles R. Schrader, in his outstanding research survey, Amicicide, The Problem of Friendly Fire in Modern War, documents the sad fact that modern warfare carries with it the burden of losses to friendly fire. Schrader coined the word amicicide, the U.S. Navy has long referred to it as blue on blue, and the Israelis use the Hebrew words esh yedidutit. According to Schrader, all modern military forces, including those of the United States, suffer amicicide casualties at the rate of about 2%. Moreover, the percentage of friendly fire casualties has changed very little in modern times. The percentage was perhaps a little higher for the French in World War I, and it was terribly high for the United States in the Gulf War, where almost as many British troops were killed by the United States as by the Iraqis. In each case, the tragedy occurs because of a mistake in identification. The display of a flag as a means of identification or protection against air attack is not effective in practice. The Liberty had a 5 by 8 foot U.S. flag hoisted on her main halyard at the time of the air attack. It was shot away in an early strafing run by the attacking Israeli aircraft and replaced before. The MTB attack with a 7 by 13 foot Holiday ensign on the port halyard opposite the side from which the MTB has approached the Liberty. In his book Assault on the Liberty, James Ennis tells how on the morning of the day of the attack he stressed to the Liberty signalman the importance of flying the ship's only remaining new flag because the Liberty was operating in a dangerous area. Since the incident, much has been made of whether the flag was drooped or extended at the time of the air attack. Many crew members believe it was extended and should have been seen and identified as an American flag by the attacking aircraft. However, according to Marvin Nowicki, in reconstruction of the attack, the Liberty crew makes much of flying the American flag, as if it would somehow protect them in harm's way. Little does the crew appreciate the difficulty of identifying a ship from an aircraft merely on the basis of a flag or even a hull number. Based on my experience of flying many low and slow reconnaissance flights over ships in the Med and Atlantic with VQ-2, unless the flights are almost overhead, target identification is virtually impossible. High-powered binoculars are not much good in a bouncing low-level aircraft. Even post-facto photos do not always reveal identification. See, for example, Ennis's photo of the ship on page 146. The crisp overhead photo does not clearly show the identity of the American ship. So how could the attacking Israeli forces conclude this was a friendly ship? 4. To get a better idea of the size of Liberty's flag, it is useful to compare it to the Star-Spangled Banner that was seen through the night on September 12, 1814, during the War of 1812. That flag, flown by Major George Armistead over Fort McHenry in Maryland, was 30 feet by 42 feet, and each stripe was 2 feet wide. The Liberty's flag was 40 square feet, while the banner over Fort McHenry was 1,260 square feet, or more than 31 times larger than Liberty's flag, which was much more akin to the flags flown on private homes on national holidays than to the huge flags frequently flown by American automobile dealerships. The ship also had her abbreviated hull designation, GTR-5, painted on both sides of her bow and stem in white letters and numbers with a black shadowing. The number 5 was about 10 feet tall, while the letters were about half that size. Many crew members believe that these features should have been sufficient for identification by the approaching aircraft. Also, Many crew members believe that the ship, with her various arrays of antennae, was so unique that her configuration should have been identified by the attacking aircraft, as well as by the motor torpedo boats. Many people have held these beliefs for more than 30 years, and in most cases they are not likely to reconsider them. The primary argument, frequently referred to as the Liberty was clearly marked argument, is that June 8th, 1967 was a clear day, a fact not disputed by anyone, that the Liberty was in international waters, which is also undisputed but also not really significant, since she was in eye view of hostilities, and that she was clearly marked by flying on the main halyard, a 5 by 8 foot U.S. flag that was fully extended at the time of the attack. The flag was visible to crewmen on the deck of the Liberty, therefore, the argument goes, it had to have been seen and identified by the attacking aircraft. Attack profile of a Mirage EIC, aircraft flying against ship displaying 5 8-foot flag. The pilot could discern a 5 8-foot shape at about 3 nautical miles out. However, the pilot could not discern color or distinguish the stripes outside of 1/4 of a nautical mile. What does a pilot see during a head-on run at a ship? The ship is steering west at 5 nautical mph. The plane is flying east at about 600 miles per hour. The first question one must ask is, from how far away could a pilot of an attacking military aircraft see a flag? If the flag was perpendicular to the approaching aircraft and in good light, according to the mathematical formula for visual acuity, the red and white stripes on a 5 by 8 foot U.S. flag might be identifiable at 1,323 feet. 5, a military aircraft pilot approaching at almost 1,000 feet per second would have a little less than 2 seconds to see and identify the flag. A jet airplane attacking at high subsonic speed would complete firing its guns in 2-2, 3 seconds during its attack run, and will have pew off the target before getting closer than 2,500 feet, which is not close enough to see or identify a 5 by 8 foot flag. But suppose the flag could have been seen from a distance longer than the calculated 1,323 feet. What then does a pilot see during a head-on run at a ship? If the flag was extended and flying in a normal manner, that is, corresponding to and parallel with the length of the ship. A pilot attacking from the bow would see the edge of the flag, which would be of no assistance in identification. It is this author's conclusion that under the wind conditions at the time of the attack, the flag was not extended but rather drooped on the halyard and did not help in identification. A number of the Liberty crew have recollections of looking up at the flag and seeing it fully or partially extended. Appendix H of the Ennis book, Assault on the Liberty, ship weather observation sheet for June 8, 1967, shows wind observations up to 1,100 grams MT 1300 Sinai time about an hour before the air attack. The document shows light winds and calm seas. It is possible to argue with the Ennis calculations, but it is not necessary because the report ends an hour before the attack and therefore contributes nothing other than a history of the morning weather conditions. The U.S. Navy Court of Inquiry in June 1967 concluded that the calm conditions and slow ship speed may well have made the American flag difficult to identify. In a separate message, Admiral McCain advised the Secretary of the Navy on June 14th, following received from Liberty, quote, C, flat calm condition and slow knot. Speed of Liberty in forenoon when she was being looked over initially may well have produced insufficient relative wind for steaming colors to be seen by pilots. Gun camera film from first Mirage ITG during the attack on the Liberty at about 1,400 June 8, 1967. Note that the smoke ascends straight up, thus the flag hung straight down as the air attack took place. Cursive flight leader photos. Royal Flight Leader, the attacking Israeli pilot of the second flight to hit the Liberty, reported to Air Force Control that there was no flag on the ship, as is evident from the recording at 1412. This was stated again in Cursive Flight Leader's pilot debriefing report filed at 1:500 Sinai time on June 8th. We had an identifying run around her and saw it did not have an Israeli Navy sign as published. There also was no flag on the mast. The best evidence of the status of the flag at 1:400 comes from Cursive Flight Leader's gun camera film. When Cursive Flight Leader made his attack runs on the Liberty, his gun camera recorded the conditions. An examination of the films, a frame of which is shown on the cover of the first edition of this book, and of other frames shown here, shows that the huge pall of smoke from the fire on board the Liberty, which was in the vicinity of the main halyard where the flag was hoisted, is ascending straight up. If the smoke rose straight up, then the flag drooped straight down, as indeed the U.S. Navy Court of Inquiry concluded. The Israeli gun camera film was not available for examination by the Court of Inquiry, but pictures were taken on the Liberty itself during the attacks. These pictures were available to the court and are contained in exhibits in its official record. The pictures include both the attacking aircraft and the attacking motor torpedo boats. These pictures independently establish what the Israeli gun camera film shows, a straight-up ascent of smoke rising from the ship, confirming that there was hardly any relative wind. Assuming for the sake of argument that the wind and the light were right, and the Israeli pilots got close enough to see the flag for a second or two. Would that have been enough to make an identification? Americans are familiar with the U.S. flag, consisting of red and white horizontal stripes and a field of blue studded with stars. The Liberian flag also has horizontal red and white stripes and a field of blue. At any given time in the last half-century, there were probably more ships on the high seas flying Liberian flags than U.S. flags, because of the ever-increasing practice of flagging ships in Liberia. No U.S. warship had made a port call in Israel since November 1963. Israel Air Force pilots did not often see the U.S. flag flying on a naval ship so near the coast in the eastern Mediterranean, although most Israelis would probably recognize an American flag quite easily if they had a clear view of it. But many more ships flying the Liberian flag than the American flag had made port calls in Israel in the years between 1948 and 1967. Further, the International Committee of the Red Cross has pointed out in its Law of War handbook that a flag is not a reliable means of identifying the nationality of a warship. This is because the law of naval warfare permits warships to fly a false flag as a ruse of war. In one of the most famous naval battles ever fought by the American Navy, on September 23, 1779, Captain John Paul Jones sailed the Bonhomme Richard, flying a British flag, alongside the British ship Serapis. Pearson hailed, "What ship is that?" Paul Jones, in order to get into close action, was flying British colors. Hailed again, "Answer immediately, or I shall be under the necessity of firing into you." Jones struck his British colors, caused a big red, white, and blue striped American ensign to be raised, and gave the word to fire his starboard broadside. 12. During World War II, German Captain Hans Langsdorff flew a French flag from the German pocket battleship Graf Spee while approaching his targets before attacking. Now Langsdorff used a new technique. He steamed straight at his victims, believing rightly that they would not recognize him head-on as a German and would probably think he was French. Sometimes he flew the French flag and changed it at the last moment for the German swastika. The Graf Spee's crew ran to action stations with the prospect of the first bit of excitement for more than 3 weeks. Again, the French tricolor was hoisted, and the 5.9-inch guns were loaded. It is thus recognized in professional military circles that the identification of a warship by means of its flag is neither practical nor conclusive. The size of a ship on the surface is of little help in identifying it from the cockpit of a plane. In May 1941, the British were chasing the German battleship Bismarck. The British cruiser Sheffield was a few miles behind. The Bismarck. The British carrier Ark Royal launched its Swordfish torpedo bombers. They promptly dove through the clouds and launched their torpedoes against the Sheffield, a vessel just under a fifth the displacement of the Bismarck. Fortunately for the Sheffield, the Fleet Air Arm pilot's aim was no better than their ship identification. All the torpedoes missed. It made no difference to the Royal Navy pilots that the Bismarck was about 800 feet long and displaced about 42,000 tons, while the Sheffield was only 591 feet long and displaced only 9,000 tons. 16. The Sheffield was less than 73% of the length of the Bismarck and almost one-fifth of its displacement. The Elxir was 275 feet long, or about 60% of the Liberty's 455-foot length, and displaced 2,640 tons, less than a quarter of the Liberty's 10,680-ton displacement. Over the water, with no points of reference, it is very difficult to judge height or distance, or the length or displacement of a ship. An observer cannot be certain whether a ship is smaller and closer to the observer, or larger and farther away. It is interesting, however, to compare the silhouettes of the Liberty and the Elxir. Each had a mast forward, a mast to the rear, a superstructure in the middle, and a single smokestack. The CIA report concluded they could easily be mistaken by an overzealous pilot. It is even more interesting to compare the silhouettes of the Bismarck and the Sheffield. The Bismarck has 2 single pole masts, while the Sheffield has 2 tripod masts. The Bismarck has 1 smokestack, as compared to 2 on the Sheffield. The Israeli pilots and motor torpedo boat sailors had never before seen either the Liberty or the Elxir, while the British pilots from the Ark Royal had been fully briefed on their target, the Bismarck, and had also been steaming in company with the Sheffield for weeks. In the U.S. Navy, naval aviators were trained to report ship traffic by the configuration of the bow, number of masts, number of smokestacks, placement of the stacks, and placement and description of the superstructure. They were seldom expected to identify ships by name or even type. An Israel Air Force officer told this author that the Israel Navy had 2 types of ships, big debours and little debours. In fact, the Israel Navy had 6 types of large missile boats of the SAR class and 2 types of smaller patrol boats of the Tabor class. The typical Israel Air Force pilot was not well trained in the identification of ships at sea. On June 4, 1967, the commander of the United Nations Emergency Force, Major General Indarjit Rikai of the Indian Army, was flying in his personal plane from Cairo to El Arish. Passing port said the general remembers that. The captain of the aircraft, who looked extremely excited, came up to me and, pointing at some ships at sea below, said, "Sixth Fleet." They're just a few miles off port, said. He was referring to the United States Sixth Fleet stationed in the Mediterranean area. We made several circuits, gradually losing altitude. Through a pair of binoculars, all I could see were a number of oil tankers, whereas the captain insisted he had seen an aircraft carrier. I was taken up to the cockpit to get a better view, where a very excited first pilot shouted, "Sixth Fleet! Sixth Fleet!" All I could see, however, were oil tankers steaming towards the north end of the Suez Canal. I was amazed at the inability of the aircrew, probably all of whom at one time or another had served in the UAR Air Force, to differentiate between an aircraft carrier of nearly 50,000 tons and oil tankers, none of which was over 10,000 tons. General Ricke's comparison of the 10,000-ton tankers to the 50,000-ton carriers is similar to the disparity between the Bismarck and the Sheffield. The Bismarck was about 5 times the displacement of the Sheffield. In fact, the carriers America at 61,174 tons and Saratoga at 59,098 tons were each approximately 6 times the displacement of the 10,000-ton tankers. The tankers were being observed by persons on an aircraft who had the luxury of making several circuits, gradually losing altitude without the stress of a war in progress within view. It has been said that under wartime tensions and pressures, one will find whatever one wants to find. If one wants to find enemy infiltrators, one will find them. If one wants to find an enemy submarine, one will find it. If one wants to find an enemy ship, one will find it. During the American Civil War, on May 2, 1863, Confederate soldiers wanted to find infiltrating Yankees. They found them, and as a result, the Confederate Army lost one of its most famous and able generals. Stonewall Jackson died after his own troops mistook him for the enemy and mortally wounded him as he was returning from a scouting mission. In a parallel event during the 1948 War for Independence, an Israeli sentry looking for an Arab infiltrator shot and killed Brig General Mickey Marcus, mistaking the American volunteer for an enemy infiltrator. Marcus, a West Point graduate, had joined the Israel Army in 1948 and was in command of the Israeli forces fighting for Jerusalem. According to Jeffrey Regan in his book Blue on Blue, A History of Friendly Fire, the most remarkable example of a misaside in naval history occurred in 1905 during the Russo-Japanese War, when Russian Admiral Zinovy Rozhestensky identified a British trawler fleet of 100-ton vessels fishing off the Dogger Bank in the North Sea as a fleet of Japanese torpedo boats and attacked them. Only the terrible aim of the Russian fleet kept the tragedy from being worse. On October 15, 1918, the British Q-ship Cymric was looking for a German submarine. Instead, she sank the British submarine J6. Cymric noted a limp ensign flying from the submarine's flagpole, but took no notice of that. They had been fooled by false colors in the past. According to Regan in Blue on Blue, in World War I, 3 times, British submarines mistook British ships for German and tried to torpedo them. Regan notes, conversely, 3 British cruisers tried to ram British submarines, mistaking them for German U-boats. 2-1. Mistaken identification of a ship by an aircraft is not a new phenomenon. On February 22, 1940, a lone German bomber sank 2 German destroyers at a cost of 578 lives. 22. The Lebrecht-Mass was struck with 2 bombs, broke in 2, and sank. In 1974, off Cyprus, Turkish F-4 seconds sank their own former U.S. Fletcher-class destroyer with a flotilla commander on board. During the 1956 Suez campaign, a flight of 4 Israeli Myster aircraft, led by Danny Shapira, 23 were finishing bombing runs when they observed an Egyptian Z-class destroyer in the Gulf of Aqaba. 24, they immediately attacked the ship, inflicting slight damage. Soon they learned that the Egyptian destroyer had been in fact HMS Crane, a British destroyer that had proceeded to a point in advance of where the Royal Navy had advised Israel that it would be operating. 25. The largest tank battle of the 1956 Suez campaign occurred at Abu Aguila, where 2 Israeli tank units fought each other with devastating results. 26. The United States and the Israelis have each suffered from a misaside in every war in which they have fought. The myth of the invincible and faultless Israel Defense Forces has been replaced with the analysis that the IDF is a superior fighting force, but neither invincible nor faultless. Israelis do make mistakes. On June 5, 1967, the Israel Air Force bombed a column of Israeli Sherman tanks during the Battle for Jerusalem. On June 8, 1967, the IAF bombed and strafed the Israel Army just a few hours before the attacks on the Liberty began. In the preceding days, Israeli forces had mistakenly killed a number of Indian and Brazilian. UN troops in the Sinai, ADM John S. McCain Jr., the Commander-in-Chief, U.S. Naval Forces Europe, who endorsed Admiral Kidd's U.S. Navy Court of Inquiry report the comment, the attack was in fact a mistake, was aware from personal experience that a flag flown on a surface vessel offered little in the way of identification and protection against friendly air attack. During World War II, McCain commanded the U.S. submarine Gunnel on a secret mission to guide the U.S. invading armada to the beaches of Morocco. When the Gunnel's mission was complete, McCain was ordered to sail away from the invasion site on the surface, flying an American flag illuminated by a spotlight. While proceeding, as ordered, the Gunnel was attacked and strafed by an American P-40.27. Unfortunately, another more recent example underscores the difficulty of positively identifying the enemy under stressful conditions. On April 14, 1995, in northern Iraq, on a clear day, in broad daylight with visibility unrestricted, U.S. Air Force F-15 seconds shot down 2 U.S. Black Hawk helicopters, each with 6 large U.S. flags prominently painted on all sides. No shooting war was taking place at the time. There was no adrenaline flowing. The helicopters had little or no offensive capability as far as the F-15 were concerned, nor were they a threat to us or coalition forces in the area. This tragedy was compounded by the fact that the F-15 seconds had state-of-the-art identification friend or faux transponder equipment on board and were being controlled by a U.S. airborne warning and control system aircraft with state-of-the-art radar and electronic surveillance equipment. In 1991, during the Gulf War, almost as many British soldiers were killed by United States forces as by Iraqis. In Afghanistan in 2002, the U.S. Air Force dropped a laser-guided 500-pound bomb that killed 4 Canadians and wounded 8. Later in Afghanistan, National Football League star Pat Tillman was killed by members of his own army unit. On the first day of the Iraq War, the United States shot down a British jet, and incredibly, the next week shot down a U.S. Navy jet. On May 7, 1999, the United States, by mistake, bombed the Chinese embassy in Belgrade. Yugoslavia, to this day, the Chinese refuse to accept the explanation that the bombing was a mistake. In military operations, attention to detail is important. The smallest detail or oversight can result in inefficiency, ineffectiveness, failure, and even disaster. With the Liberty, there were many little mistakes on both sides, each of which, if it had not occurred, might have broken the chain of events that led to the tragedy. Military operations require precision, attention, and knowledge in order to succeed. It is prudent to keep friendly forces advised of force movements and deployments. It is useful to remember that the United States had announced in the Security Council of the United Nations that no U.S. ship was within hundreds of miles of the war zone. This announcement did not contribute to the safety of the Liberty. In 1943, an American transport was sunk by an American torpedo boat whose officer had relied on assurances that there were no friendly vessels in the area. 28. During the Allied invasion of Sicily in July 1943, when transports laden with paratroopers overflew a U.S. amphibious force that was undergoing a German bombing attack at night, the amphibious force opened fire and shot down 23 U.S. planes, killing 60 aircrewmen and about 40 paratroopers. CDR Thomas Krupp, the naval attaché at the U.S. Embassy in Tel Aviv during 1989 and 1990, was asked if he had an opinion on whether the attack on the Liberty was a mistake. To thine, he replied, "The only time I was wounded during my naval career was on April 16, 1972, while serving on the destroyer Worden off Vietnam. The Worden was attacked by U.S. Air Force F-4 aircraft. 30. The Liberty incident is a classic illustration of the terrible results that can occur when friendly forces fail to keep their friends informed of their movements. Intelligence operators are typically paranoid about the security of their missions. The general rule is that security is based on the need to know. It is well established that the National Security Agency did not inform either the U.S. Embassy in Tel Aviv or any entity in Israel of the intended operations of the Liberty close to the war zone. On the contrary, as noted, the U.S. government had officially stated that there were no U.S. ships in the area. If the NSA had advised the Israel Defense Forces of the voyage of the Liberty along the coast of Sinai, very likely the Liberty incident would not have occurred. Lieutenant Colonel Danny Grossman of the Israel Air Force sent the following email to this author on August 21, 2001. I know only too well from dealing with bereaved families of soldiers killed in combat by friendly fire that this is a situation where no explanation can ever be satisfactory. It is one thing to lose a loved one who falls in combat while defending his country and protecting his buddies. Families and survivors learn to deal with this. It is much harder to accept the idea that a loved one is gone due to thoroughly avoidable circumstances. Our own experience in Lebanon and the U.S. experience in the Gulf War has shown that many parents and survivors can never rest until they feel that someone has been made to account for their loss. The facts may never be sufficient for many survivors, but they should be presented in order to help those who are able to finally make peace with the reality that caused so much pain. Chapter 8. Survivors' Perceptions. B. Most of them working directly for the National Security Agency were dead, and 171 were wounded, many severely. 1 on June 8, 1967, William L. McGonigal was the commanding officer of the USS Liberty. 2, although wounded in the air attack, he refused to leave his duty station on the bridge of his ship and continued to command her, directing damage control and the departure from the area following the air and sea attacks. That night, he lay on his back on the deck, steering the ship by reference to the stars, to a dawn rendezvous with the U.S. destroyers Davis and Massey. For his conspicuous gallantry and intrepidity at the risk of his life above and beyond the call of duty, President Johnson awarded McGonigal the Medal of Honor. On June 13, 1967, 5 days after the attack, McGonigal testified under oath before the U.S. Navy Court of Inquiry that, following the air attack and as the MTBs were approaching, I realized that there was a possibility of the aircraft having been Israeli and the attack had been conducted in error. This author first met Captain McGonigal in Washington, D.C. on June 7, 1991. He had refused to comment publicly on the Liberty incident since his press conference in June 1967, other than to praise the professionalism and valor of his crew in saving the ship. This author learned that he and Captain McGonigal had a common interest in flying and that following his retirement from the Navy, McGonigal had obtained a commercial pilot's license in preparation for a career in civil aviation. He was not able to pursue that career because he could not maintain his aviation medical certificate as a result of deteriorating vision. 4. Thereafter, a warm, friendly relationship developed by correspondence and telephone. Captain McGonigal was under the impression that he had been intentionally slighted by President Johnson because he received his Medal of Honor at the Navy Yard, while the President awarded 12 other Medals of Honor at the White House on the same day. This author provided him with information that resulted in his writing a letter on August 20th, 1998, stating, "Thank you so much for sending a copy of President Johnson's daily diary for June 11th, 1968. I stand corrected on my long-held erroneous belief that the President had presented 12 Medals of Honor at the White House on the same day that I received my medal at the Navy Yard. Your thoughts about if President Johnson wished to diminish the honor, he could have declined to sign the citation. Seems to me to be sound reasoning. Captain McGonigal's Medal of Honor citation. Captain William L. McGonigal, commanding officer of USS Liberty, wearing his Medal of Honor. U.S. Navy photo. When this author's doctoral dissertation was published by the Graduate School of International Studies of the University of Miami in 1997, 2 copies were provided to Captain McGonigal at his request. He wanted one for himself, and another that he said he planned to forward to the Hoover Institution at Stanford University. A trip together to Israel to meet with Israeli participants in the attacks was discussed, but it was not to be. McGonigal died of lung cancer on March 3, 1999. He was buried with full military honors at Arlington National Cemetery on April 9, 1999. The New York Times obituary quoted him as declaring, "At a gathering of Liberty survivors in Washington, D.C. in 1997. I think it is about time that the State of Israel and the United States government provide the crew members of the Liberty and the rest of the American people the facts of what happened and why the Liberty was attacked. 30 years ago today. For many years I have wanted to believe that the attack on the Liberty was pure error. It appears to me that it was not a pure case of mistaken identity. It was, on the other hand, gross incompetence and aggravated dereliction of duty on the part of many officers and men of the State of Israel. This author agrees with Captain McGonigal that it is time to declassify the few remaining classified documents relating to the Liberty incident. In September 2001, this author obtained from the Israel Air Force the transcripts of audio tapes of communications between Israeli air controllers and transmissions of the pilots in the attacking aircraft recorded at IAF Command Headquarters on June 8, 1967. The tapes show the confusion of the attacking forces regarding the identification of the target. It is time for the U.S. National Security Agency to grant this author's Freedom of Information Act. Appeal and release the transcripts and translations of the tapes recorded by the NSA team on board the U.S. Navy EC-121 aircraft under the supervision of Dr. Nowicki. At the same time, the Israel Air Force tapes were recorded in order to corroborate the Israeli tapes and bring closure to this matter. The Liberty crewmen and personnel assigned to the NSA detachment are a fine group of men who risked their lives in the service of their country. Some of the Liberty survivors are bitter and hold various grievances as a result of their traumatic, tragic experience. It is bad enough when shipmates are hit by an enemy. It is probably worse when they are the victims of friendly fire. Following the incident of June 8th, the crew of the USS Liberty were assigned to other ships and stations throughout the fleet. Some left the Navy. Most were disappointed with the treatment they received when they returned to the United States. Like many servicemen during the Vietnam conflict, they did not receive the triumphant welcome home and the warm, affectionate attention that had been showered on their predecessors upon their returns home from World War II. By June 1967, the general public mood of America had turned against the military because of the fierce debates surrounding the Vietnam conflict, and the Liberty veterans were treated just like their comrades in arms, who were coming from that theater. While this mistreatment was neither appropriate nor fair, it had nothing to do with their involvement in the Liberty incident. However, some of the Liberty veterans, including some who were suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder, perceived their treatment as being connected to the tragic event itself. In 1981, the Liberty Veterans Association was formed. Its first reunion was scheduled for Washington, D.C., on June 5th and 6th, 1982. While the real motives of some of the founding members who had not served on the Liberty and certain actions of the association itself might be questionable, it has become an excellent support group for the surviving crew members in general, especially those still suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder. The association attempts to hold annual reunions each June and publishes a newsletter several times a year. The Liberty Veterans Association is composed of individuals who differ in their views about many issues, including the question of whether the Israeli attack was a case of mistaken identity or an intentional attack on a U.S. Navy ship. A short while after the association was formed, a letter from one Liberty officer who wished to remain anonymous complained, "I hope you will tone down the radical and extremist nature of the newsletter and that you will avoid outrageous claims. For instance, can you substantiate your claim that Liberty men were held against their will in San Juan in question while under the influence of sodium pentothal? I don't recall press curb or cover-up except before the court report was published or with regard to classified material. Can you substantiate these claims?" The letter was signed a Liberty officer who requests anonymity. When people are shot at and their shipmates are killed or wounded, it is difficult for them to accept the idea that such an attack was a mistake, let alone to be objective. The Liberty Veterans Association continues to request a congressional investigation of the incident, even though 5 congressional investigations have been conducted since 1967. Certainly, the U.S. government has not been completely forthcoming about the incident. In fact, the U.S. government did release a false statement, but only about the Liberty's mission off the coast of Sinai on the day she was hit. The Clifford. Report of July 1967 was not declassified until October 1995, and the record of proceedings of the U.S. Navy Court of Inquiry of June 1967 was kept classified for more than 9 years, until 1976. As a result, some members of the association have been crying cover-up. On the day of the incident, even before the aerial attack, Liberty crew members observed a good many aircraft around their ship that they presumed were Israeli. As has been mentioned earlier, the ship was observed and positively identified as the Liberty by the Israeli Air Force routine morning reconnaissance flight. On the other hand, since a major war was being fought in this vicinity, it could be argued that not all the Israeli or other aircraft observed were concerned with the Liberty. In addition, the presence of a ship off El Arish was observed and even reported to the Israel Air Force. Headquarters by other Israeli high-altitude aircraft the Liberty crew never sighted. About 20 years after the Liberty incident, word of the theory that the Israelis intentionally attacked a U.S. ship reached a British Thames TV producer, who subsequently came to the United States and listened to the story as told by a number of crew members. He spent a great deal of time with them in 1985 and 1986. The producer believed that some of the survivors were still suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder. The Liberty veterans themselves confirmed this as recently as 1996 in their newsletter, Liberty News, in an article entitled Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder. The severe trauma experienced and the lingering after effects are undoubtedly deserving of sympathy, but they do not enhance the ability of the victims to impartially analyze the incident. The argument made by some Liberty veterans that the Israeli attacks were conducted in the knowledge that the Liberty was a U.S. ship and were not a result of mistaken identification is not supported by the evidence. These veterans adopt and repeat a number of allegations about the attacks and believe that they are true. All of the surviving Liberty crew members suffered a horrible experience on June 8, 1967. Many continue to suffer from that experience to this day. Like many other victims of friendly fire, they have become obsessed with the cause of their pain as they perceive it, all the more so since they have attracted willing but unholy allies who, if anything, have fanned the flame in order to promote their own agendas. With all the respect that is certainly due the survivors of the Liberty incident, their objectivity is lost or tainted. Lieutenant CDR George Golden was a lieutenant and the engineering officer on the Liberty on June 8, 1967. He was third in command, and upon the death of Lieutenant CDR, Philip Armstrong, Liberty's executive officer, Golden became second in command. He testified at the Court of Inquiry and was the signatory on the Liberty's engine bell book, which was admitted in evidence as Court of Inquiry Exhibit 15. He and his chief machinist mate, Richard J. Brooks, heroically manned the engine room of the Liberty and kept her engines operating. Lieutenant Commander Golden, former president of the Liberty Veterans Association, has an excellent memory of many details of events that he personally observed inside the engine room on June 8, 1967, and also many memories of his participation in the production of the Thames TV documentary, The Attack on the Liberty. However, Lieutenant Commander Golden confirms that all he knew about the Israeli side of the attack was what he had heard from others. Chief machinist mate Richard J. Brooks was the senior chief petty officer on the Liberty, 14. His general quarters station or battle station was in the engine room. When the general quarters alarm sounded at the commencement of the air attack, he went immediately to the engine room, where he remained with Lieutenant Golden until both the air and sea attacks were over. He has a vivid recollection of what took place when the torpedo struck. Within an instant, the Liberty assumed a 9-degree list, and the lubrication alarm sounded as a result of the oil shifting in the oil tanks. Chief Brooks immediately began pumping oil into the tanks from the reserve tanks. Chief Brooks recalls frantically running the oil from the reserve tanks, because without sufficient oil, the power trains would overheat and self-destruct in seconds. Chief Brooks was emphatic that the ship's movement from a normal, upright position to the 9-degree list position occurred in an instant. This prompt action kept the engines running and was a major factor in keeping the ship under power and ultimately saving her. Chief Brooks' prompt professional action was recognized by the award of the Silver Star. He also was awarded a Purple Heart. Seaman Stephen Richards was in the aft deck division locker room with Seaman Thomas Anthony Quintero when the air attack began. Seaman. Richards heard a loud noise and thought the TRESCOM dish antenna had tipped over. Then the general alarm sounded, and he ran to his battle station, which was forward on the flying bridge on the 04 level. He heard the aircraft but did not see them. He recalls a slight upheaval of the ship when the torpedo struck, followed by a resettling in the water and then a slow roll to the 9-degree list position. The two different recollections of the same event, the ship rolling to a 9-degree list, give a classic example of how perception may differ from reality. Chief Brooks's perception was influenced by an urgent situation that needed resolution with all possible haste, while Seaman Richards' perception was not subject to the impending disaster like the one that Chief Brooks was urgently trying to prevent. Thus, when recollections of the same event differ, the reason for the difference in most instances is the observer's perspective rather than lack of candor. In 1979, James M. Ennis, Jr., a Liberty crew member, published a book entitled Assault on the Liberty, The True Story of the Israeli Attack on an American Intelligence Ship. 17, by his own testimony, Ennis was seriously wounded in the leg during the first few minutes of the Israeli air attack and was taken below deck for medical treatment. His knowledge of the remainder of the air attack and the subsequent naval attack was based on what he heard or was told, rather than on what he observed at first hand. In June 1967, as Lieutenant Ennis and his wounded shipmates lay in their hospital beds in the sick bay of the carrier America and ashore, they began to contemplate the events of the previous few days. Some soon concluded that the Israeli attacks had been part of a planned and carefully executed plot. 12 years later, Ennis, in his assault on the Liberty, traced back his views to those hospital days. The hospital executive officer brought me a message from the Department of State. Israel's ambassador to Italy wanted to talk to me. Would I consent to see him? Anyway, I was convinced that the attack was deliberate, premeditated murder. No, I said. 19. Thus, within a week after the attack, without recourse to research or access to additional first-hand information, Ennis had already reached his own conclusion. He then did some research and wrote Assault on the Liberty, but as the following examples demonstrate, statements he presents as facts are not always accurate. In the hardcover edition, Ennis alleges in a parenthetical comment that President Johnson knew the Israeli attack on the Liberty had been made with knowledge that it was a U.S. ship, according to Liberty's loot. Bennett, a cryptology officer in the NSA detachment, he did know. After years of silence on the subject, Bennett told me that in 1967, Senator William Fulbright informed Captain McGonigal and Chief of Naval Operations ADM, David L. McDonald, in Bennett's presence that the president knew the attack was deliberate and had ordered the information covered up for political reasons. Ennis elaborates in the footnotes. On January 21, 1974, while buying coffee from a machine in a Navy building in Washington, D.C., Bennett ended almost 7 years of silence on this subject to tell me the government knows the truth, or knew it all the time. Senator Fulbright told us that Johnson ordered cover-up to protect Israel and to avoid causing a ruckus. Bennett remained fairly closed-mouthed about the Pentagon meeting, however, and when witnesses were near, he sometimes denied there was a cover-up at all. During the following 4 years, however, he repeatedly confirmed with gist of the Pentagon discussion the president knew the attack was deliberate and ordered it covered up for political reasons. This is triple hearsay. Ennis states that Bennett said that Fulbright said that President Johnson said. None of President Johnson's writings or papers support Ennis's claim. Admiral McDonald told this author that he had no recollection of Senator Fulbright making such a statement. 22. Senator Fulbright denied to this author that he made such a statement. Furthermore, he explained that the claim was not plausible. Senator Fulbright had been chair of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee since 1958. When Lyndon Johnson became president in 1964, Fulbright, who yearned to be Secretary of State, expected his former U.S. Senate buddy Lyndon Johnson to appoint him to that office. Johnson did not. Consequently, their friendship cooled, and so, as Fulbright pointed out, in 1967, they were not even speaking to each other, much less sharing secrets. Interestingly, the paperback edition of the Ennis book, published in 1986, a few years after publication of the hardcover edition, omits, on page 250, both the above-quoted text and footnote 5. This author interviewed CDR Maurice Bennett, USN, in an effort to learn more about the disappearing quote from the Ennis book. Commander Bennett said that Senator Fulbright was a friend of one of Bennett's mother's brothers from Fayetteville, Arkansas. Bennett's parents had made an unannounced impromptu stop at Senator Fulbright's office during a visit to Washington to request tickets for a White House tour. While they were in the office, Senator Fulbright happened to come out of his office to the reception area, and the senator and Bennett's parents had a brief, informal conversation. In the course of that conversation, Bennett's mother told the senator that her son had been on the Liberty. According to Bennett's recollection of his mother's account of the visit, at no time did Fulbright make a definitive official statement that he knew or had information about the attack. Bennett further states, I do not recall a conversation with Ennis at a coffee machine. I also do not recall participation in a meeting with Admiral McDonald. Most important, Bennett confirms that he was never in the presence of Senator Fulbright. Other statements Ennis asserts as facts are also not accurate. For instance, Ennis reports that the USNS Private Jose F. Valdez, proceeding from the eastern Mediterranean toward Norfolk, Virginia, passed The Liberty during the night of June 4 and morning of June 5, the day the war began. 25. An examination of the deck log of the Liberty reflects her position at 0800 on June 5, 1967, as 36 to 32.7, N 13 to 58.2, E, that is, in the Mediterranean approaching Sicily. The Jose F. Valdez deck log reflects her position at exactly the same time on that same day as 36 to 34 N, 52 to 15 W, that is, in the mid-Atlantic on course toward New York, almost 3,000 miles to the west of where Ennis reports her. Another illustrative example is an Ennis report of seeing 3 Mirage aircraft approach the Liberty from the northeast. The airplanes were fully loaded with 18 large rockets visible under each wing. 26. According to Bill Gunston's Illustrated Guide to the Israeli Air Force, the Israeli Mirage ICJs were wired for 2 or 3 air-to-air missiles, but they never carried rockets. 27. They usually carried fuel tanks on the inboard hard points and air-to-air ordnance on the outboard hard points. 2008. All Mirage ICJ aircraft had only 5 hardpoints, therefore, even if the Mirage Israeli ICJs were wired for rockets, they could not carry more than 5 each. Other Israeli jet aircraft were wired for rockets in 1967, but they carried them in pods that looked somewhat like fuel tanks. Since the rockets were stored internally, they could not be seen from the outside. In the same volume, the winter 1985-86 issue of American Arab AF Airs, 29th, in which the NS article was published. Included under the heading Documentation, an item listed in the table of contents as the USS Liberty, discrepancies between Israeli inquiry and U.S. Navy Court of Inquiry, September 21st, 1967. The preparer of the document, Carl F. Salans, was incorrectly described as the legal advisor of the State Department. The legal advisor of the State Department at that time was Leonard Meeker. Salans was one of about 50 young attorneys who worked for Meeker, and is claimed in the article mentioned above that the document was prepared for under Secretary of State Eugene V. Rostow. 30. In an interview by this author, Rostow stated that he never saw the document and pointed out that the address on the document was to code U, which was the code for the number 2 person in the State Department. Under Secretary of State Nicholas Katzenbach, not Rostow. Ennis described the document as devastating to the Israeli position, but concedes that the Salans report does not contain an overall conclusion as to whether the attack was deliberate. This author corresponded with and interviewed Carl F. Salans in 1993. At that time, Salans was practicing law in Paris with Salans, Hertzfeld, and Heilbronn, an international law firm with offices in London, Paris, Moscow, and New York. In a letter to this author dated March 17, 1993, Salans confirmed that he had very little memory of my memorandum or its preparation. He did recall that he'd not spoken to Clark Clifford, but believed that he had seen the Clifford report. The Salans document does nothing more than compare the reports of Clark Clifford, the U.S. Navy Court of Inquiry, and the Israeli examining judge for consistency without comment. All 3 concluded that the attack was a case of mistaken identity. To the question put by this author to Salans during an interview on March 29, 1993, some people argue that your memo proves the attack was deliberate. Is that your interpretation? Salans replied, "The Undersecretary asked me for an analysis, not an effort to draw any conclusion or place any blame. Furthermore, Ennis comments that a report prepared for President Johnson by presidential advisor Clark Clifford has since vanished from government files." This author located the Clifford report, classified secret, and prevailed on an appeal of classification. The report was declassified on October 27, 1995. The linchpin of the motive argument in the Ennis book is that Israel was trying to keep the United States from learning of its plan to attack Syria on June 9, 1967. This theory has a number of weaknesses, many the same as those of the arguments of Richard K. Smith. First, when the Liberty set sail for its patrol area off the Sinai, prior to the commencement of hostilities on June 5, 1967, the Gaza Strip was controlled by Egypt. The Liberty's basic capability for listening extended only to the horizon. A projection of the listening range from the Liberty's patrol area out to a maximum 25 miles does not place the Liberty's ears over any Israeli territory. Rather, it overlays the coastal road from Port Said, Egypt, to the Gaza Strip. Any Israeli radio communications about Syria would have come from IDF headquarters in Tel Aviv, approximately 60 miles from the northernmost listening point of Liberty's 25-mile collection zone. If by some chance the Liberty could have listened all the way to Tel Aviv, 60 miles to the north or north of Tel Aviv, the question remains, who would have done the real-time eavesdropping? The Liberty's linguists were primarily Russian speakers. At Rota, Spain, the Liberty took on board Arabic and Russian linguists, including Marine Staff Sergeant Bryce F. Lockwood, but there were no Hebrew linguists on board the ship. But assuming that somehow the Liberty could or even did overhear Israeli plans to attack Syria, how big a secret was it on June 8? Israeli tanks were being withdrawn from the Sinai and transported north towards Syria on roads through Tel Aviv, within a few blocks of the American embassy. This movement had already been observed by the CIA station chief and reported to Washington. 35. Secretary of State Dean Rusk confirmed the receipt of this information to this author. 36. In his television series Israel, A Nation is Born, former Foreign Minister Abba Eban comments on a call he received from McGeorge Bundy. "I received a call from a high U.S. official. He hinted that it would be illogical if the war were to end with the Syrians, suffering no penalty for having provoked it." Another puncture to the hide plans for the attack on Syria theory seems to be provided by the Times of London of June 8, 1967. On its front page is the headline, "Blow at Syria Now." The article, written by Charles Douglasholm, told of the forthcoming attack on Syria with a dateline of Tel Aviv, June 7, 1967, the day before the Liberty was attacked by Israel. Of course, it might not have been convenient for the President of the United States to read about the Syrian blow secret in the London Times. It is perhaps for that reason the Chief of Intelligence of the Israel Defense Forces, General Aharon Yarif, briefed Harry McPherson, President Johnson's special representative, in the presence of U.S. Ambassador Walworth Wally Barber hours before the attack on the Liberty, and told them there still remained the Syrian problem, and perhaps it would be necessary to give Syria a blow. Yarif went on to say, there were no ground operations in Syria yet, unfortunately. It is difficult to understand why, hours before their attack on the Liberty, the Israelis would tell the representative of the President of the United States and the U.S. Ambassador to Israel about the impending attack on Syria the following morning, and then attack the USS Liberty just a short time later in the afternoon to prevent the United States from learning about the same impending attack. The U.S. Naval Attaché in the embassy in Tel Aviv in June 1967, CDR Ernest Castle, commented on this theory in the Thames TV documentary. Let us presume the Israeli High Command was so fearful that the United States would learn of what was an evident Israeli plan to take the Golan, or any other plan on the part of the Israelis, when they say, that will irritate the United States, our great friend. We'd better not do that, or let that happen, so let's sink their ship instead. That's how I address anyone who thinks the Israelis purposely sank that ship to keep us from knowing something. 39. On the same video, he said further, let us presume it was a premeditated plan for whatever reason to get rid of a United States ship that was a threat to Israel. Then, the nation that had just, in 22 minutes, destroyed an entire Egyptian air force had captured all of the Egyptian armor in the Sinai. If they had decided they had to sink a United States ship, I believe they would have done so. And I think it would have been done with ruse de guerre, and done during the night so that there was never any real evidence of who had done it. If the Israelis had really wanted to sink a United States ship. In his book, Ennis concedes, in regard to the official investigations of the Liberty incident, each of the reports either concluded that the attack was probably conducted in error or avoided making conclusions by lamely, reporting that he could find no evidence that the attack was deliberate. Lack of evidence is not considered a lame excuse, but rather a valid reason for not finding guilt. Furthermore, Ennis's lack of knowledge regarding naval matters and weapons makes his allegations highly questionable. In Attack on the Liberty, while discussing the reaction by the U.S. Sixth Fleet to news of the attack, he writes, 2 nuclear-armed F-4 Phantom jets left America's catapults and headed almost straight up, afterburners roaring. Then 2 more became airborne to rendezvous with the first 2, and together the 4 powerful jets turned towards Liberty, making a noise, like thunder. Unfortunately for the credibility of his story, no F-4 Phantoms operated by the U.S. Navy or Marine Corps, the latter also flying from aircraft carriers in 1967 were fitted with or wired to carry nuclear weapons. Further, a carrier commander could not launch nuclear-armed aircraft without explicit direction from the highest authority, the President, and in some special instances, a theater commander, and there is no evidence that such direction was given or that any other American planes were loaded with nuclear weapons that day. The Ennis book is flawed by so many other errors of simple fact, major and minor, that it is more a product of imagination than documented research. Even statements that rely on his own firsthand. Experience and recollection cannot be accepted as nothing but the truth, causing further harm to his credibility. In the years since the Liberty attack, Ennis has taken an irrationally harsh line against Israel. He has made statements such as, the fact is, Israel would have no enemies if they did not constantly raid their neighbors, steal their land, take their water, and kill their children. He also stated in a letter, it is Israel that daily maims and murders an unarmed population in Palestine. It is Israel that daily bulldozes homes of suspected adolescent rock throwers. 3. The following is another example of how multiple contradictory stories can be created with only a slight basis in the same reality. In 1988, a U.S. naval officer assigned to the National Security Agency detachment on board the Liberty, Lieutenant CDR David E. Lewis, told an incredible story in a private interview with an American reporter, Dale Crowley Jr., 44. According to Lewis, Rear ADM Lawrence Geis, the commander of the U.S. Carrier Task Force in the Mediterranean, had told him that as soon as the Liberty's calls for help were received, Geis launched fighter bombers to defend the Liberty and radioed the Pentagon of the action. Apparently, Geis chose to bypass his immediate superior, Comsixthelfelt, as well as Sinkosnavir and Usansur in the chain of command and call the Pentagon directly. Lewis then quotes Geis as saying, a few minutes later I received a call from Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara ordering me to recall the planes because they were carrying nuclear arms. It remains unexplained why the Secretary of Defense, like Rear Admiral Geis, bypassed the chain of command and gave direct orders to a 2-star Rear Admiral at sea. Lewis goes on to say that Geis told him that after the recall of the first aircraft launched, he immediately rearmed another squadron with conventional weapons, deployed it, and reported to the Pentagon. Again, Admiral Geis is reported to have bypassed his chain of command and dealt directly with the Pentagon. Lewis quotes Rear Admiral Geis further as saying, a few minutes later, I got another call from McNamara ordering me to recall these planes too. I was angry and mystified and exercised my prerogative to go the next higher level of authority to have McNamara's. Order reversed. Seconds later, President Lyndon Johnson was on the radio telephone, and I made my case to him. Again, it is hard to imagine a 2-star Rear Admiral going over the head of Commander 6th Fleet, Commander-in-Chief U.S. Naval Forces, Europe, Commander-in-Chief European Command, and the Joint Chiefs of Staff to deal directly with the Secretary of Defense on this issue, and then even going over the head of the Secretary of Defense, demanding to speak to the U.S. President, and actually speaking to him on radio telephone. If Admiral Geis had been willing to tell his story to Commander Lewis, a subordinate and a total stranger, one might infer that he would also at least have told his wife about such an important conversation with the President. On the contrary, his widow has no recollection of ever being told by her husband of such a conversation. What also remains unexplained is the nature of these radio telephone calls between Admiral Geis in the Mediterranean and Secretary McNamara and President Johnson in Washington. In 1967, the United States did not have the ability to make a secure telephone link between Washington and a ship in the Mediterranean. Captain Joseph M. Tully Jr., USN, who was commanding officer of the Saratoga on June 8, 1967, told this author that he was on the bridge of the Saratoga that day when he received word of the attack on the Liberty at 14:32 Sinai time. He said he tried to reach the commander of Task Force 60, that is Rear ADM Lawrence Geis, on board the America. Unable to do that, he said, he announced over voice radio that he was turning into the wind and launching his Ready Group. Then between 1,440 and 1,450, he launched 404BS, 404 seconds, 401 second, and 404 tankers. Captain Tully then went on to tell this author how the aircraft were immediately recalled by Admiral Geis. The records created that day, including Captain Tully's own messages released by him and sent on June 8, 1967, tell a different story. The only support for a launch from the Saratoga at 1440 is a log entry that states that. At 1440, the Saratoga changed course to 315 degree and increased speed to 25 knots. The log does not reflect two launches. According to the Saratoga deck log, the first aircraft launched to defend the Liberty were launched at 1,602 Sinai time, which was 1,002 Washington time. The America's log does not have a message indicating the exact time. However, the America probably launched its 404 seconds slightly before the Saratoga. Lewis and Tully claim the planes were launched from the Saratoga. Ennis claims they were launched from the America. Lewis and Tully claim that Admiral Geis said the aircraft were recalled by voice command of Secretary of Defense McNamara and confirmed by voice command of President Johnson, both speaking to Admiral Geis. Ennis claims the aircraft were recalled by Secretary McNamara and the Chief of Naval Operations, ADM, David McDonald, giving voice orders from the Pentagon to Commander 6th Fleet rather than to Admiral Geis. However, McNamara was not in the Pentagon that morning during the time frame when Ennis claims McNamara called Admiral Martin. Secretary McNamara later confirmed that he never spoke on the telephone or radio to anyone in the 6th Fleet that day. 48. The president had called a meeting in the White House Situation Room and arrived there at 1,106 Washington time, 1,706 Sinai time. McNamara was already in the Situation Room, pictures taken by the White House photographer show McNamara at the White House at times when the Ennis story places him at the Pentagon. Secretary McNamara told this author that the only order he gave to recall aircraft was issued in the Situation Room at the White House after the message from Commander Castle in Tel Aviv was received by the White House advising that the attack on the Liberty had been made by Israel. That was about 1,125 Washington time, which was about 1,725 Sinai time. At that time, all aircraft had already been recalled by Vice Admiral Martin, the 6th Fleet Commander, who canceled all strikes at 10:40 Washington time. Messages sent by Admiral Martin in June 1967 flatly contradict the stories told by Lewis, Ennis, and Tully. Admiral Martin told the press conference that he did not get any instructions from Washington at any time, and that he, not Tully and not Geis, ordered the Liberty defense aircraft launched and recovered. He also stated that he had provided copies of every message he sent during the Liberty incident to his superiors. Sincus Never and Sincere. The Liberty Veterans Association concedes that in spite of the conflicting tales of two launches of aircraft told by Ennis, Lewis, and Tully, the official position of the U.S. Navy is that there was only one launch. They also, however, imply that this official denial indicates something more insidious than a simple assessment based on established fact. 52. But all records, message traffic, and statements made at the time or immediately after the attack indicate that only one launch was made to protect the Liberty. Although these stories have really nothing to do with the question of whether the Israelis attacked with knowledge that the target was a U.S. ship, they are told with great passion by conspiracy theorists, some of whom claim they prove a conspiracy to betray the United States and the Liberty between the President, the Secretary of Defense, and all the top admirals involved. At periodic intervals, the commander of the 6th Fleet was required to compile a command history and file it with the Chief of Naval Operations. Excerpts from the command history of the U.S. 6th Fleet, declassified on September 30th, 1981, confirm the launch and recall times of the aircraft launched to defend the Liberty. June 8th, 1967, communications ship Liberty erroneously attacked in international waters by Israeli aircraft and torpedo boats. Israel offers immediate apologies for incident. Pertinent message traffic can be found in Annex A, Z-080-1250Z, June 67. FM Consixfeldt to USS Saratoga. USS America Info CTF 60. CTG 60PT2 Confidential 1. America Launch 4, armed to 4s to proceed to 31 to 23N. 33 to 25E to defend USS Liberty, who is under attack by gunboats. Provide fighter cover and tankers. Relieve on station. Saratoga Launch 4, armed to 1s as soon as possible, same mission. Z-080-1339Z, June 67. FM Consixfeldt to USS America. USS Saratoga, USS Liberty Incident 1. IAW Sincus Nevera Inspo 3120.5B. Forces attacking Liberty are declared hostile. 2. You are authorized to use force, including destruction, as necessary to control the situation. Do not use more force than required. Do not pursue any unit towards land for reprisal purposes. Purpose of counterattack is to protect Liberty only. 3. Brief all pilots contents of this message. In addition, brief pilots that Egyptian territorial limit only. 12 miles in Liberty right on edge. Do not fly between Liberty and shoreline, except as required to carry out provisions para 2 above. Brief fighter cover that any attacks on attack aircraft, Liberty, or themselves is hostile act, and para 2 above applies. For GP4, 080-1414Z, June 67. FM, USADO, Tel Aviv, Israel to White House, OSD, Sino, Dep, State, Comsixt, Felti, Sinkosnover, JCS, Dia, Usun, Sinsur, Ususum, CTG, 60PT2, USFA, Sinkusarur, CTG, 60 Sink Strike. Confidential 0825, June 67, Alusna, called to flow to receive report. Israeli aircraft and MTBs erroneously attacked U.S. ship at 08-1200, position 31 to 25N, 33 to 33E. Maybe Navy ship. IDF helicopters and rescue operations. No other info. Israelis send abject apologies and request info of other U.S. ships near war zone coasts. GP3, Z080-1440Z, June 67. FM Consix Felti to USS America.
USS Saratoga CTF 60, CTG 60, Confidential 1.
Recall all strikes, repeat. Recall all strikes, GP-3. Another problem with the Lewis story is its lack of consistency. Lewis went public with this story in 1988, many years after the event. John Bourne, in his book published in 1995, quoted Lewis as the source of a different version of this story, 54. The story was also told differently by Lewis himself in a videotape produced in 1991 by Sligo Productions, 55 It. Was told differently once again by Lewis in the NBC video production of 1992, The Story Behind the Story. Lewis was badly burned in the torpedo attack on the Liberty. His perception of events that day and during his period of recuperation has perhaps allowed imagination to fill in some of the gaps in his memory of the event and the immediate aftermath. Ennis tells his story without citation to any source, and the Tully story told 20 years later is in conflict with Tully's written records created at the time. Lieutenant Maurice H. Bennett, USN, who was a cryptographic officer attached to the NSA detachment on board the Liberty on the day of the attack, and who was awarded the Silver Star, shared this perception. I think that a number of us who were coming up from the torpedoed research bases thought at first the attack was by Egypt. We at that time had no idea who to blame. I remember when the helos flew over the first time, many of the people from the research spaces were cheering them on to get the Egyptians. It wasn't until later that we realized it was Israeli attack. Of course, those on the bridge had made the identification as Israeli and knew who was attacking. The U.S. Navy recognized the heroism of the crew by awarding many individual citations as well as the highest unit award, the Presidential Unit Citation, issued for exceptionally meritorious and heroic achievement. Communications technician, First Class Joseph Lentini, was wounded in the torpedo attack. By chance, he was outside the NSA compartment when the torpedo hit, killing 25% of his shipmates. He has said, "The best way to remember those men is the way I try to remember them every day. And every time I get a chance to voice their memory, they were serving their country, and every one of them was a hero." Chapter 9, Conspiracy Theories. The conspiracy theories about the attack on the Liberty range from a simple rejection of the conclusion that it was a case of mistaken identity to some rather incredible theories. Some of these theories may have their genesis in the perception, wishes, or agendas of their propagators. Notwithstanding the 14 official U.S. and Israeli investigations of the case, all of which concluded that the incident was caused by a tragic series of mistakes or that there is no evidence that the Israeli attack was not a tragic case of mistaken identity, the following assertions to the contrary have become a part of the growing Liberty-related literature. Is this a conscious effort to deceive the American public and U.S. decision-makers? Probably not in the case of those whose own perceptions have led them to their conclusions, but probably yes in the cases of special interest groups or individuals promoting their own agendas. Why have these stories persisted? McGeorge Bundy, President. Kennedy's National Security Advisor and later Chairman of a special committee in charge of the Middle East crisis appointed in June 1967 by President Johnson provided a simple explanation: the American people love conspiracy. 1. This is evident, for example, in some bizarre stories, still circulating over 50 years later about the 1963 assassination President John F. Kennedy, and numerous other conspiracy tales that are told, and retold in magazines, books, films, and elsewhere. For patriotic Egyptians and other Arabs, it is emotionally more desirable to accept a defeat at the hands of the United States than a defeat by Israel. National pride is assuaged, even if national interests are not served, by refusing to accept reality from the point of view of the leaders of Egypt, who knew or should have known the reality. There was a political motive too. Maintain public support by focusing blame on an insurmountable outside entity. On July 27, 1967, Yevgeny Primakov, who has a long history of favoring the Arab side of the Arab-Israeli conflict, was serving as an editor of the Communist Party newspaper Pravda. He published an article about the Liberty incident that states, "Now it is known that among the Liberty crew members were superlative Arab language experts. While moving along the Sinai towards the Israeli border, they were intercepting operative communications between commanders on the Egyptian side. It was also leaked out that the Liberty maintained two-way communications with Israeli radio stations. It is possible that when it was necessary to cover up any evidence of U.S. espionage activity, there was a scenario which was played out in the Israeli motor torpedo boat attack upon the Liberty, which turned out to be a tragedy for the crew of the ship. A similar version agrees that the Israeli head of government decided to mask the fact of its cooperation with the CIA by an attack on the Liberty. In any case, this has already been circulated in the world press. Thereafter, Primakov and others wrote a book about the 1967 war entitled The Dove Has Been Released, which was printed in the Soviet Union in Russian in 1968.3. This book claims that the United States and Israel used the Liberty to send false or cooked messages to the Egyptian forces in the Sinai, directing them to withdraw. In electronic warfare, cooking refers to intercepting and altering enemy messages. It can be as simple as rendering the message unintelligible so that it is of no use to the enemy, or as sophisticated as altering the content of the message to affect the enemy's action in response to the message. Many of the theories of those who doubt or do not accept the mistaken identity theory attribute various cooking capabilities to the Israelis. Primakov and his co-authors further allege that in order to erase the participation of this ship in the Sinai campaign, it was necessary to stage an attack. Thus, in the Primakov story, the United States was on Israel's side, actively fighting against the Arabs. And the attack on the Liberty was made in collusion with the United States to cover up the U.S. participation on behalf of Israel. Many Arabs interviewed by this author have heard this story and accept it as true. The Arab affection for this Soviet version of the events is further reinforced by Primakov's insistence that the Israeli victory over the Arabs was due only to assistance from the United States, Britain, and West Germany. Newspaper reports that the U.S. and British planes participated in the raids on Arab airfields were not confirmed. But that in no way disproves the extensive indirect participation of the U.S., British, and West, or German imperialist hordes in the Israeli venture. 5. In an article co-authored by Primakov and published in 1968, the authors go on to claim that Israeli officers received extensive military training in special camps in the United States and the Federal Republic of Germany, and were also trained by their participation in the fighting in Vietnam. 6. The Primakov story served the national and political interests of the Soviet Union in its quest to establish influence in the Arab world at the expense of the United States. The Primakov story is not supported by any evidence. Another interesting cooking story has been related by Egyptian ambassador Mahmoud Qassem. 7. In this case, the cooking goes one step farther, according to Ambassador Qassem, as it was not a conversation between two other parties, but rather a conversation between one party, King Hussein, and the cookers, who instantly created the responses of the purported second party, President Nasser, who was not, in fact, a party to the conversation at all. Ambassador Qassem, who worked in the office of President Nasser during the 1967 war, believes that the attack on the Liberty was an intentional attack by Israel against a U.S. ship, because, as he claims, the Liberty had intercepted a telephone conversation between Jordan's King Hussein that purported to be from Egypt's President Nasser, but which in reality was from the Israelis, and had been cooked to mislead King Hussein into believing he was talking to President Nasser. The ambassador believes that Israel tricked King Hussein into entering the war, and that Israel did not want this successful trick to be disclosed, and therefore attacked the Liberty to prevent the disclosure. His theory is that Israel had recorded conversations of Nasser's speeches and spliced individual words together. These words were used by the Israelis to create responses to Hussein in Nasser's voice, and thus lead Hussein to believe that he was talking with Nasser, when in fact Nasser was not a part of the conversation at all. 8. Israel had developed superior electronic intelligence capabilities, and its abilities in 1967 were far superior to the Arab elite capabilities. However, even with today's highly advanced, fully computerized technologies, it would be absolutely impossible to hear a statement from Hussein, decide on the response, locate, and retrieve on stored audio tapes the individual words needed for the cooked response, splice them into a sentence or phrase, and then transmit them in time. Even if one could accept the notion that the Israelis were able to accomplish such a remarkable feat in 1967, how could the Israelis possibly have known that the cooked message had been intercepted by the Liberty? There is another major problem with Ambassador Qassem's theory. On the relevant date, June 6th, the Liberty had not arrived in the area. She was still 2 days away from the coast of the Sinai. Moreover, even if one assumes that the Liberty had somehow intercepted the Israeli cooked telephone conversation, why has this intercept never been leaked or disclosed in any fashion? Ambassador Qassem told this author that he had heard that Moshe Dayan ordered the sinking of the Liberty. He also said that he heard that the U.S. government had forbidden the families of the crewmen lost on the Liberty to conduct memorial services for them. No evidence indicates any support for either of these claims. In 1977, Anthony Pearson published a book entitled Conspiracy of Silence. Ted Pearson's conspiracy theory is that the Israelis deliberately attacked the Liberty because Israel had demanded the withdrawal of the ship from the area and the United States had refused to move it out. Pearson first told this story in the May 1976 and June 1976 issues of Penthouse magazine. According to Pearson, the Liberty arrived off its designated station at midday on June 5th, 1967, and was operating off the Sinai and passing information to the United States for several days prior to June 8th, 1967. Pearson ignores the documented fact that the Liberty arrived on station at Point Alpha on the morning of June 8th, 1967. Also, Pearson never states specifically to whom or how the information gathered by the Liberty was passed, but he does state that the Liberty was well out of the striking range of the Egyptian coastline and was ordered to move closer to the Sinai coast on the morning of June 8th by a communication. He does not say from whom or how the communication was sent. In fact, on the morning of June 8th, the National Security Agency and the Joint Chiefs of Staff were trying to transmit orders to the Liberty directing her to stay 100 miles clear of the combat zone. The failure of these orders to reach the Liberty was the subject of the House Armed Services Committee Investigation of Military Worldwide Communications in 1970 1.14. Pearson makes no mention of that investigation in his book. He explains the situation in this way. What no one knew, except those at the highest levels of the Israeli and American governments, was that Israel was violating a predetermined plan formulated by the CIA, top officials of the Johnson administration, the Israeli General Staff, and leading Israeli politicians. According to the plan, Israel should have fought a contained war with the Arabs, which would not have affected territorial lines between Israel and Syria and Jordan. But the Liberty had discovered Israel's violation or the scheme, and on the evening of June 7th, the Israeli ambassador in Washington was told that the attacks had to stop. 8 hours later, orders were given in Tel Aviv to destroy the ship. The core of the Pearson story is that it was the Liberty that had discovered Israel's violation of the scheme, and that therefore she was ordered destroyed by the Israelis on the morning of June 7th. This is curious because on Wednesday, June 7th, Israel's Chief of Staff, General Yitzhak Rabin, publicly announced that Israel was in possession of the Sinai, Sharm el-Sheikh, Jerusalem, and the West Bank of the Jordan River. 16. In fact, hundreds, if not thousands, of newspapers around the world carried major front-page stories of the capture of the West Bank, East Jerusalem, and the Western Wall before the Liberty was in a position to hear anything. The validity of the Pearson story wilts on the timeline since. The Liberty arrived off the Sinai coast about 0849 on the morning of June. 8.17 Pearson places the Liberty in times and places where she simply was not. For example, he places the Liberty at a point 28 miles due northwest of Tel Aviv at 0850 on the morning of June 8, 1967. According to the Liberty deck log, on that morning, she turned to a westerly heading of 253 degree after arriving at Point Alpha, 31 to 27N, 34 to 000E. Her position was in fact about 58 miles southwest of Tel Aviv, the closest she ever got to that city. 18. Furthermore, neither the U.S. government nor the Israelis have any record of any exchange of Pearson's alleged messages from the Liberty to Washington or from Washington to the Liberty. By Pearson's own admission, he took on the Liberty story as a writing assignment for Penthouse during the summer of 1975 when he was broke and needed money. He explained, "The circumstances of the Liberty incident were related to me in Doha, Qatar by an American film producer, Tito Donaghy Howard. I had met him early in April in the lobby of the Intercontinental Hotel in Dubai when he discovered that I was an investigative journalist and that I was considered by the PLO to be pro-Palestinian. He eagerly gave me an idea to resurrect the Liberty incident as a whole new story." Pearson describes Howard as a man at war with the Israelis who claimed to have won a court battle with the government of Israel over distribution of a documentary film, and according to Pearson, was riding high through the Arab world on the euphoria of his legal victory. Howard is further described by Pearson as blaming Zionist agents for burning a nightclub he owned in an effort to bankrupt him, and because he took a radical pro-Arab stance. Pearson's book confirms his primary interest. He needed to write a story that would sell, an article or book confirming that the U.S. and Israeli official investigations were properly conducted and their conclusions were sound, and that the incident had been a tragic mistake very likely would not have sold to Penthouse or to a book publisher looking for sensation. The Pearson story is entertaining, but it should be classified as fiction. Actually, it belongs in the man bites dog category of reporting. In 1978, Richard K. Smith, a freelance aviation historian, wrote an article entitled The Violation of the Liberty, which was published by the U.S. Naval Institute Proceedings in June of that year. Smith's article provoked numerous letters to the editor of the proceedings on all sides of the issue. 18 letters were published in the proceedings, ranging from rational to highly emotional. Smith rejects the Israeli explanation that the incident was a mistake and argues that Israel attacked because a vital part of Israel's war plan was preventing the rest of the world from knowing about its military victories until they could be presented as a political fait accompli. After 2 or 3 days, this news blackout created great anxieties among the civilian population of Israel, but it was more important to keep foreign powers in the dark. The Israeli leaders feared superpower pressures for a ceasefire before they could seize the territory which they considered necessary for Israel's future security. Any instrument which sought to penetrate this smokescreen so carefully thrown around the normal fog of war would have to be frustrated. Smith concludes with an assessment that the Japanese were more regretful about sinking the U.S. river gunboat Panay on the Yangtze River in China in 1937 than the Israelis were about the Liberty incident. He sums up his thesis: if there is a timeless lesson to be relearned from the savage violation of the Liberty, it is that nations do not have friends. They have only interests. In any given set of circumstances, nations are guided to action by what they perceive to best serve their own interests. 4. Smith does not provide evidence to support his assessment about Israeli regrets, nor does he address ample evidence to the contrary. Apparently, he did not look at the message traffic generated by the incident, or he would have seen the cable from Ambassador Walworth Wally Barber, stationed in Tel Aviv, to Secretary of State Rusk. That said, Israelis obviously shocked by error and tender sincere apologies. 25. The records also contain a letter of condolence from Israel's ambassador to the United States, Avraham Harman, to Secretary Rusk, dated June 8, 1967. A cable conveying condolences from Israel's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Abba Eban, dated June 8, 1967, to Secretary Rusk. A letter from Eban to President Johnson. A message from Secretary Rusk dated June 8, 1967, to the American Embassy, Tel Aviv, which states, had learned of it within the hour during call on Assistant Secretary Battle, to whom he had expressed his great sorrow. A cable from the American Embassy in Tel Aviv to the U.S. Secretary of State requesting that condolences of Israel's Prime Minister Levi Eshkol be transmitted to the President of the United States. The letters of condolence sent by the Ambassador of Israel to the United States to the families of those killed in the attack. At least the U.S. diplomats who met with the Israeli diplomats at the time seemed convinced of the sincerity of the latter's regrets, in clear contradistinction to Smith's assessment formed years later. The Smith article offers no supporting evidence to establish that the attacking Israelis knew the ship was American. He reaches his conclusion by drawing an inference from his claim that the Israelis attacked to prevent the United States from learning the extent of the Israeli military success as of the afternoon of June 8, 1967. Smith ignores facts such as that, for example, there were no Hebrew-speaking personnel on board the Liberty, and that thus the ship could not have provided real-time intelligence concerning Israeli military actions. Furthermore, Israel's High Command headquarters was located in Tel Aviv, while its Naval Command headquarters was located in Haifa, far north of Tel Aviv. A point farther north from where the Liberty actually sailed would have been a much better position for Smith's conjectured role. However, worldwide public news on and before June 8 revealed the full extent of Israel's military victories, as is borne out by the front pages and headlines of U.S. and foreign newspapers, including The Times, London, Le Figaro, Paris, Il Messaggero, Rome, The New York Times, The Wall Street Journal, The Washington Post, The Chicago Tribune, and The Miami Herald. The Smith theory was best evaluated by Alfred Friendly, foreign correspondent for The Washington Post, who won the Pulitzer Prize for foreign reporting for his coverage of the 1967 war in Israel. In his response to the Smith article published in the U.S. Naval Institute proceedings, Friendly says that the attack on the Liberty was ordered by the Israel High Command to prevent American and world knowledge of the capture of El Arish, announced with fanfare in Tel Aviv more than 2 days before, or of further progress of the Israeli forces to or near the canal, also announced day by day, almost hour by hour, is a thesis that simply does not hold water. 7. In 1980, Wilbur Evelyn, a former CIA officer, published a book entitled Ropes of Sand, America's Failure in the Middle East that contradicts the official position of the Central Intelligence Agency set forth in its Intelligence Memorandum of June 13, 1967, and reconfirmed publicly many times thereafter. Evelyn states that President Johnson authorized James Jesus Angleton to inform Ephraim Evron, the Israel Deputy Chief of Mission at the Israeli Embassy in Washington, that the United States would prefer that Israel lessen the tension but would not intervene to stop an attack on Egypt. Evelyn explains that he obtained this bit of information after he left the CIA. He states, under orders from the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the USS Liberty was rushed to the waters off Israel's shore to permit this sophisticated communications monitoring vessel to follow the fighting should the Israelis attack Egypt. The Liberty wasn't sent alone, for an even more important reason. Stationed below her was the Polaris nuclear submarine Andrew Jackson, for the Pentagon knew that the CIA had aided Israel in acquiring a nuclear capability. Moreover, the U.S. had provided the Israelis with missiles to which atomic warheads could be attached. Thus, in case a bogged-down Israeli army decided to use ballistic missiles to win a war against the Soviet-equipped Egyptian army, the U.S. was in a position to warn both Israel and Russia that the introduction of nuclear warfare would produce instantaneous retaliation. Message intercepts by the Liberty made it clear that Israel had never intended to limit its attack to Egypt. To destroy this incriminating evidence, Moshe Dayan ordered his jets and torpedo boats to destroy the Liberty immediately. Then the U.S. government shrouded the entire Liberty matter in secrecy under a cloak of national security considerations. Why? Defense Minister Dayan had stated his government's position bluntly. Unless the United States wished the Russians and Arabs to learn of joint CIA-Mossad covert operations in the Middle East and of Angleton's discussions before the 1967 fighting started, the questions of the lost American ship and how the war originated should be dropped. That ended the U.S. protestations. Professional reviews of the Evelyn book are critical and express doubt that he had plausible access to information to back up his revelations. CIA Director Richard Helms, referring to the Evelyn book at a conference organized by Ambassador Richard B. Parker and held on the 25th anniversary of the 1967 war at the Center for the Study of Foreign Affairs of the Department of State's Foreign Service Institute in Rosslyn, Virginia, said, books like Evelyn's Ropes of Sand and others, the Central Intelligence Agency has had the misfortune to have certain former employees who have written mischievous books, not necessarily based on fact. A lot of 31. It's just plain fiction. The Evans and Novak column in the Washington Post of November 6, 1991, included two conspiracy stories about the Liberty incident. One involves U.S. Ambassador Dwight Porter. The other relates to Seth Mintz and is discussed in Chapter 10. Evans and Novak interviewed Dwight Porter, who was the ambassador to Lebanon in June 1967. That interview was by telephone and was brief. The column vividly dramatizes. It's an American ship. The pilot of an Israeli Mirage fighter bomber radioed Tel Aviv as he sighted the USS Liberty 15 miles off the Israeli-Egyptian coast on June 8, 1967. The U.S. Embassy in Beirut intercepted that frantic message in the reply from the Israeli Defense Forces headquarters. The decoded transmissions handed to U.S. Ambassador Dwight Porter shocked him and his staff. The reply from Tel Aviv disregarded the pilot's warning and ordered him to carry out his mission. The column went on to say, the remarkable intercepted radio traffic was chilling for Ambassador Porter, but he was preoccupied with official duties in Beirut. He was organizing a crisis evacuation of hundreds of U.S. citizens, including most of his own embassy personnel, as Arab militants called for throwing America out of the Mideast. He kept silent on the facts until we approached him. Several issues emerge about the statements Evans and Novak attribute to the ambassador. First, the radio transmissions between the Israel Air Force Mirage and the Israel Air Force headquarters in Tel Aviv were by UHF radio and could only be heard in line of sight. They could not be heard over the horizon. The U.S. Embassy in Beirut in 1967 was at sea level. The Mirage was off El Arish in excess of 180 miles away. If the Mirage was at an altitude of 10,000 feet, its UHF transmission could be heard at a distance of 123 miles, according to calculations based on the standard formula from the U.S. Department of Transportation Publication Instrument Flying Handbook, which is published to advise pilots how far their transmissions on UHF radio can be heard. But even if the Mirage were flying in space, like the Space Shuttle, at an altitude high enough for its UHF radio transmissions to be heard at sea level in Beirut, how could the embassy in Beirut have heard the response ordering the pilot to attack, which was allegedly transmitted from Israel Air Force headquarters at sea level in Tel Aviv? A second, more important question is, why would a distinguished professional diplomat, Ambassador Porter, disregard such important information and not disclose it to anyone in the State Department? Why would he disclose it to Evans and Novak in a brief telephone interview 24 years later? Finally, and strangely, the Evans and Novak column that was printed on November 6, 1991, differs substantially from the story Ambassador Porter told this author in an interview on November 21, 1991. Ambassador Porter has a fine reputation and a distinguished career as a diplomat representing the United States. At the time of the interview with this author, he was alert and competent and authorized this author to record the interview. 35 on that tape, Ambassador Porter said he had seen some transcripts of material in June 1967. He did not recall who presented the transcripts to him. He was under the impression that this event occurred on June 8, 1967, the day of the attack on the Liberty. He remembers reading some transcripts and then having them burned because the U.S. Embassy was under siege by a street mob and the ambassador feared the mob might break into it. Contrary to the Evans and Novak column describing the data the ambassador saw as intercepted radio traffic, Ambassador Porter confirmed to this author in a handwritten letter dated December 14, 1991, that I certainly did not state that the interception was made by or in the embassy. A Freedom of Information Act inquiry to the U.S. Department of State established that the day of the mob attack on the U.S. Embassy in Beirut was June 6, 1967, not June 8, 1967. All this proves is that the memory of the ambassador about a very stressful event 24 years earlier was not perfect. This author was not privy to the telephone interview of Ambassador Porter by Evans and Novak. The information in this author's recorded interview of the ambassador and correspondence in the ambassador's own handwriting tells a quite different story from the story Evans and Novak alleged she told them. This documentation, together with the physical facts relating to ability to hear UHF radio transmissions, suggests that the Evans and Novak column did not report accurately what Ambassador Porter said. In 1984, Stephen Green published Taking Sides, America's Secret Relations with a Militant Israel. His support for the Arab side of the Arab-Israeli conflict is well established. Green claims that the U.S. Air Force supported the Israeli war effort in 1967 with 4R F-4C Phantom photo reconnaissance aircraft. 39. The attack on the Liberty is described by him as an attempt to prevent the world from learning about this U.S. support through the Liberty's radio intercepts. Richard B. Parker, who in 1967 served as a political counselor at the U.S. Embassy in Cairo and later as U.S. ambassador to several Arab countries, 40 examined the story in a detailed article published in 1997. This article put to rest the tale of the participation of the U.S. Air Force on Israel's side in the 1967 war. 41. One wonders if the U.S. government was able to keep USAF participation in the 1967 war on Israel's side a secret for 30 years by telling the U.S. Air Force participants, and there had to have been quite a number of them, to keep silent. Why could the U.S. government not have followed the same practice with the Liberty personnel? Those on board the Liberty who would have been privy to this knowledge were limited to NSA personnel, whose business was secrecy. Surely, they could have kept this story a secret if quite a few Air Force pilots, ground crews, and photo interpreters could do that. If the NSA detachment on the Liberty or any other of the ship's crewmen had in fact learned of, let alone taken an active part in, USAF activity in the 1967 war on Israel's side, and had become aware that they were attacked by Israel with the intention to suppress such information, it is very odd indeed that none of the Liberty survivors have come forward in more than 4 decades to tell this story. As noted, the Liberty survivors have been quite vocal about their own theories, but this is not one of them. If this theory is accurate, why does it have no support from the surviving victims? According to Parker's article, former CIA Director Richard Helms categorically denied that there had been any U.S.-Israeli plot in 1967. He also commented that there was no substance to the accusation contained in Stephen Green's book, Taking Sides, that a us reconnaissance squadron had flown missions for Israel during the war. Neither Helms nor Robert McNamara had ever heard of such missions, which would have been impossible without knowledge of either of the two. 2. Still another approach to the Liberty incident was taken by Dr. John E., born in 1993. He became acquainted with the Liberty incident through the James Ennis book, Assault on the Liberty. He wrote a dissertation and then a book, The USS Liberty, Dissenting History Against of Ishal History. Bourne generally supports his argument that Israel attacked knowing that the target was a U.S. ship by reciting a number of unrelated anecdotes. His perception was established primarily through his study of Ennis's writings, and his dissertation relies heavily on Ennis. Bourne's own research reflects little use of primary sources, and he is not especially careful with the rather limited amount of research he did perform. For example, he states that the June 8th Daily Diary shows a telephone call from McNamara to the president at 3. The diary does indeed report that call, except that it was not a call from McNamara to the president, but from the president to McNamara. 44. The error would not seem significant, except for the incredible claims that Bourne then makes on the basis of the 0838 telephone call. Bourne claims that McNamara, by personal voice order, recalled aircraft launched from the Saratoga at 0826 Washington time, 1426 Sinai time. First, all available evidence establishes that the earliest any aircraft could have been launched from carriers was 0850 Washington time, 1450 Sinai time. Second, there was no secure telephone link from Washington to ships in the Sixth Fleet, the David Lewis story on which Bourne relies claims that McNamara gave the recall from the White House, and that it was immediately confirmed by President Johnson, while Bourne places McNamara at the Pentagon at the time of the alleged personal voice order recall. Finally, Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara personally told this author that he never had any voice communication with anyone in the Sixth Fleet, and that the only order to recall aircraft that he ever gave was from the Situation Room of the White House, after word had been received that Israel had advised the United States of its attack. The records of the message traffic and the Sixth Fleet command history confirm that all Sixth Fleet aircraft launched to protect the Liberty had already been recalled by Admiral Martin by the time McNamara issued his recall order at about 1125 Washington time, 1725 Sinai Time, a review of the sanitized naval security. Group file in the USS Liberty available from the Naval Historical Center shows 0801415Z, Elgin Carter, Dernza, telephone captain. Cook to request that he pass by telephone to SecDef McNamara info about the Liberty.
First attempts to reach Secretary McNamara personally by phone were unsuccessful.
Captain Thomas held on the line until Secretary McNamara came to the phone at 0801430Z.
Bourne's claim that Secretary McNamara knew about the attack on the Liberty.
At 0826 Washington time is clearly a figment of his imagination or the result of inadequate research. In 1985, former U.S. Congressman Paul Finley published They Dare to Speak Out. People and Institutions Confront Israel's Lobby, which, in Chapter 6, repeats several conspiracy theories amidst many factual inaccuracies. For example, Finley states that a U.S. carrier was only 30 minutes away, prepared to respond almost instantly. Finley ignores the official records, which establish that the carriers were over 500 miles away and that the first U.S. aircraft were not launched until 1602 Sinai time, more than an hour after the attack was over. Finley was one of the first U.S. legislators to embrace the PLO and the Arab side of the Arab-Israeli conflict. His sentiments are clearly set forth in his books. Congressman Finley relied mainly on Ennis, and thus generally follows the Ennis story, including the notion that the motive for the attack was to keep the secret of the impending Israeli attack on Syria. The rebuttal of the Syrian attack secret motive has been sufficiently discussed previously, without offering any source or authority for the claim. Finley asserts that CIA had learned a day before the attack that the Israelis planned to sink the ship. Captain McGonigal heard this tale and was troubled by it. This author arranged a three-way telephone conversation between Captain McGonigal, this author, and the 1967 CIA Chief of Station at the U.S. Embassy at Tel Aviv. The CIA Chief of Station confirmed to Captain McGonigal that there was no record supporting that story, and that he, who had been closely involved, knew nothing about it. Furthermore, Congressman Finley quotes Vice ADM Donald D. Don Engen, who was the captain of the Carrier America that day. President Johnson had very strict control, even though we knew the Liberty was under attack. I couldn't just go and order a rescue. Admiral Engen denied ever making that statement. Engen later confirmed his confidence in this author's research of the Liberty incident by comment in his book, Wings and Warriors. Finley quotes Admiral Kidd as giving explicit orders: answer no questions. If somehow you were backed into a corner, then you may say that it was an accident and that Israel has apologized. You may say nothing else. Admiral Kidd denied to this author that he ever made the quote attributed to him by Finley. Obviously, these problems call into question the entirety of Finley's work. In 1984, Donald Neff wrote the second of his two books on the Middle East. His earlier book, Warriors at Suez, Eisenhower Takes America into the Middle East, had been published in 1981.52. The second book, Warriors for Jerusalem, The 6 Days That Changed the Middle East, deals with the Liberty incident. 53. Neff argues that the Israeli attack was a deliberate attack on a ship known to be American. He begins his story with some misinformation regarding a request by the Liberty to the Sixth Fleet for an armed escort and a reply to the request on June 6, 1967, to the ship's request for an armed escort. Sixth Fleet Commander Admiral Martin had replied, Liberty is a clearly marked United States ship in international waters, not a participant in the conflict and not a reasonable subject for attack by any nation. In the unlikely event of an attack, Admiral Martin promised, jet aircraft could be over the ship within 10 minutes. The request was denied. In fact, this author has not been able to locate such a request or denial anywhere. The Russ Report, which focused primarily on the message traffic involved, does not include any such messages. Neff does not provide a source other than Ennis for the denial of the Liberty's request by Vice Admiral Martin. Ennis remembers such a message and in his book states that he can remember the message verbatim, but he does not provide a citation or reference. According to Ennis, the evidence is just missing. 55, if such messages had actually been exchanged, they would have been kept in the records of the 6th Fleet Commander on the cruiser Little Rock and very likely on other ships or shore stations, as it is customary to send copies of messages to other sites for their information in addition to the action addressees. To arrange for such message records to vanish into thin air would have required a major conspiracy involving numerous naval personnel. The Neff allegation suffers from yet another flaw that results from Neff's reliance on Ennis. In Neff's notes at the end of his book, 56, he confirms that he relies on a letter from Ennis that told him that Dave Lewis, who headed the SIGINT effort, had authority to release messages without showing them to the captain. The message was prepared by Dave and may not have been seen by McGonigal. In any case, the request was official, and it was scornfully declined by Admiral Martin. That Lewis had authority to release messages without showing them to the captain is probably accurate, in that Lewis could communicate with the National Security Agency about his SIGINT operations without including the ship's commanding officer in that loop. However, anyone who is familiar with U.S. naval procedures would find it very hard to believe that Lewis had authority to communicate with Commander McGonigal's own immediate superiors about an issue concerned with the operation and security of the ship, without involving the latter. If what Ennis wrote to Neff is true, and Lewis did have such authority on June 6 to communicate directly with McGonigal's superiors, the story still falls apart, because on that date, the Liberty was still under the command and control of Admiral McCain, Commander-in-Chief, us. Naval Forces Europe. Liberty did not chop to, or go under the command and control of, Vice Admiral Martin, the commander of the 6th Fleet, until June 7, 1967. The idea that a subordinate cryptology officer in the U.S. Navy would bypass the commanding officer on the ship to which his detachment was assigned, as well as Commander-in-Chief, U.S. Naval Forces Europe, to request assistance from a nearby fleet commander on a matter of ship security is simply beyond belief. For the sake of further discussion, it could be assumed that the message was sent and Vice Admiral Martin did promise jet aircraft over the ship in 10 minutes. How could that have been possible? The nearest U.S. carriers would have been over 500 miles away from Liberty's assigned patrol area. The fastest U.S. jet fighter on board the carriers, the F-4 Billion's Phantom, at maximum subsonic cruise speed, would have required a minimum of 60 minutes to reach the Liberty. In afterburner mode at supersonic speed, the time to target would have been 20 to 30 minutes if they could remain supersonic that long. But in fact, the aircraft could not have arrived over Liberty, because in afterburner, they would have run out of fuel well before reaching the ship. Was Vice Admiral Martin so? Lacking in knowledge of the performance of his fighter planes that he promised more than he could deliver to his comrades in arms? Or is it more plausible that Ennis's memory of that message, which cannot be found anywhere, is simply not accurate? Neff notes that when President Johnson learned of the attack on the Liberty, he immediately advised Soviet Premier Kosygin about it via the hotline. He goes on to say, while the Kremlin now knew about the Israeli attack on the Liberty, the American people did not. From the very beginning, the Johnson administration gave every evidence of a determination to play down the attack. Although there was reported skepticism that the attack was totally accidental, the inclination of the officials was to accept Israel's version, since none of them could see why the Israelis would risk losing U.S. support by such a dangerous action. It may have been the result of a local trigger-happy commander, they agreed, though there was no evidence of that either. But even if that were the case, that did not amount to a hostile act ordered by the top echelons of the government. Beyond the lack of evidence, the president and his advisors were aware that they needed all the influence they could bring to bear on Israel to get it to stop fighting. A direct emotional confrontation at this time would only lessen Washington's ability to achieve a ceasefire. In the end, Clark Clifford was detailed to investigate the attack, and everyone else was ordered to keep mum until his report was completed. Neff also tells a story about Israel's defense minister, Moshe Dayan, ordering the attack, and repeats the theory that Israelis do not make mistakes. While it is clearly established that President Johnson and both Secretary of State Dean Rusk and Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara were aware of Israel's impending blow at Syria from several sources, including having specifically advised of the plan by the Chief of Israeli Intelligence, General Aharon Yariv, Neff turns the facts around and suggests that this secret was learned by the Liberty and provided to the United States. He does not explain how the information was passed to the United States at a time when the Liberty was not in communication. In regard to the advanced U.S. knowledge of the attack on Syria, he says, apparently the attack did not come as a surprise to the United States. In his memoirs, Lyndon Johnson asserted that we did know Israel's military intentions towards Syria. Could the Liberty have accomplished at least part of its task? Did its sensitive antennas pick up the orders for the Thursday, June 9th attack on Syria and relay them to Washington? The answer to Neff's question is no. From the various positions of the Liberty from the time of her arrival at Point Alpha until the time of the Israeli attack, she was far over the horizon from both Tel Aviv and Israel's Northern Command, which was responsible for the Syrian front. If somehow she could have heard transmission of orders to attack Syria, how would she have understood those orders in real time, since Liberty did not have any Hebrew linguists on board? It could be argued that perhaps she relayed raw data directly to NSA. But if Liberty had a direct communication link with NSA, why then did she not receive her standoff orders over that same link? Again, the United States did know of the impending attack on Syria from several sources. For example, the CIA's June 8, 1967, Intelligence Memorandum, Arab-Israeli Situation Report, indicates in paragraph 4 that the U.S. Consul at Jerusalem, on the morning of June 8, 1967, had a report of intensive air and artillery bombardment of Syrian positions opposite the central demilitarized zone, an apparent prelude to a large-scale attack in order to seize the heights overlooking the Israeli border. So, the most difficult story to believe was published in 1994 by John Loftus. 62, he had served as a U.S. Army officer and then worked in the Office of Special Investigations of the Department of Justice, whose function is to prosecute Nazi war criminals who had entered the United States illegally after World War II. His book, The Secret War Against the Jews, written with Mark Ahrens, includes a chapter entitled The Liberty Incident. Loftus claims that the CIA sent the Liberty to a position off the Sinai to spy on the Israeli forces, and that the information obtained was then passed to the Egyptians via a British intelligence center in Cyprus. Loftus writes, Aramco and the other big players in the oil business were extremely concerned that American aid to Israel would alienate the Arab oil producers. It was not enough to withhold military assistance in the coming war. Everyone in the Muslim world knew that the United States was still neutral in favor of Israel. The oil men wanted some under-the-table help for the Arabs. President Lyndon Johnson had been in the oil business himself down in Texas and knew how the game was played. The oil producers got to LBJ or someone very close to him in the White House. Our sources were never able to find out who. The oil men asked if the president could throw the Arabs a bone, some sort of secret assistance that the public would never find out about, but would make the Arab leadership grateful. The point was to keep the oil flowing. No matter what happened in the 1967 war, The White House approved a contingency plan to send the Arabs a little intelligence about the Israel Defense Forces. The little intelligence to which Loftus refers would be provided by the Liberty. Loftus describes the ship as having such sophisticated eavesdropping equipment that she was capable of hearing and recording every Israeli electronic transmission in the Sinai, including intercom transmissions inside individual tanks. This electronic bonanza was sorted out by the British in Cyprus using massive computers and passed to the Egyptians. Loftus claims, therefore, that in the 1967 war on the Southern Front battlefield, the United States and Great Britain were actually helping the Arabs against Israel. The allegations by Loftus that the CIA sent the Liberty to spy for the Egyptians, with the data being collected and passed to Cairo via a British intelligence computer base on Cyprus, began by placing the Liberty off the Sinai several days before she actually got there. He ascribed to the Liberty capabilities of listening equipment far beyond anything that the United States or any other nation had in the 1960s or probably would for the next decade or two. Anyone familiar with the literature on electronic intelligence could establish that Loftus's claims about the listening capability of the Liberty in 1967 are fantasy. But let us assume that the Liberty could have gathered electronic data from the Sinai nearly or even completely to the extent claimed by Loftus. How did Israel know the capabilities of the Liberty in June 1967? If this capability existed and Israel knew about it, what was to be gained by the Israelis attacking her as late as June 8? The battle for the Sinai was virtually over by June 7. Israeli forces had defeated the Egyptians and were mopping up in the Sinai and were in the process of securing the western bank of the Suez Canal. Ironically, Loftus' argument that the Liberty was involved in the 1967 war on the side of Egypt, that is, that it was fighting against Israel, would have provided a legitimate reason for Israel to attack the ship. Under the law of naval warfare, a belligerent may be attacked anywhere except in the territorial waters of a neutral nation, and a neutral aiding a belligerent is subject to the same rule. The general thesis of the Loftus book is that intelligence organizations all over the world throughout modern history have conducted covert operations against the Jews in general and against Israel, the Jewish state. In particular, while there may be a grain of truth in some of his claims for certain organizations at specific times, and while invidious anti-Semitism is a historical fact, this author suggests that the book is far off the mark regarding the relationship in 1967 of the CIA and the Mossad, a relationship that has historically been symbiotic. Also, the Liberty was assigned to the National Security Agency, part of the Department of Defense. Therefore, neither the CIA nor the Navy was in control of her intelligence operations. 65 Loftus, like other writers, often confuses intelligence agencies and fails to understand their relationships, jurisdictions, and control, including their dealings with other governmental departments and agencies. Loftus spends much of his time traveling around the United States lecturing to Jewish audiences, who are generally receptive emotionally to his thesis. Loftus tells Jewish audiences what they want to hear. While a great deal of what he says may be historically accurate, his chapter on the Liberty incident is neither documented nor accurate. Loftus mainly relies on the information of unidentified old spies and old or former intelligence officers. The only names disclosed by Loftus are of persons who are dead, and therefore it is not possible to corroborate what Loftus attributes to them. His theory on the attack on the Liberty is far from persuasive. In 1980, James Jim Taylor privately published Pearl Harbor II. Taylor makes it immediately and abundantly clear that he is opposed to Zionism. The first 70 pages of his book are a tirade against Zionism. The Liberty is rarely mentioned. No research or new evidence is presented on the Liberty incident. He cites portions of the record of the U.S. Navy Court of Inquiry, which do not support his thesis. Material from the Court of Inquiry record that flatly contradicts his thesis is omitted. The highest-ranking U.S. military officer to reject the Israeli explanation of the Liberty attack was ADM Thomas H. Moore, a hero of World War II, who served as chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff from 1970 to 1974. When the Liberty incident occurred, he was not directly in the loop. He became Chief of Naval Operations on August 1st, 1967. He had no personal knowledge of the incident, but he has a strong emotional attachment to the victims of the attack. Admiral Moore knew Lieutenant Stephen Toth personally as the son of Captain Joseph Toth, who had been at the U.S. Naval Academy while Moore was there. Admiral Moore has maintained the notion that the first aircraft launched from the carrier Saratoga were armed with nuclear weapons, as claimed by James Ennis and some other sources. 67. All available evidence points to the contrary. 68. Moore says that he refuses to swallow the Israeli story. His main argument is that the Liberty was the ugliest ship in the U.S. Navy, and that an attacking pilot had to recognize it as the U.S. Navy's Liberty and could not confuse it with an Egyptian ship. This author respectfully acknowledges that Admiral Moore, with his special knowledge of U.S. ships and his naval flying experience probably, would have recognized the Liberty from the air. 69, however, the CIA report differs from the Admiral's assessment and specifically states that the Liberty could have been mistaken for the Egyptian ship El Qasir. 70% Admiral Moore does not explain why Israel Air Force pilots, whose experience in naval matters was virtually non-existent, should have been expert in U.S. ship identification. The history of Israeli naval aviation combat prior to the 1967 war was quite limited. For example, during the 1956 Sinai campaign, 2 Israel Aragon jets strafed the Egyptian destroyer Ibrahim al-Awwal near Haifa, and Israel Air Force Colonel Danny Shapira led an attack by a flight of 4 Mystère aircraft against the British destroyer HMS Crane in the Red Sea, upon the mistaken assumption that the Crane was an Egyptian warship. What little knowledge of warships they had was focused on the ships of navies of Arab countries with which Israel was at war. In fact, if they had been able to distinguish the antennae array they would have been far more likely to have identified the Liberty as a Soviet intelligence collector since. There were several Soviet intelligence collectors operating in the eastern Mediterranean, and no U.S. warship had visited an Israeli port in several years. The Israeli pilots of Royal Flight and the chief air controller recognized a problem after only 10 to 12 minutes and terminated the air attack. Ultimately, the recognition had nothing to do with the beauty or ugliness of the ship, but rather with its conduct during the attack, that is, she was not shooting back. Royal Flight leader identified Liberty as not being an Arab warship by her hull markings GTR-5, not by her multiple antennas, her lack of beauty, or U.S. flag. Admiral Moore told this author that when he was chief of naval operations, he did not talk one-on-one with the president or the secretaries of state or defense, and never discussed the Liberty. Incident with them. As CNO, he did attend meetings, along with other senior officers and service chiefs, with the President and the Secretary of Defense once or twice a year. Second, he was quoted by Jim Anderson in a United Press International article dated December 12, 1985. Moorer, who was not in a position of command during the Liberty attack, told the news conference he did not. Investigated when he became head of the Joint Chiefs because it was during the Vietnam War, and I was concerned with what was about to happen, not what had happened. His position of not swallowing the Israeli story developed years later, notwithstanding Admiral Moore's eventual position of refusing to accept the explanation that the attack was a mistake. He apparently swallowed it when he was chief of naval operations. The final endorsement on the U.S. Navy Court of Inquiry proceedings concluding that the attack was a tragic mistake was approved by his office on March 25, 1968. It should always be understood that while in many instances perception is more important than reality, in most instances, perception is not synonymous with reality. Thus, different conspiracy theories, for the most part, focus on the notion that the Israeli attack was intended to keep the Liberty from discovering the military intentions or activities of Israel. The common threads in all these accounts tend to be a total and absolute disregard for all 14 official U.S. and Israeli inquiries, and disregard for facts when the facts disagree with the conspiracy theory. As Professor Dan Shuftan points out, beyond the detailed and well-substantiated macro data, the Liberty conspiracy theory is fundamentally flawed in the macro perspective, since it disregards the political strategy of the Israeli decision-makers at that time. In the summer of 1967, the Israel leadership considered American goodwill towards Israel to be its supreme political interest, second only to Israel's existence. The bitter lesson of the Sinai Campaign of 1956 and its aftermath in 1957, when Israel was forced to withdraw by American and Soviet pressure, was only too vivid. In 1967, Israel could not risk another political defeat to follow her military victory. To preserve this goodwill, Israel waited for 3 weeks for an American approval before launching the war, even though Israel believed that her very existence was at stake. The Israeli leaders knew that only American support could give their political strategy a chance to work to trade the territorial and strategic assets of the war for a lasting political settlement that would secure Israel's future in the region. By June 8, the Israeli success in defeating the Egyptian threat had already manifested itself. To suggest that Israel would risk the fruits of her military victory by purposely attacking an American surveillance ship and killing U.S. personnel indicates a total failure to understand the overall picture of the Six-Day War. None of the dubious theories presented to date offer a motivation for the attack on the Liberty that could be vital enough to override these considerations. To suggest that Israel attacked the Liberty to keep the U.S. in the dark about the offensive in the Golan is to assume that Israel was prepared to revert to the 1956 pattern, after it endangered its very existence for 3 weeks before the war to avoid just that. To suggest that it was done to cover up a major atrocity that did not even happen hardly deserves a serious response. To suggest that such a major decision could be taken on a level lower than the Prime Minister or Minister of Defense is to ignore the way the Israeli Defense Force worked at the time. Finally, an experienced student of Israeli media and political practices would know that if there were a grain of truth in these conspiracy theories, that truth would have surfaced in Israel long ago. Chapter 10, Tall Tales versus Reality. Eye attention of the Liberty Veterans Association, according to his story, Mintz, had been an intelligence officer in the Israel Defense Forces during June 1967, sitting quietly in the Israeli war room, where he saw and heard unidentified Israeli officers examine aerial photographs of the USS Liberty, and then, with full knowledge that the Liberty was flying the U.S. flag, order the attack on the Liberty. The Liberty Veterans Association newsletter carried an item with the headline, "An Israeli Major Speaks Up." In January, one of our shipmates was approached by a man claiming to be a former Israeli major who had observed the attack from the Israeli war room. "The business about no flag flying is a lie," the man said. "We could hear the pilots reporting during the attack that the ship flew an American flag." The man does claim that embassy officials were asked to move the ship away from the Israeli coast, and he claims that us. Embassy officials insisted that there were no American ships in the area. A more detailed variation on this story had been printed several weeks before by United Press International, dated March 18, 1984. The article does not mention Mintz by name, but indicates that his name is known to UPI and to author Stephen Green. Green wrote about the Liberty incident in his 1984 book, Taking Sides. Green does not mention Mintz or the story in his book, although he interviewed Mintz by telephone in 2 calls. Green passed his notes of this interview to Rich Bonin, an associate producer of the CBS News program 60 Minutes. 60 Minutes sent a crew to Maine to tape an interview with Mintz. It was never aired on 60 Minutes. Bonin passed the notes to the research editor of the Thames TV production attack on the Liberty, Adrian Pennick, who interviewed Mintz but did not use the Mintz story in the Thames TV production. Pennick's notes of the Mintz interview contain a number of assertions made by Mintz that certainly raise questions about his credibility. Mintz told Pennick that There were 3 attempts to contact the U.S. Embassy about the ship. He also remembers a phone call that Benny Moti made to the military attaché at 9 a.m. in the morning. While there is some dispute about whether the IDF ever contacted the U.S. Embassy to inquire about U.S. ships in the area, the call at 9 a.m. was just a few minutes after the Liberty arrived at Point Alpha. The air attack began just before 2 p.m., did Mintz. Sit in the war room unnoticed for 5 hours? Mintz remembers seeing the Liberty marker on their operation board stay throughout the day. It was not removed. All available evidence establishes that the wedge representing the Liberty was on the sea plot at Naval Headquarters at Stella Maris, Haifa. There was no ship plot at Air Force or Army Headquarters in Tel Aviv. Mintz said he heard reports coming through the loudspeakers from the pilots attacking the ship. The Israel Air Force has transcribed and translated the pilot and controller communications available. The tapes do not support the Mintz claims. Finally, Mintz cannot remember exactly where Southern Command is, but said he could easily find it were he in Tel Aviv. In 1967, the high commands of the Air Force and Army were in Tel Aviv. The Israel Air Force Command Center was not at all like Mintz's description of it. Southern Command was with Major General Yeshayahu Sheikh Gavish on an armored personnel carrier moving through the Sinai toward the Suez Canal. It is suggested that these were sufficient reasons for Thames TV to reject Mintz's tale. Mintz was back in public view in 1991 when he was interviewed over the telephone for about 15 minutes in connection with a column by Roland Evans and Robert Novak. The column, which appeared in the Washington Post on November 6, 1991, states, American-born Israeli Major Seth Mintz, who was present in IDF headquarters for several hours before the Mirage fighter bomber radioed that the ship he had been sent to attack was American. Mintz had been allowed to accompany his friend and mentor, General Benny Moti, into the War Room, a secure headquarters in Tel Aviv. As the minutes went by, he told us, the mood took a definitive turn from doubt to certainty as to the ship's identity. They were discussing photographs of a ship that they thought was American. Mintz told us by telephone from his home in Holton, Maine. No one wanted to take responsibility. He said the photos were sent to the U.S. Embassy in Tel Aviv for identification. The embassy said it knew of no American ship in that part of the Eastern Mediterranean, a lie following the precepts of the intelligence game. IDF officers studied Jane's fighting ships, Mintz told us, and everyone felt it was an American ship and that it was the Liberty. There were comments about the markings, about the flag. Everybody in that room was convinced it was an American ship. Mintz said the order to sink the ship came not from the war room, but from superior officers. Immediately thereafter, Mintz said many Israeli officers had doubts whether they had done the right thing. As for himself, Mintz told us, the Israelis were guilty of an outrage, but the American refusal to admit the Liberty was there helped precipitate the outrage. The Evans and Novak column did not go unchallenged. 2 days later, on November 8, 1991, senior New York Times editorial writer A.M. Rosenthal published an op-ed piece in the New York Times entitled Anatomy of a Scoop. Regarding the portion of the Evans and Novak column relating to Mintz, Rosenthal had this to say. Evans-Novak reported that an American, who was then an Israeli major, was in the Israeli Defense Forces headquarters in Tel Aviv that day and corroborates evidence that the Israelis were well aware that they were attacking an American ship, like Ellie does. Evans-Novak said their eyewitness was Seth Mintz, now a salesman of chemicals in Holton, Maine. When I called him, expecting a confirmation of hard reporting, I got a furious denial that he had ever corroborated that the Israelis knew. He said he told the reverse to Mr. Evans. The next day, the Washington Post carried a letter to the editor signed by Seth Mintz of Holton, Maine, and captioned, Attack on the Liberty, a tragic mistake. Mintz claims that Evans and Novak misquoted him. He says they changed the order of events and took his answers out of context. His letter concludes, finally, the columnists quote me as saying that the Israelis had doubts whether they had done the right thing, as if I was referring to a deliberate attack on an American ship, when in fact, I was talking about uncertainty regarding the ship's identity that lingered among some of the officers, even after the embassy's second denial. The Liberty incident was a terrible human tragedy. There's no excuse for using it to fan hatred through distortions and misrepresentations. Evans and Novak defended their original column in an article in the Washington Post on November 11, 1991, explaining that Mintz was now denying what he had told them because he was afraid that he might be in danger. The column states, Mintz told an Israeli newspaper that he doesn't need the Mossad and Shin Bet knocking at his door. The column further confirms that the telephone call to Mintz from Evans occurred on October 22, and that Mintz spoke to us for more than 15 minutes. 8. The Last Word in this War of Columnists was written by Hirsch Goodman, editor of the Jerusalem Report, whose column, The Last Word, was published on November 21, 1991, titled Messers, Errors and No Facts. Goodman's column takes the Evans and Novak article apart, line by line, and chides the columnist for omitting much significant data and for relying on the Mintz story because the story does not make sense and was less than convincing. Seth Mintz has told a number of conflicting stories about what he knows of the Liberty incident. He first claimed in his story, carried by the Liberty Veterans newsletter, to have been a major in the Israel Army, assigned to intelligence, and to have been in the Israeli Military Command Center in Tel Aviv on June. Mintz's story was that he went to Israel as an American Jew at the age of 15 and a half and spent some time on a kibbutz, which he identified as Kibbutz Magen. He told Adrian Penning, the research editor for the Thames TV production on the Liberty, that the kibbutz was located in the Negev on the Gaza Strip. There is indeed a Kibbutz Magen located in the Negev, near a more famous kibbutz, Yad Mordechai. On June 20th, 2001, at the request of this author, a representative of Israel TV Channel 1 contacted Kibbutz Magen and was advised by telephone that in November 1963, an adult male named Seth Mintz came to the kibbutz. He was not 15 and a half years old, as Mintz told Adrian Penning, but old enough to marry. And in fact, he married a woman named Karen. They left the kibbutz together in September 1964 and were not heard from again. The kibbutz representative also stated that there was no important or well-known IDF general from the kibbutz during the 1963-67 timeframe. This is significant because Mintz claims to have been befriended by a senior Israeli general, whom he identified as his kibbutz father, and whose name he could not exactly recall in his earlier stories, and to whom he did not refer at all in his interview with author Stephen Green. Tamny did, however, identify the general to Adrian Penning as Benny Moti, and later as General Benny Matty in the Evans and Novak article. Concerning General Benny Matty, Goodman writes in his article, "There has never been such a person in the Israeli army. There's a well-known Israeli general named Daniel Danny Matt, but when he was asked by this author whether he was the kibbutz father or a friend of Mintz or Dagan, the alias Mintz claimed he used when he joined the IDF, the general replied that he was not, and that he had never heard of Mintz or Dagan. Mintz claims he enlisted in the Israel army under the pseudonym Giora Dagan in order to prevent loss of his U.S. citizenship. He claims his IDF serial number was 968,409. He has not been able or willing to identify to Adrian Penning anyone in Israel who can corroborate his story or who knew him during his 5-year sojourn there prior to 1967. Penning's notes reflect that Mintz did not have a stamped passport to establish that he ever traveled to Israel and did not have any other documentation to support his other claims. Colonel Ronan Gissin, deputy spokesman of the Israel Defense Forces, researched the IDF personnel records looking for a Giora Dagan, IDF serial number 968,409, and for Seth Mintz. Gissin found no record of Seth Mintz. He did, however, find there was a Giora Dagan with that serial number in the Israel Army in 1967. But Dagan was neither a major nor an intelligence officer. Dagan was a driver in a motor pool. The possibility that a motor pool driver had access to the Air Force command post during the 1967 war is very remote, to say the least. It is even less plausible that while just sitting around the command post, Mintz saw Israel Air Force officers receive aerial reconnaissance photographs of the Liberty with the U.S. flag clearly visible, as he claims. Although Mintz claims to have heard them discuss the flag and to have heard them call the U.S. Embassy and ask if the ship was American, the U.S. Embassy has no record of such a call. According to Mintz, after a person at the U.S. Embassy, whom he does not identify, advised the Israel Air Force officers that the ship was not American, Mintz heard them order the attack. After An Israeli Major Speaks Up was published in the Liberty, Veterans Newsletter of May 1984, Richard Baunen, an associate producer of the CBS television program 60 Minutes, sent a television crew to Maine to interview Mintz on videotape for a 60-minute segment. The producer told this author that he was not satisfied with Mintz's credibility and dropped the story when a Thames TV team arrived in Washington, D.C. to begin shooting the documentary attack on the Liberty. Baunen passed the story to his friend Adrian Penning, the research editor for the Thames production. According to Baunen, the Thames TV production team hired David Walsh, a pro-conspiracy public relations person in Washington, to assist them, and he put them in touch with both Seth Mintz and Stephen Green. Penning brought Mintz and his wife Barbara to Washington and interviewed him, but like Baunen, did not find his story credible and did not include it in the Thames documentary. 14 Mintz also gave author Stephen Green a couple of telephone interviews in which he told a similar story, except that he placed the Liberty off the Sinai on the evening before the Liberty arrived there. Perhaps Mintz had read the Pearson stories. In any event, Green apparently was not impressed with Mintz's story, because when Green published Taking Sides 16, the Mintz story was not included. Of course, the story Mintz told Green is quite different from the story Green told in his book as to the reason for the attack, which Green claims was to cover up us, Air Force assistance, immediately prior to the war. Mintz declined to be interviewed by this author, 17, but Mintz appeared live on camera in 1992 on the television NBC program The Story Behind the Story. On this occasion, his story, as broadcast, was again different from his prior tales. There was no mention of his earlier claim that he had been an Israeli intelligence officer. He was described by Richard Kiley, the narrator, as a 20-year-old soldier in the Israeli army, visiting a family friend at the Air Force Control Center in Tel Aviv. He said there was no doubt among the Israelis that the ship was American, and that sets of pictures of the Liberty were sent to the U.S. Embassy, where the U.S. denied the ship was an American ship. In prior stories, he had said the embassy was contacted by telephone. Because he did not go to the embassy, it is not clear how he knew the embassy's reply. He concluded his TV appearance with a somewhat convoluted statement of why the Israelis decided to attack. In his own words, the Israelis were convinced that if the Americans weren't willing to acknowledge the existence of their own ship, the possibility, no matter how remote it was, existed that it was in fact not an American ship. 18. Mintz is an enigma regarding the Liberty incident. In view of the many different versions of his story, it is clear that he is not reflecting a consistent, single perception. Yet it is difficult to identify a special interest as the basis of or motive for his stories. Whether Dagan was Mintz is not certain. The fact that neither Mintz nor Dagan was an intelligence officer is clear. Also, Mintz's description of the war room and its location is not accurate. His motives and objectives remain unknown. For a short time, Major Mintz was the darling of some of the conspiracy theorists. His letter in the Washington Post probably chilled that relationship. Rich Baunen, the CBS 60 Minutes producer who rejected the Mintz story as not credible, commented, "To this author, Mintz is a troubled soul." Adrian Penning's research for the Thames TV production attack on the Liberty unearthed an additional story. Penning interviewed former Congressman Paul N. Pete McCloskey, who told Penning that he had visited an Israeli in a federal prison in Springfield, Missouri. McCloskey claimed that the prisoner, a certain Amnon Tavni, told him that he was an Israeli pilot who flew against the Liberty and that he had a clear identification of the Liberty as a U.S. ship when he made the attack. Penning called Tavni in prison, but Tavni told Penning that he had never made such a statement to Congressman McCloskey. Penning learned the name of Tavni's former girlfriend in New York and interviewed her. She stated too, penning that Tavni had told her he served in the IDF but never mentioned being a pilot. The IDF spokesman could not find a record of Tavni as a pilot in the Israel Air Force, nor as a member of any branch of the IDF. The Medical Center for Federal Prisoners at Springfield, Missouri, confirmed to this author that Amnon Tavni, prisoner number 050818054, was convicted in federal court for the Southern District of New York of robbery and conspiracy to rob a bank. He was sentenced to 10 years in prison by U.S. District Judge Thomas P. Grisa. 22 records indicate that Tavni entered prison on April 26, 1984, and served 30 months and 25 days. He was paroled on November 19, 1986, and returned to New York, where parole office records indicate he was deported to Israel in December 1986. Recent efforts by this author to locate Tavni in Israel have not been successful. This author has learned that after Tavni was deported to Israel in 1986, he changed his name and so cannot be located. 4 Israel Air Force pilots were involved in the air attacks on the Liberty. Yakov Hammermish, the pilot who flew as wingman in Royal Flight, died in a plane crash prior to 1979 while practicing for an air show. 24 Royal Flight leader, whose name is not to be disclosed, died in 2009. The 2 surviving pilots who live in Israel flew as Kursa wingman and Kursa flight leader. 26 Kursa flight leader has since come out and has been identified as Brig General Iftach Spector, one of the Israel Air Force's top aces. No Israel Air Force record identifies a pilot who participated in the air attack named Amnon Tavni. Either Tavni or Penning or McCloskey told a tall tale. It is also possible, of course, that Tavni told 2 different stories, one to McCloskey and another to Penning. All things considered, the Penning story is more believable, because Penning had no dog in this fight, while McCloskey has had a well-known opposition to Israel. An even more fascinating story surfaced in July 1997, when the Orlando Sentinel printed a My Word column by Ronald M. Wade of Rockwell, Texas, entitled Israel Should Own Up to the Truth About the Liberty. Wade wrote that he had worked in the engineering department of E-Systems, Inc., a company that designed the data collection systems installed in both the Liberty and Pueblo. The most interesting part of the column stated, among the Israelis assigned to our facility to oversee that contract was the airman who had been radar officer on the aircraft that had led the machine gun rocket and napalm attack on the Liberty. In private conversations, he acknowledged that the attack had been well planned in advance and was broken off only when Israeli listening posts picked up radio transmissions from American carrier-based fighter aircraft coming to the Liberty's aid. It is interesting to note that Wade does not make clear whether he was a party to the private conversations, and his information is firsthand, or whether the private conversations were repeated to him, and his information is hearsay. While the Orlando Sentinel did not provide the name of the Israel radar officer, Wade subsequently did. Ronald Wade amplified his earlier story in The Intelligencer, the Journal of U.S. Intelligence Studies, by including the name of the Israeli radar officer. The letter then appeared on the internet on January 8, 2000. One of the Israeli officers assigned to monitor the program was Yohanan Levanon. One day when the subject of the Liberty came up, Levanon told a small group that he himself had been radar officer on the lead attack aircraft that strafed and napalmed the Liberty. He confided that the attack was well planned and coordinated with naval forces in advance. 28. Again, Wade did not make it clear whether he was one of the small group or whether he was told secondhand what Levanon allegedly told the small group. Yohanan Levanon was an officer in the Israel Air Force with a specialty in electronics. 29. In a telephone interview with this author, he stated that he did not fly at all during the 1967 war. He did fly as a non-pilot flight officer in Valter aircraft after the Six-Day War. He retired as a lieutenant colonel and, as a civilian electronics expert, was posted to E-Systems in Greenville, Texas. He spent considerable time in the United States, including a long stay in the burn center of a hospital in Albuquerque, New Mexico, as a result of serious injury in the crash of a civil aircraft. He currently resides in Israel. When furnished with both the Orlando Sentinel article and Ron Wade's internet item, Levanon responded by sending an email directly to Wade that read, Mr. Wade, I recently read your fax to a Mr. Anderson, in which my name and my comments about the attack on the Liberty ship were mentioned. Yes, I was shown photographs of the damage done on the Liberty ship by one of the systems engineers. And in the conversation that followed, I stated that I have a first-hand information that the Israeli AF attack on the Liberty was by mistake. On the late afternoon of the attack, while I was talking with General Hod, the Israeli AF commander, 2 Israeli AF intelligence officers approached him and told him that the assumed Egyptian ship that was attacked was an American one. His reaction and sorrow were unmistakable. These were my words at that time, and later on, when I was approached about this subject, you misquoted me, actually inverted my words, and that is as close as I can come to being politically correct. Were you really director of ethics for 17 years? I did not fly during the 1967 war. While at E-Systems, I was employed by the company as a senior project engineer and already retired from the Israeli AF, therefore not a monitoring officer, as you wrote. Yohanan Levanon. Ron Wade responded by email to Levanon's message with an admission that he never heard Levanon speak about the Liberty and that his source was hearsay from another person at E-Systems. He apologized to Levanon on March 18, 2000, by email. Dear Mr. Levanon, the story I passed on concerning the subject of your 317th email was related to me by a close friend whose veracity I had no reason to doubt. I did not claim I was present at the conversation, but that the information was given to a small group by you. If this information is incorrect, or if I was misinformed, please accept my sincerest apology. If you are innocent of association with the Liberty attack, we both have been victimized. Ronald Wade. In 1982, author James Bamford, in his book about the National Security Agency, The Puzzle Palace, described the attack on the Liberty as an attack on a ship known to be us, carried out because the Israelis did not want the United States to know that they were going to attack Syria. When interviewed by this author, Bamford made it quite clear that he was very sympathetic to the Liberty crewmen and that he had an intense dislike of Israel. 32. When the Syrian attack secret was effectively discredited by this author by disclosure of the U.S. State Department cable from the U.S. ambassador in Tel Aviv to the Secretary of State, another conspiracy theorist, John Bourne, was quoted in the Rutland Herald. John Bourne, a New York University adjunct professor of history who also wrote a dissertation on the Liberty and believes the attack on the U.S. ship was intentional, nonetheless agrees with Crystal that a clear motive is tough to pin down. I mean, if the ambassador is sending this message, there's no point in attacking the ship to prevent the ship from sending the message, Bourne says. He says the crew will need to find another motive if they are ever able to prove their case. 3. James Bamford produced such a motive in his book, Body of Secrets. Bamford reports that the motive for the attack was an effort by the Israelis to keep the Liberty from learning of war crimes and atrocities being committed at El Arish. There is no independent confirmation that Israel perpetrated the war crimes at El Arish. Yet Bamford claims that recorded evidence of the numerous atrocities committed that morning only a few miles away. Bamford does not explain how electronic surveillance equipment could record evidence of war crimes being committed. Bamford also fails to explain why the evidence of these war crimes was not recorded by the Navy EC-121 aircraft, or, if such evidence was recorded, why none of the Hebrew linguists who heard the transmissions on board that aircraft or later listened to the tapes at NSA headquarters ever mentioned it to anyone. The material provided to Bamford by one such Hebrew linguist is totally devoid of any mention of such evidence of war crimes. In Chapter 7 of his book, Bamford discloses the existence of tape, recordings of the entire attack made by a Navy EC-121 electronic surveillance airplane that was flying high above the Mediterranean within line-of-sight reception of the Israeli airplanes attacking the Liberty. Bamford claims the information on these tapes proves that the attack was an attack on a ship the Israelis knew to be American. He claims that these tapes are among the deepest, darkest secrets of the NSA. His source for this information is a retired U.S. Navy officer, Marvin Nowicki, 36, a Russian Hebrew linguist who was on the EC-121 as it flew overhead near the site of the attack and who supervised the surveillance and recording of the attack. Following his retirement from the Navy, Nowicki earned a doctorate and became a professor and a Fulbright scholar. Bamford claims that Nowicki told him that the Israeli radio transmissions that Nowicki had heard and that the EC-121 NSA crew recorded prove the attack was an Israeli attack on a ship known to be American. The NSA has never admitted publicly that such tapes ever existed. Whatever the EC-121 tapes ultimately prove, if they are ever released, the data provided to. Bamford by Nowicki in an email dated March 3, 2000 effectively destroys Bamford's credibility. Nowicki tells a not only interesting but very credible story about the event being recorded by the EC-121 for the NSA. Nowicki told Bamford exactly the opposite of what Bamford speculates in his book. The classic reason that courts do not allow hearsay evidence is that all too often, the relator of hearsay, as in this case, tells a story that is quite different from the story told by the source. The National Security Agency adds its comment on Bamford's credibility in their press release stating, Mr. Bamford's claim that the NSA leadership was virtually unanimous in their belief that the attack was deliberate is simply not true. Bamford quotes Nowicki on 4 different pages of Body of Secrets in support of his argument that Israel attacked a ship it knew to be a U.S. ship. The quotes of Nowicki are presented out of context in an ambiguous and broken narrative. Bamford presents no new evidence, although he leads his readers to believe that on the basis of what Nowicki told him. He has new evidence that the attack was made by the Israelis on a ship they knew to be American. A comparison of what Bamford attributed to Nowicki and what Nowicki actually told Bamford should give readers a better yardstick by which to evaluate the Body of Secrets claim. The Nowicki letter of March 3, 2000 to James Bamford states, Dear Jim, as a follow-up to our email and telephone exchanges, I am enclosing sensitive information about U.S. intelligence collection techniques that I engaged in during a career in the U.S. Navy spanning over 20 years. Like you, I'm interested in preserving certain historical events surrounding SIGINT collection. I believe it is important that future generations understand and appreciate the efforts of the Cold War warriors. In this correspondence, I am concentrating on a single event that involved the USS Liberty in June 1967. As you know, Jim Ennis and members of the Liberty crew are on record stating the ship was deliberately attacked by the Israelis. I think otherwise. I have first-hand information which I'm sharing with you. I was present on that day along with members of an aircrew in a Comfair Air Recon on 2 EC-121 Millions aircraft flying some 15,000 feet above the incident. As I recall, we recorded most, if not all, of the attack. Further, our intercepts, never before made public, showed the attack to be an accident on the part of the Israelis. To support my claim, I am forwarding 4 enclosures of information. My story is over 30 years old, but there are certain events that are embedded in my memory, including a scary night flight into the battle zone and the attack on the Liberty. Enclosure begins with a narrative entitled Assault on the Liberty, the Untold Story from SIGINT. Enclosure provides a postscript to the attack in the years that followed. Enclosure gives my views of additional evidence of a mistaken attack by the Israelis, contradicting Jim Ennis in his book. Enclosure discusses Ennis's cover-up conundrum, asks who was ultimately responsible, and why the presence of our VQ mission was never revealed. In addition, I'm enclosing personal information about my 24-year career in the Naval Security Group. I am doing this for the purpose of helping you see how I might assist you with other aspects of your historical account of SIGINT. You may, for example, be interested in stories how we hunted Soviet Tu-95 bears in the Atlantic and searched for SA-2 sites in southern Algeria during flights into the Sahara. A chronology of my duty stations and professional experience is found in enclosure. Finally, on a cautionary note, I would appreciate it if you would cull any information that crosses the bar of national security, in addition to the names of colleagues cited herein. I do not have permission to use their names. If you have any questions or need clarification, please do not hesitate to contact me. Thank you, and good luck with your book. Sincerely, Marvin E. Nowicki, PhD. The 5 enclosures to the Nowicki letter may be viewed on the internet at www.thelibertyincident.com. Nowicki's letter to the Wall Street Journal, confirming his rejection of Bamford's story, was published on May 16, 2001. How Bamford, a professional writer and researcher, could read Nowicki's letter and its enclosures and conclude Nowicki was telling him that the NSA tapes proved the attack was intentional staggers the imagination. James Bamford has never heard the tapes. Since his knowledge of their existence came exclusively from what Nowicki wrote him, the question is, did Bamford accurately report what Nowicki told him? Thus, the issue is the integrity of James Bamford. The contents of Nowicki's letter make it clear that Bamford's book does not fairly and accurately report the information Bamford received. The Bamford tale is by far the apogee of this chapter about tall tales. Furthermore, Bamford continues to make completely false claims about the Liberty incident at public appearances and in letters to the editor, including a claim that there has never been an official investigation of the Liberty incident. Additionally, this author learned from Nowicki that the other Hebrew linguist in the EC-121 aircraft, who was with him at the time and who also heard the original transmissions and listened to them again with Nowicki on the ground at Athens Airport shortly after the EC-121 landed, agreed with him that the transmissions established an attack in error. The name of this U.S. Navy Hebrew linguist was known to Nowicki, this author, James Bamford, and the NSA. He had requested that his name not be made public, but on June 26, 2008, he agreed to come out. He is Michael Prosenek. He did advise Nowicki that Bamford contacted him after Nowicki's letter was published in the Wall Street Journal and urged him to support Bamford's assertion that the NSA tapes show that the attack was intentional. He refused and advised Nowicki that he agreed with Nowicki's assessment that the transmissions and the tape showed the attack to be a mistake. In a conversation with Nowicki on July 27, 2001, this author inquired about opening communication with a third NSA Hebrew linguist, whose name had been withheld upon request, but who has come out. He is Richard Hickman. Hickman spent a great deal of time listening to the EC-121 tapes at NSA headquarters at Fort Meade, Maryland, and he briefed the then director of NSA, Marshall Carter, on the contents of the tapes. Nowicki previously told this author that this third Hebrew linguist agreed with Nowicki that the tapes showed the attack was a mistake on the part of the Israelis. On that Friday afternoon, Nowicki commented that Hickman mentioned to him something about the tapes that Nowicki had forgotten and that Hickman found quite persuasive. It was the clear confusion of the Israelis during conversations about whether the personnel on the ship for which rescue operations were being initiated were Egyptian or American, and where to take the persons rescued, depending on which nationality they were. A very important aspect of this bit of information is that it corroborates that the NSA tapes coincide or at least agree with the Israel Air Force tape transcripts and translations that were released to Thames TV in 1987 and released by the Israel Air Force to this author in September 2001. An annotated translation of relevant excerpts of the Israel Air Force tapes and the NSA tapes is provided in Appendix 2. This author received an email from Richard Hickman dated October 11, 2001 that stated in part, Al Blue was a friend of mine. We were both on the Valdez during February-April of '67, having picked up the ship in Massawa, Ethiopia, and rowed it up the canal into the Mediterranean and out to Barcelona. When we returned, they told us that we had to go right back out to get on the Liberty. I told them that I was due to be discharged from the Navy in June of '67, and it was unlikely the Navy would let me go with so little time left. So they agreed that I couldn't go, which resulted in no Hebrew linguist aboard the Liberty. But they said that Al had to go. So because of the fact that I lost a good friend in Al, and of course NAVSECU shipmates and other wounded civilians, I was ready to blame the Israelis along with everyone else who was angry. But based on what I heard both from eyewitnesses and the tapes, my conclusion has always been that it was a case of mistaken identity. Clark Clifford, former chairman of President Johnson's Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board, told this author that he had considered certain electronically gathered evidence that convinced him that the attack was a mistake. 40. At that time, this author was not aware of recordings made by an EC-121 aircraft in the possession of NSA and assumed that Clifford was, referring to the Israel Air Force tapes. Now it appears more likely that he was referring to the NSA tapes. Allegations abound in the conspiracy camp that a tape existed that proved that the attack was intentional. This author interviewed George Golden, 41, the engineering officer on the Liberty, who said, some of that could have counted also for the fact that Lieutenant Bennett brought some information and gave it to me. He said they had taped it concerning the planning of the attack, and I gave that to a member of Admiral Martin's staff the next morning, and nothing came of that. I wish I was in a position to make a copy of it myself. 2. The House of Representatives Armed Services Subcommittee on Investigations conducted an investigation at the request of the Liberty Veterans Association from about July 1991 through about April 1992. Roy Kirk of the General Accounting Office was the chief investigator. Kirk told this author that he was told by various Liberty crew members about a tape and that he spoke to the person who was supposed to have had the tape and was told, there are no such tapes. Those guys who claim the tapes exist are crazy. In a March 2001 interview, CDR, Maurice H. Bennett elaborated, this story arose and spread from a remark I made shortly after the attack. I do not remember to whom I spoke or who was present. The gist of my remark was that surely, probably somewhere in the morass of tapes made before and during the attack, there should be, probably was, might be some intercept relating to the attack. I have had no knowledge of such information in a definitive sense. It was speculative, not definitive. As stories get retold, they get embellished, distorted, and that is obviously what happened in this case. The tapes which were on board Liberty were, I think, shipped back to NSA, and it was always my understanding that no information relating to the attack before or during was found on them. NSA will have to provide a definitive answer. There is no tape in the exhibits to the record of the U.S. Navy Court of Inquiry. Admiral Kidd told this author that he did not receive such a tape. Another report of a tape surfaced in 1998 when a Liberty Veterans Association member put the following message on the internet. Sub J taped interviews from Israel, voice date 98-02-13-23-59 EST from talk time at po.tds.net. Flash, flash, flash. It has come to my attention that valuable taped information from the players, our attackers, is in the hands of a very reliable and competent source. The tape reveals the debriefing of the Israeli torpedo crew as to their statements to anyone concerning the attack on the Liberty. They were told, as they have stood by in the public's eye, mistaken identity. This tape proves not so from their very own lips. Their mission was to destroy our ship and pay no attention to its nationality. The orders were to destroy the ship and crew. The tape also reveals the bewilderment of our attackers that the ship did not sink after all the air attack and torpedo attacks. These players have names that we are all familiar with, and they are Moshe Oren, former lead commander, torpedo boats, Pinchas Pinchasi, former naval liaison officer with the Israeli Air Force. Avraham Luntz, former duty officer in War Room, to name a few. The unnamed source at this point will send the tapes to the proper authorities. After this is completed, copies will be made available, I am told. At this point, I don't know when the tape was recorded or who recorded it, but it does exist. With this type of evidence, maybe once and for all our naysayers and non-believers will join us in bringing this cover-up out into the open. Phil Turney. Until now, Turney's unnamed source has not made these alleged tapes available. As Turney stated, he was told what happened. Why did NSA not disclose the existence of the EC-121 flight and its tapes? It should be remembered that in the 1960s, NSA was publicly known facetiously as no such agency, and as a matter of policy, disclosed literally nothing about its activities. Assuming the tapes were made available to Clark Clifford and all the U.S. and Israeli governmental investigations officially concluded that the attack was a mistake, that there was no pressing need to make such disclosures. In addition, there was a valid political reason not to disclose the fact that a U.S. military aircraft was at a place and a time in which the United States had told the world in general, and the Soviets and Arabs in particular, that there were no U.S. military aircraft. Such a disclosure in 1967 would have reinforced the Egyptian and Jordanian claims about U.S. aircraft in the combat zone supporting Israel against the Arabs, a claim that the United States was actively denying at the time. As the NSA and its operations became better known, and the agency became more relaxed, no doubt the NSA felt there was no need to know on the part of the public, and there remained a continued valid operational reason not to disclose the capability of the technology on the EC-121. Who would have imagined the United States had such fabulous surveillance capability in 1967, or for that matter in 2002? This author filed a Freedom of Information Act request with NSA on April 27, 2001, requesting the release of the EC-121 tapes, transcripts of tapes and translations thereof. On June 14, 2001, in FOIA case 40,039, NSA denied this author's FOIA request for any Liberty recordings and the EC-121 tapes. The NSA responded that NSA can neither confirm nor deny the existence of any specific collection that may have occurred on that date by the Liberty. In addition, we have determined that the fact of the existence or non-existence of the other materials you request is a currently and properly classified matter. This author appealed that denial on July 6, 2001 and requested declassification. The appeal was denied. When this book was originally published in 2002, this author concluded this chapter with the comment, "Now is the time for the NSA to grant this author's Freedom of Information Act appeal and release the tapes, their transcripts and translations. The data on those tapes will provide valuable evidence relating to many of the conspiracy claims." Thereafter, this author sued the NSA for release of the tapes under the Freedom of Information Act. NSA capitulated and released not only the tapes, but other significant material as well on July 2, 2003. The tapes and translation thereof may be heard and seen on the NSA website, www.nsa.gov, as well as this author's website, www.thelibertyincident.com. Translation of the tapes is provided in. Appendix 2. A detailed analysis of the intercepts is included in Chapter 16. Chapter 11. Did Dayan order ITS on the direct order of Israel's Minister of Defense, Moshe Dayan? The most prominent claimant that Dayan did it was Norman F. Dacey, National, chairman of the American Palestine Committee. In September 1977, Dayan, who was then foreign minister, traveled to the United States on an official visit for talks with President Jimmy Carter and Secretary of State Cyrus Vance. On September 19, 1977, the New York Times carried on page 26 an advertisement paid for by Dacey. The ad began with a large type headline, "Are we welcoming the murderer of our sons?" Beneath the headline was a picture of Moshe Dayan. The ad told of the June 8, 1967 attack on the Liberty and claimed that this committee had obtained 3 intelligence documents from the Central Intelligence Agency under the Freedom of Information Act. Excerpts from 3 documents were presented in the ad. The release of these documents was highly unusual. This author has never been able to obtain the release of a CIA unevaluated intelligence document or any further information on the facts and circumstances surrounding this particular release for the New York Times. Addy. Each of the documents has certain portions blacked out or redacted. Not all the original information is readable. The first document referred to the opinion of the Turkish General Staff and stated, 2. The TGS is convinced that the attack on the USS Liberty on June 8, 1967 was deliberate. It was done because the Liberty CCMO actively was having the effect of jamming Israeli military communications. Neither the name of the informant nor the exact place from which the information was obtained is readable. The second, unevaluated intelligence. Document stated that Israeli forces did not make mistakes. Like the first document, both the name of the informant and the source of the information were redacted. The third unevaluated intelligence document was dated November 9, 1967, and was entitled Attack on USS Liberty Ordered by Dayan. The advertisement included paragraph 2 of the redacted document, commented on the sinking of the U.S. communications ship Liberty. They said that Dayan personally ordered the attack on the ship, and that one of his generals adamantly opposed the action, saying this is pure murder. One of the admirals who was present also disapproved the action, and it was he who ordered it stopped. Believe that the attack against the U.S. vessel is detrimental to any political ambitions Dayan may have. The advertisement then asks a series of questions, concluding with, if, for 10 years you have had information disclosing the identity of the individual who deliberately ordered the attack which killed or maimed so many of our sons, why have you never demanded that he be brought to justice? While you have been deporting persons suspected of war crimes against Europeans years ago, why have you done nothing about the perpetrator of this heinous war crime against American servicemen 10 years ago? The advertisement ends with a statement, it is time for the U.S. government to end its silence on the Liberty tragedy. It is time the American people were given the truth. A separate news article in the same issue of the New York Times on page 7 described the American-Palestine Committee as a nationwide committee of Americans trying to help the Palestinians to get back into their homeland. 1. The story of this ad was picked up by the Associated Press and United Press International, and articles about it appeared in the Washington Post and other Washington, D.C. newspapers. On the day the advertisement appeared in the New York Times, the director of the Central Intelligence Agency, ADM, Stansfield Turner, appeared on the ABC television program Good Morning America, hosted by Steve Bell. It is rather sad that it was only on January 28, 1985, that the CIA approved for release a transcript of that portion of the Good Morning America show, more than 7 years after it had been heard and seen by tens of millions of TV viewers. The transcript is enlightening emphasis, added below. Transcript, Good Morning America, September 19th, 1977, Steve Bell. There is a particular incident that has just come into the papers this morning, namely, that a group of Palestinian supporters in the U.S. has taken out an advertisement in the New York Times, which uses raw CIA data gained from the Freedom of Information Act. The accusation is made that Moshe Dayan specifically ordered the attack on the USS Liberty in the 1967 Middle East War. Can you give us any enlightenment on that? Admiral Turner, I certainly can, and I'm glad, Steve, that you emphasized the word raw intelligence data. We are required under the Freedom of Information Act to produce to those who ask for IT intelligence documents which can be unclassified. In those which we released, there were several which indicated a possibility that the Israeli government knew about the USS Liberty before the attack. Also, we released an evaluated overall document which said very clearly that it was our considered opinion that the Israeli government had no such knowledge at that time. Approved for release date, January 28, 1985. It is interesting to evaluate the unevaluated intelligence document that accuses Dayan. The informant and the place from which the paper originated are redacted or sanitized, so neither of these items is of any help. The document states, commented on the sinking of the U.S. communications ship Liberty. This author's comment, the ship was not sunk. Document. They said that Dayan personally ordered the attack on the ship. This author's comment, the issue is what weight should be given to the assertion that Dayan personally ordered the attack on the ship. Document. One of the admirals who was present also disapproved of the action. This author's comment, the source suggests that the Navy had more than one admiral. However, in 1967, the Israel Navy had only one admiral, Shlomo Erel. Erel was in Haifa on June 8, 1967, and Dayan was en route to Hebron. There was no admiral present with Dayan at the Kiryat in Tel Aviv. Document. It was he who ordered it stopped and not Dayan. This author's comment, from what is known about Dayan's temper and style of command, it is most difficult to imagine a subordinate countermanding his order in his presence. Document. Believe that the attack against the U.S. vessel is also detrimental to any political ambition Dayan may have. This author's comment, wrong again. Dayan came out of the war a hero and remained the Minister of Defense and number 2 person in the Israel government until after the 1973 war. This author's conclusion, the unidentified informant was wrong or inaccurate about every other assertion made. This suggests that the assertion that Dayan personally ordered the attack suffers from lack of credibility. It appears that the unidentified informant was uninformed or spread misinformation about every single detail in the document, and his evaluation of Dayan's political future was far off the mark. How much weight, then, should be attached to the source's reported comment that Dayan personally ordered the attack on the ship? None. Dayan's autobiography, Story of My Life, published in 1976, says that on June 8th he learned that Hebron had been captured, and that he promptly set off for Hebron shortly before noon on Thursday, Central Command reported to General Headquarters that its Jerusalem Brigade had linked up with Southern Command, having advanced south from Jerusalem and seized Bethlehem, Hebron, and Bahariah. I promptly set off for Hebron, meeting Uzi Narkis in Jerusalem and driving south with him.
Dayan's book makes no mention of the Liberty incident.
The Israel Defense Forces History Department reports that on the morning of June 8, 1967, Dayan went to Jerusalem, where he had Major General Uzi Narkis transport him to Hebron. 5. It is about a 15-minute drive from the Kiryat to Sde Dov Airport, located on the north side of Tel Aviv, on the coast. It is a little over 30 miles from Sde Dov to Jerusalem as the Crow, or helicopter, flies. A Super Furlong helicopter cruises at between 138 and 155 miles per hour. Thus, Dayan's flight time to Jerusalem was about 12 to 15 minutes. His route then went south less than 3 miles from Jerusalem to Bethlehem, then another 5 miles to the Gush Etzion site, or Etzion block, 6 where he and his entourage stopped for lunch, and finally on to Hebron, about 10 more miles. Is there any evidence that supports Dayan's alleged evil deed? General Uzi Narkis stated that on June 8, he was at his headquarters in Jerusalem when Dayan arrived by helicopter. Narkis remembered that he was with former Prime Minister David Ben-Gurion and was about to take Ben-Gurion to the Western Wall, which had just been captured from Jordan. Dayan said, "No, we are going to Hebron." So Narkis got his command car, a few half-tracks, and some jeeps, and they started out for Hebron. Narkis then told this author, but don't take my word for it. Life magazine published a special edition about the 1967 war that included a picture of Dayan having lunch that day on the road to Hebron. A few days later, not knowing if the photo could be found, this author mentioned the Life magazine photo to Eitan Haber, a noted Israeli journalist. Haber said, "Yes, I remember the picture. I am in it. I was with Dayan that day." In the photo, Dayan was seated on the ground next to an Israeli brigadier. Further research identified the brigadier as Rehavam Ze'evi. This author interviewed Ze'evi, who remembered the trip and identified the site of the luncheon as being on the foundation of a building at the Etzion block. Another officer standing in the rear of the life photo was identified as Yitzhak Rager, who served as a battalion commander in 1967. This author interviewed Rager when he was the mayor of Beersheba, and Rager confirmed his identity in the picture. Thus, there are corroborating witnesses to Dayan's location and inability to have given an order to attack the Liberty on June 8, 1967, between 1,300 and 1,400. This author also learned from General Narkis that on June 8, 1967, Narkis had with him PVT Yaakov Kobi Sheret, whose duty was to keep a diary for the Central Command. Yaakov Sheret, son of Moshe Sheret, the second Prime Minister of Israel, confirmed making the trip with Dayan on June 8, 1967, and corroborated the story told by Uzi Narkis. In an effort to learn more about Dayan, this author interviewed Dayan's longtime friend and confidant Shlomo Gazit. 13 Gazit stated that he and Dayan never discussed the Liberty. He went on to tell a story about an occasion when Dayan could not remember some details of an event. Gazit told him, "Dayan, you are cheating history. You should keep a journal." Dayan agreed, and the next morning spent an hour writing about the previous day. Gazit said that Dayan never did it again. Instead, he appointed a man named Chaim Israeli to write the journal for him. This author found Chaim Israeli still working for the Defense Ministry and learned that he had nothing in his journal about the Liberty on June 8, 1967. Israeli remembered that the military secretary assigned to Dayan on June 8, 1967 was Colonel Itzhak Nisyahu. Defense Minister Moshe Dayan eating lunch at Etzion Block on the road to Hebron at 1335 June 8, 1967. Photo from Life magazine special edition. June 1967. David Rubinger, Time Life. Nisyahu lives in Ramat Gan, Israel. He recalled flying with Dayan on June 8 to Jerusalem and, in the early afternoon of that day, traveling with Dayan and Narkis to Hebron in a convoy arranged by Narkis. 14 Nisyahu rode in the lead jeep. On the way, they stopped for lunch at the Etzion block and then drove on to Hebron, where Dayan visited the cave of Machpelah. The convoy then drove to Beersheba, which is farther to the south. They returned from Beersheba to Tel Aviv in the early evening. Dayan first heard of the Liberty incident when he reached Beersheba in late afternoon. From there, they flew by helicopter back to Tel Aviv. Upon arriving, they went to the Kiryat. Shortly thereafter, Dayan left headquarters at the Kiryat to spend the night with his girlfriend in Tel Aviv. He returned early in the morning and began reading messages that had come in during the night. Suddenly, he came upon a cable from Nasser to Syrian President Nour el-Din Atassi, intercepted at 3:30 a.m., stating, "I think that Israel is interested in concentrating its forces against Syria in order to crush the Syrian army. I would like to advise you to agree to end the hostilities and let Youthant, the Secretary General, know in order to keep the Syrian army intact. We have lost this battle. God will be with us in the future." Dayan flew into a rage at the night duty officer for not having called him when that message came in, for he interpreted this message as meaning that the war was over on the Egyptian and Jordanian fronts. He called Major General David Elazer, in charge of the Northern Command, who had been pressing for authorization to attack Syria for several days, and ordered him to launch an attack against Syria at once. He then called Prime Minister Levi Eshkol and advised him that he had ordered the attack on Syria, though he could still call it back. Eshkol was highly displeased that Dayan had acted without consulting him and immediately called a cabinet meeting, but the attack on Syria was not halted. This author's research indicates that Dayan's total lack of involvement in the Liberty incident seems to be clear enough based on the evidence discussed above. However, one additional material witness was discovered. In arranging for the use of the Life magazine photograph, this author learned that its photographer was David Rubinger, who 25 years later still worked for Time Life. Rubinger's diary supports his memory that he met Dayan at SD Dov Airport on June 8, 1967, flew with him to Jerusalem in the Super Frelon helicopter, then rode with Dayan and Narkis in the command car. Stopping for lunch at Gush Etzion, he recalled the command car as being an open vehicle with no radio. Cellular telephones were not yet in existence. He recalled that Dayan and his party were without the ability to communicate with the rest of the world from mid-morning until they arrived in Beersheba. Enlargement of picture of Dayan's wristwatch made from another negative on the same roll as the preceding picture of Dayan. David Rubinger, Time Life. A close examination of the picture shows at least 3 people wearing wristwatches. This author asked Rubinger if the photo could be enlarged to show the time on the watches when Dayan was eating lunch. In the Life magazine picture, Dayan's watch was at an angle and could not be effectively enlarged. But Rubinger advised that he had taken multiple shots of that same scene, all within a minute or two. Those pictures could be enlarged along with the pictures of the other watches. 16. The time on the watches, including Dayan's own watch, was 1,325 arrive about 17 minutes before the first order was given, sending Mirage EFE-J aircraft in search of a warship off El Arish. Dayan did not do it. Chapter 12, America Investigates. R. Involving any death or injury or loss of or damage to Navy property. The Commander-in-Chief, U.S. Naval Forces Europe, ADM, John S. McCain, Jr., ordered a court of inquiry to be convened on the Liberty attack. Rear ADM Isaac C. Kidd, Jr., who was then serving as Assistant Chief of Staff Logistics for Commander-in-Chief. Allied Forces Southern Europe was named President of the court. To Captain Bert M. Atkinson, Jr., USN, a Naval Academy graduate, and Captain Bernard J. Luff, USN, a highly respected veteran of Wake Island in World War II, were designated members. Kidd requested Captain Ward Boston, Jr., USN, as counsel for the court. 3. Boston brought 2 special assets in addition to his skill as a Navy lawyer. He had been a naval aviator in World War II, and therefore had insight beyond that of one qualified only in the law. Also, Kidd knew him as a man of integrity. On an earlier matter, Boston had been willing to bump heads with Kidd, when Boston felt it more important to do the right thing than to curry favor with the senior who would write his fitness report. The court convened in London at 46 minutes before midnight on June 10, 1967, 2 days and a few hours after the attack. Testimony was taken in London from Captain Leonard Robert Raish, the Assistant Chief of Staff for Commander-in-Chief, U.S. Naval Forces Europe. The court remained in session until 0250 June 11. Rear Admiral Kidd then traveled with Captain Boston and a court reporter to Soda Bay, Crete, and boarded the Liberty at sea on June 12, while she was en route to Valletta, Malta. The other members of the court met the ship on June 14, 1967, at the port of Valletta, Malta, and at 0730 the court went into session on board the Liberty. The inquiry took testimony from 19 witnesses. 5 transcribed testimony ran 158 pages, 49 exhibits, consisting of hundreds of documents and pictures, were received into evidence. The court completed taking evidence in Malta on June 15th and returned to London, where it took additional evidence. The court was closed at 1645 London time on June 16. The court concluded its deliberations 2 days later and presented its 52 findings, together with a record of its proceedings, to Admiral McCain. 6 of the more important findings were: 1. Available evidence combines to indicate the attack on Liberty on 8 June was in fact a case of mistaken identity. 2. The calm conditions and slow ship speed may well have made the American flag difficult to identify. 6. There are no available indications that the attack was intended against a U.S. ship. Admiral McCain's lawyer, Captain Merwin Staring, 7, was not happy with the form of the untidy, bulky document, which contained typographical errors. But Admiral McCain and his staff prepared a 5-page first endorsement and ordered Ike Kidd to deliver the findings and endorsement to the Chief of Naval Operations, ADM David McDonald, in Washington. The endorsement of Admiral McCain includes the following statement. 15. The foregoing comments by the convening authority lead to an overall conclusion that the attack was in fact a mistake. The record of proceedings and the first endorsement by Admiral McCain plus 2 copies were placed in a briefcase that was chained to the wrist of Rear Admiral Kidd. Also, he strapped a semi-automatic pistol in a shoulder holster to his chest. He was driven to Heathrow Airport and boarded a Pan American airliner bound for New York. He was booked first class. As soon as he got into his seat, he fell asleep. He remembers waking in the middle of the night to find a flight attendant trying to cover him with a blanket. He asked what she was doing, and the attendant explained that she was trying to cover the huge pistol on his chest, as the lady in the opposite seat was terrorized by it. He wondered ever after why he'd been given the pistol, since he probably could not have used it effectively with the briefcase chained to his wrist. He then fell back asleep until the plane arrived in New York. A Navy plane awaited him there and flew him to Washington. He was met upon landing and driven to Bethesda Naval Hospital in the nearby Maryland suburbs, where he arrived at dawn. Admiral McDonald was recovering from a bout with pneumonia. Kidd felt it prudent not to awaken him and waited outside his room. As soon as McDonald awakened and heard that Kidd was there, he sent for him. As Kidd walked into the room, McDonald said, "Ike, was it intentional?" He replied, "No, Admiral." Then they went through the record of the proceedings. In July 1967, almost a month after the U.S. Navy Court of Inquiry completed its report, Admiral Kidd added an amplification addendum to the Liberty Inquiry in a secret message, U.S. Eyes Only, Z July, which stated, 1. Rec-Add. Following amplification as appropriate addendum to Liberty Inquiry pursuant your Rec-Q for amplifying facts. 2. Following attested to by CO Liberty CDR McGonigal, CTC Thompson, and Signalman David through CDR McGonigal. 3. 4. Alleges AA from PTS was not read by Liberty prior to torpedo hit. 5. 6. 7. Thompson says, first identifiable visual transmission from PTS read by anyone on Liberty was "Do you need help?" followed by "Do you want us to stand by?" Olson states after Aldous Lamp on Limbird, which was after he got to bridge, which was, after torpedo attacks, the only thing sent by light to PTS was "No thank you," in reply to offer of help. The U.S. Navy Court of Inquiry did a remarkably competent and accurate job of collecting and analyzing evidence relating to the Liberty attack and arriving at conclusions. While the investigation was thorough and the court had the resources of the United States at its disposal, it did not hear directly from Israeli witnesses. Nevertheless, the conclusions of the court have stood the test of time and are supported and corroborated by later data that became available from Israel. In the United States, by tradition, human life is treasured. In normal times, any single life lost is a tragedy, but 1967 could not be considered normal times. The United States was engaged in armed conflict in Vietnam and in the process there of losing the lives of 55,000 of its military personnel. During the week of June 5, 1967, 187 more U.S. military personnel died in Vietnam. The numbers of wounded were astronomical, thus the loss of lives. And the woundings during the week of June 5, 1967, were neither unusual nor unfamiliar to an American public that had been experiencing these terrible human losses week by week for several years. The Navy wanted to know what had happened. This concern was operational. How and why had it happened? And what could be done to prevent similar events in the future? The relationship of the U.S. military and the Israeli military in 1967, though cordial, was neither strong nor close, except perhaps at the most attenuated points of each military where personal contact was made. For example, there was a friendly relationship between Air Force Colonel Anthony Perna, the U.S. Defense Attaché in Tel Aviv, and his counterpart, Lieutenant Colonel Y.S. Sheki Barkett, the Israel Air Force Chief of Intelligence. Likewise, there was a friendly relationship between Navy Commander Ernest Cassel, the U.S. Naval Attaché, and his counterpart, Lieutenant Colonel Michael Block, the IDF Foreign Military Liaison Officer. The court was not permitted, nor did Navy regulations require it to take evidence from the Israeli side. The court took testimony only from U.S. personnel and studied the ship and physical exhibits. If, as some critics suggest, the court's decision was controlled for political motives, it is difficult to understand why that report was then classified for nearly 10 years. It is much more reasonable to assume that the report was classified for security or operational reasons than that its conclusions were made under political pressure. The United States was concerned about the fact that the ship was an intelligence gatherer, a fact that neither the Department of State nor the Department of Defense wanted disclosed. Also, the Department of State had no desire to reinforce the Arab perception, from a political point of view, that the United States had provided direct military support to Israel. For reasons never explained, the findings of the Court of Inquiry and the McCain endorsement were classified top secret and not declassified until June 29, 1976, over 9 years after the event. A news release was issued by the Office of the Assistant Secretary of Defense on June 28, 1967. The summary of proceedings attached to the news release is strange. It omits Court of Inquiry findings 1 and 6, as well as paragraph 15 of Admiral McCain's endorsement. The summary appears to go out of its way to say things not in the actual proceedings of the court. It also contains errors of fact that are contradicted by the record of the proceedings. For example, it says, Liberty fired her machine guns at the aircraft and torpedo boats, but only after she had been attacked and hit. She did fire her guns at the torpedo boats, but before they attacked. The transcript of Commander McGonagall's testimony confirms this. One paragraph of the press release even seems to contradict the court's findings 1, 2, and 6. Her configuration, as shown in the International Standard Naval Identification Book, Jane's Fighting Ships, and her standard markings were clearly sufficient for the aircraft to identify her properly as the non-combatant ship Liberty. 2 paragraphs later, the summary relates that this non-combatant ship was exercised at General Quarters during most of the hour just prior to the air attack. When General Quarters is sounded on a U.S. Navy ship, the boatswain's mate of the watch announces, "All hands man your battle stations." It is not possible to have it both ways. The Liberty may not have been adequately armed for combat, but she was a warship by international law definition. One can only speculate as to why the press release called her a non-combatant and omitted or distorted a number of significant aspects of the actual findings of the court. While the U.S. Navy conducted the Court of Inquiry, the Central Intelligence Agency conducted its own investigation of the Liberty attack, issuing a report on June 13, 1967, 5 days before the Navy Court of Inquiry completed its work. The CIA report is accurate and is an excellent piece of work to have been assembled in only 5 days. However, in its rush to complete the report, the CIA overlooked the fact that while Washington was observing daylight savings time in June 1967, Israel was not. As a result, the times in the CIA report, although essentially accurate, are 1 hour off. That is, the attack began about 1400 Sinai time on June 8, 1967, but the CIA report reflects the time as 1500.15. The CIA investigation was supervised by the chief of station in Tel Aviv and used U.S. sources in both Israel and the United States. The initial conclusion was that the attacks on the Liberty were a mistake. 16. The June 13, 1967 CIA intelligence memorandum has been declassified, but a subsequent memorandum dated June 23, 1967 remained classified until January 12, 2004. Although the reason for the continued classification is not known, the conclusion of the CIA that the attack was a mistake was reinforced in 1977 in an exchange of letters between the director and Senator James G. Aberezkov, South Dakota. The agency was queried by the senator on behalf of Karl Marcy in a letter to the director dated November 18, 1977. To the question 5, finally, could I have your judgment and that of the agency you head based on information acquired by the agency from all sources, that the Israeli attack on the USS Liberty was deliberate or an honest mistake? Admiral Turner responded in a letter dated February 27, 1978. Comment, it remains our best judgment that the Israeli attack on the USS Liberty was not made in malice toward the United States and was a mistake. Throughout the many accounts of the Liberty incident, much ink has been expended on the issue of the similarities between the Liberty and the Egyptian warship El Qasir. The June 13, 1967 CIA report states, although the Liberty is some 200 feet longer than the Egyptian transport El Qasir, it could easily be mistaken for the latter vessel by an overzealous pilot. Both have similar hulls and arrangements of masts and stack. While some naval experts may disagree with the conclusion of the CIA report that Liberty and El Qasir have similar hull shapes, the question is best answered by viewing the silhouettes of both ships. Page 40 of the NSA document shows unclassified pictures of USS Liberty and El Qasir. Each ship has a mast forward and a mast aft, a superstructure amidships, and a single smokestack. The simple silhouettes shown in the illustration reflect the similarities. It is even more instructive to imagine a jet fighter pilot 21 or 22 years old who has never before attacked a ship approaching a target already identified as an enemy at almost 600 miles per hour, or almost 1/2 mile each 3 seconds. Liberty and Elixir silhouettes. It was not only the Navy and the CIA that were immediately concerned with the cause of Liberty tragedy. The U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff were concerned as well that 5 messages directed to the Liberty had gone astray. Army Major General Joseph R. Russ was directed by the JCS to commence a fact-finding study of the communications failure. He began the investigation on June 9, 1967. In Part 2, Section 1 of his report, Russ outlined 36 findings of fact, most of which are followed by a discussion, however. Because of the charter of the fact-finding team, General Russ did not make any findings about the actual attacks. The team collected, compiled, and analyzed all of the significant message traffic. Russ was more concerned with errors and omissions by the U.S. military than with duplicating the work of the Court of Inquiry being conducted by Rear Admiral Kidd. The JCS was concerned with the inability of the U.S. military communication system to prevent the event. While this investigation gathered a very important compilation of U.S. messages, its focus was on failures and responsibilities of the U.S. military communications system. Therefore, the Russ Report is an invaluable resource in the study of the Liberty incident. The most mysterious and elusive of all contemporary investigations was carried out by Clark Clifford, who chaired the President's Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board and was a close advisor to President Johnson, 21. He was asked 2 questions by the President through National Security Advisor Walt Rostow. Question 1. Who fired the first shot in the 1967 war? Question 2. Was the attack on the Liberty intentional or a mistake? Clifford's answer to the first question remains classified, although it is generally believed that he concluded that Israel fired the first shot. The Clifford report on the question of whether the attacks were intentional or a mistake remained classified top secret until this author obtained its declassification on October 25, 1995. The Clifford report stated the following conclusions. A. The information thus far available does not reflect that the Israeli High Command made a premeditated attack on a ship known to be American. D. The best interpretation from available facts is that there were gross and inexcusable failures in the command and control of subordinate Israeli naval and air elements. F. The unprovoked attack on the Liberty constitutes a flagrant act of gross negligence for which the Israeli government should be held completely responsible, and the Israeli military personnel involved should be punished. The bottom line was that Clifford found no premeditation, but rather inexcusable failures constituting gross negligence on the part of Israeli subordinate military personnel. Clifford, looking through American eyes, concluded further, E. There is no justification for the failure of the IDF, with the otherwise outstanding efficiency which it demonstrated in the course of the war, to ensure prompt alerting of all appropriate elements of the IDF of the fact that a U.S. ship was in the area. In an interview with this author, Clifford recalled that the Liberty attack was a matter of enormous delicacy. He obtained material from the Department of Defense, and after review, he concluded that the attack was a mistake, in effect, a case of Murphy's Law. He stated that his investigation had been conducted without staff, and that he did not travel to the Pentagon. He recalls attending a couple of meetings in the map room of the White House, 2008, and after looking into it and listening to electronically recorded material, it seemed to establish that it was an accident. 29. In 1991, Clifford published a memoir entitled Counsel to the President. The Liberty incident is discussed. There was no evidence that the highest levels of the Israeli government were aware of Liberty's true identity or the fact that an attack was taking place. At the same time, however, no one could prove that they did not know. The best interpretation from the facts available to me was that there were inexcusable failures on the part of the Israeli Defense Forces. Shortly after the incident, the U.S. Senate Committee on Foreign Relations held 3 days of hearings on S. 1872, a bill to amend the Foreign Assistance Act of 1961. The Israeli attack on the USS Liberty was put into question by Senator Burke Blakemore Hickenlooper of Iowa, 31, who was never considered a supporter of Israel. 32, Secretary of Defense Robert S. McNamara gave the following testimony to the committee. In the case of the attack on the Liberty, it was the conclusion of the investigatory body headed by an admiral of the Navy, in whom we have great confidence that the attack was not intentional. I read the record of the investigation and support that conclusion. It was not a conscious decision on the part of the government of Israel. Senator Hickenlooper, perhaps not. Secretary McNamara, there is no evidence that the individuals attacking the Liberty knew they were attacking a U.S. ship, and there is some evidence, circumstantial, that they did not know it. Secretary McNamara, Senator Hickenlooper, I don't want to carry the torch for the Israelis. It was an inexcusable error in judgment, and an inexcusable error of professional tactics. I would simply point out to you that, at the same time, I was denying that we had struck a Russian ship in Haiphong Harbor, and I proved to be an error. These errors do occur. We had no more intention of attacking a Russian ship than Israel apparently did of attacking an American ship. Contrary to some claims, Congress took the Liberty attack quite seriously and looked into the events surrounding the attack a total of 5 times. On the afternoon of February 1st, 1968, in the old Senate office building, a hearing before the Committee on Armed Services of the U.S. Senate again heard from Secretary of Defense McNamara, who was accompanied by General Earl G. Wheeler, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. They were there to testify about the more recent Pueblo incident, in which another U.S. intelligence gathering ship had been captured by North Korea. 34. Senator Stuart Symington of Missouri asked McNamara about air support for the Pueblo in its hour of need. In his response, McNamara compared the Pueblo incident to the Liberty attack. The kind of uncertainty you have in that kind of a situation was illustrated by the Liberty incident. When the Liberty was attacked, we had a task force in the Mediterranean. We received a flash report here in the Pentagon at the time of the attack. We examined the situation. My first reaction, That is the question I immediately posed to the chiefs and the Joint Staff was, is it not likely it was attacked by Soviet forces? We knew the location of certain Soviet forces in the area. Certainly the initial reaction, having known their location, would be to attack those forces. Within a half hour or 45 minutes, however, we concluded that a Soviet attack was unlikely. The next obvious answer was it had been attacked by Egyptians. Who else would have done it if it were not the Soviets or the Egyptians? Well, that too proved an error. It took us a while to find that out. What I'm suggesting to you is that it is very difficult for a commander not on the scene to know what happened and how he should react. The transcripts of these hearings indicate a genuine bipartisan concern for developing information about military command and control. The House of Representatives was also interested in the Liberty affair. Hearings were held before the Subcommittee on Department of Defense of the Committee on Appropriations, House of Representatives, on April 8, 1968. After Air Force Lieutenant General Richard P. Klockow made an opening statement, Congressman Robert Lee Fulton Sykes of Florida indicated that he wished to discuss the worldwide communication system of the Department of the Defense, with emphasis on the USS Liberty incident. Sykes began with the comment, a general conclusion could be drawn from the staff reports, that the use and operational capabilities of the defense communication system is nothing less than pathetic, and that the management of the system needs to be completely overhauled. Silas Horowitz, Assistant Secretary of Defense, commented on an investigation of the Liberty incident by the Department of Defense. He testified that the Department of Defense investigation and the House Appropriations hearing had both focused on the defects in the existing system that had left the Liberty in harm's way. A great deal of testimony and conversation reviewed not only the Liberty incident, but also other aspects of defense communications. Structure, procedures, and equipment, as well as problems in Vietnam, were on the table, but the discussion seemed to keep coming back to the Liberty. The comment of Congressman John Jacob Rhodes of Arizona is noteworthy. The record speaks for itself as far as the handling of this message to the USS Liberty. It is a comedy of errors. You could not have written it any better if you were writing a musical comedy. It would be funny if it were not so tragic. Here we are, with the most sophisticated communication system ever known to mankind, and maybe it is so sophisticated we do not know how to operate it. It appears from its printed report that the committee felt that there was some stonewalling by both the JCS and the Navy, and although the committee adopted a summary of study 38, it is apparent that the House Armed Services Committee investigation of worldwide communications in 1971 had its genesis in the dissatisfaction of this committee with the cooperation of the JCS and the Navy with this earlier investigation. The House Appropriations Committee report was partially published in the Congressional Record. House under the heading, Navy Communications Foul-Up Caused USS Liberty's Presence off Sinai Coast. One passage read, Mr. Halpern, Mr. Speaker, I was shocked to learn that a Navy Communications foul-up led to the presence of the USS Liberty of the Sinai Coast in June 1967, where it was mistaken for an Egyptian vessel and attacked by Israel torpedo boats and planes. 9. While almost all other investigations relating to the Liberty have been declassified or partially declassified, a portion of the above report remains highly classified with a code name classification. All efforts to have the remainder of this report declassified have been unsuccessful. In 1971, the House Armed Services Investigating Subcommittee conducted a review of Department of Defense worldwide communications. 41. The House Armed Services Committee investigation of 1971 seems to have been the culmination of the interest in U.S. military communications first developed by the JCS Russ Report in 1967 and expanded upon by the Senate. Armed Services Committee in 1968 and the House Appropriations Committee in 1968. The concern about communications problems had been exacerbated by the losses of the USS Pueblo in 1968 and the U.S. Navy ECL intelligence gathering plane in 1969. The investigation sought to deal with inadequacies in U.S. military worldwide communications as a national interest. The portion of the text of the report regarding the USS Liberty is extremely important and highly instructive. Nevertheless, there are a few mistakes in the report. For example, it states that the Liberty suffered 75 wounded instead of the correct 171.4. 2. The report traces each of the 5 delayed messages, catalogs the specific route of each message, and attributes the reasons for the delays. The report discloses that deletions were made from the report on the recommendation of the Office of the Directorate of Security Review of the Department of Defense. 43 Rear ADM Francis J. Fitzpatrick, Assistant Chief of Naval Operations for Communications and the number 2 person on the Russ report team, testified extensively before the committee in secret session. 44. The Admiral informed the committee on a number of facts and nuances that were ultimately deleted from the published report for security reasons, as indicated above. The committee was shocked by testimony of Admiral Fitzpatrick that in June 1967, there was no protocol between the Army Communications Station in the Pentagon and the U.S. Navy for sending a message to a ship. The Navy sent messages to fleet broadcast via Navy Communications daily. The Army rarely sent messages to ships, and on the few occasions when it did, the messages were to ships off Vietnam. This is probably the reason the messages were routed to the Navy Communications Station in the Philippines. To better appreciate the text of the report, one should be aware that, notwithstanding the fact that the United States has the world's finest Navy, for some reason even as recently as the Gulf War, the Navy remained woefully inadequate in its routine communications with its deployed ships. Brig General Roscoe Kugel, speaking at Harvard University on the status of naval communications during the Gulf War, said, "Then Desert Storm began. I did have message backlogs when the war started, mainly in the priority and routine area, and mainly with the U.S. Navy, which was still locked somewhere in the 17th century with its communications." 5. In 1967, fleet-wide broadcasts and other naval messages were generated by teletype. If the message was classified up to secret, following its being typed in English into the teletype machine, it was automatically encrypted and then transmitted. When received, the message was automatically decoded and printed. This process was known as online encryption. However, if the message being generated was classified top secret, after being typed, it was first manually encrypted. The message then had to be decoded manually and printed at the receiving end. This was known as offline encryption. This completely manual procedure meant that there was a greater possibility of delay in understanding commands in the rare top-secret messages sent over the fleet-wide broadcast system to second-level units such as the Liberty. Hence, some of the findings and conclusions of the House Armed Services Investigating Subcommittee report are noteworthy. Communication systems are only as good as those who operate and use them in the command and decision-making process. B. The Department of Defense satellite communication system will not achieve operational capability for some time. That system has lagged several years behind commercial systems. G. The time required for processing of messages before and after their electronic transmission has prevented any significant improvement in writer-to-reader time, despite installation of automatic switch equipment. Statistics reflect that an average of 70 minutes is required for processing a flash message, whereas the average time for electronic transmission of such a message is only 5 minutes. 2. Unresponsive communication systems of the Department of Defense delayed the execution of command decisions and retarded the transmission of information to command officials in critical international situations. In the summary of the report, a colloquy between Rep. Durward C. Hall of Missouri and Air Force Lieutenant General Richard P. Klockow, the director of the Defense Communications Agency, was carried on. Mr. Hall, the clincher is to ask the general one question. Given another scenario like the Liberty, are you confident in your own mind that now we would have the necessary communications to promptly and effectively complete the command decision? General Klockow, no, sir, I couldn't guarantee that. Mr. Hall, then we are in a hell of a mess, Mr. Chairman. The problem of inadequate communications was not unique to the Liberty incident. It should be remembered that in 1812, the war between the United States and England concluded with the Treaty of Ghent, signed on December 24, 1814. But because that information couldn't be communicated in a timely way, the Battle of New Orleans was fought on January 8, 1815, 15 days. After the combat had effectively ended, costing 71 U.S. casualties and the loss of 289 lives by the British. Communications capability has improved over the years to the state described by Vice ADM John M. McConnell, Deputy Director of the CIA, at the U.S. Naval Institute Military Intelligence Seminar at Suitland, Maryland on June 27, 1995. Admiral McConnell said, "Today, signals that are intercepted on the battlefield usually are too complex to be handled on the battlefield. It requires a lot of computer power. It is routine for us now to bring them from the battlefield back to NSA to do whatever the processing is needed on the signal and then move it back to the battlefield. In Yugoslavia, that takes us 12 seconds. In some places, we do it in as few as 3 seconds." Unfortunately, in 1967, the U.S. Navy communications capability was more like that of 1812 than 1995. In the late 1970s, interest in the Liberty attack was revived by the publication of an article by Richard K. Smith in the June 1978 U.S. Naval Institute Proceedings and by the James M. Ennis, Jr. Book Assault on the Liberty, published in 1979.4, 9 certain senators read the material, and in 1979, the Liberty incident found its way to the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence. The chairman of the committee was Birch Bayh of Indiana. The vice chairman was Barry Goldwater of Arizona. The committee began an investigation by sending staff members to Israel to take testimony and collect material provided by the Israel Air Force and Navy. The investigators were permitted to interview the pilots who attacked the Liberty. The pilots sat behind a sheet or screen so they could not be identified by the investigators. This author met with and interviewed the pilots face-to-face and is the only non-Israeli to have done so. In response to this inquiry, the Israel Defense Force Department of Combat History prepared a report on the Liberty incident. The introduction to the report states that the American Congress appointed a committee headed by Adlai Stevenson for the purpose of investigating the affair and publishing the results of the investigation. What is quite clear is that the committee began an investigation of the Liberty incident that involved sending its staff to Israel. It is the only time that an official U.S. investigation did any inquiry or fact-finding in Israel on the Liberty attack. The committee heard the allegations and gathered and reviewed evidence. Almost no record or institutional memory of this. Investigation can be found. There is considerable correspondence between the CIA and various committee members. Various Israel Defense Force officials recall the investigation and visits of committee staff to Israel. After an extensive investigation, the committee apparently did not find sufficient evidence to warrant pursuing Smith's and Ennis's charges, and the investigation was laid to rest without releasing a report 55, thus leaving undisturbed the official U.S. government position taken by President Johnson and maintained by Presidents Nixon, Ford, Carter, Reagan, Bush, Clinton, and Bush. 2 other events occurred in this time frame that seem to further support the conclusion. First, the Israel Defense Force Department of Combat History prepared and published an official Israeli version of the Liberty attack entitled The Attack on the Liberty Incident. This document makes specific reference to a U.S. congressional committee created to investigate the Liberty incident. Although it remains classified by Israel, the document was delivered to the U.S. government and was the beginning of Israel's relaxation of security and the release of information about the Liberty incident. Second, within this time frame, the U.S. Department of State settled the Liberty incident with Israel by an exchange of diplomatic notes that acquiesced in the Israeli position that Israel refused to accept total blame for. The incident Did the Department of State receive any data from the Senate Select Committee? State Department documents declassified to date do not indicate such a passage of information from the committee to the Department of State. The super-secret National Security Agency published a 77-page document 14 years after the event. The top-secret document was partially declassified and released in 1983.56. It was authored by two NSA officials after they had retired. The authors are William D. Gerhard and Henry M. Millington, though scheduled for declassification review in 2011. The document has been partially declassified more than one time since 1983, and was further declassified pursuant to the FOIA request of this author on July 2, 2003, and then further declassified voluntarily by the NSA on June 6, 2007. Nothing further has been released as a result of the scheduled 2011 review. Though a great deal of the document remains classified, the unclassified portions disclose a wealth of data. The NSA is very candid in shouldering more than its share of the blame. The foreword to the report, written by Vincent J. Wilson Jr., Chief Historian and Publication Staffer at NSA, describes the document. The passage of time has made it possible for the authors to re-examine the Liberty incident objectively and answer a number of persistent questions. The authors accordingly set forth the technical rationale for the Liberty mission, the particulars of the Israeli miscalculation, the details of the American communications failures, a narrative of the attack, and the lessons to be learned from the event. The unclassified table of contents of the copy of the document in the National Archives indicates that in Chapter 5, on page 38, the report sets forth the Israel prosecutor's charges of negligence, but page 38 of the document, as obtained from the National Archives, remains redacted, with the exception of a picture of an Israeli motor torpedo boat of the class that attacked the Liberty and a note that the figure is unclassified. Other unredacted copies of Chapter 5 are in the possession of various persons. The document shows unclassified pictures, which were used as the basis for the silhouettes shown on page 161. The document concludes with respect to the Israelis. In summation, the judge concluded that in all the circumstances of the case, the conduct of the naval officers concerned in the Liberty incident could not be considered unreasonable to an extent which would justify committal for trial. Explanation re-examined. Re-examination of Israel's explanation of why its air and naval forces attacked the Liberty reveals egregious errors in both command judgments and operational procedures. The NSA was certainly angry with Israel over the death of its own staff member, as well as the deaths of 33 Navy men on board a platform that NSA had sent to the war zone and was unable to extract in time to avert disaster. 58, like the Navy, the NSA has an emotional connection with the Liberty incident. Its man, a civilian employee, Alan Blue, was killed on board the Liberty, and its program was negatively affected. It would be easy to understand if the NSA rejected the Israeli explanation as a result of the direct impact of the event on the agency and the fact that many of its staff members probably knew Alan Blue. Nevertheless, the NSA was not influenced by emotions and concluded in the report that the Liberty had been mistaken for an Egyptian ship as a result of miscalculations and egregious errors. In June 1991, on the 24th anniversary of the Liberty incident, the Liberty Veterans Association held its annual reunion in Washington, D.C. The Chief of Staff to President Bush, John Sununu, arranged to meet the veterans in the Rose Garden of the White House. There was high anticipation that they would have an opportunity to present their grievances about the Liberty incident to the president. The president did not join them in the Rose Garden that day. In fact, the president already had a position on the Liberty incident, which is set forth in a letter from the White House dated September 5, 1991. Its essence is a thorough investigation into the USS Liberty incident was conducted, and the conclusion was that it was a tragic case of mistaken identity. No real basis exists for reopening the matter. Through Sununu, the Liberty veterans were referred to Congressman Nicholas Mavroules, chairman of the House Armed Services Subcommittee on Investigations, to whom they sent a letter dated July 1, 1991. Requesting an investigation of the Liberty incident. The letter contained 22 specific allegations, many of which have little to do with the issue of whether or not the attack was a mistake. For example, the American Red Cross refused to honor USS Liberty survivors' requests to notify our next of kin as to our condition. 6-1. A letter supported by the President's Chief of Staff clearly carried some political weight. Mavroules obtained the loan of Roy J. Kirk from the General Accounting Office, one of Congress's investigating arms, and began an investigation that lasted nearly a year. Warren Nelson, a member of Congressman Mavroules' staff, had code-word security clearance, which is higher than top secret. He personally reviewed the then-still classified Clifford report and the NSA document in its unredacted form and confirmed to Kirk that neither report contained any support for an intentional attack theory. 62 Kirk was able to read the Clifford report and found it not to be significant. Ultimately, the committee concluded that the incident had already been fully investigated and that there was no evidence to support the allegations made by the Liberty Veterans Association or any reason for any further investigation. The subcommittee did not issue a report. In all, then, the attacks were investigated by a Naval Court of Inquiry, the CIA, the NSA, the JCS, and the President's Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board, and examined by Congress on 5 occasions. Each official. Investigation concluded either that the attacks were a tragic mistake or that there was no evidence that the attacks were anything else. 7 U.S. presidents, 3 Democrats, and 4 Republicans have agreed. The official investigations and presidential positions remain consistent. The Liberty incident was a tragic mistake. There is no competent evidence to the contrary. Chapter 13. Israel investigates. I-Navy. A judge advocate general manual investigation is required any time a death, injury, or damage to property occurs. The investigation may be conducted by one officer who need not be a lawyer. The initial Israeli investigation of the Liberty incident began with the appointment of Colonel Ram Ron as a commission of inquiry to examine the Liberty incident under Section 537 of the Israeli Military Justice Law of 1955.1. The initial investigation was comparable to a U.S. Navy JAG manual investigation. Ram Ron was born in Poland in 1925 and came to Israel as a baby. He had received some legal training at the University of Jerusalem, but was not a judge or a lawyer. He was an infantry officer and paratrooper who had served as a battalion commander and a brigade commander and had been assigned to the planning division at General Headquarters. He spent the 1967 war with General Avraham Jaffe in the Sinai. Upon his appointment, he began his investigation on June 12th, completing his report on June 16th, 1967. When asked by this author about command control and what influence or pressure, if any, was put on him in regard to the investigation, Ram Ron responded, "One thing I can tell you for sure, I was totally free to come to any conclusion. Had I come to a conclusion that a crime had been committed, I would have reported it without hesitation." 2. Ron concluded that a chain of battlefield errors resulted in a severe tragedy for the dead and wounded and their families, for the American people, and for Israel. The investigation was conducted mainly at Naval Headquarters in Haifa. Ron considered at least 14 items of documentary evidence. 3. He took testimony from 12 witnesses, all Air Force and naval officers, including the commander of the Navy, the officer who authorized the torpedo attack, the motor torpedo boat division commander, and the captain of the torpedo boat that launched the torpedo that hit the Liberty. He also took testimony of the Chief of Air Force Intelligence, the Chief of Air Force Operations, and the Chief Air Controller, who selected and dispatched the aircraft to attack the Liberty. He did not have communication with or access to any U.S. witnesses. His report contains a number of minor errors that do not bear on the conclusions reached. For example, he reports that 4 torpedoes were launched, when the number was 5. He confirms that a ship was observed and identified as the U.S. ship Liberty at 0550 on the morning of June 8. However, he lists her bow marks as RTR-5, when in fact they were GTR-5. He came to the conclusion that the attack resulted from 3 principal Israeli errors. There were numerous other errors, some of which he mentioned and some not. The 3 points on which he focused were the erroneous report concerning the shelling of El Arish, the establishment of the Liberty speed at 30 knots, and the identification of the Liberty as the El Qsir. He also concluded that another grave error, no less decisive than the mistakes referred to above, was made by the ship Liberty itself. He concludes that the Liberty acted carelessly and placed herself in far-reaching peril by approaching so near to the coast of an area known to her to be a war area without giving notice of her presence to the Israeli authorities, and that she tried to conceal her identity and presence in an area that was not a navigation area crossed by maritime routes, but rather an area where ships do not usually sail. Ron made a number of recommendations, including that procedures be established for declaring danger zones, that pilots be better trained in the identification of enemy vessels, and that better procedures be established for disseminating information about neutral ships observed in war zones. Ron found a chain of errors, a lot of nervousness on the part of the Navy, and a lot of fog of the battlefield. The file and the report were forwarded to Colonel Meir Shamgar, the military advocate general, on June 18, 1967. After 2 days' study by Colonel Shamgar, it was submitted to Lieutenant General Itzhak Rabin, Chief of Staff, with a recommendation to convene a preliminary inquiry under Section 283 of the Israel Military Justice Law of 1955.5. Why did the military advocate general want a preliminary inquiry when the Commission of Inquiry had reported no misconduct or wrongdoing by the IDF? When interviewed in Jerusalem on June 6, 1988, Shamgar, who was then serving as the president of the Supreme Court of Israel, answered that he wanted a full judicial procedure because of the seriousness of the event and the fact that so many people had been killed and injured. He stated that while he never had the slightest suspicion of any malicious intent, he was not satisfied with only a military review, which someone might characterize as sweeping the incident under the rug. He wanted judicial consideration of the errors reported by Ram Ron and judicial determination of whether any of the reported errors constituted negligence or misfeasance that might rise to a level where prosecution was warranted. So Judge Yeshayahu Yerushalmi, a lieutenant colonel in the IDF, began a procedure as examining judge. Yerushalmi was born in Poland in 1920 and came to Israel in 1935. He graduated from Balfour College in Tel Aviv and went on to study law at the University of Jerusalem. He joined the Haganah and worked as a law clerk and lawyer from March 1942 until 1947, when he joined the Army as a private. He was soon transferred to the Military Advocate General and became JAG to the Air Force and then JAG to the Navy. In 1957, he was appointed as a judge on the Court of Military Appeals, a position he had held for 10 years, when he was appointed as examining judge in the Liberty matter. Yerushalmi heard 34 witnesses and received 14 documents into evidence in the Liberty inquiry. Witnesses included the operations officers of the Air Force, the Navy, and General Headquarters, the persons who were on the motor torpedo boats, and the pilots of the attacking aircraft. The proceedings were closed to the public but were recorded by a court reporter. The proceeding was conducted using a combination of English and American common law. The rules of evidence were observed and hearsay was not allowed. As in a U.S. Navy court of inquiry, the proceeding began as a fact-finding procedure and went forward until the judge stopped the proceedings and named parties. Like its U.S. counterpart, the proceeding was then adjourned to allow any named party to obtain counsel and prepare a defense. From that point on, the proceeding was adversarial. The government was represented by Chief Military Prosecutor Yaakov Kedmi, who had the burden of proof. The named party, in this case Avraham Rami Lunz, was represented by Chief Military Defense Counsel Vili Tien and the inquiry. continued with the possibility that the judge could bind over the party for prosecution by court-martial. Defendant Lunds called 3 witnesses, produced 5 exhibits, and made a statement under oath. Judge Yerushalmi did not see the Ramron report before starting his inquiry, and his work was totally independent. Recalling the episode, he particularly remembers that he was shown silhouettes of the Liberty and the El Qasr. They were overlaid, and Judge Yerushalmi found the overlays to be persuasive evidence. He also recalls that at the time, after weeks of waiting for the crisis to develop, there was extreme tension in Israel. There was also a strong concern for the feelings of the United States as well as gratitude, because no one in the world stood with Israel except the United States. Yerushalmi made it clear that it is not my function to determine in any manner whatsoever whether the Liberty acted properly at any stage prior to the incident or during the incident itself. However, he went on to say that in order to determine the reasonableness of all concerned, it would be necessary for him to examine the conduct of the Liberty. He did a thorough job of analyzing the testimony and the facts known on the Israeli side of the equation. He, like Rear Admiral Kidd, was handicapped by lack of input from the other parties to the incident. Yerushalmi told this author that each day he asked the chief military prosecutor, when are the Americans coming? Finally, he was told that they were not coming. It is amazing that both Yerushalmi and Kidd were able to do such excellent work without input from each other. Yerushalmi noted in his decision that the incident had occurred in the midst of a war, very close to a coast where battles were still raging, and that the Liberty had been in the naval battles arena, an area that had been declared by the Egyptians as dangerous for shipping, 6 of which he presumed the Liberty was aware. He also noted that the site of the attack was not on a recognized shipping lane, and that foreign warships, particularly in sensitive zones, announced their approaches to foreign shores. He entered an interim decision on July 5, 1967, holding, "It appears to me, prima facie, that offenses of negligence may have been committed by the acting chief of naval operations because he did not report to the head of the Naval Department that on the day of the incident, the American ship Liberty was observed proceeding in the vicinity of and along the Israel coast. The inquiry then reconvened as an adversarial proceeding and was completed on July 21, 1967, with a reading of the judges, his decision in the presence of the chief military prosecutor, Major Kedmi, the Chief Military Defense Counsel, Lieutenant Colonel Tyne, and the acting chief of naval operations, Avraham Lunds. When the inquiring judge's decision had been rendered, it was classified and sent to the United States by 2 different routes. One copy was delivered at the Department of State in Washington, D.C. by Deputy Chief of Mission Ephraim Evron to the U.S. under Secretary of State Nicholas Katzenbach. Katzenbach read the report in Evron's presence and then stated that it was an excellent report except for the last sentence. The last sentence stated, "I hold that there is no sufficient amount of prima facie evidence justifying committing anyone for trial. As a general rule of appellate review, many cases fall into a category called fairly debatable. In such cases, the reviewing court allows the decision to stand and does not substitute its judgment for the judgment of the judge who heard the testimony and had the opportunity to observe the demeanor and appearance of the witnesses and deal with the evidence at first hand. Perhaps if the judge had been American, rather than Israeli, a decision to prosecute might have been reached. It is always easier for someone conducting a review of actions taken and decisions made under great pressure to calmly and peacefully decide what would have been the best decision. But at the time and place of the event, when the original actors' glands were pumping adrenaline and the fight-or-flight syndrome was affecting their brains, it becomes more a question of whether they acted reasonably than whether they acted perfectly. Judge Yerushalmi put it this way in his decision: "For all my regret that our forces were involved in an incident with a vessel of a friendly state and its sad outcome, I ought to put the behavior of each of the officers who had any connection with the incident to the test of the conduct of reasonable officers during war operations when the naval arm of the Israel Defense Force was confronted with maritime forces superior in numbers, and when all involved were conscious of the task before them, to protect the safety of Israel, to identify every enemy threatening from the sea, to attack it and speedily destroy it. The criterion for reasonable conduct under these conditions may possibly differ from that in time of relative quiet." 8. A copy of the decision was delivered to the U.S. Chief of Naval Operations, ADM, Thomas Moore, who limited it for dissemination to only 4 codes in his office. 1 copy stayed with the CNO, Code 000, 1 copy went to the Vice Chief of Naval Operations, Code 09, 1 went to Operations, Code 62, and 1 went to Intelligence, Code 92. Although the document has never been declassified, it is easily obtainable in the Pentagon and in Israel. Neither Ramron's report nor Judge Yerushalmi's decision was satisfactory to the U.S. Department of State. The position of the State Department had been since the Liberty incident occurred that the responsible military persons should be punished. The language of the initial notes from Dean Rusk to the Israeli ambassador stated this in no uncertain language. A note handed personally to Ambassador Avraham Harman of Israel by Under Secretary Eugene Befrosno contained the language. The Secretary of State wishes to make clear that the United States government expects the government of Israel also to take the disciplinary measures which international law requires in the event of wrongful conduct by the military personnel of a state. The Clifford Report also recommended that Israeli military personnel be punished. It is quite common for the country of victims harmed to cry out for punishment by another country of individuals responsible for inflicting the harm. It is far less common for countries to take formal disciplinary action against their own personnel. In the Camp-PHA Harbor incident, in which U.S. Air Force planes attacked the Soviet ship Turkestan by mistake, killing and wounding Soviet sailors, a general court-martial against the pilots who made the attack and the colonel who failed to report or covered up the incident resulted in acquittal of the pilots and a $600 fine for the colonel. In In the USS Stark incident, a court-martial of the Stark's commanding officer was considered, but instead he was allowed to retire at the next lower rank. Although Turkey called for disciplinary action when Sea Sparrow missiles were accidentally launched from the U.S. aircraft carrier Saratoga into the bridge of the Turkish destroyer Muavene, killing the captain and others and wounding a large number of crew members, the only punishment was a letter of reprimand placed in the file of one U.S. naval officer. In the Black Hawk helicopter shoot-down, one low-ranking Air Force officer, Captain James Wang, was sent to court-martial, where he was promptly acquitted. Ambassador Evron told this author that the issue of punishment had often been discussed between him and Itzhak Rabin, who on numerous occasions had said to Evron that it was unfortunate that there had been no formal punishment of some military person involved, because people in the United States interpreted the lack of punishment of a lower-ranking person as an indication of a cover-up at a higher level. While there was no court-martial, punishment within the understanding of the naval service itself was clearly evident in an event that took place about 2 weeks after the 1967 war, the most successful war in the history of the State of Israel. Captain Issi Rehav, the second in command of the Israel Navy and the most likely candidate to become the next commander-in-chief of the Navy, resigned from the service. 12 had Rehav been fired? When asked, Rear ADM Shlomo Orel, the commander-in-chief of the Navy in 1967, said no. He also said that he had had a heart-to-heart talk with Rehav and pointed out to him that he had made a serious error in judgment when he authorized the Teshavuv, the torpedo attack. Errol pointed out that on the afternoon of June 8, 1967, the burning ship off El Arish had been no threat to Israel or the Israel Defense Forces. There had been many other options, including capturing the ship. That should have been considered. So while most of Israel was rejoicing over the great 1967 victory, a man who had spent his adult life working his way up to a position from which he would probably become commander-in-chief instead resigned from the Navy. Royal Flight Mystère attacking from the stern. U.S. Navy photo. An Israeli torpedo boat passes the port side of USS Liberty following its attack. U.S. Navy photo. An Israeli torpedo boat passes across the Liberty's bow. Note the ship's 10 list to starboard. U.S. Navy photo. Liberty turns to port during the torpedo attack. U.S. Navy photo. Captain Donald D. Engenwright with Vice ADM. CT Tommy Booth. Commander, Naval Air Force, Atlantic Fleet on the flight deck of USS America. On June 8, 1967, Engen was Commanding Officer of America. Before he retired as a Vice Admiral, he served as Deputy Commander-in-Chief, Atlantic Fleet. He later served on the National Transportation Safety Board, as president of AOPA Safety Foundation, as administrator of the Federal Aviation Administration, and as director of the Smithsonian National Air and Space Museum. U.S. Navy photo. An A4C Skyhawk of VA 64 seconds away from launching from the America. On June 8, 1967, America launched 4 of VA-64 Skyhawks armed with AGM-12 Bullpup air-to-ground missiles to defend Liberty. U.S. Navy photo. Liberty arrives at Valletta, Malta. Note the torpedo hole on the starboard side. U.S. Navy photo. In Malta, CDR William L. McGonigal, commanding officer of the Liberty, surveys the damage to his ship. Liberty had arrived safely at Valletta, Malta on June 14th. For his actions on June 8, McGonigal received the Medal of Honor. U.S. Navy photo. Liberty's superstructure bears mute testimony to the severity of the attack. As a result of the encounter, 34 crewmen were killed and 171 were wounded, many severely. U.S. Navy photo. Liberty on the day after the attack with a decided starboard list. The helicopter hovering near the bow is removing casualties to the America. The large Holiday 713-foot flag is more than twice the size of the flag that flew at the beginning of the air attack. Even the larger flag appears small in comparison to the size of the ship. U.S. Navy photo. America's sailors man the rail to observe the scarred enlisting intelligence ship. Evident in both photographs is a helicopter working to evacuate Liberty's wounded and dead to the carrier. The guided missile cruiser USS Little Rock, flagship of the U.S. 6th Fleet, passes alongside in the background. U.S. Navy photo. In June 1982, the Israel Defense Forces History Department Research and Instruction Branch published a classified document in Hebrew and English entitled The Attack on the Liberty Incident. The document says its object is to present an authoritative version of the circumstances and chain of events that led to the Liberty Incident and to respond to some of the claims made regarding Israel's intentions. The IDF History Report is essentially what was provided to the investigators from the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence. The report itself was written by Lieutenant Colonel Matty Greenberg, head of the Combat Research Branch. It is still classified, but is easily obtainable in the United States and Israel. Some of the documentary items listed in the 88 endnotes are far more difficult to obtain. The IDF history is probably the most extensive research accomplished in Israel on the Liberty Incident up to the time of its publication. It was not prepared under serious pressure, and its author had access to all Israeli data. The movements of the Liberty to the combat zone are discussed, followed by the details of the attack. The report then discusses the causes of the errors in Israel's actions following the incident. It ends with a discussion of the revival of the affair. It suggests that the incident has an inherent interest because of the mystery of a spy ship, the drama of war, and the tragedy of the killed and wounded. The report finds 2 common denominators in the stories put forth by the various doubters. First, the categorical assertion that the Liberty was maliciously attacked by Israel with the intention of sinking her. Second, weighty-seeming reasons why Israel acted maliciously. These common denominators are linked with flights of imagination, missing facts, half-truths, or false conclusions. The report then spends several pages responding to the alleged reasons for malice. The IDF report comes to the following conclusion. An examination of the facts in the Liberty incident, in their proper context, proves beyond any doubt that the attack on the American intelligence ship came about as a result of innocent error by the forces which operated on the spot and the HQS which supervised them. Though the attack on the armed forces of a friendly nation is a most regrettable and painful occurrence, incidents of this kind do occur in wartime. It goes without saying that such an incident must be thoroughly investigated, that all causes of the tragic encounter must be examined, conclusions drawn, and proper instructions issued which will prevent the occurrence of such an incident in the future. From Israel's point of view, all these steps have been carried out in a most thorough and comprehensive manner. However, it is inappropriate to attribute malicious intent to Israel when the evidence does not bear out such an attribution. The carefully worded conclusion leaves the blame on forces which operated on the spot, which would include the Liberty and the HQ-Wes, which supervised them, including the U.S. Higher Command. The Israelis make a good point on their two common denominators. Most, if not all, of the doubters start with the conclusion that Israel intentionally attacked a known U.S. ship, without offering any evidence to support the conclusion, instead offering reasons why Israel intentionally attacked. The Liberty incident remains a very sensitive issue with the IDF, and while the Israelis have always insisted that they are entitled to only part of the blame for the tragedy, they go out of their way to be delicate about putting blame on the United States. A good example of this sensitivity is reflected in the letter from the officer in command of the Israel Navy, in response to an article published in the Naval Reserve Association newsletter. As gentle as the letter is, it accepts only humanitarian responsibility, and refers to the diplomatic settlement that left open the issue of blame on both sides. Commander-in-Chief of the Navy of Israel, as General Officer in command of the Navy of Israel, I read with pain and sorrow the article published in the June issue of the Naval Reserve Association newsletter. On June 8, 1967, the USS Liberty sailed into the middle of our six-day war. That she did so was a mistake on the part of the U.S. Navy, as has been thoroughly established by an extensive investigation of the House Armed Services Committee of the 92nd Congress under authority of H.Res. 201, published by the Superintendent of Documents in 1971. It is undisputed that the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the National Security Agency believed that it would be dangerous for Liberty to approach the Sinai coast, and sent at least 5 naval messages to her, directing her to remain clear of the area. These messages were misdirected by the Naval Communications System and were not received by Liberty until after the tragedy had occurred. The next mistakes were ours, and a series of blunders on our part resulted in our attacks on a naval vessel of our best friend in the world at that time. We immediately accepted humanitarian responsibility, offered our apology and condolences, and paid humanitarian reparations to the dead and the wounded in amounts set by the United States government. Thereafter, we settled the remaining issues regarding the Liberty with the United States at the diplomatic level. Mere words can never ease the pain of young lives lost in their prime. We sent you our words of condolence in 1967 full, knowing that words are not enough. Still today, 25 years later, we share your grief and pain. Again, I express to you our apology and condolences. I regret the tone of the author of your June 1992 article. I fully understand his bitterness, and my sympathy for him and his shipmates is in no way diminished by his perhaps less than objective perspective. We made the mistake, we admitted it, and we remain extremely sorry and distressed. There have been at least 10 official investigations of the incident, both in Israel and in the United States. Every official investigation, yours and ours, has concluded that the event was a tragic mistake. There have also been numerous unofficial investigations, such as those conducted by Thames TV, ABC News, and NBC News, to name a few. These unofficial investigations, after examining the evidence, have also concluded that the event was a tragic mistake. The published article confirms this with the words, "After filming was completed." Producers slanted the story to favor the Israeli version. The story does not favor Israel. An examination of the facts merely confirms the tragic mistake. Confirmation of the true version of events is readily available in the record of the U.S. Navy Court of Inquiry or the CIA report, both of which are now declassified and available to you. Israel and the Navy of Israel have a great debt to the United States and the United States Navy. Our first general officer in command of the Navy of Israel, the equivalent to your CNO, was a U.S. Naval Academy graduate. Your traditions are our traditions. In this case, your grief and your loss are also our grief and our loss. With my deepest respect, Michael Ram, Commander-in-Chief, Israel Navy. Chapter 14. Television's perspective. I, intentional attack theory, and came to the United States with a team to do the story. His team consisted of himself as producer-director, Adrian Pennick as research editor, Mary Horwood as production assistant, and David Hudson Millman as film editor. The taping began in Washington, D.C., with the allegations of a number of surviving Liberty crew members, Lloyd Painter, George Golden, James Ennis Jr., and Phil Turney. At the time of the taping, the U.S. Navy Court of Inquiry record proceedings in the CIA report had already been declassified, but they were not in the Thames TV research files. 2, the Thames team became very fond of and sympathetic to the Liberty crew. Early scripts of the program contemplated telling the Liberty veterans' story, concluding with a few authenticity shots in Israel, and a remark that the Israel Defense Force declined comment, because, until that point, the official Israeli position on the Liberty incident had been no comment. When the Thames team concluded its shooting in the United States and went to Tel Aviv, the script changed dramatically. It contacted the office of the Israel Defense Force spokesman, the counterpart of the U.S. Department of Defense Public Affairs officer, and requested an official comment about the Liberty. The deputy IDF spokesman was a reserve colonel named Raanan Gisson. Instead of responding no comment as expected, Colonel Gisson, along with Israel Air Force Major Danny Grossman and Army Lieutenant Colonel Matty Greenberg of the IDF Combat History Branch, took the request directly to the IDF spokesman and argued that it was time to tell the Israeli side of the story. They won their argument, and suddenly, the Thames team found themselves with a very large group of Israeli military personnel who had been authorized to meet with them answer questions, and cooperate. A high-ranking and highly decorated retired naval officer, Captain Yakov Nitsin, was assigned to provide technical assistance. The Navy provided documents and pictures. The Air Force provided gun camera film, as well as transcriptions and translations of audio tape of the attack. The more. Bloomstein and Penning investigated the less confidence they had in their original script concept. The producer developed enough doubt to change the program format from the Liberty Veterans Association's allegations and an Israeli no comment to a presentation of the crew members' story and their evidence, followed by the Israeli response. The producer merely reported what each side presented and did not take a position endorsing either. Near the end of the Thames program, Bloomstein, as commentator, made the following statement: "Any examination of the conflicting arguments must first come to terms with motive. 24 hours after the attack on the Liberty, the Israelis took the Golan Heights. Was this a coincidence? What was the assault on? The spy ship designed to stop it intercepting plans for the invasion." Then followed the comments of Captain Ernest Castle, the U.S. Naval Attaché at the U.S. Embassy in Tel Aviv in 1967, who strongly endorsed the mistake theory. Then the voiceover by Bloomstein, the commentator, mentioned the allegations that Moshe Dayan ordered the attack. If there was a high-level conspiracy to destroy the Liberty, an inevitable suspect was the Minister of Defense, Moshe Dayan. But on the 8th of June, Dayan was the only voice in the Israeli cabinet against an attack on Syria. It was not until the next morning, when he learned that Egypt, Jordan, and Syria had agreed to a ceasefire, that he gave the order to invade the Golan 16 hours after the Liberty was attacked. 4. The program was aired on January 27, 1987, at 10:30 p.m. on British television. Just a few weeks after it was broadcast in England, the Thames documentary was aired on Israeli television on February 15, 1987, on an evening program titled Mabat Shein. 5, which is an Israeli magazine format show similar to 20/20 or 60 Minutes. The program began with the following introductory comment. Good evening. The tragedy of the intelligence ship Liberty left a deep scar on U.S.-Israeli relationship. We will shortly see former Secretary of State Mr. Dean Rusk claims that Israel's Air Force and Navy intentionally attacked the ship. This was a premeditated scheme. This opinion is shared by many American Navy men, as well as those who served aboard the Liberty, along with the 171 who were injured and family members of the 34 crew members that were killed. The rest blame Israel and the U.S. for conspiring to keep the records of the incident under complete secrecy. The film we are about to see was aired by BBC's Second Network a few weeks ago. Israeli diplomats in London were concerned at the time that the program will raise anti-Israel feelings, especially after the recent revelation of the Van Nuno affair and the supply of arms to Iran scandal. In retrospect, these concerns were proven uncalled for. The newspaper comment after the broadcast concluded that Israel did not intentionally attack the ship. It was a mistake. The work of the Thames team proved to be fair and objective, and the producer, Rex Bloomstein, coordinated an outstanding investigation that we put on now for you. Both the Liberty crew members who had initiated this production and the IDF spokesman who changed his position and opened up to the Thames team were disappointed with the production, as each expected it to completely adopt their respective versions of the event. In May 1987, the Iraqi attack on the U.S. guided missile frigate Stark generated interest in the Liberty incident on the part of the producers of the ABC TV program 20/20. ABC News bought the rights to the Thames TV program and produced a segment aired on that consisted of an edited version of the Thames program, cut from 53 minutes 17 seconds to a little under 30 minutes. The 20/20 segment, produced with voiceovers by Barbara Walters and Hugh Downs, aired on May 21, 1987. By the time 20/20 acquired the program, Thames producer Rex Bloomstein, who served as a technical advisor for the 20/20 production, had shifted from his neutral position and had become convinced that the attack on the Liberty was made in error by the Israelis. 6. Whether Bloomstein's opinion went with the sale of the videotape is unknown, but Barbara Walters opened the program with a remark. The similarities to this week's attack on the USS Stark are uncanny. Certainly the tenor of the program seemed to adopt the mistake theory. Walters and Downs explained and commented on the footage shown and concluded the program with the following colloquy. Barbara Walters: "You know there are unanswered questions about the Liberty. There will probably be unanswered questions about the Stark for years to come, but Hugh, if there is a lesson, couldn't one of them be that in time of war, even if it's not your war, you have to behave as if you might very well be the target, behave that way all the time?" Hugh Downs: "Somebody once said, we learn from history that we do not learn from history. I hope that's not true, and I think there's a deeper lesson here, and that points to the urgent necessity of arms reduction in an age of high-tech weaponry where a mistake can be so devastating. I think humanity has the potential to accomplish this and owes it to itself." Barbara Walters: "Because there are mistakes." Hugh Downs: "You bet." The Liberty newsletter reported that Walters and Downs repeatedly described the attack as a terrible accident. The article characterized the film as misleading because of what it described as the absence of effective rebuttal to the Israeli arguments, and because of other alleged omissions. Shortly before the 24th anniversary of the Liberty incident, June 8, 1991, the Liberty Veterans Association extended an invitation to the NBC program, The Story Behind the Story, to attend the association's annual meeting, which was held in Washington, D.C. that year, and to tape a program. Christopher Carlson, a producer working with NBC Television, and his team attended. A number of the Liberty crew members were videotaped on the afternoon of June 7, 1991. The producer, on his own, also obtained an on-camera appearance by Michael Shiloh, 10 Deputy Chief of Mission at the Embassy of Israel in Washington, D.C., who responded to each of the association members' allegations. Captain William McGonigal, U.S. Navy, the commanding officer of the Liberty at the time of the attack, met with the producer in the suite of George Golden, the president of the association. Captain McGonigal was quite firm in his position that he would go on tape only to talk about the professionalism and heroism of his crew in saving the ship, and that he would not discuss theories of the attack. The final format of the program was a segment of allegations followed by the Israeli rebuttal, 11, the program included Seth Mintz telling a modified version of his story and CDR. David Lewis giving his account of his conversation with Rear Admiral Geiss. James Ennis Jr. also told his story about the Liberty having been promised jet air cover overhead in 10 minutes in the event of trouble. The Liberty veterans had high hopes for this production, but they were extremely disappointed when the program aired on the evening of January 27, 1992. The program seemed to refute all their claims and support the mistake theory. The program began with the following opening statement by the commentators. Jane Wallace. On the fourth day of the Six-Day War, an American ship, the Liberty, was patrolling off the coast of the Gaza Strip. Richard Kiley. Simultaneously, reports came in that a nearby Israeli position was being shelled from the sea. The Israeli High Command believed they were under attack by Arab forces. Naval and air units were sent to investigate, and a counterattack was launched. The USS Liberty was in the wrong place at the wrong time. The program was not fully researched and contained a number of misstatements of fact. Nevertheless, it was a reasonably accurate account and came to the conclusion that the incident was a tragic mistake. Much to the distress of the Liberty crew members who had initiated the interest of NBC, in the spring of 1992, an independent producer, Justin Sturkin, heard the Liberty veteran story and was very much persuaded by it. He taped the comments of two of the Liberty crewmen who told the intentional attack on a U.S. ship story. For balance, he taped the public affairs officer of Israel's embassy, Ruth Yaron, at the embassy in Washington, D.C. The program ran 7 minutes 48 seconds and was aired on April 14, 1992, on the Geraldo Rivera Show, Now It Can Be Told. 12. Geraldo introduced the tape with the comment, "The year was 1967, and the tiny state of Israel was in a battle for its very existence. Surrounded by Arab enemies who cut off vital supply routes and then promised to push the Jews into the sea, Israel launched a blitz that became known as the Six-Day War. On the fourth day of that intense and bloody conflict, Israeli aircraft and torpedo boats attacked an American spy ship that was located in the Mediterranean Sea. 34 Americans were killed. Scores more were wounded. As our Craig Rivera now reports, many survivors believe this incident has been covered up for political reasons ever since that awful day." Craig Rivera then commented, "It's been almost a quarter of a century since the USS Liberty left American shores and began its fateful voyage to the Middle East. And for all those years, Israel has maintained that the attack on the Liberty was a tragic case of mistaken identity. But now, more than ever, the Liberty survivors and their backers think otherwise. The program does little more than present the unsubstantiated allegations of two crew members, James Kavanaugh and Richard Sturman, interviewed by Sturkin with voiceover by Craig Rivera, and the response of the Embassy of Israel public affairs officer. Geraldo Rivera's closing remarks suggest that he leans toward the mistake theory. He concluded the program, Israeli officials admit their confusion at the time, including the identification of the Liberty at one point as a Russian vessel. Israeli sources also mention the fact that their warplanes bombed and strafed their own troops in an incident just before the Liberty attack. This is further evidence of a tragic mistake that can often occur in the heat and fog of war. Geraldo Rivera's comments certainly do not coincide with the very strong views held by Justin Sturkin, the producer. On August 9, 2001, at 8 p.m. EDT, the History Channel aired a program produced by Andrew Rothstein and David Siegel entitled Cover Up, Attack on the USS Liberty. The producers produced anything but history. The program is not a professional documentary, but rather a professional hatchet job. The program was produced with inadequate research and is infected with errors, misrepresentations, and charges not supported by any evidence. All of the conspiracy theories presented in this program have been previously refuted, disproved, or discredited. The program lacks balance, in that the producers interviewed only a half dozen of the Liberty crew members. The program failed to disclose that the positions presented are not unanimously supported by the entire Liberty crew. Not a single Israeli with first-hand involvement in the event was interviewed. If the producers did not wish to take the necessary time or go to the expense of such interviews, numerous interviews of Israelis with first-hand knowledge of the event were available on videotape from the Thames TV or 20/20ths. Programs on the subject. Of course, those programs presented a very different picture of the event than this production. The story told by Lloyd Painter, an officer who was on the bridge of the Liberty at the time she was attacked, was apparently not checked against his testimony under oath at the U.S. Navy Court of Inquiry 34 years before. Painter's sworn testimony varies widely from his comments in the program, but no mention was made of the difference. Although probably not by design, the production does contain one. Enlightening sequence of footage looking past a co-pilot's helmet in a helicopter slowly flying clockwise around the Liberty, first from stern to bow down the port side, and then from bow to stern down the starboard side. This helicopter is flying at only a few hundred feet, permitting the viewer to observe the areas where the flag was hoisted on Liberty's halyard, the letters and numbers on her bow and stem, and the name Liberty on her curved stern. It is readily apparent that the flag is not discernible, that the letters GTR are almost impossible to read, while the larger number 5 is more discernible, and that the curved stern makes it very difficult to read the name except from close in, directly astern. If these identification points are that difficult to see from a slow-moving helicopter within a few hundred feet of the ship, and only a few hundred feet in the air, then it is apparent that a plane flying fast and high at a distance of a quarter of a mile or more would have little chance of identifying the ship from the flag, the hull marks, or the name on the stern. The narrator, Arthur Kent, talks about and attributes motives to the actions of Robert McNamara, the U.S. Secretary of Defense in June 1967, but he neither interviews McNamara nor discloses his testimony about the event before Congress. Some excerpts from that testimony that conflict with the program's inferences are Secretary McNamara. But I have examined the record of investigation, and I find no intent by the Israeli government, and no intent by any representative of the Israeli government to attack a U.S. vessel. Secretary McNamara. In the case of the attack on the Liberty, it was the conclusion of the investigatory body headed by an admiral of the Navy, in whom we have great confidence that the attack was not intentional. I read the record of the investigation, and I support that conclusion, and I think this, therefore, it was not a conscious decision on the part of either the government of Israel or attack a U.S. vessel. The most outrageous false statement by Arthur Kent is, unidentified torpedo boats suddenly began firing. McGonigal sent a man to the ship's machine gun to fire back. The program thus accuses the Israeli torpedo boats of suddenly opening fire on Liberty and has the Liberty responding by firing back at the torpedo boats. Until this program was aired, it has not been. Disputed for 34 years that the torpedo boats arrived, stopped, and began signaling the Liberty, whereupon the Liberty opened fire on the torpedo boats. The sworn testimony of Commander McGonigal to that effect is in the record of the U.S. Navy Court of Inquiry, easily available to, but ignored by, the producers. In addition, this author provided a copy of the Thames TV documentary Attack on the Liberty to producer David Siegel via a letter dated August 10, 2000. The tape contains footage of Commander McGonigal at a press conference in 1967 on board the Liberty, with various crew members seated around him. In the tape, McGonigal confirms that the Liberty opened fire on the torpedo boats while the boats were attempting to signal the ship. In his Court of Inquiry testimony referred to above, Commander McGonigal said, "As far as the torpedo boats are concerned, I am sure that they felt that they were under fire from USS Liberty." Another gross misstatement attacks the quality of the U.S. Navy Court of Inquiry investigation. Narrator Arthur Kent starts with, "During the formal inquiry aboard ship, it becomes apparent to the crew that the Navy is not interested in conducting an in-depth investigation." Since the Court of Inquiry was conducted behind closed doors, Kent does not explain how the intent of the Navy became apparent to the crew during the investigation. Next, crew member John Rankowski appears on screen and comments without any further explanation. The Court of Inquiry was a farce. There is no mention of the fact that the court was convened by order of ADM, John S. McCain, Jr., the commander of U.S. Naval Forces Europe, and swiftly went into session in London at 2314 London time on the evening of June 10, and took testimony until 0250 the following morning of June 11. The court then left immediately for Valletta, Malta, to meet the Liberty. There is no mention of Admiral Kidd and his counsel flying to the Liberty while she was still at sea, en route to Malta, and boarding her at sea on June 12th, or of how the court worked continuously after the Liberty's arrival in Malta, taking testimony on June 14 and 15, and then flying back to London, where it took further testimony until 1645 on June 16. Following deliberations, the court's report was presented to Admiral McCain, who endorsed it and dispatched Admiral Kidd to personally rush deliver it to the Chief of Naval Operations in Washington, D.C. The actions of Admiral McCain, Admiral Kidd, and the Navy do not suggest a lack of interest in conducting the investigation. The record of the Court of Inquiry is available upon request from the Office of the Judge Advocate General of the Navy. It consists of hundreds of pages, including 158 pages of testimony and 49 exhibits, many of which are lengthy. It concludes with 52 findings. These findings were endorsed by Admiral McCain with the following conclusion: the foregoing comments by the convening authority lead to an overall conclusion that the attack was in fact a mistake. It is respectfully suggested that any reasonable person who reads the record and examines the exhibits considered by the Court of Inquiry would agree that the quality of the report is outstanding. In fact, over 30 years. Later, this author remains impressed by the vast scope of the investigation and its drafter's ability to gather the facts, deliberate on them, and complete the court's conclusions in the brief time in which the work of the court was accomplished. Some Liberty conspiracy theorists complain that the Court of Inquiry did not take testimony from any Israeli witnesses. This is not unusual. After the Gulf War, the United States did not permit U.S. military personnel to appear or testify at the British inquiry into the deaths of 9 British military personnel killed by U.S. friendly fire. The Israelis did permit their pilots to talk to the U.S. Senate Select Committee on Intelligence. Former crew member James Ennis claims in the documentary that no one on the Court of Inquiry talked to any of the crew. The program fails to mention that the Court of Inquiry called and took the testimony of 19 witnesses, of whom 14 were Liberty crew members. The program does not mention that Ennis was wounded in the first minutes of the air attack and taken below deck, where he remained until he was transferred to the America the next day. He was presented on the program, speaking in the first person about events that occurred out of his presence, with no disclosure that his narrative was pure hearsay. Commander McGonigal remained on the Liberty's bridge commanding the ship, and ultimately sailed her out of harm's way to a rendezvous with 6th Fleet destroyers the following morning. Under such circumstances, one would assume that Commander McGonigal observed and knew more of what took place during the air and torpedo boat attacks than Ennis. But the program does not give the viewer the opportunity of learning what Commander McGonigal saw, testified about under oath, and recorded in an official record. The program provides a comment by Ennis regarding offers of help from the Israeli torpedo boats. They claim that they came alongside and immediately offered help. Well, that is the purest of baloney. Neither the producers, the narrator, nor Ennis explain how Ennis knew anything about offers or lack of offers of help from the torpedo boats. When Commander McGonigal was recalled a second time to testify before the Court of Inquiry on June 14, 1967, less than a week after the event, he read into the record a chronology of events that the court, during his initial testimony the day before, had instructed him to prepare in consultation with his crew. The chronology entry for June 8, 1967, at 1503 was: 1 MTB returned to ship and signaled CO signaled negative. The Liberty deck log for 1503 on June 8, 1967 reflects: 1 MTB returned to ship and signaled, "Do you need help?" Commanding officer directed that negative be sent in reply. Obviously, the Ennis account of this event, which he did not personally observe but presented 34 years later on the History Channel, and the account given by his commanding officer in sworn recorded testimony 6 days after the event, are not in agreement on this point. It is one of many times that Ennis has disagreed with the memory or actions of his commanding officer, as well as the written official records created within a few days of the event. Or what kind of research did the producers do on this issue? Another gross misrepresentation involves Liberty crewman Joe Meters, who states that he signaled the torpedo boats and that he raised a flag after the first flag had been shot away. The sworn testimony at the U.S. Navy Court of Inquiry given a few days after the event by NS David G. Lucas and by Chief Petty Officer Harold Jesse Thompson indicates that signalman Russell O. David did the signaling too. The torpedo boats, and that it was also signalman David who raised the flag after it had been shot down. In a letter dated September 4, 2001, Russell O. David authorized this author to quote him as follows: "I am indeed the one that did the signaling to the boats, and I am the one who put up the sailing ensign after it was shot down. At that time, I was one of only 2 people on the ship who could send and receive light transmissions, and I am the one who received the Bronze Star with Combat V for the actions of that day." The producers apparently never checked the Court of Inquiry testimony or the Navy records regarding signalman David's medal, or if they did, they presented Meters' tale without disclosing that there was substantial evidence that his claim was false. In regard to why Meters claimed he did the signaling and hoisting, signalman David wrote, "I can only surmise that Mr. Meters didn't want to be left out for whatever reason. There are many other significant incorrect statements of fact. There are also just plain misrepresentations, such as showing footage of a destroyer steaming and leading the viewer to believe the destroyer is the Liberty. There was other footage of a ship being strafed by a plane and a ship with a plume of smoke drifting off to the side, which was contrary to the actual wind conditions at the time of the air attack. No voiceover or subtitle on the screen discloses that this footage is not of the Liberty. The narrative, in fact, was presented in a manner to mislead the viewer into believing the footage, in fact, is of the Liberty. These efficiencies all lead to the conclusion that the program was produced without adequate research, fact-checking, or attention to detail, which in the past had been the hallmark of programs presented on the History Channel. A private video was also produced by Sligo Productions' USS Liberty Survivors, Our Story. The script was written and the taping directed by Patrick King. The credits list James Ennis Jr. as responsible for research. Rather than a story, it is a series of interviews with the Liberty crew members and others who support the intentional attack conspiracy theory. While it contains some footage of the Liberty and some pictures relating to the incident, it does not present or even refer to the mistake theory or the many official investigations that concluded that the attack was a tragic mistake. It tells its story from the point of view that the attacks were intentional attacks on a U.S. ship. Tito Donaghy Howard, a self-proclaimed man at war with the Israelis, had a relationship with the Liberty Veterans Association going back many years. According to Joe Lentini, the LVA gave Howard $20,000 or $25,000 in order to make a movie about the Liberty incident, but for a long period of time the movie was not made, and the money paid was not publicly disclosed or accounted for. In 1983, Howard produced a videotape. The USS Liberty newsletter in January 1984 commented on a 1-hour tape produced by Tito Howard titled Massacre and Masquerade. We found that only 6 minutes pertained to the Liberty. Most of the rest consists of brief interviews with leading anti-Zionist leaders, all airing their views about Israel. 26. In 2002, Howard produced a video documentary titled Loss of Liberty, which was presented at Connecticut College on October 29, 2002. The program was sponsored by the Connecticut chapter of the Council for the National Interest. When Howard finally produced Loss of Liberty, Joe Lentini was asked by Howard to comment on it. He offered what he believed to be constructive criticism. Lentini was then called by Phil Turney, then Liberty Veterans Association president, who said to him it was too bad that he wasn't killed by the torpedo with the rest of his buddies. Loss of Liberty is a poor quality production, poorly researched, poorly produced, and saturated with factual errors. For example, the video is critical of ADM Isaac C. Kidd Jr., the officer designated by ADM John McCain to serve as president of the U.S. Navy Court of Inquiry that investigated the Liberty incident. It is amusing that the video shows a portrait of Admiral Isaac C. Kidd Sr., the father of Isaac Kidd Jr., and represents him as Isaac Jr. Howard uses a cut of CDR, Rami Lunds from the Thames, TV production, and identifies him as Lieutenant CDR Pincus Pinchasi. 29. Enlisted Liberty crew member James Smith is described as a lieutenant commander. Enlisted crew member Glenn Olapont is described as a radio man, when in fact he was an ETR, a rate that repaired radios, not operated them. Howard claims the Navy F-14 Tomcat was named in honor of ADM Thomas Moorer. In fact, the Tomcat was named in honor of Vice ADM Thomas F. Connolly, Deputy Chief of Naval Operations. 30. Howard claims the Washington-Moscow hotline was used for the first time specifically for the Liberty incident. The hotline was used for Sirius, communication between Washington and Moscow for the first time during the 1967 war. 20 messages were exchanged. There were 3 messages on June 5, 4 messages on June 6, 2 messages on June 7. On June 8, 5 messages were exchanged, of which 3, the 11th, 13th, and 14th related to the Liberty incident. In the video, Phil Turney tells of Admiral Kidd removing his stars and then replacing them on his lapel. Marks of rank are not worn on lapels. The rolling credits mention the United States Naval Archives. That is right, naval. This production does not confuse apples and oranges, but rather naval oranges and belly buttons. Finally, although all records confirm that the launch of aircraft from the carriers America and Saratoga to defend the Liberty occurred between 3:50 and 4 p.m., Howard claims Secretary McNamara recalled the aircraft at 2:35 p.m., about an hour and 20 minutes before they took off. On July 30th, 2008, Military.com carried a story titled SS Liberty Sails to Challenge Israel. On August 1st, 2008, James Enns posted the following comment on the Military.com website 32. August 1st, 2008. One of the links above recommended a Liberty film. We appreciate the support for our story, but must tell you that most survivors do not recommend this film. As a survivor of the attack, I have seen all the films, participated in most of them, read all the books, most of the articles, and many of the forums, and have participated in literally hundreds of radio, television, and film interviews in the past 30 years. The Loss of Liberty film is probably the worst of several films that have been made on this subject, even though it is definitely the most aggressively marketed online. It is not supported by survivors. Survivors sued the producer of this film for breach of contract and other things. I feel it is mostly a collection of film clips, poorly edited and poorly captioned, with a lot of enthusiastic rave reviews by Medal of Honor winning senior officers who have no personal knowledge of the circumstances and whose views are essentially irrelevant. The Howard production has never been aired on network television. It is sold through Howard's organization, the Liberty Alliance, and also offered for sale by Noontide Press. What else can you buy from Noontide Press? They sell audio and videotapes from the 14th IHR conference. IHR is the Institute for Historical Review, one of the two major Holocaust denial organizations in the United States. The same 2002 circular offering sale of Loss of Liberty also offers the remarks of Philip Turney, at the time president of the LVA, which he made at the 14th Holocaust Denial Conference. On February 2, 2002, John Haddon, CIA Chief of Station, Tel Aviv, on June 1967, was visited by a TV crew consisting of Peter Hownem and Chris Mitchell, who claimed to be from a British TV production company, working on a production about the Six-Day War. 33, they described documents to Haddon, allegedly CIA documents of which he has no memory, and that Haddon said he doubts exist. They told him that a Jay Crystal was an Israeli agent, and that the book The Liberty Incident was a brief for the prosecution. They told Haddon they had spent the previous night at Colebrook, Vermont, interviewing a crew member. They stressed that the Israeli motive in attacking the Liberty was to keep the United States from learning of the Israeli plan to attack Syria. They ignored Haddon's response that Israel had kept the United States fully informed about the impending attack on Syria. John Haddon was convinced that the program about the Six-Day War was a cover story because Hownem and Mitchell remained focused on attacking a Jay Crystal and his The Liberty Incident, and were displeased when he rejected their allegations as untrue. The tapes of Haddon's denials did not appear in the video. Passage of time confirmed Haddon's intuition. Hownem did not produce a video on the Six-Day War. He produced the book Operation Cyanide, Why the Bombing of the USS Liberty Nearly Caused World War III, together with the video documentary Dead in the Water, aired on BBC 4, August 21, 2004. Dead in the Water has not aired on US TV, but is available on DVD. Dead in the Water was reviewed with the following comments. The worst type of storytelling. This production, the foundation for Peter Hownem's book titled Operation Cyanide, is a prime example of myth creation disguised as investigative journalism. What is most remarkable about the production's theses is that, if it were accurate then, in fact, the U.S. was not a non-belligerent in the June 1967 Arab-Israeli War, as claimed by outspoken former Liberty crew members and others, but actually a co-belligerent, and thus the USS Liberty was not entitled to the rights of a neutral as a non-belligerent third party. One needs go no farther than the cover of Peter Hownem's Operation Cyanide, on which his video production is based, to be aware of the superficiality of his research on the attack on the Liberty. His subtitle is, Why the Bombing of the USS Liberty Nearly Caused World War III. The Liberty was not bombed, but rather strafed and torpedoed. The flawed research and presentations of false information permeate the book and the entire production. The video is not only a dishonest presentation of fact, but presents a thesis so absurd that it is not worthy of serious consideration. The thesis is that the Six-Day War was in fact a joint U.S.-Israeli military operation designed to destroy Egypt, and that the attack on the USS Liberty was simply a pretext for a U.S. aerial strike on Cairo using nuclear weapons, no less. The attack on the Liberty occurred on the fourth day of the Six-Day War. By the fourth day, Israel had destroyed the Arab air forces, swept through the Sinai, and captured the Suez Canal, the West Bank, and Jerusalem. Only a one-day operation against Syria remained unfinished. Under these circumstances, why? Would Israel or the United States make a nuclear attack on Cairo? What would such an attack accomplish? The same week in Vietnam, the U.S. lost 187 military personnel, and no one in the U.S. government or military was contemplating a nuclear attack on Hanoi. But Hownem argues that the loss of 34 lives on the Liberty would support nuking Cairo. Absurd! The video is factually inaccurate in many ways. It presents remarks by the Liberty's commanding officer edited out of context. This can be confirmed by viewing and comparing the actual speech quoted by the Associated Press. 38. The video reports the story, first written about by Stephen Green. 39 of one Greg Rate, claiming that us, Air Force RF-4C aircraft, flew reconnaissance for Israel before and during the war, without mention that Rate was completely discredited by U.S. Ambassador Richard Parker in an article published in 1997.40. Rate is also filmed saying Israel had no reconnaissance aircraft in 1967. A widely published picture taken by an Israeli Mirage T-5C, clearly showing the shadow on the ground of the aircraft itself as it approaches 3 destroyed MiGs on the tarmac, was edited to eliminate the shadow and attributed by R-Rate to a USAF RF-4C. Ambassador Parker's research elicited denials of a U.S. Air Force RF-4C operation during the Six-Day War from the commanding officer of the 38th Tactical Reconnaissance Squadron, a unit in Germany that operated the aircraft, from Colonel Thomas Whitlock and the next commander up the echelon, and from Colonel Earl Abutz of the 26th Tactical Reconnaissance Wing. Colonel Whitlock had a compelling conviction that no such operation took place, and Colonels Whitlock and Butz both refuted technical details of the story. Parker commented further at page 71. There is also no knowledge of this operation among officials who were at the working level in the State Department, CIA, and the White House at the time. Alfred Atherton, Donald Burgess, Harold Saunders, and James Critchfield all say they saw no sign of such an operation. Saunders said that Rostow denied any knowledge of it. Critchfield commented that he was running an ad hoc control group during the 1967 crisis and saw everything. He saw nothing that would support Green's story and did not know why Green continued to pursue that dead dog. I've also talked with a man who was the CIA station chief in Tel Aviv in 1967. He had never heard the story and commented that he could not imagine the Israelis letting any foreigners that close to their military operations. All told, these statements make a convincing set of denials, supported by the technical problems raised by Colonels Butts and Whitlock. They were enough to persuade me that the story was not true and that Green had been the victim of an intelligence fabricator, perhaps of a Soviet disinformation effort, because I could not conceive of anyone else who might have a motive for planting the story. Parker received further refutations from personal inquiry to Secretary Robert McNamara, as well as 2 Israeli generals in positions to know: Major General Shlomo Gazet, head of Israel Military Intelligence Research, and Major General Mati Haq, chief of the Israel Air Force in 1967. The narrator in the video talks of Operation Cyanide, the title of the Hunnam book, an operation that has never been documented anywhere except in Hunnam's imagination. While the screen displays a memo clearly marked Frontlet 615, which is a memo regarding approval of a U.S. covert operation in April 1967, months before the beginning of the Six-Day War, and the USS Liberty receiving orders diverting her from her African mission and directing her to the Eastern Mediterranean. The program includes CDR David Lewis telling his hearsay story about Rear Admiral Geis launching and calling back 6th Fleet aircraft, without mentioning that all records show that the aircraft were launched and recalled, upon order of the 6th Fleet's commander, Vice Admiral Martin. On the issue of the recall of aircraft, the narrator muffles the question to Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara so that one must replay the tape several times to hear and understand it. This appears to be a premeditated action, designed to obfuscate McNamara's very strong positive denial. The failure to check facts and the omission of facts demonstrate Hunnam's anti-Israel bias, which can be independently verified by examining Hunnam's history and other writings. It is reported that in 1981, ABC News prepared a program for Nightline. There was much excitement among some of the Liberty crew members when they were told that their version of the story was going to be told by Ted Koppel on Nightline. The USS Liberty newsletter, under the caption USS Liberty in the News, carried an article in 1981 that read, ABC Nightline, the national late evening news show from ABC Studios in New York, has offered to release Ennis's Defense Electronics story about the attack on the Liberty to coincide with the release of the magazine. That broadcast, barring possible schedule changes, should be aired Wednesday, October 7th. This will be the first mention on national television of any crew member's version of the attack. The story did not appear on Nightline, and in 1982, the USS Liberty newsletter carried the following: Ted Koppel's Nightline. On Thursday afternoon, a call came from a producer for Ted Koppel's nationally broadcast late-night television news program, ABC Nightline. Nightline had heard about the reunion and wanted to do a story. Could 4 of us come to the ABC studio at 7 p.m.? So that evening, Jim Ennis, Don Blaylock, Joe Meters, and Mike Shaley spent 3 hours under television lights answering questions about the attack, the heroism, and the cover-up, while ABC collected 11 reels of tape. But that wasn't enough. To round it out, they spent the next 3 days attending reunion activities, interviewing other men at the hotel, tracking down archive films of the ship's battered arrival in Malta, and editing it all into a logical story sequence. It was to be a 30-minute segment which would occupy the entire Nightline broadcast on June 7th. The schedule was considered firm, but it was not to be. A few pages later in the same newsletter, the following appeared. What happened to the Nightline story? The story scheduled for Ted Koppel's Nightline was to have run on Monday evening, June 7th. Unfortunately, Israel invaded Lebanon only hours before that story was to run. The invasion was considered a bigger news story, and so the Liberty story was bumped. Liberty, in other words, was shot down by Israel again. The USS Liberty newsletter of March 1983 wrote that the Nightline tape of the Liberty story, which cost more than $100,000 to produce, had mysteriously disappeared without a trace. On January 12, 2004, the U.S. Department of State held a conference in Loy Henderson Auditorium under the auspices of the historian of the State Department titled The United States, the Middle East, and the 1967 Arab-Israeli War, in conjunction with the release of Volume 6 of the Foreign Relations of the United States. The conference consisted of 7 panels and was carried live on C-SPAN. This author was invited to participate on the first panel, War, Intelligence, and the USS Liberty. The moderator was Dr. Mark Susser, historian, U.S. Department of State. This author participated along with Dr. David Robarge, Central Intelligence Agency History Staff, and Dr. David Hatch, Technical Director, Center for Cryptologic Studies, National Security Agency. Following the panel presentation, this author was approached by Brooke Renette, whose business card stated, Producer, ABC News, Nightline. Ms. Renette stated an interest in doing a Nightline program about the Liberty incident. Time marched on until November 11, 2004, when an email was received from Brooke E. Renette stating, Dear Judge Crystal, it's been nearly a year since we met at the State Department in January, but I haven't forgotten about the USS Liberty piece I was interested in doing for Nightline, and now that the election is over with, I have a correspondent on board and some real forward momentum. Numerous emails and telephone conversations followed, and finally, on January 31st, 2005, an on-camera interview of about 2 hours was completed at my office. The correspondent was David Marish. His interview was straightforward and highly professional. Throughout, he remained impartial and focused on getting factual answers to his questions. Following the interview, and off-camera, we had a long discussion during which it appeared to this author that David Marish had become fascinated with a series of conspiracy tales told by 3 persons claiming they had heard transmissions of the Israeli pilots. Interesting, since the pilots spoke. Hebrew and the 3 storytellers did not, or that they had received transcripts of Israeli pilots' controllers' transmissions on or about June 8, 1967. On that day, the 3 individuals, who I will call the 3 blind mice, since they were operating in the blind and only reporting decades-old memories without any supporting documents, were located in 1. Offutt Air Force Base near Omaha, Nebraska, mouse number 1 stated, on the day of the attack, I read yellow teletype sheets from a variety of sources, including the NSA. 2. All Source Reconnaissance Center at Heraklion Air Station, Crete, mouse number 2 stated. He received direct intelligence from the Air Force EC-121 aircraft. 3. Da Nang, Vietnam, mouse number 3, stated that he received rough transcripts on June 8 and smooth transcripts the next day. Then came a message to destroy all transcripts. Later, this individual claimed that after discharge from the Air Force, he worked for the NSA, and that while working in NSA headquarters, he saw an NSA report proving the attack deliberate. This author was concerned about what kind of Nightline program would result if the program included the stories of the 3 individuals who remembered receiving top-secret information in June 1967 while they were in Omaha, Crete, and Da Nang, respectively. Following the interview and meeting with David Marish, Rookie Renette took maternity leave and had a baby girl. Time went by and communication with Miss Renette could not be reestablished. On November 22, 2005, Ted Koppel retired from Nightline. Soon thereafter, it was reported that Koppel had declined an offer of a job with Al Jazeera, but that David Marish had accepted a position there as a correspondent. 49. Nothing has been heard from Nightline since early 2005. The network television treatment of the Liberty story has been a substantial disappointment to James Ennis and some members of the Liberty Veterans Association. Ennis is convinced that the power of Israel has been able to subvert the television industry against his version of events. Some members of the Liberty Veterans Association are generally dissatisfied with the TV coverage of their story, as indicated by the following statement. In recent weeks, we have heard from 60 Minutes, Good Morning America, Nightline, and Larry King. All have considered and then apparently rejected the possibility of doing live interviews with survivors. American television, it seems, does not want to tell the Liberty story without filters, censorship, and unrebutted Israeli excuses. The statement suggests that Israel controls American, and probably, British TV media, and has successfully prevented the true story of the Liberty incident from being told. Another analysis might suggest that American and British television are free and independent, and not willing to release as fact a version of a story that cannot be verified by normal standards of TV journalism. In Israel, which like the United States and Britain enjoys a free and independent media, it has been stated that what absolutely proves that there is no secret connected with the Liberty incident is the fact that the alleged secret was not leaked to or discovered by the media within 36 hours of the tragic event. Chapter 15. Red Herrings and Myths. F. Liberty arrived near the Sinai coast on June 8, 1967, as a result of outdated orders. New orders directing the ship not to approach her original assigned position had been mistakenly dispatched elsewhere. She was attacked by the Israel Air Force and Israel Navy. 34 U.S. crew members died and another 171 were wounded. There were acts of heroism on board the Liberty. There were numerous blunders by both Israel and the United States. The major debate is not about the individual events that took place, but about whether the Israeli attackers knew they were attacking a U.S. ship or, in a tragic mistake, identified their target as an enemy ship. A very important question must be considered before reaching a final conclusion. If Israel attacked a ship known to be American, what was the motive for the attack? Various motives attributed to the Israelis for attacking a ship known to be a U.S. ship have already been discussed. No Israeli has stated or testified that the attack was other than a tragic case of mistaken identity. When considering the issue of motive, one must remember that in 1967, the State of Israel stood alone against its Arab enemies without a single friendly nation in the world supporting her in any way except the United States. Assuming that Israel did not want the Liberty positioned where she was for any reason, is it reasonable that Israel would commit an act of war against the only nation in the world offering any support? On this point, Ambassador Ephraim Evron was quoted as saying, "I'll take up the challenge of the Liberty with your permission. Why would Israel do such a terrible thing? We may be crazy, but we are not fools." Furthermore, if eliminating the Liberty was so important to Israel, is it not reasonable to assume that a military force that 4 days earlier had destroyed all the air forces of the Arab confrontational states within 1 day, and hundreds of Egyptian tanks in the Sinai, and that had routed the Jordan? Legion in the West Bank and Jerusalem could not have easily sank an old tub of a ship, lacking any armor and armed with 4 inadequate machine guns? An analysis of the air and naval attacks demonstrates that they were neither well-planned nor effective. Cursa Flight was not armed to attack a ship. The primary standard weapon for attacking a ship was in 1967, as it had been during World War II, the 500-pound conventional iron bomb. In the Battle of Midway during World War II, in 10 minutes, the U.S. Navy sank 3 heavily armored Japanese aircraft carriers and seriously damaged a 4th using such bombs. 2 Cursa was armed with 30mm cannons and a couple of air-to-air missiles. 3. Although Kursa's gunfire was accurate and started multiple fires on the Liberty, the ship continued underway and was in no danger of sinking. The attack by Royal Flight, armed with 30mm cannon and napalm canisters, also lacked the capability to sink the ship. If it was intended to sink the ship, that could have accomplished easily by sending aircraft armed with 500-pound iron bombs, as requested by Royal Flight leader. The air attack terminated without dropping any ship-sinking bombs on the Liberty. The 2 flights of the attacking aircraft were assigned to other missions, for which they were properly armed. Kursa had been returning from combat air patrol over the Suez Canal, and Royal had been diverted from armor and infantry interdiction over the Sinai Desert. It is also undisputed that when the Israeli motor torpedo boats caught up with the Liberty, they did not attack. They stopped and tried to communicate with her by means of a flashing light. Why did they stop and try to communicate if they already knew the identity of the ship and their mission was to attack and sink her? They were faster than the Liberty, and the ship's ability to maneuver was extremely limited by the shallow water to the south. The 3 MTBs had all the time necessary to bracket the ship, 1 MTB to one side and 2 on the other, without concern for shallow water, and to launch all their torpedoes in a pattern that would have ensured the destruction of the Liberty. Instead, they performed an uncoordinated attack in which 80% of their torpedoes missed, and 1 was not even launched. There is disagreement as to what signals each side flashed and when, as well as what each side received or thought it received. Nevertheless, there is no dispute that as the MTBs were signaling, Liberty responded by commencing firing at them. Under such circumstances, the MTBs were entitled, even under the most stringent rules of engagement, to return fire. If this was a carefully pre-planned attack as alleged, why was it not better coordinated so that more than 1 of the 5 torpedoes launched hit the target? It is frequently claimed that the torpedo strike in the National Security Agency compartment of the Liberty was a precise, intentional act to put the NSA capability on the ship out of action. A number of persons who do not accept the fact that the attack was a tragic mistake in identification remain convinced that that particular hit was an intentional part of the overall plan to sink the ship. If the plan was to sink the ship, why the need to separately target the NSA compartment? Also, if the Israelis were so accurate with their torpedoes that they could precisely hit the NSA compartment, why did they not sink the Liberty altogether? And how did they manage to miss the ship entirely with 4 of the 5 torpedoes they launched? The nearest U.S. aircraft was stationed more than an hour's flight away, and the nearest U.S. ship was almost a day's steaming away. How is it, then, that under such conditions the military force that had just destroyed billions of dollars worth of sophisticated enemy hardware was unable to accomplish the destruction of a ship? Any analysis of these facts must conclude that if Israel had really wanted to sink the Liberty, it would have done just that. The underlying logic of the argument against Israel is that if it was capable of such infallible planning, the same logic must be applied to the execution of the plan. On the other hand, if the plan was so poorly executed, maybe the planning was not that sinister either. Various doubters of the tragic mistake explanation have presented a number of ideas that can only be classified as red herrings. Even if any of these stories, which are summarized below, are true, they have no bearing on the issue of whether the attack was a case of mistaken identity as opposed to an attack on a ship known to be American. There is a dispute over whether Israel inquired of the United States prior to the attack whether any U.S. ships were in the area. In his memoirs, Itzhak Rabin states that such an inquiry was made. Captain Ernest Castle, the U.S. naval attaché in Tel Aviv in 1967, reported that no such inquiry was made to him prior to the attack. But this begs a question. Why would Israel have made such an inquiry? No U.S. Navy ship had made a port call in Israel since November 1963. The war was between Israel and the Arabs. Why would anyone contemplate a U.S. ship sailing close to the combat zone without advising a friendly country about the ship's presence? This is especially puzzling in light of the U.S. public pronouncement at the UN Security Council just days before that no U.S. ships or planes were within hundreds of miles of the combat zone. But assuming no inquiry was made by anyone in Israel, it would seem that this tends to prove a mistake occurred more than it proves otherwise. The idea that Israelis had no idea that a U.S. ship was in the area and never inquired about that possibility would tend to support rather than controvert the explanation that the Liberty was mistaken for an enemy. Did Egypt declare the waters off Sinai a combat zone closed to neutral traffic days prior to the attack? The initial Israeli explanation said yes. But let us assume Egypt did not. The NSA and the Joint Chiefs of Staff knew that. The area was well within a combat zone and were concerned for the safety of the Liberty. They sent numerous misdirected messages trying to keep her from entering the area. The Liberty knew of the war and the shore. Explosions visible to the Liberty's crew members made her aware of fighting was going on within eyesight. Whether Egypt did or did not declare the area a combat zone has nothing to do with proving that the attack was not a mistake. Another dispute concerns whether or not the Israeli aircraft fired rockets or missiles at the Liberty. The evidence, supported by the tests performed by the U.S. Navy laboratories, seems to establish that they did not. If they did, what does the firing or non-firing of rockets or missiles show about the intent of the attackers? Some of the Liberty crewmen claim that a great deal of surveillance by aircraft took place prior to the attack. Therefore, they argue the Israelis knew the identity of the ship before the attack. The Israelis admit that the early morning reconnaissance Nord 2501 flight identified the Liberty and that reports were made about a ship off El Arish by aircraft passing near throughout the morning. The Israelis claim that all of these aircraft except the early morning naval reconnaissance were on combat-related missions against Egyptian military targets. Some aircraft reported a ship near El Arish, and some apparently had no interest in the Liberty whatsoever. They never even bothered to report about her. Israel never denied identifying the ship early in the morning. No data can be found that indicates that any other position report on the Liberty ever reached naval or other headquarters. The thought that such evidence, if it ever existed, was destroyed does not make sense either, because in such a case all evidence, including the morning sighting, would have been destroyed. There are several conflicting stories about how many launches of aircraft were made by the Sixth Fleet in an attempt to defend the Liberty while it was under attack. Whether a launch of aircraft to protect the Liberty was made and recalled, and then a second launch made, or only one. What bearing do these disputes about U.S. naval flight operations, entirely within the control of us? Navy commanders have on the Israelis in regard to whether they knew they were attacking a U.S. ship? Some conspiracy theorists claim that the Liberty and her crew were betrayed by co-conspirators President Lyndon Johnson, Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara, the Chief of Naval Operations, David MacDonald, the Commander-in-Chief, us, Naval Forces Europe, John McCain, Commander 6th Fleet, William Martin, and the President of the U.S. Navy Court of Inquiry, ADM, Isaac Kidd. The claims actually insinuate treason. If we are to believe that this distinguished group, or even several members of it, were acting in concert against the national interest of the United States in order to confer some benefit on Israel in connection with the attack on the Liberty by participating in a conspiracy or a cover-up, several questions need to be answered. First, any one of the alleged conspirators could have issued an order early on that would have prevented the Liberty from entering the combat zone. If the conspirators did not want the Liberty there, why did they send her there in the first place? Second, if one believes that President Johnson, Secretary McNamara had some political motive for the alleged conspiracy, is it really believable that Admiral MacDonald, Admiral McCain, Admiral Martin, and Admiral Kidd, or any of these distinguished officers, would betray his country and conspire against a U.S. Navy ship and its crew? The suggestion that these officers were involved in such a conspiracy is ludicrous. Third, why would the President of the United States, the Secretary of Defense, the Commander of the Sixth Fleet, or any of them betray us, Navy ship and its crew, by lying about the availability of air cover to defend a U.S. ship, or by denying it available air cover when the U.S. ship was actually under attack? These red herrings have no bearing on the issue of whether the Israeli forces that attacked the Liberty were aware before or during the attack that it was a U.S. ship. Some of the claims may be interesting, but none of them is relevant to the question under review. In addition to the red herrings, however, there are a number of myths that have been repeated and repeated until they have developed lives of their own. They are, however, absolutely without substance. The stories of President Johnson, Secretary McNamara, and Admiral MacDonald talking to the Sixth Fleet over a secure voice radio in 1967, as discussed earlier, are simply not in the realm of the possible. No such capability existed in 1967. Stephen Green's story of U.S. Air Force RF-4C reconnaissance aircraft from Germany flying to Israel before the 1967 war began and supporting the Israelis against the Arabs was completely debunked by Ambassador Richard Parker. Parker established that no record existed to support the tale and that the source was one person who had been totally discredited by numerous contemporaries who had served with the source and absolutely denied the story. The myth floated by President Nasser and King Hussein about us, and British carrier aircraft participating in the initial Israeli airstrikes on Egypt on June 5th, also discussed in Chapter 9, has been fully exposed by numerous sources and was not believed even by the Soviets. Some Liberty crewmen still insist that it should have been perfectly safe to sail into a combat zone where major armed conflict was in progress. The ship's commanding officer, other ship's officers, the NSA, the JCS, and other senior commanders all held contrary opinions. The story of a promise of air cover in 10 minutes from the Sixth Fleet, based on Ennis's memory of a message that does not exist in any record, is a totally undocumented myth, simply a physical impossibility. The nearest U.S. aircraft carriers were over 500 miles away, much more than N. Hours flight time for their jets, and almost 3 hours for their propeller aircraft. The myth of F-4 Billion's Phantom aircraft armed with nuclear weapons being launched from the U.S. carriers, as described in the Ennis book, is an impossibility. In 1967, there were no U.S. Navy or Marine F-4 seconds configured and wired to carry nuclear weapons. Even if the F-4 seconds had been so configured, authorization for a launch of nuclear-armed aircraft, as Admiral Moorer should know, could be issued only by presidential authority, and launch required 3 to 4 hours of advanced preparation. There is no record of such authorization or launch. The story of a submarine in the area working with the Liberty, propounded by Pearson, Evelyn, and Ennis, is not supported by any record. The logs of the submarines allegedly involved do not reflect such activity, and the commanding officer of the submarine Amberjack denies the submarine was there. The myth lingers on. The claim that Moshe Dayan, Israel's Minister of Defense, personally ordered the attack is based on a single piece of unevaluated raw intelligence. The CIA publicly denied the veracity of this story on several occasions, although the logs and records created on June 8, 1967, by both the U.S. Navy and the Israel Defense Force show that the air attack lasted from 1358 to 1412, and the naval attack lasted from about 1430 to 1440. The myth persists that the attack continued for hours. The piece de resistance of these myths is the bold claim by Liberty survivor David Lewis that the President of the United States betrayed the United States and a U.S. Navy ship and its crew because he did not want to embarrass our ally, Israel. Any claim of evidence suggested to support this myth has been thoroughly and completely discredited. First, any student of history is aware that in 1967, Israel was not yet a close ally of the United States. Those who make the argument are guilty of anachronism. President Johnson was a strong and controversial president with whom many Americans disagreed on many subjects, but to charge him with betrayal, as Lewis does, suggests incredible audacity. The most far-reaching myth is the unmitigated falsehood propounded by author James Bamford, denying that there has ever been an investigation of the Liberty incident by the U.S. government. In an interview with Jeff Metcalf for WorldNet Daily, an internet site, on June 24, 2001, on page 10 of 17, Bamford unequivocally states the need to call on the U.S. government to do an investigation, which is what they have never done in the past. He never did an investigation on the Liberty. Bamford somehow overlooked or chose to ignore at least 10 official U.S. investigations, discussed in detail in Chapter 12. All but the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence and the House Armed Services Investigation Subcommittee reports are available upon written request. Most are free. A few require payment, but just to defray the cost of copying. Some sources also include the Naval Security Group report of 1967 as an additional investigation. There are also 4 official Israeli reports. In dealing with myths, one is frequently faced with the impossibility of proving a negative. How does one prove one does not have a sister? In the case of the Liberty-related myths, the problem is not a lack of records. There are thousands of pages of authentic records relevant to the event. Most of them were created at or near the time of the event. When faced with a photograph or recorded sworn testimony, or a message that tends to prove a point, it is common for conspiracy theorists to claim that the photograph, record of testimony, or message was altered. Unfortunately, the hunger for theories of conspiracy, cover-up, or intrigue often results in the rejection or dismissal of fact and the acceptance of myth as fact without any effort to find out what the truth is. From the evidence available in the formation of opinions, the true story is too often ignored. Perhaps this is so because to search for the truth by checking all the evidence requires significantly more work and effort than inventing a story. This author has made a diligent effort to collect and review all the evidence. Chapter 16. Confirmation. National Security Agency intercepts. On June 8, 1967, a Navy EC-121 Millions electronic surveillance aircraft, assigned to a Fleet Air Reconnaissance Squadron 2 detachment, took off from Athens, Greece, and flew to a patrol site clear of, but within radio surveillance distance of, the war that had been raging in the Middle East since June 5th. On board, in a restricted area referred to as the tent, was a National Security Agency electronic communication surveillance compartment that was sophisticated for its day. The tent was staffed with a team of communications technicians, NSA linguists. There were Arabic linguists and 2 Hebrew linguists. Chief Petty Officer Marvin Nowicki, the supervisor, and a second Hebrew linguist, Petty Officer Michael Prostanak. The CTs were busy identifying, recording, and monitoring Arabic and Hebrew radio transmissions when at about 1,430 Sinai, Prostanak heard something that caused him to call Nowicki. Listen to this. The Hebrew transmissions of interest were monitored and recorded until 1528 Sinai. At 1559 Sinai, Vice ADM William Martin, Commander U.S. 6th Fleet, who was monitoring the situation and had ordered U.S. Navy aircraft from the carriers America and Saratoga to the scene of the attack on the Liberty, sent a message to VQ-2 in Athens requesting that all VQ-2 flights launched from Athens be recalled and no further flights be launched until advised. Shortly thereafter, the EC-121 Millions turned for a straight-line course back to Athens. On the ground at Athens, Nowicki and Prostanak made a rough translation of the tapes. The tapes were then sent by courier to NSA, headquarters at Fort Meade, Maryland, where a smooth translation was made by NSA Hebrew linguist Richard W. Hickman, 3 who briefed the NSA's director, Army Lieutenant General Marshall Carter, on their contents. The translations were classified top secret, code word Savine in crayon. The top secret information gleaned from the tapes by the NSA was shared with the Central Intelligence Agency, the Defense Intelligence Agency, the White House, and Clark Clifford, chair of the President's Foreign Intelligence Board. The tapes remained highly classified because of the concern of the Department of Defense over compromising the means and methods of the SIGINT collection, and those of the Department of State over U.S. relations with Arab countries that had accused the United States of fighting, or being involved in, the Six-Day War on the side of Israel. The State Department concern was especially sensitive because the United States had stated on the floor of the United Nations on June 6, 1967, that it had no ships or planes within several hundred miles of the war zone, and had then been embarrassed by the USS Liberty popping up in the middle of the combat area. It would have been a further embarrassment to admit that U.S. aircraft had also been close to the war zone. When the U.S. government made the statement, no U.S. ships were within several hundred miles, the Liberty was actually still in the western Mediterranean, sailing toward a point off the Gaza Strip. Then she was ordered to stay clear of the combat zone by at least 5 messages that she did not receive, and thus sailed into the combat zone. 5, however, the presence of the Navy EC-121 Millions aircraft was specifically and intentionally ordered. As a result of the web of secrecy cast over the incident, dozens of conspiracy stories developed. By some estimates, there are as many conspiracy stories about the Liberty incident as about the assassination of John F. Kennedy. The conspiracy stories vary greatly, from notions that the Liberty was there fighting with the Arabs against Israel to her fighting with Israel against the Arabs. Over the years, stories developed about the existence of audio tapes of intercepts of Israel radio transmissions. The story of these tapes was told again and again. Claiming was that these audio tapes would prove that the Israeli air and naval forces intentionally attacked the Liberty with full knowledge that she was a U.S. ship. For example, as described earlier, George Golden, the engineering officer on the USS Liberty on June 8, 1967, believed the Liberty had recorded intercepts of Israeli aircraft communications. He said in an interview, "Some of that could have counted also for the fact that Lieutenant Bennett brought some information and gave it to me. He said they had taped it concerning the planning of the attack, and I gave that to a member of Admiral Martin's staff the next morning, and nothing came of that. I wish I was in a position to make a copy of it myself." It should be noted that neither Bennett nor anyone else on the Liberty on June 8, 1967 was a Hebrew linguist. Ultimately, the NSA did provide a definitive confirmation. The NSA 1981 report, Attack on a SIGINT Collector, confirms that the Liberty had no specific mission against Israeli communications, and that Hebrew language tapes, produced by USN 855, the NSA detachment on Liberty, did not contain information on the forthcoming Israeli attack. The NSA, however, kept this portion of the 1981 report classified until July 2, 2003, when it was declassified and released as a result of this author's Freedom of Information Act lawsuit. A lead to the actual existence of the EC 121 Millions tapes was given to author James Bamford by Nowicki, the Navy Hebrew linguist who had been the supervisor on the EC 121 Million surveillance aircraft. Although Nowicki clearly told Bamford the tapes showed that the attack was an accident, Bamford insisted that the tapes proved the attack was intentional and that the leadership of NSA was unanimous in that belief. An almost unprecedented press release by the NSA stated, Mr. Bamford's claim that the NSA leadership was virtually unanimous in their belief that the attack was deliberate is simply not true. Nowicki himself responded to Bamford's claim with a letter to the Wall Street Journal stating that the tapes prove that the Israeli attack was a gross error. Nowicki closed his letter with the question, how can I prove it? I can't unless the transcript tapes are found and released to the public. This author's Freedom of Information Act appeal to NSA for the tapes, dated July 6, 2001, was denied, and this author then filed a federal district court lawsuit to obtain them. 13. This suit resulted, on July 2, 2003, in the release of the NSA EC 121 Millions audio tapes and translations of transcripts of intercepts. Along with the transcripts of the tapes, a secret message of the National Security Agency to the White House, dated June 22, 1967, titled Aftermath of Israeli Attack on USS Liberty, June 8, 1967, was also released. It contained the following opening paragraph. 1. General, the following activity is based on Israeli plain language, VHF-UHF voice communications intercepted on June 8, 1967, between 1229Z and 1328Z. This activity deals solely with the aftermath of the attack of Israeli jet aircraft and torpedo boats on the USS Liberty. There are no comment reflections of the actual attack itself. The NSA also declassified and released the English translations and the audio tapes in Hebrew and further declassified a portion of the NSA 1981 report that reads, while these reports revealed some confusion on the part of the pilots concerning the nationality of the ship, they tended to rule out any thesis that the Israeli Navy and Air Force deliberately attacked a ship they knew to be American. 14. On September 19, 2005, in response to another of this author's FOIA requests, the oral history of Richard W. Hickman, the NSA Hebrew linguist who translated the tapes at NSA headquarters, was released and further confirmed that the tapes show the attack was a mistake. Hickman's interviewer stated, the transcripts tend to show that the Israelis were confused as to the nationality. Hickman replied, that's right. I would tend to say that the Israelis did not know they had attacked a U.S. vessel. In 1986, at the request of Thames Television, 16, the Israel Air Force, released transcripts of tapes of their communications during the attack that showed considerable confusion about the Liberty, what she was, and where she was. The Israeli Hebrew transcripts and rough English translations of the tapes were released to this author in 1993 and are presented in Appendix 2, along with the NSA EC 121 tape translations. In the past, skeptics have claimed that the Israel Air Force tapes cannot be relied upon, alleging that they were manufactured by the Israelis after the fact. 17. This could have been a challenge to the authenticity of the Israel Air Force tapes prior to the release of the NSA tapes, which dovetail with and confirm the veracity of the Israeli tapes. It must be remembered that when the Israel Air Force tapes were released, the existence of the NSA tapes was not generally known. The Israel Air Force tapes are a combination of VHF-UHF radio transmissions between aircraft and their controllers, aircraft and motor torpedo boats, and closed-line telephone conversations between Israel Air Force controllers. The NSA EC 121 Millions intercepts begin at 1,430 Sinai, with the Israeli control tower at Hatzor Air Base telling Superfrelon Helicopter 815 by radio, pay attention. There was a warship there which we attacked. The men jumped from it into the water. You will try to rescue them. The Israeli tapes of a few minutes earlier contained a report by Royal Flight Leader that people are jumping into the water and an order by air control to send search and rescue helicopters to the scene. At 1,432 Sinai, the NSA Intercept Records Tribune telling Helicopter 815, pay attention. This ship is now identified as Egyptian. 2 minutes later, at 1,434 Sinai. The Israeli tape has Israeli air control reconfirming, Robert, it's an Egyptian supply ship. At 14:59, Sinai on the NSA tapes Helicopter 815 informs Tribune that he has visual contact with a vessel straight ahead 12 miles. At 1,501, Sinai Air Control tells IAF headquarters on the Israeli tapes he is 12 miles from them now. He has eye contact with the ship. At 15:06, Sinai NSA tapes, it's not men in the water, it's boats. At 15:10, Sinai Israel Air Force tapes give there are no people. He sees boats, but no people. Finally, and most conclusive, at 1,512 Sinai, the NSA tapes have Tribune asking Helicopter 815, check once, more if this is really an American flag. And the Israeli tapes at 1,512 Sinai have Kislev, there is an American flag on board. An examination of the NSA tapes and the Israeli tapes shows that the identical events are being described on both sets of tapes at near or exactly the same time. Minor discrepancies of a few minutes between other segments of the tapes are easily accounted for by not only different clocks or watches and different translators of Hebrew to English, but also by the natural time lag of information being passed either up or down the Israeli chain of command. A careful, attentive comparison of the NSA tapes and the Israel tapes authenticates the accuracy of the Israel Air Force tapes. Israeli officials were not aware of the existence of the NSA tapes until 35 years after the attack. If the veracity of the Israeli tapes is not accepted and the Israel Air Force tapes are disregarded, then the only tape intercept evidence remaining is that of the NSA tapes. which state that the American flag was not identified until 1512 Sinai. Approximately 44 minutes after the attack was over, the NSA concluded, without any reference whatsoever to the Israeli tapes, that the tragedy resulted not only from Israeli miscalculation, but also from faulty U.S. communications practices. 18. The NSA tapes tended to rule out any thesis that the Israeli Navy and Air Force deliberately attacked a ship they knew to be American. 19. Specifically, a Central Intelligence Agency intelligence memorandum of June 13, 1967 stated, "None of the communications of the attacking aircraft and torpedo boats is available, but the intercepted conversations between the helicopter pilots and the control tower at Hatzor leave little doubt that the Israelis failed to identify the Liberty as a U.S. ship before or during the attack." A CIA memorandum of June 21, 1967 stated, "The Israelis presumably thought the vessel they were attacking not to be the Liberty for it. It is also clear that when the initial attack took place, the ground controllers and the pilots believed the ship to be belligerent." The CIA restated its official position in 1978. "It remains our best judgment that the Israeli attack on the USS Liberty was not made in malice toward the United States and was a mistake." 22. The Defense Intelligence Agency, in a June 13, 1967, top secret memorandum for the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff concluded, "There is no available information which would conclusively show the Israelis made a premeditated attack on a ship known to be American, and NSA advises that additional comment bearing on the subject will be available." Meanwhile, the weight of the evidence is that the attacking force believed their target was Egyptian. On June 28, 1967, in a top-secret addendum to the memorandum from the chairman, the DIA reported, "Further information has been received concerning the Liberty incident, which clarifies the sequence of events surrounding the attack. This evidence fails to show that the Israelis made a premeditated attack on a known American ship." Completed NSA translation and analysis of the intercept of transmissions between Israeli ground control and helicopters near the Liberty after the attack tends to bear out the analysis offered on pages 2 and 3 of the initial memorandum. 2-3. After studying the NSA tapes, Clark Clifford reported to the President, the Secretary of Defense, and the Secretary of State by means of the President's Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board report, "The weight of the evidence is that the Israeli attacking force originally believed their target was Egyptian, and the information thus far available does not reflect that the Israeli High Command made a premeditated attack on a ship known to be American." 24. Independently, and without any access to the NSA tapes, the U.S. Navy Court of Inquiry, presided over by ADM Isaac C. Kidd Jr., concluded on June 18, 1967, "Available evidence combines to indicate the attack on Liberty was in fact a case of mistaken identity. There are no available indications that the attack was intended against a U.S. ship." 25. ADM John McCain, Commander-in-Chief, U.S. Naval Forces Europe, in June 1967, also without access to the tapes, endorsed Admiral Kidd's conclusions with the comment, "The foregoing comments by the convening authority lead to an overall conclusion that the attack was in fact a mistake." After almost 4 decades, the release of the NSA tapes confirms the independent conclusions of Admirals Kidd and McCain. Although a profusion of propaganda alleging dozens of conflicting conspiracy stories continues to this day, the NSA tapes confirmed the official position of the United States. The attack was a tragic case of mistaken identity. Chapter 17. Confirmation. The mythical submarine. National Security Council note. NSC 5412 Firsts created a special group. 5412, a directive on covert operations. One on June 2, 1964 by a top secret memo designated National Security Action Memorandum number 303. The name of Special Group 5412 was changed to the 303 Committee. To a secret eyes-only type document of that body, dated April 10, 1967, states, April 1967 memorandum for the record. Subject, minutes of the meeting of the 303 Committee, April 7, 1967, present. Mr. Rostow, Ambassador Kohler, Mr. Vance, and Admiral Taylor, General Ralph D. Stakely was present for item 1. Mr. William Brough was present for item 2. 1. DoD proposal. General Ralph D. Stakely briefed the committee on a sensitive DoD project known as Frontlet 615. After a number of questions exploring alternative methods of satisfying the requirements and assessing the mission's current priority, the proposal was approved by the committee principals. Submarine within UR waters. Although the memorandum refers to item 1 and item 2, only item 1 DoD proposal appears. A line is drawn around the text of the DoD proposal, and handwritten across the page, as indicated above, are the words submarine within UR waters. The person who wrote these added words and the date the words were written are unknown. Assuming that Frontlet 615 was an authorization on April 10, 1967, to covertly insert a submarine into UR territorial waters. This approval occurred 45 days before the USS Liberty received orders in Abidjan, Ivory Coast, to proceed to the eastern Mediterranean 57 days before the start of the Six-Day War, and 61 days prior to the attack of June 8, 1967. Nevertheless, the submarine conspiracy believers rely on the words submarine within UR waters as proof not only that a U.S. submarine was present, but that it photographed the attack, and that these photographs prove the attack was deliberate. A number of stories have grown over the years, first initiated by James Ennis claiming a U.S. submarine was within periscope sight of the Liberty during the attack. Ennis tells it this way. Quickly poking a periscope above the surface of the water, American submariners watched wave after wave of jet airplanes attacking Liberty. Strict orders prevented any action that might reveal their presence. They could not help us, and they could not break radio silence to send for help. Frustrated and angry, the commanding officer activated a periscope camera that recorded Liberty's trauma on movie film. He could do no more. This story first came to me from an enlisted crew member of the submarine, who blurted it out impulsively in the cafeteria at Portsmouth Naval Hospital a few weeks after the attack. The report seemed to explain the marks I had seen on the chart in the coordination center, as well as reports of periscope sightings that circulated in the ship on the day of the attack. Since the attack, 3 persons in positions to know have confirmed the story that a submarine operated near Liberty, although no credible person has confirmed the report that photographs were taken. In 1997, Ennis published an article titled USS Liberty, Periscope Photography May Finally Reveal Truth, in which he identified the submarine as the Amberjack, based on a relatively senior member of the crew of the submarine, but he was unwilling to give his name or to talk to us except through a third party. Through third-party hearsay, Ennis claims Amberjack was only one of 5 submarines in the Gaza Strip area, the others being the USS Truda, the USS Requin, a French submarine, and an Italian submarine. Various other stories claim that the submarine was the Amberjack, the USS Andrew Jackson ate the Truda Requin. Assuming that a U.S. submarine was indeed in the area at the time of the attack, what could a submarine have seen or heard that could have contributed evidence on the issue of whether or not the attack was a deliberate attack on a ship known to be American? Ennis writes, submarine photography can prove what happened. He quotes 4 unnamed submarine crew members as all saying the Amberjack was very close to or almost directly under the Liberty. He also says none of these 4 were certain that pictures were taken. If pictures were taken, what kind of view was available from almost directly under the Liberty? And if such submarine evidence exists, where is it? Today's submarine technology has come a long way since 1967. In those days, only one person could look through the periscope on the submarine, observing only a limited field of vision of the surface of the sea or a patch of the sky. There was limited capability to take pictures through the periscope. There was no capability to listen through the periscope to noise on the surface or to intercept radio transmissions. Possibly the submarine could have projected above the sea surface an antenna that might have intercepted some VHF or UHF radio transmissions within a very limited and finite distance. 12. But how a submerged submarine would have known to listen to a specific tactical channel out of the many available, 13 on which Israeli aircraft pilots were talking in Hebrew to the controllers, who were located far out of range of any possible reception capability at sea level, is not explained by the submarine storytellers. Furthermore, the water depth in the vicinity of El Arish and near to the point of attack makes it an area where a submarine captain would not operate his submarine. The Court of Inquiry record contains testimony of a depth of 31 or 33 fathoms, approximately 186 to 198 feet. What about the various submarines alleged to have been there? Their logs for June 8, 1967 reflect Amberjack, Andrew Jackson, Truda. Position Special Operations 1. June Special Operations 1, 13. June Special Operations position in port moored port side to starboard side USS Tidewater. 17. Requin, June 8, 1967, in port. Moored to buoy number 7 in Anchorage at Suda Bay, Crete. Since the Amberjack was in the Mediterranean and had the distinction of being identified as the mystery sub by the largest number of submarine conspiracy supporters, this author contacted Captain Augustin E. Hubel, who commanded the USS Amberjack on June 8, 1967, to determine if he would confirm the claim of the unnamed Amberjack sailor mentioned on page 64 of the Ennis book. Captain Hubel provided an affidavit that states, Augustine Hubel, U.S. Navy, who after first being duly sworn, deposed and said, 1. Affiant makes this affidavit based on his own personal knowledge. 2. In June 1967, he was on active duty with the United States Navy serving as commanding officer of the USS Amberjack operating in the Mediterranean in accordance with CTF 69 message 061,140Z June 67. 3. He is aware of the incident which occurred on the afternoon on June 8, 1967 when the USS Liberty was attacked by Israeli forces at a position near the Sinai coast off El Arish, approximately 31 to 23 N, 33 to 25 E. 4. That on June 8, 1967, the USS Amberjack was not within 100 miles of the USS Liberty, or its approximate position, 31 to 23 N, 33 to 25 E. If, as Captain Hubel says, the Amberjack was not there, then could it have been another U.S. submarine? In 1967, all U.S. submarine operations in the Mediterranean were under the control of Submarine Flotilla 8, commanded by Vice ADM Marmaduke Gresham Bain. He provided an affidavit that stated, Marmaduke G. Bain, U.S. Navy, who after first being duly sworn, deposed and said, 1. Affiant makes this affidavit based on his own personal knowledge. 2. In June 1967, he was on active duty with the United States Navy and as commander of Submarine Flotilla 8, in which capacity he commanded and controlled all United States submarines operating in the Mediterranean. 3. He is aware of the incident which occurred on the afternoon on June 8, 1967, when the USS Liberty was attacked by Israeli forces at a position near the Sinai coast off El Arish, approximately 31 to 23 N, 33 to 25 E. 4. To the best of his recollection, there was not assignment of any United States submarines in Liberty's vicinity on June 8, 1967. On August 26, 1998, many years before this author contacted Vice Admiral Bain, the latter gave an oral history to Dr. David Winkler at the U.S. Naval Historical Center. Comments on pages 74 and 75 are enlightening. It was during that time Liberty was attacked by the Israelis. Subfloat 8 had the most complete operational plot in the whole Mediterranean, including Commander 6th Fleet, simply because we had to let the missile boats know of all maritime traffic. This was after Ellis had left. I think Vice Admiral Bill Martin was then Comsixfelt. We knew where the Liberty was and we knew what Liberty was. So everybody was coming to Subfloat 8 to view our plot. Admiral Griffin, Admiral Martin assorted operational people from 6th Fleet, all trying to get an idea about what could have happened. It was kind of a surprise to me that that big screen, it was as big as the side of this room, was the one place in the Mediterranean where everything was displayed. It gave us problems too. For before we could display the plot, we had to remove the symbols showing positions of the missile submarines, or we would have violated our own operational policy. I will believe always that the attack on Liberty was a mistake. It was not deliberate. I am not a great admirer of the conduct of the Israelis today. They are far too internal and unreliable in their international cooperation. But what happened with Liberty was a mistake made during the change of an operational commander watch. On January 13, 2003, in a letter to this author, Vice ADM Marmaduke Bain wrote the following. I was Commander Submarine Flotilla 8 in the Mediterranean for 2 years ending in July 1967, just after the Liberty incident. This was early in our deployment of Polaris submarines into the area. The operational policy for moving the submarines around that relatively restricted body of water was to inform the submarines of everything possible about the movement of other ships and to tell others nothing about the movement of the submarines. In that way, the commanding officers could be given the maximum opportunity to remain undetected during their time in the Mediterranean Sea. As a consequence, Comsubflot 8 maintained the most complete U.S. operational plot of maritime activities in the region. The physical size of the plot covered an entire wall, about 15 by 12 feet. We were informed of the Liberty's movements, knew what she was, and marked her on our plot with a special symbol. In a Freedom of Information Act lawsuit dated January 21, 2003, a J. Crystal vs. National Security Agency, paragraph 2 of the complaint requests 3 specific items. Specifically, plaintiff filed a request with the NSA, pursuant to FOIA by letter dated April 26, 2001, a copy of which is attached as Exhibit A. Plaintiff's request sought access to tapes, recordings, or other electronic or paper recordings of surveillance of common voice radio transmissions made or intercepted on June 8, 1967, by the USS Liberty, the USS Amberjack, and a US EC-121 aircraft during a deployment in the eastern Mediterranean. Importantly, plaintiff did not seek the disclosure of information pertaining to the type of equipment used in, or the manner of making, the documented transmissions. Rather, plaintiff's requests were exclusively limited to identifying and reviewing transmissions that either had already been disclosed to the public through the open radio and/or materials that demonstrate the existence of such transmissions, neither of which are exempt from disclosure. The answer to plaintiff's complaint filed by the United States Attorney on behalf of the National Security Agency on July 3, 2003, confirmed release of the actual recordings and English translations that relate to the USS Liberty incident. And responding to the other 2 requests, stated, 21. Defendant admits that the USS Liberty did not locate, receive, or record on June 8, 1967 any transmissions to which plaintiff refers. 25. Defendant admits that the NSA has no tapes, recordings, or other electronic or paper records of surveillance of VHF, UHF, or high-frequency voice transmissions made or intercepted on June 8, 1967 between 1100Z and 1300Z and collected by the USS Amberjack. Is it possible that the periscope was on a Soviet submarine? There is a published story that there was a Soviet submarine hull number K-172 in the eastern Mediterranean. 2-4, the writer is Nikolai Cherkashin, who is described as a captain in the Russian Navy and a Marine writer. The article format is that of an interview with Reserve Vice ADM. Nikolai Shashkov, described as the commander of the submarine who is quoted as placing his submarine near the shores of Syria. That was my main positioning area. The shores of Syria are almost 200 miles from the site of the Liberty incident, which would exclude Captain Shashkov's submarine from being on the scene. He further stated that the Americans were looking for an entire underwater Soviet screen, while in fact all there was my 1K. Shashkov's story raises more questions than it answers. He said he was near the shores of Syria and dangerously close to 3 U.S. aircraft carriers, the America, the Forrestal, and the Enterprise, all of which he describes as nuclear carriers. In fact, in June 1967, the carriers of the 6th Fleet were 500 to 600 miles west of the shores of Syria, and neither Forrestal nor Enterprise were there. Only America and Saratoga were in the Mediterranean at that time. He can perhaps be excused for believing the carriers were nuclear, although in fact neither USS America nor USS Saratoga were nuclear powered. Nevertheless, he described his mission as to launch 8 P-6 missiles with nuclear warheads into Israel and destroy Israel with a minimum of 8 Hiroshimas in the event of an American or Israeli attack on friendly Syria. On June 10, 1967, Israel did attack Syria and captured the Golan Heights, but obviously Shashkov did not launch 8 nukes into Israel. Also, the writer, Cherkashin, describes the events as occurring on the eve of or during Passover 1968. 26. This is almost a year after the 1967 war. Is it possible that Cherkashin is remembering an event from the 1973 war? He describes 1967-68 as then the most troubled region of the planet, the Eastern Mediterranean, scene of the Arab-Israeli conflict. 27. It is thus respectfully suggested that the Shashkov story does not provide evidence that a Soviet submarine was in sight of the Liberty on June 8, 1967. It is difficult, if not impossible, to prove a negative, namely, that there was no U.S. submarine in the area. It is respectfully suggested that the burden of proving that a submarine was actually there, and the burden of producing the evidence, tapes, pictures, videos, intercepts, is upon the proponents of this claim, which over the last 40 years has been supported only by hearsay stories. To date, the only credible piece of documentary evidence on the subject is the single-page Committee 303 memo, which falls far short of proving anything. All available evidence establishes that there was no submarine in the area of the attack on the Liberty on June 8, 1967. Chapter 18. Confirmation. Department of State. L. Department of State released Foreign Relations of the United States, Volume 6, which declassified the last known significant American documents relating to the Liberty incident. The separate State Department summary of the volume shows the evolution of the U.S. position from the initial outrage to a final conclusion that the tragedy had been a mistake. On October 1st, 2003, the State Department announced a conference titled The United States, the Middle East, and the 1967 Arab-Israeli War. Invited proposals for original papers on topics including the USS Liberty incident and role of intelligence. Beginning on the morning of January 12, 2004, the conference took place at the Department of State in the Loy Henderson Auditorium. It lasted 2 days and included 7 panel discussions. This author was invited to participate on Panel 1, titled War, Intelligence, and the USS Liberty. A paper co-authored with Captain Ernest Cassell and John Haddon was submitted. None of the papers submitted for the conference have been published in hard copy by the Department of State, allegedly for budgetary reasons. But the above paper, The USS Liberty and the Role of Intelligence, may be viewed at www.thelibertyincident.com/docs/libertyintelligence.pdf. Included on the panel were Dr. Mark Susser, the historian of the Department of State, Dr. David Robarge, Central Intelligence Agency History Staff, and Dr. David Hatch, the historian for the National Security Agency. The Liberty panel was scheduled for 10 a.m. until noon, while the release of Volume 19 of Foreign Relations of the United States was scheduled for noon. Therefore, this author was not aware during the time of the panel whether any material in Volume 6 would conflict or contradict his presentation. The entire conference was broadcast live on C-SPAN. 2. Following the keynote address by David Satterfield, Deputy Assistant Secretary, Bureau of Near Eastern Affairs, Harriet Schwar, the editor of Foreign Relations of the United States, Volume 6, read a summary of the volume which contained the following. The attack on the USS Liberty. On June 8th at 8:03 a.m. Washington time, Israeli planes and patrol boats attacked the USS Liberty, an electronics intelligence ship in international waters, causing severe damage to the ship and numerous casualties. The Joint Chiefs of Staff had dispatched the Liberty to the eastern Mediterranean on May 23, when Nasser's closure of the Gulf of Aqaba greatly increased the likelihood of hostilities in the area. The Liberty reached its location off the Sinai coast early on June 8th. Meanwhile, the UAR charges of U.S. participation in Israel's air operations had prompted the JCS to send new orders instructing the Liberty to remain at least 100 miles from Egypt and Israel. Due to a series of errors, the message never reached the ship. At 9:50 a.m. on June 8, Walt Rostow informed the president that the Liberty had been attacked and that the attacker was unknown, and that reconnaissance aircraft from the 6th Fleet had been sent to the scene. About an hour later, word reached Washington that the Israelis had informed the U.S. naval attaché in Tel Aviv that Israeli planes and torpedo boats had attacked a U.S. ship in error. The 6th Fleet aircraft were promptly recalled. President Johnson ordered a thorough investigation of the facts surrounding the attack. After extensive investigation, the Central Intelligence Agency and the National Security Agency concluded that there was little doubt that the attacking Israeli units failed to identify the Liberty as a U.S. ship before or during the attack, and that they had mistakenly identified the ship as Egyptian. Subsequently, the Central Intelligence Agency repeated the conclusion that the Israeli attack was a mistake, although it was both incongruous and indicative of gross negligence. Clark Clifford also examined the evidence at Walt Rostow's request and concluded that there was no evidence that the attack was intentional. Only commentator Dr. Charles Smith of the University of Arizona and author James Bamford contradicted the conclusions of this author's paper and the conclusions of the State Department. Smith referred to a book he had written in 1988 claiming the Israelis attacked probably in order to sink the Liberty and forestall American awareness of their plans to expand to the Jordan River on the West Bank, or more likely, to move against Syria. This author's response to Dr. Smith's thesis was first, that on June 8, 1967, the Israelis had already advanced on the West Bank of the Jordan River. More significant, the move against Syria has long been discredited by a State Department cable from Ambassador Wallace Barber to Secretary of State Dean Rusk advising that at 1130 a.m. on June 8, 1967, General Aharon Yariv, then Chief of IDF Intelligence, had advised both Barber and the presidents. Special Representative Harry McPherson of the impending attack on Syria, telling the United States of the impending attack on Syria at 11:30 a.m. and then attacking the USS Liberty at 2:000 p.m. to keep the United States from learning of the impending attack defies logic. James Bamford challenged the validity of the U.S. Navy Court of Inquiry findings, which concluded among 54 findings, 1. Available evidence, combines to indicate the attack on Liberty on 8 June was in fact a case of mistaken identity, and 6. There are no available indications that the attack was intended against a U.S. ship. 6. Bamford alleged that National Security Agency tapes released pursuant to this author's Freedom of Information Act lawsuit were false and claimed, without any supporting basis, that the NSA had other tapes that it had not released. Chapter 19. Confirmation. Court of Inquiry audio tapes. O. Control Officer. He testified under oath at the Court of Inquiry proceedings. Held on board the Liberty on June 14, 1967. Fast forward to 6/20, when journalist James Scott, the son of Ensign Scott, was enrolled at Harvard as a Nieman Fellow. James Scott decided to write a book about the Liberty incident. For his research, he visited the U.S. Naval Historical Center in the Washington Navy Yard on May 4, 2007. There, he conducted research in the Public Archive of Declassified Navy Documents, which included copy number 4 of the U.S. Navy Court of Inquiry record concerning the Liberty incident. The Keeney journalist noted 11 IBM dictaphone belts attached to the record. He asked to hear them, and was advised that the Naval Historical Center did not have the equipment to play them and did not know what they contained. On May 7, 2007, James Scott filed a Freedom of Information Act request. that the tapes be converted to a usable form that would allow researchers to utilize them. The center staff was taken by surprise, as they had told Scott they had no idea of the content of the tapes and did not have the IBM equipment that could play the tapes. Although the Court of Inquiry record had been declassified and released on April 21st, 1976, some 31 years earlier. Because the tapes were from an obsolete and long-discarded IBM recorder, the center staff had no way to listen to or transcribe the tapes. So, in an abundance of caution, they denied Scott's request and sent the tapes to the Navy Judge Advocate General for review and instructions. On August 29th, 2007, Scott filed a Freedom of Information Act lawsuit in the U.S. District Court for the District of South Carolina. In his complaint, Scott alleged that the center had retaliated by referring this matter to the Navy's Office of the Judge Advocate General. The tapes were sent to the Navy Judge Advocate General's office in Norfolk, Virginia, where equipment was located to play them. They were then recorded onto CDs and reviewed by the OJAG. The tapes are not a part of the official transcribed record of testimony taken by the U.S. Navy Yeoman YNG Joray Spencer during the June 1967 Court of Inquiry, Proceedings 5, although they do contain partial testimony of witnesses. Captain L.R. Raish, USN, taken in London, Lieutenant M.H. Bennett, USN, CDR, Ia Platzek, USN, and Captain R.L. Arthur, USN. As far as this author could identify, no testimony of James Scott's father, Ens John D. Scott, USNR, is on the tapes. Belt 7 contains the official opening of the Court of Inquiry, and though the two are not identical word for word, the tape essentially tracks with the official transcript taken by and prepared under the supervision of Chief Spencer. At times, Spencer is heard on the tape saying, "You are going a little too fast." The tapes also contain some off-the-record conversations during the Court of Inquiry proceedings, but they do not add anything new to the Court of Inquiry record. After review of the tapes by the OJAG, they were released to James Scott. He then stipulated to dismissal of his FOIA lawsuit against the Naval Historical Center. The United States Attorney for the District of South Carolina filed a notice of voluntary dismissal in the case, dated January 3rd, 2008.8. When the destroyer USS Davis reached the Liberty on June 9, 1967, Lieutenant Paul Tobin, USN, came on board the Liberty leading damage control party. And, it stands to reason, worked with Ensign Scott to control the damage, restore the ship's electrical power and engines, and steam the Liberty under its own power to Malta. Lieutenant Tobin, as we saw above, was awarded the Bronze Star for his contribution. Some 40 years later, retired Rear Admiral Paul Tobin was serving as the Director of Naval History and, therefore, of the Naval Historical Center, the organization sued by Ensign Scott's son, James. The opening of the Court of Inquiry includes the voice of Admiral Kidd. To you, Captain Ward Boston, Jr. Us, Navy swear that you will faithfully perform the duty of counsel for the court, so help you God, followed by the voice of Ward Boston saying, I do. At the conclusion of the Court of Inquiry, the record was signed by Admiral Kidd and Captains Atkinson, Loff, and Boston. 39 years later, on October 22, 2003, Captain Ward Boston signed an affidavit prepared for him by James Ronald Gotcher, a conspiracy theory supporter, claiming the Court of Inquiry findings had been falsified. This author tried to locate court member Captain Bernard J. Loff, USN, but could not. In 1992, Captain Bert Atkinson, USN, responded to a query by this author that everything in the record of the Court of Inquiry was proper and correct, except that he had some reservations as to whether the Liberty had actually been over 14 miles offshore or inside 12 miles. The court had given the Liberty the benefit of the doubt. 12 in 1991, ADM Isaac Kidd Jr. commented to this author, nothing you told me, wrote to me, or provided by way of documentation has been inconsistent with what we had to work with at that time. This has been reassuring to me even after so many years. You have done a splendid job. With high esteem, Isaac C. Kidd Jr. The findings of the Court of Inquiry were approved by endorsement of ADM, John S. McCain Jr., Commander-in-Chief, Naval Forces Europe, who wrote, the foregoing comments by the convening authority lead to an overall conclusion that the attack was in fact a mistake. The findings of the U.S. Navy Court of Inquiry were endorsed a total of 7 times. 15, none of the official endorsers have ever amended, modified, or withdrawn their endorsement. Captain Ward Boston completed his career in the U.S. Navy and retired. As an officer and a lawyer, it is strange that he should close his record with an act that dishonors him, claiming to have violated his oath to faithfully perform his duty of counsel for the court by filing a false report in a U.S. Navy Court of Inquiry. In the legal arena, lawyers struggle to impeach witnesses' testimony. Impeachment is accomplished by establishing a prior, inconsistent statement made by the witness and then asking the witness, were you lying then or now? The testimony of an impeached witness is given little consideration by courts because it has been established that the witness is a liar. Why did Ward Boston sign an affidavit impeaching himself? Why did a man who had sworn under oath to faithfully perform his duties and who had remained silent for over 30 years suddenly swear under oath that he had not faithfully performed his duty? James Scott continued to work on his book. In the fall of 2007, he traveled to Israel with his father, John D. Scott, to do further research on the subject. The Scott book, Attack on the Liberty, 16, was released by Simon & Schuster on June 2, 2009. It was reviewed by John Lancaster in the Washington Post on July 12, 2009. Lancaster concluded, Scott clearly had his own suspicions, though he produces no smoking gun evidence to support the charge of a deliberate attack, perhaps because none exists. Lieutenant John Scott is a U.S. naval officer. On June 8, 1967, he went through a terrible ordeal. He described the ordeal most vividly to his son, and James Scott details the horror well in his book. It is understandable how, having been on the receiving end of the attack, Lieutenant Scott is unable to accept the fact that the attack was a result of a tragic mistake. As a victim of the tragedy, he is not unique in that feeling. For instance, as we have seen in earlier chapters, when on June 2nd, 1967, just 6 days before the attack on the Liberty, Air Force planes strafed the Soviet ship Turkestan in Vietnam, reportedly killing and wounding Soviet sailors. The Soviets refused to accept the U.S. explanation that the attack was a mistake. 17, on May 7th, 1998, when NATO forces bombed the Chinese embassy in Belgrade, the Chinese refused to accept the explanation that the attack was a mistake, and they still claim it was deliberate. The families of the Canadian soldiers killed and wounded in April 2002 by a U.S. Air National Guard F-16 strike in Afghanistan still refused to believe their loved ones died as the result of a mistake. Initially, on January 11, 1990, when this author interviewed General Mordecai Hod in 1967, the chief of the Israel Air Force, the general did not wish to talk about the Liberty incident. He said that the families of those lost and the surviving crew members had suffered enough, and that it was not appropriate to disturb old wounds. His initial words were, "If it gives them some comfort to believe the attack was not a mistake, then let them so believe." After hearing some of the conspiracy stories, however, General Hod changed his mind. He said that because the conspiracy stories were so distorted, they continued to create pain rather than comfort, the truth was better than the false stories. He then cooperated with this author's research. Not every Liberty survivor believes the attack was deliberate. CDR Maurice Bennett, who was awarded the Silver Star and Purple Heart for saving lives on the Liberty, wrote to this author, "From the viewpoint of one who was on board, your account leaves little doubt that the attack was the result of a series of confused decisions made in a war setting. Perhaps your account may lay to rest the many conspiracy theories which have plagued us these last 30 years. I must confess that through the years I had convinced myself that the attack was deliberate. You put a lot of ghosts to rest." 20. What was the response to that declaration? After this author published the above, a former Liberty crew member called Commander Bennett a traitor. 21. For this reason, this author has not disclosed any further names of other Liberty crew members who have expressed their agreement with Commander Bennett or reject the conspiracy stories. James Scott should be commended for carrying out the 5th biblical commandment, honor thy father and mother, and writing a book in support of his father's belief. As a talented writer with a Harvard master's degree in journalism, he writes well. He does not resort to falsehoods. Additionally, to his credit, he does not resort to vicious attacks on U.S. naval officers or the U.S. government, as have some of the purveyors of the Liberty-related conspiracy stories. However, his book is flawed by misleading his readers. Through the presentation of partial information and selective facts while omitting other important, undisputed material facts that do not support his thesis. For example, one of the most compelling pieces of evidence confirming that the Israeli attackers believed they were attacking an Egyptian target is the set of NSA EC-121 intercepts. They clearly established that the Israelis did not see a U.S. flag on the Liberty until 3:12 p.m., 44 minutes after the attack was over. This is confirmed by the Israel Air Force audio tapes. In James Scott's book on page 83, he writes that a Navy spy plane dubbed the Willie Victor, with NSA Hebrew linguist Michael Prostanak on board, was flying over the Mediterranean when Prostanak heard something that shocked him. He flipped on the secure intercom to his supervisor. "Hey, Chief, I've got really odd activity. They mentioned an American flag." Emphasis added. James Scott leaves it at that. He fails to mention anywhere in his book that this transmission occurred and was intercepted 44 minutes after the attack was over, thus misleading the reader into thinking that the flag sighting occurred during or before the attack, rather than confirming that it was only after the attack that the flag was sighted. What did Mike Prostanak conclude from the Israel Air Force radio? Transmission he intercepted and recorded? On September 25, 2009, he wrote to this author, "From Michael Prostanak to a J. Crystal Ree, Israeli intercepts I recorded on June 8, 1967. Sorry, I'm unable to join you at the NSA Symposium on 16 Oct. 2009. I agree with Marvin Nowicki that the intercepts clearly show the attack on the USS Liberty was a mistake. Like James Scott refers to Michael Prostanak's supervisor as being addressed, 'Hey Chief,' but does not mention the supervisor by name. The supervisor was Dr. Marvin Nowicki, then a chief petty officer who retired as a lieutenant and later earned a PhD in international studies. Nowicki and Prostanak both heard the Israeli transmissions. Together they made preliminary translations of the Hebrew intercepts after the EC-121 returned to Athens, and then sent the tapes by courier to NSA headquarters in Maryland. In 2004, Nowicki disclosed the existence of the tapes to James Bamford, who wrote in his book that Nowicki had told him the tapes confirmed the attack was deliberate. Nowicki reacted, following the publication of Bamford's book, with a letter to the Wall Street Journal that concluded, as we have seen earlier, my position, which is opposite of Mr. Bamford's, is that the attack was a gross error. How can I prove it? I can't unless the transcripts tapes are found and released to the public. This author sued the National Security Agency for the release of the above tapes, and the NSA released them on July 8th, December 25th, 2003. For this author's conclusions based on the release of the NSA tapes, see Chapter 16. James Scott did contact two Americans who were on the ground in Israel on June 8, 1967. The first was then Captain Ernest Castle, the U.S. Naval Attaché at the U.S. Embassy in Tel Aviv. Castle was advised of the attack on the Liberty by the Israel Military Liaison Officer, Lieutenant Colonel Michael Block. Castle sent at 1414Z a message to the White House and the Sixth Fleet informing them of Israel's report of the attack. He was the first U.S. Navy person to reach the Liberty after the attack. He coordinated the transmission of questions and information back and forth to the U.S. Navy Court of Inquiry and the Chief of Naval Operations. James Scott does mention Castle 7 times in his book, but never mentions Castle's conclusions about the attack. Initially, Castle had been furious, mad as hell about the attack, but as the investigation developed, he concluded it was not premeditated. Ernest Castle and this author went to Israel together on the 25th anniversary of the Liberty tragedy. This author flew Captain Castle out to the exact spot by GPS where Castle had flown over the Liberty on June 8, 1967. We dropped 34 flowers in a circle around the spot to commemorate the U.S. naval men who died. Here again are a few lines of what Captain Castle told Thames TV on camera in 1982. Let us presume that the Israeli High Command was so fearful that the United States would learn of what was an evident Israeli plan to take the Golan or any other plan on the part of the Israelis when they say, "My golly, that will irritate the United States, our great friend. We better not do that, or let that happen, so let's sink their ship instead." Let us presume it was a premeditated plan for whatever reason to get rid of a United States ship that was a threat to Israel. Then, the nation that had just, in 22 minutes, destroyed an entire Egyptian air force and captured all the Egyptian armor in the Sinai, if they had decided they had to sink the United States ship, I believe they would have done so. The other American whom James Scott contacted was John Haddon, the CIA chief of station in Tel Aviv. After his assignment in Israel, Haddon returned to CIA headquarters, where he ran the Israel desk and then the Middle East desk. Haddon was deeply involved in the CIA investigation of the Liberty incident. He had many contacts in Israel. He and Castle are probably the two most knowledgeable Americans about the Liberty, having been on the ground in Israel in June 1967. Haddon told this author that he had told James Scott that the evidence established that the attack was a tragic mistake. Yet, neither Haddon's name nor Haddon's conclusions are mentioned anywhere in the Scott book. Prior to Scott's visit to Israel, he was provided by Haddon with names of persons in Israel who might assist him in his research. There is no indication in the Scott book of any contact with those sources. Another example of Scott's technique of selective omission is on page 236 of his book, where he quotes a passage from a highly respected syndicated columnist, James J. Kilpatrick, published on August 1st, 1967. Syndicated columnist James Kilpatrick urged reporters to keep digging. 29. Apparently, Kilpatrick did keep digging, and on September 5th, 1967, he published an article in the National Review that summed up his conclusions from his digging to date. Press service interviews with survivors of the attack have turned up a uniform conviction that the attack was deliberate. Sailors point to the morning-long aerial surveillance, the presence of the flag, the known configuration of the Liberty, her name in English on the stern, her slow progression in international waters. All of these factors support the crew's conclusion that the assault was no accident. Opposed to this argument is a line of reasoning which holds that the Israeli government was heavily dependent upon the goodwill of the United States, that it would have been utterly irrational for the Israeli Navy knowingly to have launched an attack on a U.S. ship, and that the only reasonable explanation is that the incident was a mistake arising from the natural tensions and fallible judgments of a hot war. On page 141 of his book, James Scott claims that President Johnson believed that the attack was deliberate. The president handed a great scoop to the magazine reporter, but with conditions. Attribution had to be indirect, with references only to senior or high-ranking administration officials. The president told Charles Roberts of Newsweek that the United States had accepted Israel's apology, but had rejected its explanation of how the attack occurred. Israel's assault on the Liberty, he told the reporter, was deliberate. The Jewish state's motive was to prevent the American ship from eavesdropping on Israeli transmissions during the war. His only support for this claim is a cable sent by the then spokesman at the Israeli embassy in Washington, Dan Patter, to the Israel Foreign Ministry in Jerusalem, and it directly contradicts President Johnson's own written statement. At 11 o'clock, we learned that the ship had been attacked in error. 31. Presumably, Scott's source for his claim was page 568 of Tom Segev's book 1967, Israel the War and the Year That Transformed the Middle. East, because Segev's English translator misspells Patter's name as Patir, and so does Scott. Dan Patter has advised this author that Scott never spoke to him. This author spoke to Dan Patter several times in September, October, and November 2009. Patter's cable was in Hebrew, except for 2 English words. An English translation of the full text is No, 155. To the Ministry, Jerusalem. From Mem Israel, Washington, top urgent handle. 111,220, June 67, typed 120,330, secret. Very reliable press source told me last night. 1. Briefing by the President and his press secretary, George Christian, given separately on Thursday and Friday to representatives of Newsweek and Time, which included references intended for indirect publication on the subject of the ship incident. 2. Following these conversations, a news report will be published tomorrow to be attributed to top administration sources that the U.S. accepted the apology from the Israeli government on the incident, but rejected its explanations. The news report will say that according to the administration sources, the Israelis perpetrated a deliberate attack because the Liberty was intentionally involved in electronic spying on Israeli and Egyptian transmitters close to the area of the land and aerial battles. 3. Newsweek adds that this claim from the top administration derives from a clear intention to free the president from being tied by pro-Israeli moves and public opinion that is so all-encompassing and energetic all over the U.S. and will enable him more convenient steps in renewed conversation with Arab countries. Pateh, Foreign Minister, Prime Minister. Dayan, Director General to Vice Director General, Foreign Ministry, U.S. Department, or Yod Bet Yad 33. While James Scott relies on this cable, it is in fact double hearsay. Charles Roberts had said that President Johnson had said, both President Johnson and Charles Roberts are deceased, and no written document is known to exist anywhere to confirm that President Johnson believed the attack was premeditated. In fact, the third paragraph of the above cable states that the news leak about the Liberty was motivated by the political consideration of giving the U.S. president more flexibility in establishing renewed conversations with Arab countries, many of which had broken diplomatic relations with the United States as the war started. It is true that President Johnson gave interviews to two journalists on the late evening of June 9th, 1967. The interview with Charles Roberts is mentioned in the White House log without any notation regarding the substance of the interview. We do not know whether Johnson told Roberts that he believed the attack was deliberate, or that the attack might have been deliberate, or that some persons believed the attack was deliberate. What is interesting is that the second interview of President Johnson that evening with Hugh Sidey of Life magazine, which is noted in detail in the White House log, does not mention or even suggest that Johnson believed the attack was deliberate. 35. When this author interviewed him on April 18, 1994, Sidey had no recollection of Johnson telling him the attack was deliberate. Rather, he recalled Johnson handing him a document about the Liberty incident and watching him read it and asking him what he thought. Johnson's memoir, The Vantage Point, 36 infuriated some Liberty survivors by stating that the death toll was 10 with 100 wounded. These numbers were from the first reports received about the attack and do not accurately reflect the final official numbers, 34 dead and 171 wounded. President Johnson also stated in his memoir that the ship had been attacked in error. He later referred to the tragic accident involving the Liberty. It is conceivable that Johnson, like others, may have suspected that the attack was deliberate 36 hours after first word of the incident reached Washington. But his final opinion, after multiple investigations, was clear. His own investigation was conducted by Clark Clifford, chair of the Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board, who, as we have seen, researched the incident and reported on July 18, 1967 to Johnson that the information thus far available does not reflect that the Israeli High Command made a premeditated attack on a ship known to be American, and that the weight of the evidence is that the Israeli attacking force originally believed their target was Egyptian. 40. The Scott book quotes a cadre of U.S. government officials as believing the attack was premeditated, but fails to provide any evidentiary basis for those opinions. Scott also quotes a book that Richard Helms, the CIA director, published in 200,341, where Helms states that the attack was premeditated, but at the same time concedes that he had no role in the board of inquiry that followed. Nor does Scott mention the official public position of the CIA, that the Israelis were apparently not aware that they were attacking the Liberty. The attack was not made in malice toward the U.S. and was by mistake. 2. The Scott book may be an appropriate tribute from a son to a father, but it does not substantiate the theory that the attack on the Liberty was anything but the outcome of a set of tragic mistakes by the United States and Israel. Chapter 20, Confirmation. NSA. 1995, Historian's Analysis. D. National Security Agency. He came to the agency in 1964. In 1992, he was tasked with writing a history of it. He completed the work in 1998 and retired in 1999.1. Authored a 6-document series for the NSA during the Cold War, 1989. The history has been criticized for telling only the agency's failures and not its many successes. The history consists of a series of 6 documents. Document 1, American Cryptology During the Cold War, 1945-1960, pp. 155. 2, American Cryptology During the Cold War, pp. 157-287. Document 3, American Cryptology During the Cold War, 1960-1972, 289-494. American Cryptology During the Cold War, 400. American Cryptology During the Cold War, 1945-1989, pp. 116. Document 6, 1945-1989, pp. In response to a request by Matthew M. Aid of the National Security Archive at George Washington University, the first 3 documents were released on July 9, 2007. Matthew Aid posted them on the internet on November 14, 2008. The posted material may be viewed at www.gwu.edu. Sarkiv and Saib 78 docs.htm. Of interest regarding the Liberty incident are 8 pages of document 3, captioned The Attack on the USS Liberty, which include the following statements. The Johnson administration was properly outraged. The State Department, in a scathing statement highly unusual for diplomats, called the attack quite literally incomprehensible. As a minimum, the attack must be condemned as an act of military recklessness reflecting wanton disregard for human life. But Clark Clifford, who was appointed by the president to render a final judgment, called it an identification error. Clifford relied heavily on Coleman reports showing Israeli confusion about the identification. These would have been difficult to fake. Going into it with a preconceived notion that the Israelis must have known, he concluded that what was involved was a flagrant act of gross negligence. Rather than a deliberate act, the attack on the Liberty should not be viewed as a bizarre or even an especially unusual identification error. Even in peacetime, such errors are made all too frequently. The Soviet shoot-down of Korean Airlines Flight 007 and the American shoot-down of an Iranian Airlines Flight IR-655 on July 3, 1988 are good examples. When a country is at war, the possibility of error is compounded by haste and fear. Losses to friendly fire always represent a substantial percentage of the casualties. and the Israeli agreement to compensate should not be taken as proof of guilty knowledge, but rather as an attempt to retain the friendship of a benefactor wronged. The entire text of Dr. Johnson's segment on the Liberty follows. The Liberty, NSA's choice as the TRS deployment to the Middle East, was a reconditioned World War II victory ship, converted to an AGR in 1964. The vessel already had 5 cruises under its belt. It had 20 intercept positions, 6 officers, a SIGINT crew of 125, and an overall complement of 172 men. With TRS-SCOM, ship-to-shore radio telephone circuits, and 2 receive terminals for fleet broadcasts, the Liberty was one of the best-equipped ships in the TRS inventory. The Navy approved NSA's request, and the Liberty, off the west coast of Africa, steamed for Rhoda, where it took aboard an additional 9 linguists, including 3 NSA civilians, and more keying material for its communications circuits. On the 2nd of June, it set off for the Eastern Mediterranean. The Liberty's sailing order specified that it was to stay at least 12.5 miles off the coast of the UAR and 6.5 miles from Israel. When war broke out on June, the 6th Fleet, to which the Liberty had been temporarily attached, was directed to remain at least miles off the coast of Lebanon, Syria, Israel, and the UAR. But the Liberty's instructions were not changed. When it arrived in its operating area late on 7 June, Captain McGonigal, the vessel's commander, still had written instructions that brought the Liberty close into the coast. Nasser's charge on 6 June that the U.S. and Britain were providing air cover for the Israelis and the possibility that the Soviets might intervene brought new orders to the 6th Fleet to stand off at least 200 miles from the Eastern Mediterranean littoral. The next day, the JCS decided to pull the Liberty, the only U.S. naval vessel still in the far eastern Mediterranean, back to at least 20 nautical miles from the UAR and 15 from Israel. Later that day, JCS changed again, this time to 100 nautical miles from both countries. The first JCS message never reached the Liberty. An Army Communications Center misrouted it to a naval communications station in the Pacific. When, an hour later, the Joint Reconnaissance Center of the JCS decided to pull the Liberty back to 100 nautical miles, a series of communications fiascos occurred which stretched on into the night. Message misroutings, delays occasioned by the press of other business, refusals by the Navy to transmit based on a verbal order, all combined to delay the message receipt until after the attack. It was a repeat of the warning message to Pearl Harbor on December 7, 1941, and there was blame aplenty. The Liberty was reconnoitered by several unidentified aircraft during the morning hours of 8 June. That afternoon, it was about 25 nautical miles north of the Egyptian city of Al Arish, when, at about 1,400 local, 2 French-built Israeli Dassault fighters veered toward the ship and began strafing it with cannon and rockets. The attack put some 821 rounds into the hull and superstructure, wounded McGonigal, and killed 8 crew members. The Liberty managed to get off a desperate message to 6th Fleet before the power to the radio equipment went out, and Admiral Martin, the 6th Fleet commander, launched 4 armed of 4 Skyhawks for air cover. Since his flagship was 450 nautical miles away from the Liberty, however, the aircraft did not arrive before 3 Israeli torpedo boats launched 2 torpedoes at about 1,430. The torpedoes tore through the SIGINT spaces, killing 25 men and putting a hole in the hull 39 feet across. As the crew of the Liberty scrambled to keep the vessel afloat, 1 more crew member was killed by machine gun fire from one of the torpedo boats. Once the torpedo boats departed, McGonigal directed his vessel to Malta. 6th Fleet escorts reached the Liberty 16 hours after the attack and trailed the vessel, picking up classified and cryptographic keying material escaping from the hole in the hull. The Liberty limped into Malta on 14 June after a heroic struggle to stay afloat that eventually earned McGonigal the Medal of Honor. In all, 34 crew members were killed, including 1 NSA civilian Arabic linguist, Alan Blue. The men lost their lives in a war in which the U.S. was not a combatant because of errors in a military communications system that, by 1967, could no longer do the job. At NSA, word of the attack reached Director Marshall Carter at 0915 Washington time. The telephone began ringing almost at once, as word of the attack spread through Washington. While Carter was directing intercept coverage reallocation, Secretary of Defense McNamara called him to ask for details on the vessel and the voyage so that he could make a statement to the press. Deputy Director Louis Tordella took charge of devising a cover story. Carter diverted many of the queries to NSG. At one point during the day, the director got a call from the Joint Reconnaissance Center suggesting that the vessel be sunk. Carter replied that this was the worst thing they could do. Heaps of classified documents and equipment would end up in shallow water. He was right, and McGonigal's heroic piloting of his vessel to moorage in Malta saved what could have become a much worse situation. Lyndon Johnson got word at. At the time, the U.S. still did not know the identity of the attackers, but the White House soon found out through a defense attaché office message from Tel Aviv that the Israeli Navy had admitted the error. This presented the president with a very touchy dilemma. Because of Arab charges that the U.S. had assisted the Israelis, the 6th Fleet was standing far away from the conflict in the central Mediterranean. Yet here, unannounced, was an American naval vessel only a few miles off the coast of Israel in the middle of a war zone. Johnson's first concern was about Soviet reaction. He had Walt Rostow send a message to Kosygin stating that the Israelis had apparently fired on a U.S. ship in error and that the 6th Fleet was sending ships and planes to investigate. Kosygin replied that he had passed the message to Nasser. Meantime, the Pentagon had released a statement about the attack, indicating that the Liberty's mission was to assure communications between us, government posts in the Middle East, and to assist in relaying information concerning the evacuation of American dependents and other American citizens from countries in the Middle East. This was the cover story that NSA had devised under hurried circumstances. It didn't work, but like the U-2 incident in 1960, no cover story would have worked in the situation. The press very quickly sniffed out the truth, which was attributed to an anonymous military officer that the Liberty was a spy ship. According to this source, Russia does the same thing. We moved in close to monitor the communications of both Egypt and Israel. We have to. We must be informed of what's going on in a matter of minutes. The assertion was denied by official sources, but the true mission of the Liberty was never in doubt again. How did the incident happen? Was it a deliberate attack by Israel, as has been alleged countless times by many people? If it was an accident, how could the Israelis have possibly misidentified the ship? The Liberty was flying an American flag, was clearly marked on the hull AGTR-5. And when the first flag was shot down by the attacking fighters, McGonigal hoisted the largest flag he had on board, a Holiday ensign 7 by 13 feet. This enormous flag was flying above the Liberty when the torpedo boats executed their attack. The idea that the attack was deliberate turned out to be wrong. Although there was no SIGINT bearing directly on the attack, there was a report shortly after the incident dealing with the aftermath. It reported air-ground conversations between a ground controller at Hatzer and 2 Israeli helicopters which reconnoitered the Liberty as it was turning toward Malta. Hatzer first identified the vessel as Egyptian, but later became unsure, and requested that the helicopter crews verify the first man that knew as to what nationality he is. A few minutes later, Hatzer instructed, "Pay attention, if they speak Arabic and are Egyptians, take them to Al Arish. If they speak English and are not Egyptians, take them to Lydda. The first thing is for you to clarify what nationality they are." 2 minutes later, Hatzer asked, "Did it clearly signal an American flag?" And a minute later, requesting that you make another pass and check again whether it is really an American flag. One can imagine the panic at Israeli naval headquarters at the time. They had apparently attacked a vessel of their closest ally. Based on this report, Rosso told Johnson that the Israelis appeared to be confused about the nationality of the vessel, and he suggested that there might have been some breakdown within the Israeli military which resulted in the attack. The official Israeli Court of Inquiry concluded on 21 July that it had in fact been an identification error. When the Liberty was first discovered by an Israeli spotter plane on the morning of the 8th, it was unidentified but possibly hostile, and a red marker was placed on the map in the Naval War Room. Later in the morning, the identification was tentatively changed to friendly, and a green marker replaced the red one. But the Israeli Navy then went a period of time without a location, and someone, instead of retaining the green marker with a question mark, pulled it off the map entirely. The shift changed at 1100 Israeli time, and the new shift knew nothing about the American vessel, which was no longer designated on the map. What they did know was that Israeli army units in the Sinai coastal town of Al Arish were reporting artillery bombardment from an unknown source. The Israelis began searching the sea for a possible hostile ship, and they found the Liberty. The crew of the vessel that did the identification claimed that its radar showed the ship to be heading at 28 knots towards Suez, and Israeli naval control ordered an air attack. 2 Mirage fighters on their way home from an air patrol over the Suez Canal were diverted to the spot where the supposed hostile was. After a quick pass, the pilots claimed that the ship was not displaying a flag and were ordered to execute an attack. The torpedo boats arrived in the area at 1418. A low-flying aircraft had just radioed to its controller that he had seen a marking CPR-5 on the hull. The naval controller told the torpedo boats to attempt a better identification, but the captain of one of the boats claimed that when he requested identification, the ship requested him to identify himself first. Based on identification aids available on board, it appeared to him to be the Egyptian supply vessel El Qasir. And with this information in hand, Israeli naval control again ordered an attack. After the first torpedo hit the boat, the marking CTR-5 were observed on the hull. Control immediately terminated the attack. Just before the torpedo boats were about to launch additional torpedoes that would have sunk the Liberty, an Israeli helicopter flying over the ship after the attack finally noticed an American flag, and the Israeli Navy realized what it had done. An Israeli court of inquiry, whose findings were kept secret at the time, condemned the confusion, incompetence, and inter-service rivalry that contributed to the attack. There was no finding of a deliberate attack, but there was plenty of blame for all the Israelis associated with the incident. The Johnson administration was properly outraged. The State Department, in a scathing statement highly unusual for diplomats, called the attack quite literally incomprehensible. As a minimum, the attack must be condemned as an act of military recklessness reflecting wanton disregard for human life. But Clark Clifford, who was appointed by the president to render a final judgment, called it an identification error. Clifford relied heavily on Coleman reports showing Israeli confusion about the identification. These would have been difficult to fake. Going into it with a preconceived notion that the Israelis must have known, he concluded that what was involved was a flagrant act of gross negligence, rather than a deliberate act. This did not, of course, quiet the press. Journalists, both reputable and disreputable, supported the deliberate attack theory, and the legend arose, without basis in fact, that the Israelis wanted to blind American SIGINT sensors to their communications, both to keep them from finding out that Israel actually started the war and to keep secret a plan to launch an attack on Syria. All these charges were repeated and embellished by James M. Ennis, a lieutenant on board the Liberty who published a book on the subject in 1980. Most of the crew still believes that the attack was deliberate. Many of the journalists properly questioned the position of the vessel at the time. Clifford, too, made a special point of this. The Liberty was clearly not where it should have been. The original plan was formulated before war broke out. Once the eastern Mediterranean became a battleground, it was decided to hold the Liberty out of the area, but the messages never reached McGonigal. The U.S. communication system was approaching breakdown. War sufficed to push it over the edge. The crew, on the other hand, performed magnificently, and they and their vessel deserved better. NSA wanted to refurbish the ship and use it again, but the price tag of over $10 million was too high. The Liberty was decommissioned a year after the attack, and in 1973 it was cut up for scrap in Baltimore's Curtis Bay shipyard. An abashed Israeli government paid $13 million in compensation for the loss of life and damage to the vessel. The attack on the Liberty should not be viewed as a bizarre, or even an especially unusual identification error. Even in peacetime, such errors are made all too frequently. The Soviet shoot-down of Kal 007 and the American shoot-down of an Iranian airliner are good examples. When a country is at war, the possibility of error is compounded by haste and fear. Losses to friendly fire always represent a substantial percentage of the casualties. and the Israeli agreement to compensate should not be taken as proof of guilty knowledge, but rather as an attempt to retain the friendship of a benefactor wronged. Dr. Johnson's comment that the Israeli agreement to compensate should not be taken as proof of guilty knowledge is fully supported by facts. When the incident occurred, the Israelis were shocked and horrified at what had happened, and initially assumed that the mistake was all on the Israeli side. As more facts became available, it became apparent that there were multiple mistakes by both Israel and the United States, a perfect storm that had compounded to bring about the tragedy. Within about a year, the Israelis tried to make amends by paying humanitarian reparations to the wounded and the families of the deceased. Under international law and most national legal systems, such payments for human suffering are considered humanitarian gestures and not admissions of guilt or liability. However, under both international and most local law, payment for property damage is considered an admission of guilt or fault. For that reason, Israel refused to pay for damage to the ship until it was finally agreed by exchange of diplomatic notes on December 17, 1980. That payment by Israel to the U.S. for damages to the USS Liberty was without prejudice to the legal position of the government of Israel and to the question of liability for the tragic event. Chapter 21. Final Analysis. There are many important lessons that can be learned from this tragic story. One important one is that field commanders need to know what they are doing and why. The better briefing a participant in a military operation receives, the more likely it is that the participant will exercise discretion in the face of unforeseen events or changes in conditions or circumstances on the scene. Not every sailor on the Liberty needed to know the details of the Liberty's mission, but the commanding officer most certainly should have been fully briefed on the purpose of his ship's mission. Since the purpose of the mission had been overtaken by events, there was no need for the Liberty to remain in harm's way. If Commander McGonigal had been informed of the purpose of the ship's mission, perhaps he would have withdrawn his ship from a position of potential danger. He clearly had that inherent authority, and the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff certainly confirmed his authority to exercise discretion by virtue of orders transmitted on June 7, 1. In view of present situation, East Med operating area specified ref for guidance only and may be varied as local conditions dictate. Sending insufficiently armed military units either into or close to areas controlled by friendly or hostile forces where major wars are raging is risky at best. Today, it is neither prudent nor necessary to collect electronic intelligence in this manner. With the advent of modern satellite technology, the National Security Agency became aware that satellites are a more effective, far safer way to collect the electronic intelligence that the Liberty and her sister ships had been designed to collect. Less than a year after the tragedy of the Liberty, on January 23, 1968, the U.S. Navy lost another ELINT ship, the USS Pueblo. The reference to history, repeating itself, printed on the cover of Trevor Armbruster's book on the Pueblo affair, is uncanny. A combat-oriented naval bureaucracy sends an unfit intelligence ship commanded by an ill-informed officer on a confused mission into dangerous waters. Following the tragedy of the Liberty, the loss of the Pueblo in the Sea of Japan, and of a U.S. Navy EC-121 reconnaissance aircraft shot down by North Korea over the Sea of Japan on April 15, 1969, the ELINT ships were decommissioned. Since then, the same and better data has been collected by satellite, without risk to life. Another lesson, not new, is even more important. Truth and candor are best when it comes to national policy, misleading the public by issuing false press releases and keeping the facts classified as both the United States and Israel did for 10 years in this incident, only feeds conspiracy theories and tall tales. While the plain and simple facts of the Liberty tragedy, perhaps embarrassing to some, remain classified, a wide-ranging literature, developed with a spectrum of conspiratorial explanations running from the interesting to the bizarre. No useful purpose was accomplished by this governmental non-disclosure. Moreover, the image of the United States was damaged by the initial false statement and subsequent failure to disclose the whole truth. The Liberty incident, in its externals, occurring as it did during an armed conflict with the loss of 34 U.S. lives, is similar to the cases of the Stark, in which 37 died. The Mayaguez incident, with 41 fatalities, 4 in the Black Hawk incident of April 14, 1994, over northern Iraq with 26 killed. Unlike the Liberty case, the investigations of the Stark, Mayaguez, and Black Hawk incidents were all completed quickly and transparently. Perhaps it is for that reason these incidents did not seem to have the lasting allure of the Liberty incident. Certainly they have not become the hot-button political issue that the Liberty incident has become. Probably the biggest mistake made after the event by both the United States and Israel was the failure to quickly and publicly disclose the contents of their numerous official investigations for so many years. With the National Security Agency releases of July 2, 2004 and June 6, 2007, and the State Department release of Foreign Relations of the United States, Volume 6, essentially all of the known significant data is now declassified or obtainable. But the stories and theories of the conspiracy theorists and doubters have had at least a 10-year head start. It is easy to read a letter to the editor, or a newspaper or magazine article, and form an opinion without making a complete examination of the many details of the official investigations that put more light on the subject. In addition, as has been discussed, many of the conspiracy theorists have their own agendas, which do not always coincide with precise factual presentation, or even with a need to be truthful. The Israeli factor plays a role here, in that so many Muslim organizations and Arab countries have special reasons to attack the us-Israeli relationship. They know the answer before they investigate the issue. They then select or twist the facts to support their advanced conclusion, ignoring the facts that undermine, let alone negate, their thesis. This investigation began as a quest to answer on question: did the Israelis knowingly and deliberately attack a U.S. naval vessel? This author did not decide the answer in advance of the investigation. The initial effort began with a search for a smoking gun. That search proved fruitless. ADM Isaac Kidd, the President of the U.S. Navy Court of Inquiry held on the incident, when asked by this author if the court had found any smoking guns, replied, We didn't even find a water pistol. This author's 27-year research effort fully corroborates the findings of the U.S. and Israeli official investigations, with which the network television programs on the subject generally agree. The facts are by now clear, and the totality of the evidence establishes that while in port in Abidjan, Ivory Coast on May 24, 1967, the Liberty received orders to proceed at her best speed to a point in the Mediterranean near port said, Egypt. The Liberty sailed promptly and reached the U.S. naval base at Rota, Spain on June 1, 1967. There she underwent hurried repairs and took on board several Arabic and some Russian linguists for duty in the National Security Agency compartment of the ship. On June 2, 1967, the Liberty sailed from Rota for an assigned patrol station off the coast of the Sinai Peninsula. On her patrol, assigned before the 1967 war began, Liberty's closest position to the pre-1967 war Israel border was beyond the range of her VHF-UHF listening capability. While the Liberty was en route to her patrol area, three significant events took place. First, the United States publicly announced to the world on June 6 at the UN Security Council that it had no carriers or aircraft within hundreds of miles of Egypt or Israel. This was clever because it was only true on the day of the announcement. On that day, Liberty was still 2 days away, sailing across the Mediterranean toward Point Alpha. Second, at 0745 on Monday, June 5, the 1967 war began. Third, on June 7th, almost 3 days after the commencement of fighting, the U.S. National Security Agency determined it was not safe for the Liberty to be 14 miles from the beach of the Sinai, in the midst of a major combat area, and requested that a message be sent to the Liberty ordering her not to approach her originally assigned patrol path. 7. Although ultimately 5 such messages were sent, none of those messages reached the Liberty until after the Israeli air and naval attacks. Some never reached her at all. At El Arish on June 8, 1967, the Israel Army observed explosions around its positions and a gray ship on the horizon, which the Israel Defense Forces correctly assumed was a warship. Since the IDF controlled the air and the land, its forces erroneously concluded that they were being bombarded from the sea and referred the matter to the Navy through the IDF High Command headquarters in Tel Aviv. By the fourth day of the war, all branches of the IDF had scored major victories except for the Navy, which was eager to get some of the combat action. The Israeli Navy headquarters was located in Haifa, and thus physically isolated from the Tel Aviv headquarters of the other branches of the IDF. When the Navy was told that El Arish was being bombarded from the sea, several assumptions were appropriate. First, it was assumed that the warship bombarding El Arish was a destroyer, because no Arab Navy had any other types of ships capable of shore bombardment. Second, it could be inferred the destroyer could steam at 30 knots per hour, as destroyers are, generally capable of that speed. Third, the destroyer would be Egyptian, because Egypt had 6 destroyers and no other Arab combatant had any. The assumption that the ship off El Arish was a destroyer was further reinforced by the erroneous calculation of the target speed by the Israel Navy MTB Combat Information Center officer. The assumption that the target was Egyptian was further reinforced by its heading westward in the general direction of the Egyptian port of Port Said, when an Israeli motor torpedo boat commander calculated that he would not be able to overtake the target. Because at the speed he thought the target was steaming, it would reach the safety of Port Said before he could overtake it, he asked for air support. Anyone with knowledge of the rivalry between the Israel Navy and the Israel Air Force would agree that the Navy would never have asked for air support if it had even the slightest chance of catching up with the target on its own. After the attacking aircraft realized they were not attacking an Arab warship and had been withdrawn and the MTBs arrived near the smoking, burning vessel, the Liberty was still underway, and at this point probably moving faster than 5 knots. It also apparently became clear that the ship was not a destroyer, as had been previously suspected. It had the hull of a freighter or merchant ship, and no large gun mounts typical of a destroyer. However, when the Liberty opened fire on the MTBS, it was reasonable for the MTB commander to assume that she was foe rather than friend. Whether the torpedo attack should have been authorized by Captain Issi Rehav is a judgment call, one with which, incidentally, the commander of the Israel Navy, Rear ADM, Shlomo Orel, disagreed. However, it was reasonable to assume that the ship, which had opened fire on the MTBS, was an enemy ship. All of the foregoing is relevant evidence in support of the explanation that the attack was carried out in the mistaken belief that the target was an enemy ship. The facts are beyond dispute. If one questions the explanation and the assumptions, and chooses to believe that the assumptions were not made and that the explanations were not true, then the evidentiary scale is empty. There is no evidence on the issue. That leads one to the second conclusion, which every single official investigation has taken. That is, that there is no evidence whatsoever that the attack was not a case of mistaken identity. History cannot be properly reconstructed by looking backward after the actual results of an action are known. History must be constructed by going back in time and looking forward into the as yet unknown before the action took place. What seems clear in hindsight is usually quite obscure when looking forward. It is essential to examine what was known at the time, what was learned thereafter, and when it all was learned, judging history through. Hindsight usually results in conclusions that are out of context. It subjects history to a slant, according to the judging historian's a priori position. This author, having applied to his research an initial investigative question, and his know-how and experience as a U.S. naval aviator and a U.S. federal judge, firmly concludes that there is substantial competent evidence that the Israeli attack was made as a result of a mistaken belief that an enemy ship was being attacked. He concurs with the second position of the official reports, that there is no evidence to be found that the attack was made on a target that the Israelis knew to be a U.S. ship. The argument that lack of evidence is a lame excuse not to find Israel guilty is itself a lame argument under the American system of justice, where there is a presumption of innocence until guilt is proven. After more than 500 interviews conducted in Israel, the United States, England, and Egypt, with persons connected with all aspects of the event. Review of hundreds of articles and books and of thousands of pages of official investigations, and collection and study of close to 3,100 original documents, this author has reached the following conclusions. 1. The sympathy of the United States must go out to the crew of the Liberty and the NSA, detachment and NSA civilians on board. They deserve gratitude for their heroism and sacrifice. 2. That fact of having been on a ship under attack does not make the victim really aware of the broader picture of what happened, nor does it qualify the victim to make statements based on conjecture, hearsay, or plain wishful thinking. 3. The best evidence of whether a U.S. flag hoisted on the Liberty was extended and thus easily seen by the Israeli pilots is the gun camera photographs on page 81 of this book and in the gun camera film that this author personally investigated. The film shows smoke billowing straight up from the ship at the precise time of the attack. This is further corroborated by a picture showing smoke going straight up, taken on the Liberty by Commander McGonigal at about the same time. It therefore proves that there was no wind, and thus that the much-talked-about flag was drooping straight down. 4. The Israelis were smart enough to know that there could be no benefit from the attack on a U.S. naval ship, even if it might have provided some immediate tactical advantage, which it did not. 5. There was neither a conspiracy nor a cover-up concerning the attack. It was not pre-planned. That the attack involved a mistaken identity was announced by Israel immediately and accepted by the United States. The more than a dozen investigations thereafter by both the United States and Israel confirmed there was no credible evidence that the attack had been made against a ship known to be American, let alone a ship known to the Israelis as the USS Liberty. There is in fact substantial credible evidence that the attack was indeed a case of mistaken identity. No one has been able since 1967 to show a piece of real evidence to prove otherwise. 6. The Liberty incident involved a long list of unfortunate bad mistakes on the part of both Israel and the United States. These mistakes snowballed and converged to the point where the stage was set for tragic disaster. Unfortunately, the disaster did occur, and on the Israeli side, the responsibility falls mainly on the Israel Navy. The Israel Air Force participated in the action, but only at the request of the Navy, and on the basis of a representation that the Navy had identified a target. Thus, the Israel Air Force has the burden of secondary responsibility. The eagerness of Navy personnel to get into combat action removed the last safety net that might have prevented the disaster. It is easy to place blame when one is warm and dry, with no one shooting at one or expected to, or when one is not involved in the heat and fog of a major war, or with hindsight. The governments of Israel and the United States finally resolved the diplomatic aspects of the incident by an exchange of diplomatic notes on December 17, 1980, without either country accepting responsibility. 7. The failure by the Israeli and U.S. governments to make more of the details of the official investigations public for between 10 and 25 years after the incident greatly contributed to the likelihood that detractors with agendas would cry cover up, and it led to much speculation and many conspiracy theories, some bordering on the bizarre. Some critics went as far as to conclude that the Liberty had been there to spy on Israel for the Arabs, while others concluded that she was there to spy on the Arabs for Israel. Later speculation was that the Liberty was there to monitor the Israel nuclear facility at Dimona. 9. Most recently, it has been speculated that the Liberty was there to listen and determine if Soviet pilots were flying aircraft of the Egyptian Air Force. Finally, 34 years after the incident, by letter to this author dated June 14, 2001, about FOIA case 40,039, the National Security Agency admitted that the NSA has publicly acknowledged that the USS Liberty was deployed on a SIGINT collection mission on June 8, 1967. If there was a cover-up, it related to the reason the NSA had sent the Liberty to the Eastern Mediterranean and not to the issue of whether the Israelis knew they were attacking a U.S. ship. To the best of this author's knowledge, all the significant documents and reports have now been declassified, with the exception of an accurate and detailed statement on why the Liberty was sent by the United States to the Eastern Mediterranean in the first place. There is an old U.S. Marine Corps adage that is perhaps appropriate here: never attribute to malice that which can be explained by stupidity. Recall from an earlier chapter that when this author first met General Mordechai Madihad, who had been the general in command of the Israel Air Force during the 1967 war, General Had was reluctant to discuss the Liberty incident. He said that the families of those lost and the surviving crew members of the Liberty had suffered enough, and that it was not appropriate to disturb old wounds. If it gives them some comfort to believe the attack was not a mistake, then let them so believe. After hearing from this author some of the conspiracy theories, as we have seen, however, Had changed his mind. Because the stories were not true, he felt, they created pain rather than provided comfort. To anyone who takes comfort in the conspiracy theories, this author says, so be it. Unfortunately, the survivors of the Liberty, their families, and the families of the fallen are subjected to the cruelty of persons and organizations who pursue various conspiracy theories for their own political, financial, or personal objectives and agendas without regard for the distress, pain, and suffering they continue to inflict. Detractors of U.S.-Israel, friendly relations and collaborations have continuously fueled much of the conspiracy theories. Sensationalists have used the latter to promote their own interests. To those who are interested in reviewing the facts, this book is an honest effort to list and study all the sources of information so that they may be reviewed and considered together with conclusions of the official investigations. Additional documentary data may be found on the website The Liberty Incident at www.thelibertyincident.com. This author, after almost 3 decades of studying the matter, concurs with those conclusions. Unless their minds were made up prior to reading this book, readers will, I hope, by now agree with this author that the totality of the evidence establishes that the attack on the Liberty was a tragic case of mistaken identity and friendly fire, a tragedy that resulted from a compounding of bad mistakes perpetrated by both the United States and Israel, and nothing more. Epilogue to the first edition by Ernest C. Castle. Aviv, 25 years to the day, at the hour, almost the minute of my takeoff in the Super Freilon helicopter provided to me by Israel in my capacity as naval attaché at the U.S. Embassy in Tel Aviv. In 1967, my mission had been to try to assist the USS Liberty. The 1992 flight was in memory of the 1967 event. Airborne, Judge J. Crystal, the author of this book, set a course to the point where the Super Freilon had overflown the Liberty on the late afternoon of that fate-blemished day. Also in the small aircraft was my wife, Dr. Jeannie Castle, Major Danny Grossman, an Israel Air Force flyer, and Grossman's young son, Akiva. Crystal flew the aircraft with the aid of the global positioning system to the precise point where I had observed the Liberty 25 years before. As the plane circled the point, Judge Crystal dropped 34 pink carnations into the sea, one in the name of each American who had lost his life. The aircraft's flight path and the laws of gravity caused the flowers to fall in an approximate circle around the ships. Positioned 25 years earlier, I asked a blessing upon the souls of the dead and on their surviving loved ones. The U.S. Navy hymn was recited. Major Grossman intoned the Kaddish, the Jewish prayer for the dead. The event was sufficiently moving to bring tears. In silence, the little plane broke away from the site and returned to Tel Aviv. It was a small tribute paid to the gallant sailors who had died in the tragedy for them, their loved ones, their country, and Israel. The sorrow-filled event is now over 4 decades behind us. I have waited all that time for the emergence of this book. It is, for the first time, the complete, accurate, and even-handed report of the Liberty incident. It is now time to turn this final page and to close the book. Ernest C. Castle, Captain, USN, retired us. Naval Attaché, Tel Aviv, November 1965, November 1967. Captain Castle was awarded the Silver Star during the Korean conflict. In memoriam, Lieutenant James Cecil Pierce, USN, Lieutenant Stephen Spencer Toth, USN Chief Petty Officer Raymond E. Lynn, Chief Petty Officer Melvin D. Smith, Petty Officer William B. Allenbaugh, Petty Officer Francis Brown, Petty Officer Ronnie J. Campbell, Petty Officer Jerry L. Converse, Petty Officer Robert B. Eisenberg, Petty Officer Jerry L. Goss, Petty Officer Curtis A. Graves, Petty Officer Warren E. Hersey, Petty Officer Alan Higgins, Petty Officer Richard W. Keene, Petty Officer James M. Lupton, Petty Officer Dwayne R. Margraf, Petty Officer Anthony P. Mendel, Petty Officer John C. Smith Jr., Petty Officer John C. Spitzer, Petty Officer Alexander N. Thompson, Petty Officer Thomas R. Thornton, Petty Officer Philip A. C. T. Key, Petty Officer Frederick J. Walton, Seaman First Class Gary R. Blanchard, Seaman First Class Lawrence P. Hayden, Seaman First Class Carl L. Hoare, Seaman First Class James L. Anow, Seaman First Class David W. Marlborough, Seaman First Class Carl C. Nygren, Seaman First Class David Skolak, Sergeant Jack L. Raper, Corporal Edward E. Rameyer, National Security Agency, Civilian Alan M. Blue. Appendix 1. Official Reports of the Liberty. Incident. U.S. Reports, U.S. Navy Court of Inquiry, June 18, 1967. Conclusion. Available evidence combines to indicate the attack on Liberty on June 8 was in fact a case of mistaken identity. CIA Report, June 13, 1967. Conclusion. It remains our best judgment that the Israeli attack on the USS Liberty was not made in malice towards the United States and was a mistake. Joint Chiefs of Staff, June 9, 1967. Conclusion. General Russ did not make any findings about the actual attack. The report compiled all message traffic and contains no evidence that the attack was not a mistake. Clifford Report, July 18, 1967. Conclusion. The information available does not reflect that the Israeli High Command made a premeditated attack on a ship known to be American. Senate Committee on Foreign Relations, June 12, July 14, July 26, 1967. Conclusion. The attack was not intentional. Senate Armed Services Committee, February 1, 1968. Conclusion. Very difficult for a commander not on the scene to know what happened. House Appropriations Committee, April and May, 1968. Conclusion. The use and operational capabilities of the Defense Communication System is nothing less than pathetic, and the management of the system needs to be completely overhauled. House Armed Services Committee investigation, May 10, 1971. Conclusion. Navy remains in the dark ages insofar as routine communications with its deployed ships. Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, 9/19. Conclusion. No merit to the claims of intentional attack. National Security Agency, 1981. Conclusion. Liberty was mistaken for Egyptian ship as a result of miscalculation and egregious errors. House Armed Services Committee, 119. Conclusion. No support for theory of intentional attack. United States Department of State, 2004. Foreign Relations of the United States, 1964-1968. Volume 19th. Arab-Israeli Crisis and War, 1967. Conclusion. After extensive investigation, the Central Intelligence Agency and the National Security Agency concluded that there was little doubt that the attacking Israeli units failed to identify the Liberty as a U.S. ship before or during the attack, and that they had mistakenly identified the ship as Egyptian. Israeli reports Ramron Commission of Inquiry, June 16, 1967. Conclusion. The attack on the ship by the Israeli Defense Forces was made neither maliciously nor in gross negligence, but as a result of a bona fide mistake. Preliminary Inquiry, July 21, 1967. Conclusion. No sufficient amount of prima facie evidence justifying committing anyone for trial. State of Israel, Idahof History, June 1982. Conclusion. Attack on American intelligence ship came about as a result of innocent error. Israel Air Force Report, 2002. Conclusion. There is only one new item of information in the report, which is the disclosure of meetings between the Israel Air Force and the Israel Navy in 1968 to establish protocols for better communication between the services to prevent a repetition of the tragedy. Pages 2, 3, 27, and 31 are redacted. Appendix 2, Israel Air Force and NSA audio tapes. compared. The NSA tapes and the Israel Air Force tapes coincide or dovetail with respect to multiple reported events. Both confirm that the target was presumed to be Egyptian until an American flag was first observed. At 1,512 on the NSA tapes and 1,512 on the IAF tapes, 44 minutes after the attack was over. Israel Air Force tapes during the 1967 war, Israel Air Force headquarters at the Kiryat in Tel Aviv routinely made audio tape recordings of radio transmissions by Israel Air Force pilots on UHF frequencies. It also made audio tape recordings of telephone conversations, including one between the Chief Air Controller, Colonel Shmuel Kislev, at headquarters and controllers at Air Control Central, Air Control South, and Air Control North. To provide continuity and understanding of the two tapes, this author has integrated them into one continuous transcript and added bracketed explanatory comments. Portions of the tapes on unrelated subject matter have been omitted. The IAF tape states in the background, in a female voice speaking Hebrew, the time of speaking. Voice transmissions block the time announcement. The tapes can thus be compared to a chronograph, and this sequence is accurate to the second. This author first obtained access to the IAF transcripts and translations on June 18th and 1990, and had the opportunity to listen to the tapes on those days together with two Hebrew language speakers, one a native-born Israeli and the other an American fully qualified in Hebrew, as well as 6 of the original air controllers. The transcripts and translations had previously been released by the IAF to Thames TV in 1987. In September 2001, the Israel Air Force provided access to the tapes of the air controllers' telephone conversations and pilots' transmissions on the attack channel frequency, as well as a transcription of the air controllers' telephone conversations. An additional listening session took place on September 7, 2001, which this author attended together with 3 Hebrew speakers, 2 native-born Israelis and 1 American. All emphasis is by this author. Key players in the Israel Air Force tapes are air controllers. Homeland, call sign of the air controllers Kislev, Shmuel Kislev, Chief Air Controller at the Kiryat in Tel Aviv. Jora, Deputy Chief Air Controller at the Kiryat Robert. Chief Air Controller at Air Control Central, 25 miles south of Tel. Aviv Shimon, Deputy Chief Air Controller at Air Control Central Menachem. Chief Air Controller at Air Control South, near the Sinai border Yigal. Deputy Chief Air Controller at Air Control South LK, a weapons system officer. Aircraft. Kursa, 2 Mirage I ICJs that made the initial air attack run Royal, 2 Super Misters that made the second air attack run Menorah, flight of 4 Mirage II ICJs armed with 500-pound iron. Bombs Nixon, flight of 2 Misters loaded with 500-pound iron bombs Chelon. 1 Mirage ETG Ofot, helicopters, referred to as Ofot 1, Ofot 2, etc. Watercraft. Pagoda, MTB Division 914, consisting of MTBS 203, 204, and 206, and led by Lieutenant CDR Moshe Oren Migdal, MTB 206, the only MTB with a working UHF radio. All times are Sinai times, unless otherwise indicated. 1,343 Sinai equal to 3 grams, MT equal to 743 in Washington, D.C. There were no NSA intercepts until 1430, and therefore the IAF tapes are presented to that time without comparisons. Author's note. A careful examination of the transcripts of translations of the NSA tapes suggests that some of the text describing which source broadcast a transmission to the receiving entity were either incorrectly transcribed or incorrectly attributed. The NSA tapes show for each transmission the sender and the receiver. For example, Tribune to 810. Tribune is the Hatzor Air Base controller broadcasting to Israel Air Force helicopter number 810. Several examples are, at 1438, 810 to Tribune, where are you? 810 to Tribune, where are you now? It seems unlikely that a helicopter in flight and moving would be asking Hatzor Air Base, a fixed point on the ground, where are you? Much more likely, Hatzor was asking the moving helicopter, where are you? Where are you now? This is supported by the answer, Tribune to 810, Ashdod, altitude 1,000 feet. It is difficult to imagine that Hatzor Air Base was at an altitude of 1,000 feet over the port of Ashdod. It is more likely that this was an answer of Helicopter 810 advising Tribune that it, Helicopter 810, was at an altitude of 1,000 feet over the port of Ashdod, approximately 25 miles south of Hatzor. Likewise, directions from the helicopter telling the Hatzor air controller you will try to take the men from the water was much more likely an order from Hatzor to the helicopter. Again at 1441, the order from Helicopter 810 to Tribune to take the men to El Arish, and the reply by Tribune, Roger, okay, was also more likely a reversal of transmitter and receiver. At 1502, the request of Helicopter 815 located miles out to sea near the USS Liberty to have the controller at Hatzor tell the helicopter the nationality of the ship, or to have the controller at Hatzor telling the helicopter about the size of the ship, the status of the smoke, the 3 small vessels nearby. It seems more likely that the helicopter was passing this information to the controller and that this was a typographical reversal of the transmission sources. At 1503, the controller at Hatzor transmits to Helicopter 815, I'm heading for the big one. Surely it was Helicopter 815 advising the controller that the helicopter was heading for the ship, not the controller at Hatzor. Heading for the ship. There are numerous other places throughout the NSA transcript of translation where it is obvious that the transmitter and receiver described in the text are reversed. These misprints in no way detract from the value of the voice transmission intercepts, but merely reflect errors in translating or constructing the transcript. 1,343 unknown. The Navy received a report that 2 miles at sea, off El Arish, there is something that's pounding El Arish. Their torpedo boats are going towards there. Jora, I heard. I took helicopter from El Arish. I spoke with him. He went out to have a look and says he doesn't see a thing. Unknown. There's contact with the field, but not with the city. Kislev, Yigal, have Chelon take a look. Yigal, Chelon. Kislev, clear. Shimon, Robert, have him take a look. He's circling the same area. Kislev, can you see him, Shimon? 1,344. Shimon, yeah. Sure, Yigal, can you see roof 4? Have you informed him of 20,000 feet of altitude? Unknown. Do you have TA 3910? Unknown. TA 3910, 1 moment. 1,345, Kursa. We're switching to military power. Affirmative, northern direction. Kursa, fuel okay. 3,000. 1349. Yigal, Robert, where's Menorah now? 1,350 Kislev, forget about Menorah. Yigal, you have a ship at 26, take Kursa over there. If it's a warship, then blast it. Yigal, clear. 1,351 unknown. Wait a minute, Kislev. The Navy says that there are 2 torpedo boats of ours in the area called Pagoda. They are on frequency 186. A minute later, the Navy warns of its own boats in the area. There appears to be more concern for preventing the aircraft from attacking the Israeli Navy boats than for further identification of the target, which has been identified as enemy. Under existing Israel Navy rules of engagement, the Israel Navy row were quite similar to those of U.S. Navy row for 1967. Kislev, if it's a warship, you can throw. There are 2 torpedo boats of ours. They want to know. They want the pilots to see them or call them on. Robert, do you have Royal? Robert, Royal? Shimon, he's at Hava 1610, that's track 15. Kislev, Robert, take Royal along the coast so that if Kursa identifies, he can go in Robert. Okay. Kislev, Menachem, how much fuel does Kursa have? Menachem, he's got a lot. A minute ago, he had 3,000. 1,352 Kursa. What is the range? 7 turns, 040 degrees. Roger. Kursa asks the distance to the target. Confirms a slight right turn to point at the target. I'll stay on 19 and 9. How do you call the torpedo boats? Pagoda. Kursa, 9 and 3, 1,353. Kursa, Homeland, keep on directing me to the place. Homeland, 045 miles. Can you see them at the moment? 1,354. Kursa, affirmative. It looks longer by eyesight. LK, what is that, Americans? No one had any data on the location for Americans. Without hard data, the subject was not pursued further. Following. The tragedy, LK, was called on July 4th, 1967, before the examining judge and testified in the second Israeli investigation. On October 1st, 2001, this author obtained the declassification of LK's testimony before the examining judge. The following is his sworn response to a question asking why he mentioned Americans. I was on duty, and I was on the line. K, M, and K. It is clear to me that I threw in the question a shout, which is written. It does not relate to the conversation that was conducted on the line at that same moment, since at the time the conversation was about an attack on missile bases. In relation to this, there are 2 possibilities. It is possible that this question was asked during a conversation with Lut, of his unit with whom I spoke about the ship that purportedly was shelling El Arish, and the Air Force was about to attack it jointly with the Navy. I at that time expressed an opinion that we had taken only one action, that is to say, we had ascertained it was not an Israeli ship, and we did this through the naval representatives who were sitting with us. The hour was approximately 1,350. I was not the officer who would have been able to decide on an attack, but it was my duty to be as a passive party on the line in order to absorb information that might have helped. But like any officer, I wanted to help, and therefore I wanted to suppose to the ears of those who were managing the war to a possibility, supposition that it was an American ship. That was only my supposition, since it was my assessment that it was not Egyptian, for they would not dispatch a solitary ship to our coast, and therefore I thought there was such a possibility. All those who were connected on this line were able to hear me. Of course, all of them were overcome by this, and they began to ask, and then I did not want to delay the attack on the ship. They said it was shelling El Arish. And since the supposition was not based on data, but on an assessment, supposition, therefore I did not want to delay the thing. Therefore, I immediately retracted. Today, I understand that had I persisted in my supposition, it would have been possible to prevent the tragedy. I did not know about the existence of an American ship in the morning. Shimon, what Americans? Kislev, Robert, what did you say? Unknown, I'm putting Squadron 116 on alert. Kislev, okay. Kislev, does he see more torpedo boats north of him? 1355, Kislev, Menachem, if there are 3 torpedo boats, it's a possibility that they are ours. Shimon, pay attention, Kursa. Kursa, Pagoda, from Kursa. Are you Migdal? Migdal, affirmative. Kursa, are you attacking some ship now? Migdal, we're on our way to 1. Kursa, okay. I'll come and give you a hand. Where are you? Kursa, Migdal from Kursa. Are you 3? Kursa, there's no need. Bring yourselves up some 10-15 kilometers from the boat. Is it in the direction of your home? Kursa, I see you on a right turn. Why are you turning? It's not in that direction. Migdal, okay, all right. Affirmative. Affirmative. 1,356. Migdal, Kursa. Can you identify the target? Kursa. Can you identify his target, Migdal? Kursa, she's running from you in the direction of El Arish. Excuse me, Port said. What is it? What is it? A destroyer? A patrol boat? What is it? Migdal. Kursa, can you manage to identify it? Kursa, I can't identify it, but in any case, it's a military ship. Migdal. Okay, what is it? Kursa, it has 1 mast and 1 smokestack. Migdal, roger. Kursa, it has 1 mast up front. Shimon, Menachem, Kursa is calling you. Shimon, he says he is starting strafing them. Menachem, I told him that if it's a warship, he can start to attack. That was the last command. Kislev, Menachem. Menachem, does he have authorization to attack? Kislev, he does. If this is a warship, then yes. Royal is to be turned there. Menachem, okay. Kislev, send Royal over there with bombs. Robert, on what frequency are you attacking? Shimon, She's running away from them. Kislev, Menachem, after he attacks, have him explain to Royal how to find her. Shimon, she's running fast. Kislev, okay, attack. Shimon, Robert, have Royal call us on 19. Robert, Royal to you on 19.
1357. Shimon, just a minute, Kislev. We see the ship.
Shimon, that's one hell of a ship. Robert, Menachem, I'm passing to you on 19. Royal, Elarish at 20,000. Kislev, Menachem, have them tell us if there is none, mem. 1358, Kursa. Kislev, Menachem, new? Menachem, we're asking him. She's not shooting back. Kislev, not shooting? Give me 19. 1,359, Kursa, we've hit her a lot. But maybe she is doing it on purpose. I don't know. Oil is spilling out into the water. I'm in eye contact. Great, wonderful. She's burning. She's burning. Royal, what ship? Kursa. Menachem, did you hear? He's hit her a lot. There's a lot of black smoke. There's an oil leak into the water. He's continuing. Kislev, was there any non-mem on him? Menachem, she's burning. The warship is burning. 1,400%. Royal, 5 times 5. Eye contact with the target. Eye contact with Kursa. Royal requests 15,000 feet. Kursa, okay. Kursa is coming in. You a bit further in. I'll go in the direction, okay? Kursa wing, I think she is putting out smoke on purpose. It's coming out of the chimney. Okay, I'm finished too. Menachem, Shmulek, she's burning. The minute Kursa is finished, we're sending in Royal. Kislev, right. Sinker. Menachem, sinker. Okay. 1,401 Kursa, the ship is really burning. There is a large fire and a lot of black smoke. Kursa, Royal, your altitude. We're at 5,000 feet. Royal, you're east, right? Kursa, we're south of the ship. Royal, Kislev, Menachem, we're sending in Royal. Kislev, okay. 1,401.52, Robert. This ship? Kislev, Menachem, if Royal has napalm, it will make things easier. 1,402 Kursa, affirmative. Royal, not ours? Royal, Homeland, can you hear? Call Homeland on 19. Ask if it's allowed to go in. Royal, Homeland from Royal. Is it permitted to go in? Royal, I understand, do not go in. Fine, we're circling above the ship at 15,000 feet. Tell him the Navy will be arriving before us. I can see. Kursa, 5 and 3. I've got him. Royal, does Royal have permission? Kursa, affirmative, you have permission, Royal. Shimon, Menachem, Royal is calling you. Menachem, he got off the line. 1,402, 11. Shimon, Kislev, there is doubt about the identification. Kislev, if there is a doubt, then don't attack. Shimon, don't attack Menachem. Robert, pay attention. There's doubt as to the identification. Kislev, what does that mean? Robert, okay, you may attack. Kislev, you may attack. 232 Royal sausages in the middle and up in one pass. 2 together will come in from the rear. Watch out for the masts. Don't hit the masts. Careful of the masts. I'll come in from her left. You come behind me. Shimon, next formation. Get a briefing on what took place. Robert, authorized to sink. Kislev, you can sink it. Shimon, Royal started chatting. Robert, 1-8, that is not the ship. Wait a minute. Kislev, Menachem, is he hitting her? Menachem, he's going low with napalm. Unknown, no, Robert. It is not worthwhile. Kislev, you don't need any more for the ship. Enough. Menachem, there's no need. Our forces are there. So is the Navy. Shimon, it's worth it just for insurance. Kislev, but napalm went there. Unknown. What can napalm do? 1,404 Royal. On the right side of the stern, Royal wing, you've missed by an undershot. Royal, a deep gash. 1405 Kislev, what is Kursa reporting? Was there any nunmum? Menachem, I passed him to 33 and asked for a report. Kislev, Robert, ask Kursa if there was any nunmum. Robert, Kislev, the Navy asks not to sink her completely. They want to get close and have a look. Shimon, have them rescue the people with the torpedo boats to help. Robert, okay, finish with this formation. The torpedoes are coming up to them. 1406 Kislev, Robert, what does Kursa say? Robert, I'm telling you already. This is easier than MiGs. Kislev, what's the situation now? 1,407 Royal, fine, pull up. Royal, I'm behind you. Careful of her antennas. Unknown, I don't know. Number 2 hit, and now he's strafing. 1,408 Royal, Homeland from Royal, how do you hear me? She has some kind of marking. P30 and something. Kislev, Robert, take 116 flight out there too. Robert, okay. Menachem, her marking. Kislev, yes, I heard. We're checking. Shimon, Robert, take 116 flight to 1409. Royal Homeland, if you had a 2-ship formation with bombs, in 10 minutes before the Navy arrives, it will be a mitzvah. Otherwise, the Navy is on its way here. Shimon, before the Navy arrives, it will be a mitzvah. Kislev, take 116 flight in the meanwhile. Who is checking this? Shimon, Royal reported that it will be a mitzvah before the Navy comes. Kislev, look for a flag if they can see one. Have Royal look. See if they can identify with a flag. 1,410 Royal, 12 o'clock. Look higher. Now left slowly. A bit faster so it will stay external, okay? Robert, Kislev, they're asking us here not to do anything else about her. They want to take her. I want to receive an answer. Kislev, no. They're 1,411. Robert, Menachem. Is Royal leaving? Menachem, wait a minute. He's reporting something. Kislev, okay, attack Menachem. Royal, Homeland from Royal. Do you read me? Pay attention. This ship's markings are Charlie Tango Romeo 5. Pay attention. Homeland Charlie. 1412. Tango Romeo 5. There is no flag on her. She looks like a minesweeper with that marking. Roger, I'm leaving her. I'm staying around 1 more minute. Robert, Menachem. Has Royal come out? Menachem, not yet. Robert, what height? What height is Royal reaching? Menachem, Charlie Senator, Romeo. Kislev, leave her. Robert, leave her. What ship is this? Kislev, leave her. Menachem, report the approximate damage. Nixon flight or mission. 1,413 Royal Homeland, 5 times 5. There's external fire on her, a lot of hits on her upper parts. People are jumping into the water. She's not shooting at all. She has hardly any armaments on her. She's going full steam toward the north. Kislev, Shimon, Robert. We're sending 2 helicopters to them. Robert, okay, clear. I'm sending helicopters. Menachem, Kislev, what country? Kislev, possibly American. 1,415 Shimon, Kislev. Maybe you know which countries are around here. If it's possible to take them, they are taking care of it. 1,417. Robert, there is no contact yet with Menorah. He's around the canal at low altitude. I don't have any contact with him yet. 1,419 Royal, I'm in the direction. Kislev, Robert, do you have contact with Ofat 1 and 2? Robert, okay, I'm trying. None yet. Shimon, Kislev, I have Ofat 2 in team and field. Robert, okay, I'm trying. None yet. Shimon, Kislev, I have 2 in team and field. Kislev, not him, 1425. Kislev, Robert, 2 is in team and field. Shimon, yes, with the Minister of Defense. Defense Minister Dayan had driven to the cave of Machpelah at Hebron in the late morning and returned to the Kiryah by helicopter from Beersheba in the early evening. See Chapter 11, did Dayan order it? Shimon Furlan from Air Force Base 8 is ready to leave for the ship. Shall I send him out? Operations notified base. Kislev, okay. 1429 Kislev, Robert, is there any contact with the Super Furlans? Shimon, yes. 1434. Robert, Kislev, it's an Egyptian supply boat. My admiral is next to me. I'm touching him. Kislev, is that true or not? Where? Did he get a positive identification from? Robert, the helicopter went away from there. That is what he says. Kislev, if so, then have the helicopter get out of there. Robert, the torpedo boat is taking care of it. It's an Egyptian supply ship. They're torpedoing it now. 1435. Robert, where are the helicopters you sent? Kislev, the helicopters are back. Robert, tell them to go away. Kislev, just a minute. Robert, get the guys out of there. Kislev, just a minute, Robert, for... Shimon, I'm keeping them aside. I just want to see. Kislev, on the side until he will identify. Robert, have him stay on the side. They're putting torpedoes into it. You can get the guys out later. Menachem, Kislev, Air Force Commander, is arriving in 10 minutes. I've informed him and told him to bring the helicopters because we have torpedo boats in the area. He said, okay. Shimon, what's the call sign of the torpedo boats? Unknown, Pagoda. 1,436, Robert, the Air Force has no identification problems. I won't have anyone telling me again that the Air Force has any identification problem. Menachem, now, listen. I've also told the Air Force commander that this ship was finally identified as Egyptian. I told him we're transferring the helicopters. We're not sending them because we have torpedo boats. We'll keep them aside to pull the survivors out of the sea. They're putting another torpedo into her, just in case. I hope this torpedo will hit. Menachem's understanding of the events at sea is inaccurate. A single torpedo attack was made with 5 torpedoes launched. One torpedo, the last launch from the last boat, T-203, hit the ship at about 1,435. 1,437, Robert, the torpedo hit. 1438. Robert, you can send in the helicopter in order to get the people out of the water. Tell the helicopters they are not Americans, they're Egyptians. Shimon, who will guard the guys in the helicopters? Robert, I hope there are more people in the helicopters. Shimon, I think it is better the torpedo boat should take them. They should sit on the torpedo boats who'll put them ashore. Robert, I told the Air Force commander we're not sending the helicopters because we have torpedo boats. He said, fine. 1,439 Menachem. If there is a helicopter nearby, have him start getting them out of the water and take them to El Arish. Air Force commander is not in the picture and doesn't know what's going on, but I don't have time to run over and tell them the whole story. Robert, just tell me what to do with the helicopter. Shimon said, get the people out of the water. Robert, you can pick them up and hit them over the head. Unknown, Robert, did you hear my theory? Just when the Navy saw we're getting them off, they began shouting. 1440, Robert, Kislev shouted, Americans. Menachem, Jorah. They went to El Arish to tell them that Egyptian sailors are arriving from the sea, from a boat they sank. Kislev, I said so. Have the helicopters take them out slowly, and inform El Arish. Menachem, Robert, I don't think they managed to sink her. Robert, they took her apart. 1,451. Robert, there's another ship. Can you see her? 1,454. Robert, Shimon, does Yami have contact with the helicopter? The identification is not clear yet. 1456 Kislev. Robert, what do you say about the identification? Robert, the Navy says that even though they sent a torpedo, there is a part which is unclear. Soon I'll ask what language these guys talk, then we'll know for sure. Kislev, have they taken them out yet? Robert, I have no idea. Kislev, what about the Super Frelon? Robert, immediately. 1457 Shimon, the Super Frelon has no contact with the torpedo boats. Can he go in alone and get them out? Kislev, can he see people in the water? Shimon, he's getting closer. 1,501 Kislev, Shimon. What about the Super Frelon? Shimon, he is 12 miles from them now. He has eye contact with the ship. He's asking for relays in the air. Between him and the torpedo boats, it's being taken care of. 1504 Shimon, Kislev first. Jorah said before that if they're Arabs, take them to El Arish. They're not Arabs. Kislev, take them to Lad. Robert, is there any identification yet? Shimon, none yet? Menachem, is it American after all? Shimon, that's still not clear, Menachem. Menachem, why did they blast the torpedo? Shimon, they probably can't read English. 1505 Kislev. Shimon, well, what about the helicopters? Shimon, he's still 3 miles away. He's going to start. He's above them, and he'll give a report any minute now. 1509, Kislev, it's not clear what's happening here. I don't understand. 1510, Shimon, Kislev, there are no people. He sees boats but no people. Kislev, the Navy also reports that there are no people. He sees boats but no people. Shimon, they have 3 more torpedo boats around. He's coming in low in order to see better. The Mirage pilot reported people jumping. Kislev, Robert, have the helicopters come home, both of them, and without picking anyone up. Robert, okay. 1512. Shimon, Kislev, there is an American flag on board. Kislev, sure or not sure? Shimon, he'll check again. He reported it. He'll check a second time. Kislev, have him get a good look at the flag. 1513, Kislev knew. Shimon here, he's reporting in a second. 1514. Shimon, Kislev, it's an American flag. People keep hiding every time he flies over. Kislev, I understand. Okay, come home. 1515, Kislev. Shimon, do you have contact with the helicopter in Sinai? Shimon, none. 1516, Kislev. Shimon, doesn't the Super Frelon have gas? Shimon, he reported that he's short. Kislev, one of them should go to El Arish. Shimon, okay. Kislev, one to El Arish and the other home. Is there QL there? Shimon, nothing. 1519, Kislev. Shimon, try to find the helicopter in the Sinai. 1604, Shimon, Kislev, the ship hasn't sunk yet. She's getting farther and farther away. She's going north. 1605, 1724. No transmissions relating to the Liberty during this time period. 1725. Robert, is there contact with the helicopter? I returned the second helicopter too. Answer, you're the only one left. 1742. Shimon, 36 Super Frelon searching for the damaged ship. What shall he do? Should he save the people? Unknown, Shimon. The Air Force commander wants you. Is someone answering there? Unknown, answering yes. 1743. Shimon, wait a minute, I'm picking up the phone. 1751, Kislev, I'm not sure. He's bringing the American ambassador over there. Shimon, is he afraid they'll open fire on him? 1819, Shimon, they're going home. Kislev in the area, I understand. Shimon, Kislev, the Super Frelon, asks what to do with the ship. Kislev, he landed there. He has to try and land it on the ship. 1820, Kislev, Shimon, tell him not to take any people because of flight safety. Shimon, okay. 1821, Shimon, he asks, if there are wounded on board, if he can take them. Kislev, if his passenger wants it, yes. Shimon, so I'll tell him according to the considerations of his passenger. Kislev, okay. 1834, Kislev, Shimon, what about this Ofat? Shimon, Ofat too? He's got a lot. 40 miles by sea to the ship. 1840. Shimon, Kislev, he's very close to the ship. He'll try to let him down soon. Kislev, is he trying to land? Shimon, he is close and is starting to organize above her. 1857, Shimon, Kislev, the ship didn't want to stop. The passenger didn't manage to persuade her. They threw a note. They said in return that there is no... Kislev, okay, the helicopter is coming back. 2130. National Security Agency tapes the U.S. Navy EC-121 aircraft carrying the NSA communications equipment, and technicians heard and recorded only radio transmissions beginning at 1430 Sinai time and ending at 1528 Sinai time. The NSA tapes and translations were released on July 3, 2003, as a result of a Freedom of Information Act lawsuit, Crystal versus National Security Agency, U.S. District Court, Southern District of Florida, case number 03-20123 Civ Huck. The following translations were released to this author by the NSA and may be viewed on the NSA website, www.nsa.gov. They are transcribed as released to this author by the NSA. All emphasis is by author. Key players on the NSA tapes are Tribune, call sign of air controllers at Hatzor Air Base, 810, Israel Air Force Super Frelon helicopter, 810-815, Israel Air Force Super Frelon helicopter, 815 Pagoda, Israel Navy MTB Division, 914 Commander, on board MTB 204, Thorn, Israel Navy MTB 206, Jewel, not identified, possibly Haifa the big one, USS Liberty. The small ones, Israel MTBs. NSA intercept tapes begin at 1429 Sinai time. The NSA translation showed the transmitting entity to the receiving entity. For example, Tribune Hatzor Air Controller to 815, IAF Super Frelon Helicopter, 815. 1429. I understand the course from Ashdod is 215, negative 250, Gugar. Tribune to 815, to what altitude are you climbing? 815 to Tribune. I'm now at 500 feet, 1,435 by. Tribune to 815, pay attention. There was a warship there which we attacked the men, jumped from it into the water. You will try to rescue them. 815 to Tribune, roger, I understand it was hit and unable to fire. Tribune to 815, no fire was seen from her and those on board did not fire. Heavy smoke is rising from her. 815 to Tribune, roger. 815 to Tribune, crossing the coast now at a course of 250. Tribune to 815, roger, over. What location? 815 to Tribune, over Ashdod. Tribune to 815, roger. What's your altitude? 815 to Tribune, 500 feet Tribune to 815. Are you able to climb to an altitude of 815 to Tribune, roger, I'm climbing. 1432, 815 to Tribune, altitude 1, course 250. Tribune to 815, roger. Tribune to 815, are you at sea now? To Tribune, about 2 or 4 miles. Tribune to Roger. Tribune to visual contact with you. To Tribune, Roger. To Tribune. Tribune 2, at the moment she is straight ahead at a distance of about 50 miles. 815 to Tribune, Roger. 810 to Tribune. 815, 5 by. 810 is calling you. Tribune to 815. 815 to Tribune, 5 by. Tribune to 815, pay attention. The ship is now identified as Egyptian. You can return home now. 815 to Tribune, Roger. 1,435, 815 to 810, establish communications with you also. Tribune to 815,
Did you receive?
815 to Tribune, affirmative, receive, I'm returning. Tribune to Roger. 810 to Tribune, 815 to Tribune. 810 to Tribune, am I to return also? Tribune to 810, I'll let you know shortly. 810 to Tribune, Roger. 1,436 Tribune to 810. 810 to Tribune, Roger. I'll let you know shortly. Tribune to 810. Okay. Tribune to 810. 810 to Tribune. You remain meanwhile in communications with me. Tribune to 810, Roger. What am I to look for? Tribune to 815. 810 to Tribune. Where are you? Tribune to 810. I'm close to Ashdod. 810 to 815, Roger. I'm also close to Ashdod on the seaward side. 1438 Tribune to 810. Did you receive? 810 to Tribune. What did 815 request? 810 to 815. What's your altitude? 815 to 810. Altitude 500 feet near Ashdod. 810 to 815. Roger. We're at altitude 1,200 feet over Ashdod. 815 to 810. Roger. 810 to Tribune. Tribune to 810. 5 by. 810 to Tribune. Pay attention. You will continue, meanwhile, on a course of 250 from Ashdod. The both of you will head toward the ship. 815 to Tribune. Tribune to 815. 5 by. 815 to Tribune, Roger. You will continue of 250 from Ashdod. The both of you will head for the ship. For the time being, the both of you will be at altitude 1. 810 to Tribune. Do you see us? Tribune to 810. Affirmative, affirmative. 810 to Tribune. Where are you? 810 to Tribune. Where are you now? Tribune to 810. Ashdod, altitude 1. Tribune to 810. Did you receive? 810 to Tribune. Tribune to 810, 5 by. Tribune to 1, altitude is at Ashdod. 810 to Tribune, Roger. Tribune to 810, going to course 250 together with 815. 810 to Tribune, are the two of you together? Tribune to 810, affirmative, we're together.
810 to Tribune, Roger. 810 to Tribune, pay attention, you nonetheless are heading for the ship.
810 to Tribune, you will try to take the men from the water. Tribune to 810, Roger, okay. 810 to Tribune, for your information, the ship is apparently burning. 810 to Tribune, it is an Egyptian cargo ship. Tribune to 810, Roger. 810 to Tribune, visual contact with both of you. Tribune to 810, Roger. 1,440, 810 to Tribune, I understand that you both of you. Tribune to 810, affirmative. 810 to Tribune, Roger. 1,441, 810 to Tribune. Tribune to 810, 5 by. 810 to Tribune, take the men to El Arish. Tribune to 810, Roger. Okay. 815 to 810, did you receive? 810 to 815, I received, affirmative.
1,442, 810 to 815, how much fuel do you have?
815 to 810, 2.5 tanks. 810 to 815, I have 1,700. 815 to 810, this isn't good. 810 to 815 to El Arish. 815 to 810, Roger. 810 to Tribune, the ship is located no straight ahead at a range of 50 miles. Tribune to 810, Roger. Are you first in line? Affirmative, Roger. Tribune to 815 from the coast of El Arish. 1,448th Tribune to 810. 1450 Tribune to 810. About how many men are there? 815 to Tribune. Tribune to 810. How many men are there? 815 to Tribune. Turn right to 260. Tribune to 815. Repeat. 815 to Tribune. Turn right to course 260. Tribune to 815. They want to know how many men are there. To Tribune, at the present time, it still isn't known. The distance to you is now 33 miles. Tribune to Roger. Tribune to 815. What is the distance from it to El Arish? To Tribune, the distance is approximately 30 miles. Tribune to 815. Roger. Tribune to 810. 810 to Tribune, 5 by. Tribune to 810. It's noteworthy that it. 810 to Tribune, Roger. Tribune to 815. 815 to Tribune, 5 by. Tribune to 815. What is the distance? To Tribune, the distance is now 23 miles. Tribune 2, Roger. To Tribune, pay attention. Call on or on Pagoda Tribune 2, Roger. Tribune to 815. I'm going over to 186. 815 to Tribune, Roger. Tribune to 810. I'm also. 815 to Tribune. Is someone calling Tribune? Tribune to 815. Affirmative. I don't have contact with Pagoda. To Tribune, Roger. Clear. The ship is now at a distance of 19 miles. Tribune to Roger. Is Pagoda located near? 815 to Tribune. Apparently it's located near it. Tribune to Roger. 1,457 to Tribune. If you're able, try to call her on. Tribune 2, I tried. Tribune 2, I didn't see Val get anything. 815 to Tribune, Roger. Tribune 2 to Tribune, do you have visual contact? Straight ahead, a distance of 18 miles. Tribune to 815. I have visual contact with smoke, or it could be 815 to Tribune, Roger. Is there much smoke rising from it? Tribune 2, Roger. Tribune 2, I don't have contact with Pagoda. To Tribune, Roger. 810 to 815. 815 to 810, 5 by. 810 to 815, do you have contact with Pagoda?
815 to 810, negative. 810 to 815, Roger, I don't either.
815 to Tribune. Tribune to 815, 5 by. 815 to Tribune. When you begin bringing up the men, clarify by the first man that you bring up what nationality he is. 1,459, 815 to Tribune, and report to me immediately. It's important to know. Tribune to Roger. 815 to Tribune. What is your altitude now? Tribune to 815, altitude is 1. 815 to Tribune. Roger, Tribune to 815. I have contact with a vessel straight ahead 12, a little from the right. Smoke isn't rising. QT, the north isn't smoking. To Tribune, the distance is now 13 miles. Tribune 2, Roger. To Tribune, do you see the ship? Tribune to 815, I see the ship. A little to the right of the smoke. The smoke isn't rising. 815 to Tribune, Roger. It's possible that is from one of ours. Tribune to 815, Roger. Tribune to 815, it's worth clarifying. 815 to Tribune, Roger. Tribune to 815, Roger. What I see now is ours. This is clear. To Tribune, Roger to Tribune. 10 miles is the distance now. Tribune to Roger. I understand at 12 o'clock. 815 to Tribune. Affirmative. A little on the right side. Tribune to Vogler. 1,501 to Tribune. The distance is now 9 miles. 1,502 Tribune to, I'm going over to 86. To Tribune,
Roger, I request to receive a report. Tell me the nationality.
Tribune to 815. 815 to Tribune. Go ahead. Tribune to Roger. There is a large ship. Smoke isn't rising. At the present time, smoke is a little to the right on its left side. I see a small vessel. Tribune to 815. 3 small vessels. 1,503, 815 to Tribune. Are you calling me? Tribune to 815. 5 by. 815 to Tribune. Did you call me? Tribune to 815. Affirmative. 815 to Tribune, Roger. What's the matter? Tribune to 815. There's a large vessel. Near it are 3 small vessels. Could this be it? At a distance of a mile from me. 815 to Tribune, Roger. Clear. 815 to Tribune, Roger. Apparently the small vessels are ours. Tribune to 815, Roger. 815 to 810. 810 to 815. 5 by. 815 to 810. What's the matter? 810 to 815. Don't you see it yet? 815 to 810. I'm behind you. I still don't see the ship on the right side of us. 810 to 815, Roger. Exactly in front of me, there are the small vessels. 815 to 810. What's with them? What's going on? 810 to 815. It appears that they are ours. 815 to 810 on our right side. 810 to 815. Yes. 815 to Tribune. All 3 of them are ours. Tribune to 815. Roger. The small ones, right? 815 to Tribune. Affirmative. Tribune to 815. Roger. I'm heading for the big one. 815 to Tribune. Are you going for the big one? Tribune to 815. Affirmative. 1,504. 815 to Thorn. Roger. Wait. 5 by. Roger. Transmit. Yes. With you 185 to Thorn, we searched around and didn't find anyone. Is not ours. 185 to Thorn, how do you read me? Thorn to 815. 815 to Thorn, we searched around and didn't find anyone. Thorn to 815, Roger. To Pagoda to 810, Roger. To Tribune, I understand, and for the big one, Tribune to Pagoda, don't speak on the channel now. To Pagoda, 5 by. It appears to me that I found the men. To Pagoda, affirmative. To Pagoda, Roger, that's clear. To Pagoda, Roger. To Pagoda, negative, it's not men, it's boats, it's not men. Tribune to 810. 810 to Tribune. Go ahead, 815 to 810. 810 to 815, 5 by. 815 to 810, what's going on? 810 to 815, I don't know anything, I'll try to contact them on. 815 to 810, are the small ones ours? 815 to Tribune. Tribune to 815, 5 by. 815 to Tribune, pay attention. If any of them are speaking, and if they're speaking Arabic, you take them to Larish. If they're speaking English, not Egyptian, you take them to Lot. Is this clear? Tribune to Roger. 815 to Tribune. Do you see the men? 815 to Tribune. To whom does the big one belong? Tribune. We hear you excellently. Pagoda to 810. 810 to Pagoda. Transmit. Pagoda to 810. What are you saying? 810 to Pagoda. Send your report. Pagoda to 810. What has to be done here? Pagoda to 810. 810 to Pagoda. Search to see if there are men in the water. 1,506 Pagoda to 810, Roger. To Tribune, I understand. And for the big one, Tribune to Pagoda, don't speak on the channel now. To Pagoda, 5 by. It appears to me that I found the men. To Pagoda, affirmative. To Pagoda, Roger, that's clear. To Pagoda, Roger. To Pagoda, negative. It's not men, it's boats, it's not men. Tribune to 810. 810 to Tribune. Go ahead, 815 to 810. 810 to 815, 5 by. 815 to 810, what's going on? 810 to 815, I don't know anything I'll try to contact them on. 815 to 810 are the small ones ours. 815 to Tribune. Tribune to 815, 5 by. 815 to Tribune.
Pay attention. If any of them are speaking, and if they are speaking Arabic, you take them to El Arish belong.
1,507, 815 to 810. 810 to 815, 5 by. 815 to 810, don't leave the vicinity. If you do leave, report. 810 to 815, I'm not monitoring this channel. I'm speaking on 186 with Thorn. This is the small ones. 815 to 810, roger. What should be done? 810 to 815, search for survivors. Pagoda to 815. 815 to Pagoda, transmit. 1,508, 815 to 810, roger. 810 to Tribune. Are you able to go up a little higher in order to see the situation better? Tribune to 810, roger. To Tribune. 815 to Tribune. 815 to Tribune. Are you over whatever you located? 815 to Tribune, roger. The first matter to clarify is to find out what their nationality is. 815 to Tribune. Report to me immediately. 1,510, 815 to Tribune. Roger, this is clear. 815 to Tribune. Roger, you watch out for the mass there. 815 to Tribune. Pagoda to 815. I understand that the ship is not in danger. 815 to Pagoda. I'm not sure that it is not in danger. Are you suggesting the seriousness of it by this? Pagoda to 815, negative. GTR -5 is written. 815 to Pagoda, roger. Pagoda to 815, does this mean something? 815 to Pagoda, negative. It doesn't mean anything. Pagoda to 815, from behind it several uninflated boats were seen. 815 to Pagoda, roger. 815 to Tribune. You take 810 with you and return home, bearing 070, distance of 6 miles. 815 to Tribune, 5 by. 1,512, 815 to Tribune. Roger, this is clear. Did you clearly identify an American flag? 815 to Tribune, thanks. Remain, meanwhile, over the area. 810 to 815. 815 to Tribune. We request that you make another pass and check once more if this is really an American flag. Tribune to 815, roger. To Tribune, 5 by. 815 to Tribune, roger. This is clear. What kind of flag is it? 815 to Tribune, roger. This is clear. 815 to Tribune, 5 by. Remain meanwhile in waiting and we'll report to you immediately. 815 to Tribune. Is this clear? 815 to Tribune. Take 810 and return home. 815 to Tribune, 065, distance of 65 miles. 815 to Tribune, roger. This is clear. 815 to Tribune, roger. I received. I will notify you immediately as to what to do. 815 to Tribune, roger. 1,516 to Tribune. Pay attention. 815 to Tribune, roger. This is clear. According to the instruction, whoever has the 60 stones fuel. 1,517, 815 to Tribune. Roger, I'm checking on it. 815 to Tribune. Pay attention. Whoever has the most fuel between you will return home. The one with the least will go to El Arish. 815 to Tribune. Not at the present time. Apparently, the one who is going to El Arish will return later. 815 to Tribune. Kit, one of you is going home? 815 to Tribune. Who is going home? 815 to Tribune. Okay. 815 to Tribune. Roger, this is known. I received the notice and it's known that these orders came from above. 1521. Go over to 170 on the way home. 810 to Tribune. He says over to 170 on the way home. Tribune to 810, roger. 1,527 Joule to 815. Comment. This activity had been reported in a condensed version by USA 556 in its 2J5 R23067 080 2015Z and follow-ups. Appendix 3. Memo, Director NSA, Bravo Crayon. Report NR 2149. This message was sent by the Director of the National Security Agency to the White House on June 22, 1967. Released by NSA on July 2, 2003 pursuant to the Freedom of Information Act case. Hashtag 40,039-22, June 67, 1011. FM Dernsa to Oscar Papa Alpha White House. Secret Savine. SIGINT Readiness Bravo Crayon Report NR 2149. Aftermath of Israeli attack on USS Liberty, June 8, 1967. 1. General. The following activity, YS, based on Israeli plain language, VHF, UHF voice communications intercepted on June 8, 1967, between 1,229Z and 1,328Z. This activity deals solely with the aftermath of the attack by Israeli jet aircraft and torpedo boats on the USS Liberty. There are no comment reflections of the actual attack itself. 2. Summary. At 1,230Z, 2 Israeli helicopters, 810 and 815, were dispatched by Hatzor to the area of the incident to check for survivors of an unidentified warship. Approximately at 1,234Z, the air controller at Hatzor clarified the identity of the ship to the 2 Israeli helicopters by informing them that it had been identified as Egyptian. At 1,239Z, Hatzor told the helicopters that IT was an Egyptian cargo ship. At 1,307Z, Hatzor told helicopter 815 to take any survivors that spoke Egyptian to Alabama Arish, but if they spoke English, to take them to Lod. At 1312Z, the Israeli helicopter 815 apparently informed Hatzor on a different frequency that IT had sighted an American flag on the ship. Hatzer then asked the helicopter to make another pass to check if TS is really an American flag. The helicopters and the MTBs were communicating on a UHF frequency, whereas the helicopters and the air controller at Hatzer were using VHF throughout. At 1,310Z, helicopter 815 informed the MTB using call word Pagoda that the ship was not in danger. The same helicopter then reported that GTR-5 was written on the ship and inquired if this meant anything. The MTB replied in the negative. Throughout TS intercept, the USS Liberty is referred to as the big one, while the 3 Israeli motor torpedo boats are referred to as the small ones. The helicopters used call signs 810 and 815. The air controller at Hatzer Air Base used call word Tribune. The MTBs used call words Thorn, Pagoda, and Crisis. The call word Jewel Ice not identified, but may be Haifa. 3 details, time Z GMT Sinai time, 2 from text, 815. 1,230Z, 14,305. I understand the course from Ashdod, IS 215. Negative, the course IS 250. Roger. To what altitude are you climbing? I'm now at 500 feet. By pay attention. There was a warship there which we attacked. The men jumped from IT, did not fire. Heavy smoke, ice rising from her. Roger. Coast now at a course of 250. Roger. Over what location over Ashdod, Roger? What's your altitude or 500 feet are you able to climb to an altitude of? Roger, I'm climbing. 123 ZZ, 1,325, 815 altitude I, course 250. Roger, are you at sea now?
Roger. About 3 or 4 miles.
Visual contact with you. Tribune 815, 815. Tribune, Roger. At the moment, Shi'ai is straight ahead at ADI stance of about 50 miles, Roger. 5 by 810 is calling you. 5, I pay attention. The ship on just now identified as Egyptian. You can return home now, Roger. Establish communications. Z, 810. 815, did you receive? With you also, 810. Z, Tribune. Affirmative, receive. I'm returning, Roger. Aiming to return also. I'll let you know shortly, Roger. Roger, FLL, let you know shortly. 810. 815, 810. 1,238Z, 14,385 Tribune. 810 Tribune. 815. 810. Okay. You remain meanwhile in communications with me. Roger, what am I to look for? Where are you? I'm close to Ashdod. Roger, I'm also close to Ashdod, on the seaward side. Did you receive? What did 815 request? What's your altitude? Altitude 500 feet, near Ashdod. Roger, we're at altitude 1,200 feet over Ashdod. Roger, 5. By pay attention, you will continue meanwhile on a course of 250 from Ashdod. The Roth of you will head toward the ship. 5 by Roger. You will continue of 250 from Ashdod. The both of you will head for the ship. For the time being, the both of you will be at altitude. Do you see us? Affirmative, affirmative. Where are you? Ashdod, altitude 1, did you receive? 810 Tribune, 5 by altitude EC at Ashdod, Roger. Going to course 250, together with 815. Are the two of you together? Affirmative, we're together, Roger. Pay attention, you nonetheless are heading for the ship. You will try to take the men from the water. Roger, okay. For your information, the ship ES apparently burning. 12,407, 14,405. IT is an Egyptian cargo ship. Roger, visual, contact. With both of you, Roger. I understand that you both of you are affirmative. Roger. 12,417, 14,415, 810 Tribune. 5 by take the men to El Arish, Roger. Okay, did you receive? I received, affirmative. 1,242Z, 14,425. Tribune 815. How much fuel do you have? 2.5 tanks? I have 1,700.
This isn't good.
One word garbled. To El Arish, Roger. The ship is located now straight ahead at a range of 50 miles, Roger. Are you first in line? Affirmative, Roger, from the coast of El Arish. 12,487, 14,485. Tribune, 810. 14,810. 815 Tribune, 810. $15 Tribune. About how many men are there? How many men are there? Turn right to 260. Repeat. Turn right to course 260. They want to know how many men are there at the present time. IT still. I sent known. The DI stance to you is now 33 miles. Roger. What is the distance from it to El Arish? The DI stance is Tribune 810, approximately 30 miles, Roger. 5 by IT is noteworthy that I sis. I word garbled, Roger. Tribune 815, 5 by. 815, what is the distance? Roger. Pay attention. Call on or on Pagoda. 50 miles, Roger. I'm going over to 186. Tribune, Z, 815. Roger. I'm also going over to 186. IS, someone calling. Tribune? Affirmative. I don't have. Contact with Pagoda. Roger. Clear. The ship I is now at a DI stance of 19 miles. Roger. Is Pagoda located? Near? Apparently. IT's located near IT, Roger. If you are able, try to call her. On 86, I tried. Tribune 815,815. Tribune 815. 815. Tribune 815. Tribune 815. 815. 810. 815. 815. 810. 810. 815. 815. 810. 810. Tribune 815,815. Tribune, 815, 815 Tribune. 1,259 Z, 14,595, 815 Tribune, Tribune 815. 815 Tribune, 815 Tribune. I didn't make contact. Roger. Tribunado, you have visual contact? Straight ahead. A DI stance of 18 miles. Fave visual contact, why the smoke or IT could be 1 to 2 words garbled. Tribunal, is there much smoke rising from it? Roger, I don't have contact with. Pagoda Tribunal. 5 by, do you have contact with? Pagoda? Negative. Roger. I don't either. Tribune. 5 by, when you begin bringing up the men, clarify by the first man that you bring up what nationally tie highs. And report to me immediately, it's important to know. Roger. What ice your altitude? No? Altitude IS. 1. 815 Tribune, Tribune. 815. 815 Tribune, Tribune. 815, 815 Tribune. Tribune 815, 815 Tribune. Tribune
815 Tribune, 8,151, 815 Tribune, Tribune, 815, 815, 815 Tribune, Tribune.
Tribune 815. Roger, I have contact Whiteth, a vessel straight ahead, 12 a little from. The right, smoke isn't rising. QT the north, it isn't smoking. The DI stance is now 13. Miles, Roger. Do you see the ship? I see the ship a lee tettle to the right of the smoke. The smoke I sent rising, Roger. It's possible that is from one of ours. Roger, IT is worth clarifying. Roger. Roger. What I see, ice hours, is ice clear. Roger. Now, 10 miles is the distance. Now, Roger. I understand at 12 o'clock, one word. Garbled. Affirmative, a little on. The right side, Roger. 815 Tribune, Tribune, 815, 1,301 Z, 15,015, 815 Tribune. The DI stance is now 9 miles. 1,302 Z, 15,025 Tribune, 815 Tribune. I'm going over to 86. Roger. I request to receive a report. Tell me the nationality. 13,032, 15,035. Tribune, 815, 815 Tribune. 800, 800, 815 Triune. 815, 8,151 Tribune. Tribune 815, 815 Tribune, Tribune 815.
Go ahead. Roger, there ice, a large ship, smoke isn't rising.
At the present time, smoke ice a little to the right on its left side. I see a small vessel, 3 small vessels. Are you calling me? 5 by, did you call me? Affirmative. Roger, what's the matter? There's a Regia vessel Nariti are 3 small vessels. Could this be it? At a distance of a mile from me? Roger, clear. 815. 815 Tribune. Tribune Roger, apparently the Tribune 815, 815, 810. Small vessels are ours. Roger, 810. 815, 5 by 815, 810.
What's the matter? 810, 815. Don't you see IT yet?
815, 810. I'm behind you. I still don't. 810, 815. 815, 810. See the ship on the right side of us, Roger, exactly in front of me? There are the small vessels. What's with them? What's going on? IT appears that they are ours. 810, 815 on our right side? Yes, 815 Tribune. All 3 of them are ours. 815 Tribune. Tribune 815. Roger, the small ones, right? Affirmative. Roger, I'm heading for the big one. 815 Tribune, are you going for the big one? Affirmative. 13,042, 1,504, 815 Thorn, Roger, wait. 185 Thorn. 5 by Roger, transmit. Yes, with you. Note, last 4 transmissions are on way communication. All 4 are from same source. Other terminal ice on different frequency. We search around and didn't find anyone. IT ice, of course, possible that Thorn had previously been in contact with 185. But if this was the case, there are no comment reflections of this activity. Roger. The big one, ice, not ours. 185, Thorn, how do you read me? CR note. Again, Thorn says 185, Vice 815. We searched around and 815,000. 815 Thorn, Roger. Didn't find anyone. Tribune. We hear you excellently. Transmit. What are you saying? Pagoda 810. 810 Pagoda. Send your report. 810 Pagoda 810. 1,306 Z. 15,065 Tribune. Pagoda. Pagoda, Pagoda. Pagoda, Pagoda. Tribune 810, 810, Tribune 815, 810, 810, 815, 815, 810. What has to be done here? Search to see if there are men in the water. 50 miles, Roger. I understand, and for the big one, don't speak on the channel now. 5 by. IT appears to me that I found the men. Affirmative, Roger, that's clear. Roger. Negative. IT's not men, IT's. Boats, IT's not men. Go ahead. 5 by, what's going on? 815,815, 810 Tribune. Tribune, 815, 815 Tribune. Tribune, 815, 815 Tribune, 815 Tribune. Z, 075815810 8800 15 $15 $810 $10 815 815 $10 810 815.
I don't know anything. I'll try to contact them on.
Are the small ones ours? 5 by pay attention. If any of them are speaking, and if they're speaking Arabic, you take them to El Arish. If they're speaking English, not Egyptian, you take them to Lod.
Is this clear?
D miles, Roger. Do you see the men? To whom does the big one belong? 5 by don't leave the vicinity. If you do, leave report. I'm not monitoring this channel. I'm speaking on 6WI Thorn. TS is the small ones. Roger, what should be done? Search for survivors, whether you find them or not. Pagoda 815. 815 Pagoda transmit. 1,308Z 15,085. Roger. $10 Tribune. Are you able to go up a little? 810 Tribune, 815 Tribune. Higher in order to see the situation better? Roger. 815 Tribune, are you over whatever? 815 Tribune. You located? Roger. The first matter to clarify IS, to find out what their nationality is. Report to me immediately. Roger, TS is clear. 815 Tribune. Roger, you watch out for the mast there. 815 Tribune. Pagoda. I understand that the ship ice not in danger. I'm not sure that I not in danger. Are you suggesting the seriousness of IT by T says? Negative. GTR -5 is written. Roger. Does this mean something? Negative. IT doesn't mean anything. From behind IT, several uninflated boats were seen. Roger. 815 Tribune. You take 10 WI, Thew, and return home bearing 070, distance of 6 miles. 5 by 13,127, 15,128. 815 Tribune, Roger. The S is clear.
Did 815 Tribune. 810. 815 815 Tribune. You clearly identify an American flag. Thanks. Remain meanwhile over the area.
We request that you make another pass and check once more if TS is really an American flag. Roger. 5 by Roger. TSI is clear. What kind of flag is IT? Roger. TSI is clear. 5 by. Remain meanwhile in waiting and will report to you immediately. Is this clear? Take 810 and return home. 065. Distance of. Roger. TS is clear. Roger. I received. I will notify you immediately as to what to do. 65 miles. Roger. 1316Z. 15,165. 815 Tribune. Pay attention. 1,317Z. 15,175. 815 Tribune. 815 Tribune. Time? 815 Tribune. 1,321Z, 15,215, 810 Tribune. 1,327Z, 15,275 Joule, 815. Roger, Thias is clear according to the instruction. Whoever has the moist fuel. Roger, I'm checking on IT. Pay attention. Whoever has the most fuel between you will return home. The one with the least will go to El Arish. Not at the present time. Apparently the one who I is going to El Arish will return later. Which one of you is? Going home? Who is going home? Okay. Roger, TS is known. I received the notice, and IT is known that these orders came from above. Go over to 170. On the way home, he says over to 170 on the way home, Roger. XX meant this activity had been reported in a condensed version by Yusei in its LR and follow-ups. Notes. Chapter 1.